Master Tang Long finds himself the victim of a conspiracy, but through misfortune, he is blessed with the opportunity to marry a frosty female CEO, embarking on an extraordinary journey of life. Chapter 1. The Hand of Fate. Just after the Spring Festival, in the heart of Zhanghai City at midnight, outside the Red Rose Bar, the ground, still damp from a recent rain, exudes a faint earthy scent, while a gentle breeze caresses his face, imparting a warm and pleasant sensation. Tang Long, cigarette in hand, strolls leisurely, savoring each puff. Upon leaving the cacophony of the bar, his mind quickly clears. He meanders to the banks of Donghu Lake, seeking a bench to rest momentarily. After a bout of heavy drinking with some Russian women, he feels utterly drained. The vodka has left his stomach churning like a tempest. Damn it, I never expected these foreign girls to drink so heartily. I intended to charm them, yet nearly ended up inebriated myself. Tang Long's spirits have been low of late, and in times of distress, he turns to alcohol for solace. Yet, misfortune seems to compound upon him. Sigh, if it weren't for the destruction of my Dantian, I wouldn't have fallen to such depths. I was once the illustrious sun god, yet now, with one arm lost and nearly perishing at the hands of my enemies, I can only count my blessings for the masked master who aided my escape. Tang Long shakes his head, reflecting on his current predicament, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. It is a cruel twist of fate. Once a formidable figure in the dark underbelly of the West, he now finds himself inexplicably wed to a stranger, a woman whose icy demeanor perplexes him. It seems as though a mysterious hand of destiny has orchestrated this bizarre turn of events. His severed arm has been replaced with a lifelike prosthetic, indistinguishable from a real hand, save for the peculiar glow that radiates from the junction where metal meets flesh, only visible when he gazes at his reflection each night. Suddenly, he pulls out a card machine, a device that allows him to communicate with his savior. He dials the number without hesitation. "Hello, dear Tang Long. How may I assist you?" A sweet voice emanates from the device upon connection. "Damn it. Why did you save me? You'd have been better off letting me die. You've arranged everything. Why must I live? And why must I marry that ice queen?" Tang Long, fueled by alcohol, questions in indignation. The mere mention of his wife enrages him. She is undeniably beautiful, yet she rebuffs even the slightest touch. "Calm down, Tang Long. It was Zeus' decision to save you. He does not wish for your demise. After all, you're a martial arts prodigy. He commanded us to revive you and fit you with a golden arm. Utilizing advanced technology from the future, your body has been remade. Although you appear like an ordinary person, you now possess unique capabilities that set you apart. Zeus hopes you will rise again and live as a man should." The calm voice continues, unfazed. "This woman? What's the story there? Why must I marry her?" Tang Long's confusion deepens. While grateful for his life, he finds himself vexed by the thought of this woman. Though she resembles a celestial being, her perpetually frosty expression gives him chills, and he feels a profound disconnect. Recalling his days in the dark world of the West, surrounded by stunning women who revered him, he laments his current circumstances. Now, not only must he adapt to his unfamiliar body, but he must also win the favor of this icy beauty, as his task is to protect her. The marriage was a decision made years prior when his parents were still alive, a fact he had not been made aware of. Love her well, you will discover she is worth your affection, capable of providing you with all you desire. Cherish what you have, but there's no chemistry between us. Tang Long laments, frustration bubbling within him. "Wishing you luck, my dear friend. Remember, safeguarding her life is also your duty." The voice carries an undeniable authority, reminiscent of Zeus' influence. "Is this how I'm dismissed?" Tang Long mutters, discontented. Yet, the device falls silent. "Step aside," a cold voice pierces the air, and before Tang Long can react, a figure collides into his embrace, knocking him off balance. Thud! The impact sends Tang Long sprawling, while the striking woman lies unconscious atop him, pressing down on him, causing his breath to quicken. Seeing I'm handsome doesn't mean you can be so indiscreet. In an instant, the bewildered Tang Long's thoughts wander. The woman, clad in alluring leather, reveals her enticing curves, though the darkness obscures the scene from prying eyes. He pushes her off, startled to find his hands stained with blood. "What on earth? This girl is injured. Don't blame me, you were the one who crashed into me. Help me." The girl utters weakly. "All right, it seems fate has intertwined our paths." Tang Long smirks, recognizing her dire need for assistance. In the distance, shadowy figures approach rapidly. He lifts her, concealing her behind a nearby tree, and resumes his casual demeanor, smoking as if nothing were amiss. At that moment, two figures dart towards him, clad in black trench coats, exuding an aura of formidable skill. One halts abruptly, turning to Tang Long. "Have you seen a wounded woman pass by?" To his surprise, the speaker is a striking blonde, her figure graceful and her face exquisite, her sapphire-like eyes glinting with intensity. "I have not." Tang Long shakes his head, sensing the lethal energy emanating from them, realizing their prowess surpasses even his peak capabilities. His gaze, however, cannot resist lingering on the mesmerizing woman, taking in her captivating silhouette. She, unfazed, offers a sultry smile. "Young man, if you catch sight of her, please inform us immediately. Here is my business card." She hands him a card, her accent betraying a lack of fluency in the language. Tang Long glances at the card, alarmed to discover her affiliation with an international organization. With that, they vanish swiftly. Once they depart, a faint smile graces Tang Long's lips as he returns to the injured woman. "Get away from me," she snaps, her eyes aflame with fury, reminiscent of a feral cat, instilling fear in him. "Silly girl, if I don't act, you may very well perish." He responds, sympathy lacing his tone. "Who's gonna die?" "And finally, Eve." She struggles to stand, but falters, coughing up blood and collapsing to the ground. "Alas, you're poisoned, and you're oblivious to it?" Tang Long pauses, realizing he cannot abandon her, and drags her to a safer spot, unbuttoning her jacket. "What are you doing? You pervert!" she exclaims, shocked by his actions. "I'm merely attempting to detoxify you. If I'm not mistaken, you've ingested a slow-acting poison. If I don't intervene soon, you won't survive the night." He shakes his head, disappointed by her distrust. "Mind your own business." Her glare sharpens, fierce and unyielding. "Very well, struggle all you like. I can't guarantee those pursuers won't return." He retorts, turning to leave. "Wait," a weak voice calls after him. In the next moment, the beautiful woman slumps to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 2. The retrieval of a body. Without a trace of hesitation, Tang Long unfastened her garments, and there, upon her shoulder, he beheld a ghastly scar. Aside from this wound, the woman exhibited unmistakable signs of poisoning, her heartbeat noticeably slowed. The injury was a dark blotch, standing out starkly against her skin. With a sigh, Tang Long mused. He had no intention of rendering aid, yet how could he resist the allure of such a stunning beauty? He hefted the woman onto his shoulder, casting a glance at the couple's hotel across the street before striding purposefully inside. Tang Long was well acquainted with the receptionist and swiftly completed the check-in process. The receptionist's gaze instantly wandered, captivated. When did he find such a beautiful lady? He must be incredibly lucky, one of the staff remarked. "What are you talking about? This is a case of retrieving a body, understand? Can't you smell the alcohol on him? He probably just emerged from a bar." In truth, the scent of alcohol did not originate from the leather-clad woman, but from Yi Fei, who had not consumed a drop of liquor. Really? Brother Long has such a beautiful wife, and yet fails to cherish her, instead seeking pleasure elsewhere. If his wife finds out, he won't get away with it. "Oh, you talk too much. I've heard their relationship isn't great. His stunning wife hardly pays him any mind." Unbeknownst to Tang Long, as he ascended to the room, the receptionists were gossiping about him behind his back. Had he overheard, he would surely have playfully swatted each of them. At that moment, however, he had no time for idle chatter. Swiftly, he stripped the leather-clad woman of her outer garment, assessed her wound, and deftly cleaned it. From his pocket, he produced a small vial, uncapped it, and poured several dark pills into his palm before prying open her mouth and administering the medication. After a flurry of activity, he finally completed the task. Damn it, this was the first time he had treated a patient without charge. In the past, in the dark world of the West, anyone seeking his medical expertise would have to pay a hefty deposit of at least $1 million. Tang Long sighed, reminiscing about the days when he was the master of the Temple of the Sun. His former subordinates were likely unaware he was still alive. Just then, the beauty suddenly stirred awake. Before Tang Long could respond, she seized his clothing and sprang to her feet. "You bastard! Why did you take off my clothes? What did you do to me? I will kill you." Her footing faltered, and she stumbled, landing atop Tang Long. The position was undeniably suggestive. Instinctively, he attempted to push her away, but unfortunately, his hand found itself in the most inappropriate place. "I'll kill you." The leather-clad woman's expression shifted dramatically as she grasped his throat. With a slight exertion, she nearly suffocated him. "Get back!" Although Tang Long's dantian was destroyed and he lacked strength, his left hand, imbued with extraordinary power, propelled the woman away. Hey, I just saved you, silly girl. Don't overestimate yourself. Had it not been for my intervention, you would have perished. Tang Long scoffed, admiring his golden dragon hand as if he had discovered a new world, a smile breaking across his face. Its power rivaled that of his peak days. The leather-clad woman, startled, retreated several steps, scrutinizing his peculiar left hand with disbelief in her eyes. Damn it! Why are you staring? Just get lost. I have no interest in women like you. Let today's events be forgotten. Tang Long, incensed by her misunderstanding, shot back. Who are you? How do you possess such remarkable medical skills? The scent of alcohol wafting from him caused the woman to wrinkle her nose in distaste, yet she remained rooted in place. Don't ask who I am. I'm merely a legend. Tang Long replied with a faint smile. Fine, don't say anything then. I couldn't care less, the beauty responded frostily, her gaze piercing, though it softened slightly compared to before. Keep staring at me like that, and I'll pluck your eyes out and use them as marbles, she coldly threatened, clearly misinterpreting his intentions. In truth, Tang Long held little interest in her. Ah, no good deed goes unpunished, he lamented, shaking his head. Wait, what happened to your arm? The leather-clad woman inquired, her gaze fixed on him, confusion etched on her face. I won't tell you. Tang Long chuckled at her bewilderment. Fine, keep your secrets, she declared, rising to her feet, casting a final glance at him. I'm leaving. You'd best not utter a word about me, or I will return to claim your head. With that, she leapt from the window. Why not use the door? Aren't you afraid of breaking your bones? Tang Long muttered to himself. Checking the time, he noted it was already 4 a.m, a wave of fatigue washing over him, prompting a yawn. As he stood, he noticed an item on the floor, a small black pouch. He recalled it was secured to her waist. While treating her, he had set it aside. She must have forgotten it in her haste to leave. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find a scroll made of beast skin and a small gourd. Curiosity piqued. He unrolled the scroll and gasped. It was a martial arts secret tome, the Divine Dragoness Celestial Rotation Technique. The name sent a jolt of excitement through him. This legendary text was renowned in the ancient martial world, long considered the prized possession of the Qingyun sect, kept secret from outsiders. Even the sect's top disciples could not practice it, as the technique demanded exceedingly stringent physical requirements. It was rumored that only 1 in 10,000 could cultivate this extraordinary skill. Wow, looks like I've struck gold, he chuckled to himself. Saving a life today has truly paid off. Elated, he tucked the precious items into his pocket and quietly exited the hotel, blowing a kiss to the 2 receptionists, who erupted in laughter. As dawn approached, Tang Long found himself reluctant to return home. Thoughts of the icy woman haunted him, prompting him to shake his head. Perhaps I should just drown my sorrows elsewhere, he mused, draping his suit jacket over his shoulder and swaying slightly as he made his way back. He returned to the bar he frequented, named Rose Night Dance, a place where one could drink and dance, a comprehensive entertainment venue. Tang Long was quite familiar with it. Since the destruction of his dantian, he had become somewhat of a recluse, often seeking solace in this establishment to indulge in drink. Over time, he had formed bonds with the staff. Chapter 3. The Art of Seduction, as he settled into a seat and raised a glass of exquisite ice wine. He had yet to savor its flavor when a beautiful woman took a seat across from him, the sharp scent of her perfume invading his senses. Her striking features and daring lace attire stirred a rapid rise in his hormones. Excuse me, sir. May I join you? She inquired politely, her gaze provocative. But you're already seated, Tang Long replied. Tang Long's lips curled into a faint smile as he mused that this method of flirtation was indeed rather cliché, something he had employed countless times in the past, albeit during his pursuits of women. Yet this particular woman seemed to be taking an entirely different approach. What was her true intention? Could it be that she was genuinely seeking a romantic encounter? A wave of exhilaration washed over Tang Long. His gaze roamed over the enchanting beauty seated across from him. It was evident that she had indulged in her fair share of drinks, her slightly pale complexion radiating a subtle elegance of rosy hues. Her exquisite features and crimson lips exuded an alluring fragrance, while her attire, a deep V-neck cardina dress, unabashedly showcased her fair skin and devilishly curvaceous figure, rendering her irresistibly captivating. Gidge, you are truly fascinating. Does this not signify your consent? The beauty smiled softly as she ordered the same drink. It seems we are indeed destined to meet. This exquisite ice wine happens to be my favorite as well. It is our shared passion that has brought us together. Do you not agree? Although the girl displayed signs of mild inebriation, her eyes sparkled with a teasing allure. She cast a sultry glance in Tang Long's direction, instantly electrifying him with a rush of delight. But do we know each other? Tang Long pondered over her intentions, uncertain of her game of subtle seduction. Since we are fated to cross paths, it is only natural that we are acquainted. I feel as if I have known you forever. Is that not familiarity? She seemed to have inquired about Tang Long's identity prior to their encounter. Indeed, from what you've said, I find this quite intriguing. In truth, I'm also quite familiar with you. It feels as if we share an innate connection. Tang Long replied with a feigned nonchalance. Oh, how delightful. Then do enlighten me. What do you know? Lin Wei's face bore a mysterious and bewitching smile, her large, expressive eyes scrutinizing Tang Long, seemingly disbelieving his words. Tang Long smiled faintly, igniting a cigarette and taking a leisurely drag before his gaze swept over her form, leading to some significant revelations. It seems you are 25 years old, with measurements of 36-22-36 and a height of 172 meters. Furthermore, you possess mild myopia and have a penchant for sleeping in the nude. His words flowed effortlessly, leaving the stunning girl momentarily agape. Though she had yet to speak, her expression conveyed everything. Tang Long's assertions were undeniably accurate. My goodness, how do you know that? How embarrassing. Lin Wei's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson, her eyes widening in awe of Tang Long's perception. Curious to know? Tang Long met her gaze with intensity. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Lin Wei swayed her sensual waist, inching her alluring face closer to Tang Long's, her curiosity intensifying. She playfully blew a gentle breath near his ear, suffused with fragrance. Do hurry, for I can hardly contain my anticipation. I also happen to know a secret. You have recently experienced heartbreak. Alas, if you truly seek my assistance, I am confident I can help ease your woes. For I am a man who delights in aiding others. Lin Wei smiled slightly at his words. Tang Long then took her silky hand in his, an unusual gleam flickering in his eyes. Lin Wei looked at him in astonishment, as though struck by an electric jolt. Her innermost thoughts had been laid bare by someone she had only just met. How could he possibly know? It seemed prudent to deepen their acquaintance. Thus, she did not shy away, maintaining an air of calm. Your hand is quite cold. I wonder if your heart is equally frigid? Tang Long's gaze bore into hers. As he held her delicate hand before him, he deliberately turned it over, lightly blowing into her palm while his fingers inadvertently brushed against her fingertips. In that instant, a chill coursed through Yi Fei's heart. This woman was far from ordinary. Her stunning exterior concealed unspeakable secrets. He detected calluses on her fingers, along with a palpable coldness in her palm, indicating a history that likely included taking lives. Such heightened perception was a skill acquired only after reaching a certain level of mastery. Although Tang Long's dantian had been destroyed, his powers of intuition remained intact. Little brother, what you see is merely the surface. Would you care to appreciate the beauty within me? Lin Wei purred seductively, her fingers slipping from Tang Long's grasp to rest lightly upon his heart. Tang Long's expression shifted abruptly. Just as he intended to stop her, she sighed softly, nonchalantly withdrawing her hand. Of course I want to. Later, I shall ask you to warm my bed, Tang Long replied, regaining his composure and brazenly lifting the beauty's delicate chin. This provocative gesture ignited a wave of astonishment among the surrounding crowd, eliciting gasps of surprise from the young men and women present. For years, no one had dared to flirt so boldly with their nightclub queen. Tang Long's audacity had far exceeded their expectations. Really? That depends on whether you possess the ability, Lin Wei responded playfully, her demeanor charming and captivating as she swayed her enticing waist, her long, fair legs drawing the gaze of many. From a distance, onlookers were astonished to witness the nightclub queen, Lin Wei, engaged in conversation with an unfamiliar young man. Their eyes widened in disbelief. This is unusual. How can my goddess be interested in that guy? Does he appear more handsome than I? Indeed, he may not be more handsome than you. But his luck is undeniably better, having captured the queen's attention. Does he possess even half of my charm? Besides, is his endowment greater than mine? Women go wild for me. A burly young man grumbled indignantly. Quit being narcissistic. Haha. Don't envy him. If you understood the queen's temperament, you'd realize that this unaware young man will undoubtedly face consequences. Haha. I wonder if he will end up being tossed out of the club. Indeed, While she is breathtakingly beautiful, she is also a thorny rose. Amidst this, murmurs of speculation filled the air, interspersed with skepticism and playful jabs. It was evident that the patrons of the table had forgotten their original intentions, instead wearing expressions of fervor as they exchanged banter. Their excitement mingled with frustration. The prospect of witnessing a showdown was exhilarating yet daunting. If you desire me to warm your bed, I shall agree, but only if you can best me in a contest. Your ability to win my heart is contingent upon your skills, Gidge. Lin Wei smiled coyly, her allure nearly overwhelming, causing many onlookers to nearly swoon. Very well. What shall we compete in? Tang Long readily acquiesced. How about a game of dice? Tang Long pondered before fixing his gaze on Lin Wei's enchanting eyes, which sparkled like black jewels. All right. The spectators erupted in excitement at this proclamation. This fool is utterly oblivious. Who doesn't know that the queen is unmatched in her dice-rolling prowess? No one can rival her. This young man is likely to face misfortune, destined to be unceremoniously ejected in a state of undress. Haha, at that moment, we shall all gather to witness the spectacle. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, though the prevailing sentiment toward Tang Long was evidently unfavorable. Lin Wei's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Upon hearing the suggestion of expelling Tang Long in such a humiliating manner, a faint blush of shyness appeared on her face. Her eyes roamed over Tang Long, assessing his physique, which was impressively robust and powerful. Coupled with his handsome visage, he exuded a distinct charm and allure unique to men. At that moment, his defiant gaze was fixed upon her, sending a shiver down her spine. You wouldn't dare to play such a game, would you? Tang Long remarked with a sly smile, his tone provocative. In truth, for individuals who frequent such places, claiming ignorance of dice games would be utterly ludicrous. Naturally, Lin Wei was an expert. Her mastery over the dice had reached an unprecedented level, allowing her to dictate the outcome at will, with few able to surpass her. Chapter 4. Let us gamble. How intolerable. Let me tell you, this is my forte, and I have never lost, Lin Wei declared, her expression sultry and enchanting. Her gaze was tantalizing, striking a chord of temptation in the hearts of those around her. Do you truly wish to see me in such a state? It was unexpected for such a beautiful woman to exhibit such vulgarity. It seemed that a woman in the throes of yearning was indeed most fearsome. And I found myself enlightened. Ha ha ha. Tang Long could not help but burst into laughter, showing no sign of resistance to her outrageous proposal. Instead, he appeared exceedingly exhilarated. Very well, let us commence. Lin Wei smiled, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Her cheeks flushed, revealing an even more captivating beauty than before. I have yet to stipulate my conditions. What if I were to win? Tang Long insisted that he too had conditions to propose. Then speak your mind. I want you to warm my bed, Tang Long boldly stated, winking. Boom. Upon hearing his words, the entire bar erupted as if it were about to explode. Among the onlookers were many of Lin Wei's admirers, and the mere thought of spending a night with the goddess was a fantasy for countless men. Now, with Tang Long's words, that fantasy detonated like a bomb, causing a vehement uproar. Who do you think you are? How dare you covet the goddess? Someone shouted. The goddess is not to be trifled with. Do you understand? My heart belongs to her. No one is permitted to touch her. The voice echoed with fury, as the crowd directed their ire toward Tang Long, venting their outrage. Amidst the collective gaze, Lin Wei observed the expressions of those around her, a faint smile gracing her lips. All right, I accept. You shameless harlot. You've brought disgrace upon me. At that moment, the crowd parted, and a young man in a suit strode in, his gaze fixed angrily on Lin Wei. Zhang Long, this does not concern you. This is between him and me, Lin Wei retorted, her irritation evident. Damn it, you wretched girl. I've pursued you for so long, spending millions without even holding your hand. I refuse to believe I am inferior to him. Is he more handsome than I? Zhang Long exclaimed, exasperated. Zhang Long, I am not interested in you. Please stop pursuing me, Lin Wei replied, furrowing her brow at the mocking glances from those around her, her anger rising. You insolent wretch. She is mine. Anyone who dares to touch her will face dire consequences. Zhang Long shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury. Upon hearing his words, the room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone knew Zhang Long's background. He was the heir of the prestigious Zhang family, whose wealth rivaled nations, and he was notorious for his predatory behavior towards beautiful women. He had bullied countless women over the years, and no one dared oppose him, which only fueled his arrogance. In truth, he had long set his sights on Lin Wei, but had held back due to her formidable family background, feigning a gentlemanly pursuit while secretly plotting to seduce her. Now, witnessing the woman he coveted slipping away, he could no longer remain passive. When Zhang Long unleashed his wrath, it truly sent shockwaves throughout the venue, leaving everyone frozen in place, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama. Zhang Long, I will repay you what I owe, and besides, you already have several women around you. You need not cling to me, Lin Wei stated, knowing that Zhang Long was a notorious playboy, leaving few women unscathed in his pursuit. Despite her repeated rejections, he had relentlessly pursued her, threatening anyone who dared to approach her. Well, I like him, what of it? Zhang Long, stop being sour about the grapes you cannot have, Lin Wei exclaimed angrily, feeling humiliated to be labeled a harlot in front of so many. As she spoke, she leaned against Tang Long's shoulder, exuding warmth and sweetness. Tang Long had not anticipated the depth of her machinations, realizing he had underestimated her. Damn it, Lin Wei, you shameless hussy. Are you really trying to provoke me in public? Do you think I cannot handle you? Zhang Long seethed, nearly ready to explode. Zhang Long, stop pursuing me. We make a perfect match. Lin Wei continued, inching closer to Tang Long. You insolent wretch. If you refuse to heed my warning, then I shall take matters into my own hands tonight. Ha! Indulge in the beauty, and let all bear witness to your true nature, Zhang Long declared ominously. With his words, a group of muscular young men surged forward, all loyal subordinates of his, having amassed a cadre of skilled fighters under the guise of hiring bodyguards. These ruffians were known for their unscrupulous deeds. You, scoundrels! Lin Wei's face turned crimson as she realized these men were coming for her, her body trembling with rage. They were audacious enough to attempt to humiliate her in front of everyone. Gritting her teeth, she was filled with a mix of shame and anger, wishing she could slay Zhang Long on the spot. Just as it seemed Lin Wei was on the verge of disgrace, a hand suddenly grasped her wrist, pulling her behind him. Chapter 5. Crawl away like a dog, do not fear. I shall protect you, Tang Long whispered, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing his words, Lin Wei felt no anger. Instead, warmth surged within her. Over the years, other men had sought only her body, never treating her as a woman deserving of respect. Yet now, those words from Tang Long felt extraordinarily comforting. Her tranquil heart was swiftly stirred into tumult. Tang Long moved like lightning, deftly weaving through the crowd, his left hand shimmering with a pale, golden glow, relentlessly striking out, which was met with a cacophony of blood-curdling screams. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so young martial artists lay sprawled upon the ground. The speed of Tang Long's punches was so rapid that one could scarcely discern his movements before his opponents were already downed. In truth, his dantian was destroyed, yet this golden left hand remained wholly unaffected, unleashing a terrifying combat prowess that effortlessly swept away his adversaries. Even armed with knives, they posed little threat to him. One by one, they fell before his relentless barrage. The razor-sharp blades left no marks upon his arm. It appeared that the metallic composition of this golden left hand was anything but ordinary. Approaching the nearly dazed Zhang Long, Tang Long coldly remarked, "Apologize to this lady. I believe she will forgive you." "On what grounds? I have never feared anyone in my life. You think you can coerce me into an apology? Not a chance." Zhang Long retorted with an air of defiance. "So, you refuse?" Tang Long questioned icily, stepping forward. "And what of it? Do you know who I am?" "I do not need to know," Tang Long replied suddenly, launching a punch that struck Zhang Long with a resounding thud, sending him sprawling 6 or 7 meters away, crashing to the ground. Before he could rise, the sharp sound of a slap echoed as Tang Long, like a bolt of lightning, struck out with his right hand. Inflicting unbearable pain upon Zhang Long, blood spewed from Zhang Long's mouth, staining his collar, and several pearly teeth fell to the ground. "Will you not apologize? Damn it! If you have the guts, kill me!" Zhang Long shouted in agony, his face twitching as he glared venomously at Tang Long, resembling a rabid dog. The sting of Tang Long's previous slap had already left him reeling. "You think I wouldn't dare?" Tang Long swept a leg, landing a kick to his midsection that sent Zhang Long stumbling backward for 3 or 4 steps. Another spurt of blood erupted as his body crumpled to the ground. "Tang Long, do not kill him." At that moment, Lin Wei, witnessing Zhang Long's plight, gasped in alarm and rushed to grasp Tang Long's arm. However, Upon touching his golden arm, her expression twitched, and she instinctively released him, retreating several steps. His left hand was chillingly cold, akin to a block of ancient ice, sending a shiver through her very core. Her gaze towards Tang Long was imbued with an odd mixture of astonishment and fear. You. For a moment, Lin Wei was at a loss for words, her eyes wide with shock and trepidation. I will explain everything later, Tang Long said, shaking his head in resignation. He pondered why these women reacted so dramatically upon seeing him. Did his allure truly possess such magnitude? He found himself somewhat enamored by the notion. I will remember your kindness. Thank you, Tang Long, Lin Wei said, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of appreciation. Originally, she had orchestrated this scheme herself, intending to dissuade Zhang Long, and had planned to stage a performance with Tang Long. However, she had not anticipated that events would spiral so wildly out of control. No need for thanks. I most despise when others feel indebted to me. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, consider me your real boyfriend, Tang Long said with a teasing smile. Unexpectedly, Lin Wei did not reject Tang Long's words. Instead, she shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with a charming crimson. Very well. Since you have consented, I will handle the ensuing matters. You may take a moment to rest over there, Tang Long said, as he lit a cigarette, grinning. All right, but please do not escalate the situation, Lin Wei cautioned, still somewhat anxious. Having witnessed Tang Long's prowess earlier, she feared he might inadvertently kill Zhang Long. If that were to happen, it would spell trouble for everyone involved, including herself. Given the formidable power of the Zhang family, she worried about her own survival in the locality. Dealing with such obstinate scoundrels requires extreme measures. Otherwise, they will never learn their lesson. To ensure he relinquishes any notions of you, it seems I must resort to some special methods, Tang Long said, a peculiar smile flitting across his face as he advanced. He extended his leg and forcefully stomped down on Zhang Long's knee, producing a sickening crunch. Witnessing the scene before her, Lin Wei was utterly astonished. Her mouth agape, as were the onlookers, all displaying expressions of sheer terror. The earlier disdain directed at Tang Long transformed into profound respect. Such a man was nothing short of a demon, with a ruthlessness that exceeded all expectations. In an instant, both of Zhang Long's legs were rendered useless, and Tang Long let out a cold chuckle. Flicking the ash from his cigarette, he watched as Zhang Long emitted a series of agonized wails, his eyes filled with dread. His body instinctively sought to retreat, to distance himself from Tang Long, yet he found himself utterly immobilized, reduced to desperate cries. Stay away, stay away. This is merely a lesson for you. Should you dare to offend Miss Lin again, be wary of your life, Tang Long warned sternly. Yes, I promise. I will not dare again, Zhang Long stammered, having learned a harsh lesson, his perception of Tang Long having shifted to that of a genuine demon, instilling in him a profound fear. Very well, crawl out of here like a dog, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, death awaits, Tang Long declared, expelling the smoke from his mouth with a frigid demeanor. Understood. Even as Zhang Long's heart brimmed with hatred, he could only endure for the moment. His sole desire was to escape alive. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his knees and, using all fours, began to laboriously crawl away. Fortunately, the distance was not extensive, merely a few meters, yet it took him nearly half an hour to cover it, enduring bouts of near unconsciousness from the pain. By the end, even Tang Long found himself somewhat impressed by Zhang Long's tenacity. Upon reaching the exit, Zhang Long's vision darkened, and he collapsed. His subordinates hastily lifted him away from the scene. A few fled in such haste that they lost their shoes, too preoccupied to retrieve them, provoking hearty laughter from the spectators. It was a rare sight to behold the usually arrogant Zhang Long in such a humiliating predicament. Moreover, some eager individuals captured this unprecedented scene on their phones. A throng of individuals scurried away, the atmosphere invigorated with excitement. Incredible! Hero, I am profoundly awed by you, a young girl exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. What a formidable person, daring even to strike young Master Zhang. I am truly impressed. Another chimed in. However, the Zhang family's influence is vast. You have undoubtedly stirred up trouble, an elderly man lamented, shaking his head in concern. Once they had departed, the scene gradually returned to its former order. Tang Long, grinning, pulled Lin Wei down to sit beside him and surveyed the surrounding crowd with a calm gaze. Shall we resume the betting? Is anyone still interested in placing their wagers? It is not too late to change your minds. Following the recent display of prowess, Tang Long had captured everyone's attention, effectively silencing any previous doubts about him. I bet on Tang Long to win. Someone finally shouted, snapping back to reality. I too placed my bet on Tang Long. 20-fold. The previously enamored girl exclaimed, her voice brimming with admiration. In the blink of an eye, the tide had turned. Ladies first. Tang Long generously gestured for Lin Wei to proceed. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Thank you, Mr. Lin. Are you aware of the identity of the person you just struck?" It appeared that her mind had yet to fully return, still dwelling on earlier events. Her expression remaining somber. Evidently, this incident has gravely injured Zhang Xiao, and the matter will not simply conclude here. Rather, it will escalate exponentially, replete with an ominous sense of impending turmoil. He is merely a useless dandy. Aside from indulging in women and flaunting his wealth, what else can he do? Such a person, if not shown a firm lesson, may wreak havoc on more virtuous women. Had it not been for your plea on his behalf, he might have truly found himself unable to continue living. A sharp aura of lethal intent emanated from Tang Long, frigid and unyielding. Is this the sole reason for your assistance? Lin Wei inquired, somewhat perplexed. The escalating situation left her feeling unsettled. However, recalling her earlier promise to Tang Long, she felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. This man, though his appearance is somewhat unremarkable, exudes a transcendent charisma that captivates her deeply. Not at all. The reason I assist you is that you are in need of my help, Tang Long replied with a mischievous grin, emphasizing the word need with particular weight. How irritating. If you continue like this, I shall cease to indulge you, Lin Wei remarked, her brow furrowing in mild irritation upon seeing his playful expression. I haven't finished. I know from the outset that this was your design. You intend to use my hand to eliminate this scourge. I initially wished to remain uninvolved, but who could resist when you are such a stunning beauty? I usually have a penchant for extraordinary women. Since I have aided you so significantly, might you consider offering yourself in return? Tang Long elucidated with a grin. So it is thus. You are fully aware, Lin Wei thought, her heart leaping in surprise. It appeared she had completely underestimated Tang Long's intellect. His teasing merely stirred a ripple in her composure. In truth, as someone regarded as a goddess by others, she found true love elusive. The emergence of Tang Long had thrown her emotions into disarray. Esteemed guests, we have 6 dice here. The individual who rolls the lowest number shall emerge victorious, someone announced as the dice were laid out on the table. A glass cup was brought forth and placed before the two of them. Let us compare our rolls. I am eager to witness the prowess of this fair lady, Tang Long said, hands tucked in his pockets, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he took a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of acrid smoke. With remarkable speed, Lin Wei maneuvered her arm, and the dice obediently landed within the glass cup. As she expertly shook the cup, the dice collided against the walls, producing a series of crisp sounds. All eyes were riveted on the glass as she swirled it, creating an atmosphere thick with tension, nearly suffocating. Big brother, you simply must win. A sweet voice chimed in, drawing Tang Long's attention to a charming young girl. Though still underage, she possessed the makings of a beauty, her large, dark eyes sparkling with vivacity, instantly endearing her to those around her. Indeed, why must I win? Tang Long asked with a smile. Brother, I bet on your victory with 888. It is all the money I have, the girl replied earnestly. Very well, little lady, I appreciate your support. Are you truly unafraid of my potential loss? Tang Long tilted his head, inquiring. I am not afraid. I know your skills are formidable, and you shall not lose, she asserted confidently, patting her chest. All right, you have a discerning eye. I assure you I shall not lose, especially not to a woman, Tang Long said, his spirits lifted. The girl gazed into his eyes, leaning close to whisper in his ear. Big brother, not only must you win, but you must also take home the beauty. I know only you are worthy of my sister Lin. She blinked her eyes, her voice remarkably clear. Lin Wei shook her head and shot a glare at her. Lin Linga, this is not your affair. Step aside. If you dare bet against me, you shall see how I handle you when we return. Startled, Lin Linger stuck out her tongue and quickly stepped aside. All right, everyone, please place your bets. As the glass cup was removed, a shocking sight emerged. The 6 dice lay in a perfect line, all showing 1. A total of 6 points. Excellent. Spectacular. The crowd erupted after a moment of silence. Those who had previously bet on Tang Long now wearing expressions of bitter disappointment, while those who had wagered on Lin Wei beamed with joy. The pretty girl who had bet on Tang Long remained composed, watching him with a serene smile, devoid of any panic. Her calmness piqued Tang Long's curiosity. "Why do you seem so tranquil when everyone believes my defeat is inevitable?" he asked. "Big brother, it is quite simple. I know you are no ordinary person. Your true identity is evident here," the girl replied, revealing a few characters written on her palm before swiftly opening it before Tang Long. Upon seeing the words, Tang Long's mouth fell agape in astonishment. It was hard to fathom that this young girl, just entering university, possessed such remarkable insight and could so easily discern his identity. "Do not speak of this. It must remain our secret, understood?" Tang Long cautioned, startled. He was on a mission, and prior to its commencement, his identity was meant to remain a secret, one that no one should know. Those who did were dead, and he could never harm this girl. He was certain that she held secrets yet unknown to him. It seemed he would need to investigate further when he had the opportunity. "Very well, big brother, I promise. But you must provide me with 1,000 as a confidentiality fee. My tuition is still 1,000 short. Consider it your sponsorship," Lin Linger said with a cheerful grin. Extending her small, white hand, Tang Long felt a pang of regret. As if, well, where would he procure such funds? Fortunately, he had some hidden money, precisely 5,000. After a brief moment of discomfort, he handed over the cash, slipping it into Lin Linger's palm. "I only have 5,000. Consider the rest as a debt owed to you." For the first time, Tang Long felt uncomfortably cornered by a young girl. "All right, it's a deal," Lin Linger replied, retreating a few steps with a smile before disappearing into the crowd. Although Lin Wei had not heard their conversation, she could sense something amiss from their expressions. "What were you discussing?" "She is my little cousin. You must not bully her, do you understand? If you dare, you shall regret it," Lin Wei warned sternly, her lovely brows slightly furrowed. Though her cousin lacked the beauty and figure of Lin Wei, she was youthful and still had many admirers. Strangely, she was also an ability user, a topic that would be explored in due time. "Ah, you saw it. She was taking advantage of me," Tang Long shrugged, feeling no animosity toward the charming girl. On the contrary, he found himself captivated by the mystery and intelligence she displayed. "It's your turn," he announced. Lin Wei remained indifferent to Tang Long's words. As long as her cousin did not suffer, she had little to contest. A glint of cold determination flashed in Tang Long's eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets. I assure you, I will not disappoint." With a swift motion, the arranged dice magically reappeared in the cup. A series of crisp sounds echoed as the dice spun rapidly under his control. Lin Wei listened intently, her ears perked. Fully engrossed, able to discern the sounds of the dice colliding with the cup's walls, her expression composed and untroubled. However, as time wore on, her expression grew increasingly grave. Even her beautifully arched brows were deeply furrowed. What could be the matter? Her brow knitted tighter with each passing moment. A look of bewilderment etched on her face. The sounds she heard were markedly different from what she was accustomed to. They resembled a chaotic clatter of shattered fragments. Her gaze fixated on Tang Long, as though she were beholding an extraterrestrial being. At last, Tang Long ceased his actions, withdrawing his hand and moving the cup aside, causing the dice once shrouded within the transparent vessel to vanish entirely, dissipating into dust. What was even more astonishing was that, with their disappearance, these particles rapidly coalesced into a large die, displaying a single dot. 6 dice merged into one. Such an extraordinary occurrence unfolded before their eyes, rendering it almost unbelievable. Even Lin Wei was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Not only was Lin Wei at a loss, but the others present gaped in astonishment, entirely unable to grasp the reality before them. It seemed as though Tang Long had not merely been rolling dice, but performing a spectacular and marvelous illusion. "My goodness, what on earth is happening? I didn't catch that clearly." Someone rubbed their eyes, incredulity written all over their face. A single dot. It was nothing short of a miracle. I must capture this astonishing scene and post it online. It will surely create a global sensation. At that moment, an enthusiastic live-streaming girl rushed over, eager to record this rare spectacle. "You rolled a 6, I rolled a 1. Tell me who should be the victor." A profoundly enigmatic smile adorned Tang Long's face. What the hell is he up to? Why did those dice transform into one? How on earth did he achieve that? Damn it, this is truly bizarre. I foolishly wagered $1 million on that woman, expecting to make a profit, but now I've lost everything. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a chorus of furious curses. Some lamented their misfortune, while others directed their ire at the goddess Lin Wei, speaking disrespectfully towards her. In an instant, the small bar descended into chaos. This gentleman has emerged victorious. The young man previously overseeing the gambling, after recovering from his shock, swiftly regained his composure and announced loudly, "You truly are remarkable, big brother. I never expected you to master the art of the Panlong hand." Panlong. Upon hearing this name, the crowd was once again engulfed in astonishment. One by one, they stood agape, as if even a duck egg could be effortlessly stuffed into their mouths. Indeed, I am aware that your abilities have only regained 1/10 of their former strength. Were your powers fully restored, these dice would completely dissipate into smoke, leaving not a trace behind. At that point, it would likely not be a 1 dot but possibly a 0. The young girl leaned close to Tang Long's ear, whispering, "Little girl, you know far too much. Tell me, how did you come by this knowledge?" Tang Long felt somewhat vexed. These were secrets known to very few. Yet the girl seemed to be privy to everything. "Enough of this chatter. This time, I wagered 888 on you, with odds of 10 to 1, which means I could win 8,880 from you." The young girl grinned like a financial enthusiast, shaking her little head before scampering off. Before long, she returned with over 8,000 in hand. Coupled with the 5,000 given by Tang Long, she had amassed over 13,000, a tidy little fortune. "Sister, I'm leaving now. Remember, you promised to warm the big brother's bed. I'm not responsible for that." Lin Ling pulled a playful face and dashed away. This remark struck hard, flushing Lin Wei's cheeks crimson, leaving her feeling utterly flustered. This time, she had truly been bested. "Beautiful lady, you wouldn't dare go back on your word, would you?" Tang Long lifted his glass, taking a small sip, his gaze shimmering with intrigue as he observed the somewhat flustered woman before him, akin to a hunter sizing up his prey. Under such scrutiny, Lin Wei found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Chapter 7. The Dragon Among Men. "Mr. Tang, I will certainly honor my word." Gazing at the self-satisfied Tang Long, Lin Wei felt a pang of regret. Yet what good was regret? It was time to fulfill her promise. If she were to truly warm his bed, her lifelong reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The thought caused her fair face to flush with embarrassment. Looking at this seemingly handsome young man, who concealed a sinister aura, a wave of profound unease washed over her. Was this her fate? "You truly are a brave woman, willing to face the consequences of your actions." "Good. I shall remember your words. However, I have yet to decide on a day. I must return home now." A mischievous grin crept across Tang Long's face as he glanced at the stunned Lin Wei. Rising from his seat and leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Go home and clean yourself up. When I am in the mood one day, I shall come find you." With that, he laughed heartily and turned to leave the bar. Lin Wei watched Tang Long's retreating figure, her emotions a tumultuous mix. At that moment, Lin Ling had returned to her side. "You made the right choice. Trust me, he is indeed the dragon among men. Ling Ye, your judgment has always been remarkably accurate. I hope this time you won't let me down. Rest assured, I am an extraordinary being. If you doubt me, then so be it." Lin Ling giggled and turned to depart. "Of course, I believe you." Lin Wei was genuinely left in awe of her little cousin. Meanwhile, in the bedroom of a luxurious mansion, a young man with an ashen complexion lay there stiffly, resembling a lifeless corpse. Though his eyes were open, they gazed vacantly. His mouth agape, yet emitting no sound, appearing no different from a deceased individual. What on earth is happening? Who dares to harm a member of the Zhang family? I will ensure their entire family pays the price. At that moment, the bedroom door burst open, and an elderly man clad in a light blue training outfit strode in. His snowy brows furrowed in fury, his eyes ablaze with an intensity that resembled a volatile flame ready to ignite all in its path. Upon his entrance, those around instinctively recoiled, fearing they might be scorched by his wrath. The sole grandson of the Zhang family had fallen victim to a sinister plot, nearly reduced to a mere shell of a man. The news sent shockwaves through the entire Zhang household. The family gathered outside the room, utterly at a loss. "Do not fret, Dr. Yi is on his way." At that moment, a voice called from outside, and as the door swung open, several well-dressed young men escorted a figure swiftly into the room. The newcomer wore a leather cap, moving with agility, his demeanor exuding vitality. Following closely behind him was a young man carrying a medical kit. "Dr. Yi, you have finally arrived. Please save my grandson. He is the only heir of the Zhang family, and nothing must happen to him. If he were to suffer any misfortune, I, this old man, would not be able to continue living." Suddenly, the elderly man, his expression fierce, knelt before the newcomer, tears welling in his eyes. "Please rise, my dear elder. I will do everything in my power to save him." The newcomer, moved, quickly extended his hand to help the elder to his feet. "Dr. Yi, please, take a look at this. What on earth is happening? We cannot seem to remove this needle. It appears to have sealed his meridians." Once the elderly man stood, he pointed to a spot on Zhang Long's back. Behind Zhang Long, a needle adorned with a dragon motif is firmly embedded in his back, deeply piercing the flesh and rendering it impossible to extract. Forcing its removal could potentially cause nerve damage, leading to even more terrifying secondary injuries, a risk that is exceedingly high. Thus, upon seeing this needle, everyone fell into a profound silence. They all understood that this needle was extraordinary, and the individual who had administered it was even more remarkable. Yi Wanliang is renowned in the capital, not only as the president of the Huaxia Medical Association, but also as a highly esteemed leader in folk medicine. In the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, he stands as the unequivocal authority. Although still middle-aged, he rose to prominence at a young age, earning him the title of a prodigy in the medical field. Naturally, his fees are substantial, reportedly starting at around 1 million. The Zhang family's invitation for him to intervene undoubtedly came at a considerable cost. The dragon-locking needle? At this moment, after examining it closely, Yi Wanliang's emotions stirred as he pointed at the needle. "What is the dragon-locking needle?" His words took the core members of the family by surprise. Although they had never heard of this term before, they could sense the gravity of the situation. Anything capable of astonishing the well-versed Yi Shini must indeed be extraordinary. The dragon-locking needle is said to have been created by the ancient medicinal sage Li Jinren, who not only developed an unparalleled acupuncture technique, but also invented a formidable martial art known as the divine dragon coiling the heavens. Observing the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Yi Shini did not rush to treat the patient. Instead, he composedly recounted the tale of the dragon-locking needle. The audience was captivated, momentarily forgetting their urgency to treat the young master. One individual gazed eagerly at the sage, engrossed in his animated storytelling. "Oh, it hurts so much." At that moment, while everyone was engaged in conversation, Zhang Long, who had been lying on the sickbed in a semi-conscious state, suddenly cried out, awakening with a pallid face, his body twitching slightly. His eyes widened in agony, contorted with pain, appearing exceedingly ghastly. "Longer, how are you?" Upon seeing his son awaken, Zhang Zishuan stepped forward, his expression filled with concern. "Xiaolong, I am your grandfather. Please wake up quickly," Zhang Hongtu exclaimed. His eyes reddened as he vigorously shook Zhang Long's shoulders in an attempt to rouse him. "Do not move. Stand back. I shall handle this," Yi Wanliang interjected, stepping forward to part the crowd. Swiftly, he opened a medicine pouch and retrieved a slender box from within, extracting several golden needles. He then deftly punctured Zhang Long's body multiple times. Following the acupuncture, Zhang Long's condition began to improve significantly as a surge of stagnant energy was expelled, providing him with considerable relief. However, he approached the dragon-locking needle with utmost caution, unwilling to remove it hastily. Chapter 8. Coiling Dragon Hand. After finishing the acupuncture, Yi Wanliang applied medicine to Zhang Long and performed a massage to facilitate the flow of energy and blood, finally breathing a sigh of relief. "Gentlemen, this dragon-locking needle cannot be extracted by my abilities alone. We must locate the person who administered it to resolve the situation." Yi Wanliang pondered carefully, ultimately abandoning the idea of removal. It was not that it was impossible, but rather that he was utterly powerless. A misstep would undoubtedly result in the young master's demise. "Master, could it be that even you cannot extract this dragon-locking needle?" Upon hearing Yi Wanliang's words, the Zhang family members stood frozen in shock. Indeed, the dragon-locking needle was exceptionally difficult to remove, and now the assailant had infused it with strands of true energy, which remained contained within the needle. Should anyone attempt to forcibly extract it, an explosion would occur, instantly claiming the young master's life. The very mention of the dragon-locking needle was already a source of great distress, and the presence of true energy within only exacerbated the situation. A moment of silence enveloped the room as everyone grappled with the gravity of their predicament. What to do? Although Zhang Long had awakened, he had yet to fully recover, and the only path to complete restoration lay in removing the needle. It seems I must personally confront that little rascal, Zhang Hongta declared suddenly, slapping his palm and puffing out his snowy beard in indignation, his eyes glinting with a fierce intent that sent chills down the spine of those present. Meanwhile, not far from the bar, within a vehicle, two men in black sat inside, their expressions tinged with a hint of coldness. Hu Jing, this operation was executed flawlessly. I never expected we would uncover the whereabouts of the treasure so swiftly. However, since that woman is nowhere to be found, it is of little consequence. We now know whose possession the treasure lies within. The young man in the driver's seat, robust in stature with a tiger tattoo on his arm and a heavy gold chain around his neck, exuded an air of formidable strength despite the chilly weather. Wearing only a tank top that revealed his well-defined muscles, suggesting explosive power. If that little girl hadn't spoken up back at the bar, I might not have even noticed his existence. After careful observation, it was clear that the technique he employed was none other than the coiling dragon hand, which allowed me to ascertain that both treasures must be in his possession. Hu Jing said with a triumphant grin, originally intending to drown his sorrows at the bar. He found himself unexpectedly uncovering the treasure without any effort, which filled him with great satisfaction. Well done. The man referred to as the leader responded with a peculiar smile. But boss, I don't understand. This brat clearly lacks any significant skill. Why don't we just snatch the treasures directly from him? Hu Jing inquired, perplexed. Did you not notice? When he fought with Zhang Long, he used his left hand, and that arm is clearly not a normal human hand. It is incredibly hard. I suspect that even a knife would leave no mark upon it. I believe he possesses some sort of martial art akin to the Golden Bell Shield or Iron Cloth Shirt. Until we ascertain the situation, we cannot act recklessly. In the bar, Hu Jing and Long Gu had both taken note of this detail. Initially, they assumed Tang Long was left-handed, but upon closer inspection, they realized otherwise. His right hand had been occupied with a cigar, not participating in the battle. Relying solely on his left hand to incapacitate everyone in an instant showcased a terrifying level of combat prowess that even they, both seasoned practitioners at levels 5 and 6, could not help but envy. This realization deterred Long Gu from any thoughts of engagement, as they lacked confidence in securing a victory. Why did you insert the dragon locking needle into this kid? Do you truly wish to use him as a pawn? Hu Jing still appeared bewildered, scratching his head. My actions are merely a means to test this individual. The combat strength exhibited by that arm astonished me, and I wish to ascertain just how formidable his true abilities are. Yet, I have not sensed even a hint of a strong presence from him, Hu Jing confessed, scratching his head in confusion. Indeed, typically, a master will conceal their aura, only revealing their full strength when threatened. This grants them the ability to deliver a decisive blow to their opponent, Long Gu remarked, as if well-versed in the actions of masters, prompting Hu Jing to nod in agreement. As two elite members of the Seven Fiends, they were tasked with tracking the treasure's whereabouts, and it was entirely reasonable for them to exercise caution in the face of a mysterious adversary of unknown strength. Thus, you sought to use the dragon-locking needle to secure Zhang Xiao's vital point, instigating a conflict between the Zhang family and that young man, ultimately allowing us to sit back and reap the benefits from the sidelines? Upon hearing his words, Hu Jing suddenly smacked his forehead, as if he had achieved a complete understanding. Indeed, Hu Jing, you have grown remarkably wiser than before. The quick deduction made by Hu Jing truly delighted Long Gu. Brother, what do we plan to do next? Hu Jing inquired with an excited expression. The spark has already been ignited. For now, we can afford to relax a bit. Let us utilize this rare opportunity to investigate the whereabouts of that woman. Once we locate her, we shall eliminate her. Understood. The two concluded their discussion, and the vehicle swiftly made a U-turn, departing from the bar. As dawn broke, the first light of morning began to emerge in the distance. When Tang Long staggered to the entrance of an opulent villa, two security guards, who had been dozing off, instantly nudged each other awake, straightened their postures, and simultaneously called out son-in-law. Tang Long waved his hand and entered with a slight sway. Son-in-law, you've been drinking again. Just a while ago, the young lady inquired about your whereabouts, knowing you hadn't returned, and she was quite upset. At that moment, one of the security guards hurriedly approached him and whispered in his ear, Got it, thanks, brother. Tang Long reached into his pocket, pulled out a handful of red bills, and stuffed them into the guard's hands. This is for both of you. Take it and buy some drinks. After saying this, Tang Long proceeded into the villa. The two guards, upon seeing the substantial amount of money, were overjoyed, each receiving several thousand and returning with smiles. Compared to the icy demeanor of the young lady, this son-in-law was like a god of wealth, often sharing a little money with his brothers. Chapter 9. The Iceberg CEO Tang Long. How unbearable. Did you spend the night drinking again? As soon as Tang Long entered the room, he was pushed out by a woman inside. She was clad in an extremely form-fitting professional outfit that showcased her exquisite figure, complemented by a face of breathtaking beauty, truly a woman of unparalleled allure. Such a woman was as beautiful as an angel. However, her expression was as cold as ice, devoid of any hint of a smile, resembling an iceberg. It was no wonder Tang Long was reluctant to return home, even after marrying such a stunning wife. Since their engagement was announced by his grandfather 2 years ago, they had remained in a state of Cold War. In this family, the grandfather held an imperial status, and no one could reject his wishes. Even this exceptional beauty's marriage was orchestrated by him. Following a formal yet subdued wedding, they had officially become husband and wife. Although they had never shared a single night together, they were, at least in name, a married couple. Why are you like this? I merely had a few drinks. Tang Long waved his hand to dismiss her. Yet, at that moment, Lin Qingshue's hand happened to be grasped by his other hand, his golden left hand. Instantly, she felt a bone-chilling coldness, prompting her to instinctively gasp and step back several paces, regarding Tang Long as if he were a monster. Your hand. What is wrong? Why is it so cold? This hand has no body heat? Lin Qingshue's expression shifted slightly, and she unconsciously retreated, examining Tang Long as if he were a creature from another realm. It must be your illusion. I just came in from outside, so it must have gotten chilly. Feel it again? Tang Long replied, extending his hand once more. This time, Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment before cautiously touching it, finding it warm, markedly different from before. She finally sighed in relief. Tang Long smiled faintly, as he had merely activated a switch on that arm, allowing its internal battery to heat up rapidly to match human body temperature, giving it a warm and elastic feel akin to a real arm. However, only Tang Long understood that this was merely a high-tech product from the future. Had he not suffered a treacherous attack from his enemies, he would never have lost an arm. I can't be bothered with you. You've been idle for too long. It's time you found a job. Otherwise, your perpetual idleness will invite mockery from others. Lin Qingxue reprimanded, her disappointment stemming from her perception of his lack of capability. This was also the reason she had never truly accepted him. She felt that marrying such a man was a disgrace. However, the die had been cast. What more could be said? Even if they were to divorce now, it would be of no consequence. I understand. I won't let anyone look down on me. Today, I will seek employment. Tang Long did not refute her words. He had been indulging too much lately and should indeed attempt to lead a more stable life. Otherwise, not only would Lin Qingxue disdain him, but he would also begin to despise himself. His earlier despondency stemmed from the destruction of his Dantian. He was no longer the radiant sun god, but merely an exceedingly ordinary individual. Indeed, given his current status, he was utterly incompatible with the ice-cold goddess Lin Qingxue. Had it not been for the old man's coercion, this peculiar marriage would likely have been dissolved long ago. That's good. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qingxue's icy demeanor softened somewhat as she turned to leave. Wait a moment. Tang Long grasped her delicate hand firmly, pulling her slightly, causing Lin Qingxue to stumble into his embrace. What are you doing? You scoundrel. Let go of me, or I shall call security. Lin Qingxue had not anticipated Tang Long's actions, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she flustered to distance herself from him. Her expression a mix of shyness and anger. Wife, I merely wish to express my love for you. Get lost. I will never like a scoundrel like you. My love for you flows like the endless rivers, unceasing and profound. I shall make you believe that one day you will truly love me, and at that time, I shall openly possess you, Tang Long declared earnestly. These were his heartfelt words. He had genuinely fallen for this girl. Yet her temper was so foul that she outright ignored his existence. With a huff, she turned to leave. Annoying? I shall never like you in my lifetime. Give up already. With that, the sound of her high heels striking the ground echoed as Lin Qingxue stormed off, leaving Tang Long to watch her retreating figure with a resigned smile. I can conquer the dark world of the West. Can I truly not conquer a single woman? Tang Long shook his head, a sharp glint in his eyes. You must pull yourself together, Sun God. You are the strongest in the dark world of the West. No one surpasses you. In the depths of his mind, a voice seemed to softly urge him on. You are already a Farron. No matter how hard you cultivate, it will all be in vain. Accept your fate. Another voice resonated within, sounding distinctly masculine. In an instant, the two voices clashed within him, leaving him in the eye of the storm, filled with a sense of helplessness and sighing resignation. In a society where strength equates to everything, he had indeed become a Farron due to the destruction of his Dantian. Tang Long, too, began to self-deprecate. I have become a Farron. Yet I refuse to accept my fate, he murmured, the cold glint in his eyes igniting into fervor. Meanwhile, Wu Ma, witnessing the scene, felt utterly speechless, sighed softly, shook her head, and retreated indoors, casting a sympathetic glance at Tang Long. She had initially thought he was merely experiencing a moment of inspiration. Tang Long shook his head and returned to his room. Although he and the iceberg goddess were technically husband and wife, they actually slept in separate rooms. His room was on the first floor, adjacent to Wu Ma's quarters. As for Lin Qingxue, she resides alone in the room upstairs, forbidding him from ascending even a single step. Despite their marriage lasting several months, they have scarcely exchanged a few words. Upon returning to his chamber, Tang Long took the precious item he had recently acquired and placed it upon the table, diligently studying it. Aside from a parchment made of animal hide, there was also a gourd-shaped object. When he gently shook it, he was surprised to hear a tinkling sound emanating from within, as if some bead-like substance were swirling inside. Chapter 10. The mysterious animal hide scroll accompanied by the gentle motion. The gourd appeared to exude a peculiar fragrance, an aroma so enigmatic and indescribable that it instantly invigorated him upon entering his nostrils, dissipating his prior fatigue. In an instant, he felt rejuvenated. Could it be that an elixir of immortality resides within? This thought made Tang Long beam with delight. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet after much effort, he still could not fathom how to open the gourd. Although it appeared ordinary, it was remarkably sturdy, composed of an unknown material that rendered it impenetrable. Fearing that any forceful attempt might destroy the treasure within, he refrained from hasty actions. Tang Long had tried to scrape it with a knife, but not even a scratch was left behind, confirming it to be a true treasure. However, in a moment of carelessness, he nicked his finger with the blade, allowing a few drops of crimson blood to spill forth. He paid it no mind, considering such a trivial injury inconsequential. Finding himself unable to open the gourd, he reluctantly stowed it in his pocket and returned to the table, where he unfurled the animal hide scroll. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a mysterious martial arts manual, with the words Divine Dragon coiling the heavens emblazoned prominently on the cover. Yet, as his wounded finger touched the scroll, the blood from his injury seemed irresistibly drawn to it, and with a sudden spurt, it vanished into the scroll, as if being consumed by some unseen force. What could this mean? Tang Long hurriedly withdrew his hand, only to discover a strange pallor enveloping his fingertip, as though it had been bitten by some unseen entity. In an instant, the blood that had flowed out rapidly dissipated into the scroll, leaving him bewildered and unable to comprehend what had just occurred. However, in the next moment, the once lifeless colors and faint lines of the dragon depicted within the scroll sprang to life, vibrant and resplendent. The divine dragon seemed to awaken, its piercing gaze surveying the expanse of the universe, exuding an overwhelming aura of power that sent chills down his spine. The lifelike depiction of the dragon was as if a miniature dragon had coiled around the parchment, exuding an uncanny vitality that was both mesmerizing and awe-inspiring. With a sudden whoosh, it was unclear whether Tang Long had merely blinked or if something else had transpired, but one of the dragons depicted within surged forward, raising its head and letting out a low roar, before flicking its tail and darting towards him, enveloped in a cloud of white mist. An immense pressure radiated from it, causing Tang Long to momentarily falter under its weight. The intensity of this force was near overwhelming, making it difficult for him to breathe, as if he were confronting a colossal beast in a divine palace. With a thud, Tang Long fell to the ground, completely unprepared for the sheer terror instilled by the scroll. It resembled a genuine Pandora's box, ready to unleash unfathomable power, capable of obliterating everything in existence. Yet, even if Tang Long wished to retract his actions, it was too late. The moment the scroll was opened, he was irrevocably entangled in its fate. As he turned the page, a cloud of mist arose, and within that ethereal vapor, a divine dragon let out a soft cry, suddenly plunging into his body. The next instant, his consciousness was jolted awake, a sharp pain igniting in his back that was unbearable, causing him to lose consciousness once more. Several hours later, Tang Long gradually regained awareness. Upon awakening, his first instinct was to shed his shirt and rush to the bathroom. Facing the mirror, he was astonished to behold a dragon-shaped tattoo adorning his back. The dragon's tail curled beneath his left armpit, winding elegantly across his entire back, while the dragon's head perched upon his right shoulder. This tattoo appeared eerily lifelike, akin to a sculptural masterpiece, its scales shimmering with a radiant glow that enveloped him entirely. Of course, this luminescence was fleeting, disappearing within moments. Yet upon closer inspection, traces of the dragon remained visible beneath his skin. At that moment, Tang Long's back felt as though it had been scorched by fire, an agonizing sensation that was nearly unbearable. Nonetheless, he was exhilarated to sense warmth flooding his previously dormant dantian, a comforting sensation that was wholly unfamiliar. Though he could not discern the reason, Tang Long instinctively felt that these peculiar manifestations were inextricably linked to the animal hide scroll. When he picked it up once more, he was astonished to discover that one of the previously depicted 3 dragons had vanished, leaving only 2 behind. How peculiar! Tang Long couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, realizing he was encountering something utterly extraordinary for the first time. While he could not grasp the full implications, the awakening of energy within his dantian was exhilarating, signaling the potential for restoration. With determination, he entered a state of cultivation. What appeared to be an ordinary scroll concealed the divine dragon within, a revelation that took everyone by surprise. Even more astonishing was that Tang Long had been drawn into it, surrounded by divine dragons, which made him feel a surge of trepidation. However, these dragons harbored no intent to harm. After circling around him a few times, they suddenly vanished. In the next moment, waves of searing energy coursed through his body, weaving through his damaged meridians and gathering in his dantian. Before long, pure chi began to congregate in his abdomen, infusing the shattered dantian with revitalizing energy. Then, a remarkable scene unfolded. The previously ruptured dantian began to mend itself under the influence of this pure essence. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the streams of energy emitted a faint glow, taking on a dragon-like form, reminiscent of the ethereal dragons Tang Long had encountered earlier, swiftly healing his wounds. First, strands of true chi began to stitch together the damaged areas, followed by a continuous flow of energy that mended the ruptured scars, restoring the dantian to its pristine state. It was as if a pair of gentle hands were massaging him, expediting the healing process and imparting an unparalleled sense of comfort and serenity. Enveloped in a warm and invigorating aura, his body underwent remarkable transformations. Impurities were expelled, and the previously damaged meridians rapidly repaired themselves. His dantian had already reverted to its fundamental form. It appeared that in just a few days, complete recovery was within reach. Time flew by, and before he knew it, an entire morning had passed. By noon, Lin Qingxue had yet to return, and upon preparing a meal, Wu Ma called out to him, though he paid her no heed. This state of cultivation persisted until the following morning. After a day and night of intense practice, his dantian had miraculously healed. In truth, his dantian had not been utterly destroyed, merely fractured by someone's palm energy, allowing for a more time-efficient restoration. As dawn broke, Tang Long stretched lazily, finally liberated from his meditative state. He rolled up the animal skin scroll, an expression of disbelief gracing his features. He had truly recovered. It seemed his dantian was at least 30% restored. He had not anticipated the astonishing efficacy of these 2 treasures. He chuckled heartily, feeling as though he had struck gold. Chapter 11. Longhai Group. Meanwhile, Wu Ma, having prepared breakfast, approached to summon Tang Long. Upon seeing him muttering to himself in a frenzied manner, she assumed her son-in-law was ill, perhaps even feverish. Alarmed, she reached out to touch his forehead. "Oh my, you're burning up? Are you feverish, son-in-law? You're talking nonsense." Wu Ma was startled to find that Tang Long's temperature was indeed higher than normal. This was not a fever, but rather a consequence of concluding his cultivation, which naturally caused her concern. "Ah, Wu Ma, I'm perfectly fine. I'm just hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Yes, I've just made breakfast. There's millet porridge and youtiao. Why didn't you wait for the young lady to come down and eat together? Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Long had already appeared at the dining table. One hand clutching a youtiao, while the other held a bowl of porridge, occasionally shoveling delectable side dishes into his mouth with gusto. He was relishing every bite. Wu Ma had intended to say something, but recalling that he hadn't eaten for over a day, she decided to hold her tongue, shaking her head slightly as she returned to the kitchen. It seemed she would need to prepare more. Otherwise, when the young lady arrived, there would be nothing left for her. As Wu Ma busied herself preparing additional breakfast, a charming young woman stood at the top of the stairs, gazing with a complex expression at Tang Long, who was devouring his meal with abandon, her beautiful brows furrowing deeply. After a moment's hesitation, she took a seat at the table, though she did not eat, instead contemplating the sight of Tang Long, who resembled a refugee who had gone days without food. With one hand wielding chopsticks and the other finger splayed, he clutched a youtiao between two of his fingers, devouring it fervently while exclaiming, "It's absolutely delicious. Wu Ma's cooking is exceptional. Such skills deserve a raise. When that cold beauty comes down, I must suggest it." With a loud clap, Lin Qingxue could no longer contain herself. "Ah, when did you arrive? How come I didn't notice? Come sit. You must be starving. This youtiao is delightful. Have one." Only then did Tang Long realize that another person had joined him at the table. Upon noticing his greasy hands, Lin Qingxue felt a wave of nausea wash over her, instantly losing her appetite. "Young lady, if breakfast isn't enough, I'll make you another portion right away," Wu Ma chimed in from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. "No need. I refuse to eat alongside this scoundrel." Lin Qingxue shot Tang Long a cold glare as she stood up. "But, young lady, you haven't eaten anything. How can that be acceptable?" Wu Ma implored, her heart aching at the sight. "Indeed, dear, you'll be working all day. I've noticed you've looked unwell these past few days with all the overtime. You must eat something to have the energy to work," Tang Long quickly added, grabbing a remaining youtiao and offering it to her. Yet Lin Qingxue grimaced in disgust, waving her hand and knocking the youtiao from his grasp to the floor. "I refuse to eat anything you've touched. It's revolting." I just washed my hands, all right?" Tang Long replied, feeling somewhat dejected. Why was he being scolded for his good intentions? Truly, good deeds often go unpunished. "By the way, Tang Long, how is that job search I asked you about coming along?" Lin Qingxue suddenly halted, turning back with a serious expression directed at him. I will go look for a job today. If I can't find one, I shall no longer be your husband," Tang Long proclaimed with bravado. Hearing the term husband made Lin Qingxue's expression turn icy. "Remember, do not refer to me as such in front of others, and do not expose our relationship. Otherwise, I want to spare you." "Understood," he replied. "And if you fail to find a satisfactory job by tonight, do not call me your wife again. I refuse to have a husband who lazes around all day." Lin Qingxue's tone grew increasingly frigid. "Rest assured, I shall go find work immediately, and it will be a good job that will surely satisfy you." Tang Long maintained a carefree demeanor. "Fine, I'll hold you to that. If you fail to find a suitable job by the time you return tonight, I expect you to vacate this villa," Lin Qingxue stated coldly, her disgust evident. "Oh my God, the pressure is overwhelming." Tang Long's expression shifted, realizing she was serious. If he didn't put forth effort, he would indeed be cast out. After finishing his meal, Tang Long stood outside the main door. With a casual gesture, a taxi came to a halt. Upon entering, the driver inquired, "Where to?" "Driver, I need to look for a job. Just take me somewhere to apply," Tang Long replied. Aside from being familiar with bars, he was at a loss regarding job hunting. The driver, a local, nodded, fully aware of the area as he drove away from the residence. "Brother, you're from out of town, aren't you?" The driver, a middle-aged man with a rugged beard and tattoos adorning his arms, appeared to be a typical streetwise character. "Yes, your tattoos are quite impressive," Tang Long complimented. "Impressive, but of no use. Look at me, after years in the streets, I'm still driving a taxi. So, one must have knowledge to gain respectable employment at reputable companies. There's a prominent company nearby that's currently hiring. I've heard the benefits are quite good. New employees can earn over $10,000 a month. In this small third-tier city, a $10,000 monthly salary was considered top-notch." After receiving Tang Long's small compliment, the middle-aged man seemed quite pleased. "Well then," Tang Long replied, not wanting to delve too deeply into the matter, as long as he could find a place to work. That was sufficient. The vehicle soon arrived at a grandiose skyscraper, and after paying the fare, Tang Long stepped out. Gazing up at the towering, radiant edifice, he was taken aback. Bold golden letters caught his eye. Long High Group. Upon seeing these words, Tang Long's heart raced with excitement. Observing the well-dressed young men and women entering and exiting, he couldn't help but shake his head, realizing he had dressed far too casually. Donning a tattered t-shirt and slightly faded jeans, with a cheap watch worth only a few hundred, he felt the stark contrast to the fashionably clad individuals around him. However, it seemed there was no time to change clothes now. Chapter 12. Retreat in the face of difficulty. Tang Long smiled helplessly and paid no mind to the situation as he stepped inside. The receptionist, upon seeing him, raised her hand to stop him. "Sir, may I ask what brings you here?" "I am here for a job," Tang Long replied, casting a fleeting glance at the striking beauty before him. He found her quite captivating. The Long High Group, indeed, lived up to its reputation of being filled with exquisite women. Just the two receptionists at the front desk, in terms of looks and physique, could easily outshine professional models. Tang Long couldn't help but steal a few more glances, especially at the two ladies whose figures were exceptionally curvaceous, clad in low-cut, deep V uniforms that made them appear incredibly alluring. Tang Long's eyes brightened, and unable to resist, he gazed at them longer. The beauties sensed the scrutiny and, somewhat displeased, let out a soft huff, slightly furrowing their elegantly shaped brows. In fact, many company receptionists are mere ornaments. They must not only be beautiful, but also possess an appealing figure to present a more polished image for the company. The receptionist, her tone growing impatient, gestured toward the door. "I'm sorry, sir, but if you're looking for a job, I suggest you head to the labor market across the street, where you'll find positions better suited for you." Tang Long, feeling somewhat offended, retorted, "You look down on me, don't you? I am here to apply for the security position, and I am quite adept at it." Demonstrating his prowess, he struck a pose, revealing bulging muscles on his arms that astonished the young ladies, who couldn't help but gasp in surprise, their eyes shimmering with envy. "Impressive, right?" Tang Long exclaimed, seeing their astonished expressions, their mouths agape in disbelief. He proceeded to show off a few more poses, further widening their eyes in amazement, eliciting joyful squeals from them. In the modern urban landscape, many office workers lack physical fitness. Either they are overweight or have unbalanced proportions, making Tang Long's well-proportioned, robust physique a sight to behold. The two ladies gazed at him with newfound admiration, their eyes glowing with desire. Though Tang Long's attire was rather unremarkable, with a change of clothes, he would undoubtedly transform into a dashing young man. With a physique so enticing, it was no surprise that the two young women beamed at him, even asking for his phone number. In an instant, their demeanor shifted, and they chatted with Tang Long, all smiles. "My punch could easily fell a bull, you know. Don't be too surprised, little lady. If you become my girlfriend, I'll protect you every day and let you walk with pride," Tang Long teased, invigorated by their change in attitude, causing them to erupt in fits of laughter. He playfully showcased a few more moves, drawing gasps from other passing girls. For a moment, surrounded by a throng of admirers, Tang Long felt on top of the world. After sharing light-hearted banter with the beauties, he cheekily asked for their WeChat and phone numbers, showering them with hugs and kisses before making his way to the Human Resources Department responsible for recruitment. Observing his charming demeanor, the young ladies couldn't help but be captivated, watching him leave with a hint of reluctance. After receiving the application form, he swiftly filled it out and, upon completion, obtained a number, then queued for the interview. However, he hadn't anticipated that he possessed such a talent for charming other women with just a few words. At that moment, on the second floor near the elevator, an angelic beauty, accompanied by Secretary Huang Ying, stepped out of the lift. She happened to witness the earlier commotion, and upon seeing it, her face turned slightly pale as she began to speak softly to herself. "What a handsome man! His incredibly muscular physique is truly enviable." Not far from her, a pretty girl with a ponytail and gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in professional attire, couldn't contain her astonishment. Huang Ying, a high-achieving graduate from Cambridge, had just been appointed as Lin Qingshua's secretary. Despite her annual salary of $1 million, she appeared no different from an ordinary young woman. However, she was a highly sought-after talent, proficient in over 20 languages, a rarity for the company. Upon hearing her words, Lin Qingxue, who had been lost in thought, cast a curious glance at her, sensing that the girl was not joking. Though she was only a few years younger, Lin Qingxue had always been oblivious to men and, due to her cold and efficient demeanor, had earned the nickname of the Ice Queen CEO. Yet, hearing another girl praise him stirred an unfamiliar sensation within her, as if something that belonged to her was at risk of being stolen. However, she and Tang Long had yet to develop any genuine feelings. They were merely a couple in name. With that thought, a faint cold smile crossed her face. By the way, Secretary Huang, please go down and find out what this man is doing here and why he has appeared in our company. Yes, President, Huang Ying replied, taking off swiftly to inquire. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue crossed her arms, observing coldly. Before long, Huang Ying returned, panting. President, I found out his name is Tang Long, and he is here for a job interview. What position is he applying for? Lin Qingxue inquired. It seems he is applying for the security role. Huang Ying replied after a moment's thought. This man is intolerable. He absolutely cannot enter my company, Lin Qingxue said, her irritation evident. President, I will inform Sister Yang immediately to ensure he fails the interview, Huang Ying offered, though she could sense the shift in Lin Qingxue's mood. It seemed there was some unresolved tension between her and this man. That won't be necessary. I want him to retreat in the face of difficulty. Lin Qingxue felt that outright rejection was pointless, so she reconsidered. President, what do you mean? Huang Ying blinked, her sharp mind already piecing together the implications, but choosing to remain silent. Let us concoct a scheme to stump him. It won't be the company rejecting him, but rather his own inadequacies. That way, the company's reputation remains intact. Lin Qingxue mused, a glint of cold amusement flashing in her eyes. Notify them that the requirements for the security position have been elevated. Not only will there be an interview, but also a practical test. Those who fail will be dismissed without exception. Lin Qingxue contemplated, a sinister smile creeping across her face. Chapter 13. He is the dragon soul, to be honest. She had no desire for Tang Long to join her company. If he were to gain employment, their relationship would be at risk of exposure. Should others discover that her husband was indeed him, it would only add to her embarrassment, especially since he was quite brazen. Once he was in the company, he might frequently disrupt her, adding to her discomfort. With this in mind, she resolved firmly, a cold smile gracing her features. Very well, I will notify Manager Yang at once. With that, Huang Ying made a quick phone call, and soon after, she conveyed the president's intentions in fluent English. On the other end of the line, a beautiful woman dressed in professional attire, her hair cascading down her back, displayed her astonishment. What? The rules are changing? Indeed. This is the president's directive. You are to comply. But what does a practical test entail? How am I supposed to conduct it? Yang Miao Miao lamented, feeling overwhelmed. In the past, as long as they passed the interview, they could find a few capable individuals to assess his skills. In any case, he must not be allowed to enter our company, Huang Ying advised. Huang Ying cheerfully remarked that as a distinguished graduate of Cambridge, her intellect undoubtedly surpassed that of the average individual. Upon hearing this, Yang Miao Miao had little to say and simply acquiesced. The addition of a practical examination had certainly intensified her workload. The security department of the company comprised several formidable characters, all of whom were recently discharged Special Forces personnel. Their skills were not to be underestimated. Should Tang Long manage to defeat them, he would secure his position. However, the likelihood of an ordinary person passing such a test was exceedingly slim. After finalizing arrangements, Huang Ying succinctly reported the situation to Lin Qingxue. Upon hearing the news, a glimmer of joy appeared on Lin Qingxue's face. Very well, this time I shall see how capable you truly are, she mused, a hint of disdain flickering across her delicate features. Yet, the subsequent news left her feeling somewhat restless. This fellow had effortlessly triumphed over the Special Forces, thereby earning advancement eligibility. When the news reached her from Yang Miao Miao, it left both her and her secretary, Huang Ying, momentarily stunned, as if unable to fathom its veracity. Only after multiple confirmations could they be certain that Tang Long had indeed passed the test. It seemed that only her elder sister could intervene now. Lin Qingxue nodded and retrieved her phone to make a call. Before long, the line connected. Sister, are you there? What is the matter? Did you not invite me to lunch? It's not even noon yet. Why the urgency? A melodious voice responded, exuding a brisk, military-like aura. Lin Qingyun had long arranged to have lunch with her elder sister, but the unfolding events had caused her to momentarily forget. Sister, I need your assistance with something, Lin Qingxue said, her tone suddenly sobering. Go ahead, what is it? I hope it's not another entanglement with that young Master Long? Lin Qingyun inquired. The persistent pursuit of Lin Qingxue by Long Haitian, the heir of the Long family, was well known. However, Lin Qingxue had shown no interest in him, consistently ignoring his advances. Yet, the young man continued to send flowers daily and frequently visited the Longhai Group's office to seek her out, sparking gossip among employees. This situation had become quite a source of frustration for Lin Qingxue. Naturally, this matter had not escaped Lin Qingyun's attention. Being from a military background, she was concerned about her younger sister's predicament. When she heard Lin Qingxue's plea for help, her thoughts immediately drifted to the bothersome suitor, Long Haitian. However, the situation was not as she had imagined. Lin Qingxue shook her head, her expression grave. "You're mistaken, it's not that." The mere mention of the suitor caused her to frown slightly. She glanced around, seemingly wary of being overheard, and quickly walked towards the CEO's office, shutting the door behind her. "Sister, today someone will come to apply for the security position, and I need you to stop him," Lin Qingxue said, her urgency palpable. Initially, she had assumed he would fail the test, alleviating her concerns about this rogue entering the company, but the current developments had far exceeded her expectations. "Just a security guard? Is it worth my intervention? I am the captain of the Crimson Tiger. It would be rather inconvenient for me to take action myself. Perhaps I could have my subordinates assist you instead," came the doubtful voice. "Sister, you don't understand. This scoundrel has a military background and is quite formidable. He is highly regarded by grandfather." The mention of their grandfather's name made her voice notably more intense. For the hasty marriage arrangement had been initiated by the old man in a moment of jubilation. Given grandfather's stature within the family, no one dared to oppose his wishes. Yet, despite their union, she had never truly accepted him in her heart. On the contrary, she had been resistant to him since their marriage and had not even allowed him the opportunity to hold her hand, opting to sleep in separate rooms, keeping their true relationship hidden from the outside world. Although she recognized that her treatment of Tang Long was rather harsh, she could not conceive of a better alternative. "What is his name?" The voice suddenly rose in pitch, revealing a tinge of excitement. "His name is Tang Long." "What? Tang Long?" Upon hearing this name, the beautiful girl on the other end of the line, clad in camouflage, was evidently taken aback. "What's wrong?" Lin Qingxue inquired, surprised by her sister's astonishment. She thought to herself that Tang Long was merely an ordinary person, appearing no different from a regular laborer. Why was her sister so taken aback? "What is your relationship with him?" "No relationship." "Then send me his photo immediately." Lin Qingyun exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. Only she understood that this individual was far from ordinary. "Why the urgency? Don't ask so many questions. I'm in the car, hurry." Lin Qingyun's voice was tinged with palpable excitement. A few minutes later, a photo arrived on Lin Qingyun's phone. Upon receiving it, her expression shifted to one of exhilaration. "It's him. It's really him. After all these years, he hasn't changed a bit. He is the dragon soul." After hanging up, her heart raced with excitement. She could now confirm that the figure standing on the grassy field beneath the setting sun, with a gentle smile, alongside the beautiful girl, was a sight that transported her back in time. A flood of emotions surged within her, leaving her momentarily disoriented, as if a large stone had been thrown into tranquil waters, creating ripples of tumult. Minutes later, she finally extricated herself from this strange emotional turmoil, took out her phone, hesitated briefly, and then exhaled deeply. To her surprise, her eyes had become moist. A few crystalline tears slipped down, dampening her clothing. "It's him. It's really him. I cannot be mistaken. After years away from Huaxia, he is finally returning. I must find him." After taking a deep breath, she swiftly composed herself and dialed a number. Seconds later, Lin Qingxue answered the phone. "Sister, what is it? Tell your people not to engage him yet. He is no ordinary person. He is an absolute treasure." "Huh? I will arrive in 15 minutes, and then we can discuss the details." With a look of surprise and excitement, she quickly ended the call and made another, summoning 2 subordinates before hastily departing her residence. Driving a powerful dragon car, they sped toward Longhai Group. When this imposing vehicle came to a screeching halt in front of the Longhai Group building, it instantly became the center of attention, drawing the gaze of numerous onlookers. With a sharp sound, the car door swung open, and Lin Qingyun, clad in camouflage and polished military boots, leaped out, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Her presence exuded not only the aura of a soldier, but also remarkable beauty. Albeit her demeanor was stern, emanating a formidable intensity that instilled a sense of dread, compelling onlookers to avert their gaze. Following her were two formidable figures. One towered at an impressive height of 2 meters, while the other was slender yet remarkably agile, moving with no hint of clumsiness. Another figure was short and stout, sporting a large belly reminiscent of a Mithra Buddha, stretching his clothing outward, creating a spherical silhouette akin to a ball. Coupled with a bald head, he resembled a reincarnation of Mithra Buddha. The faint smile gracing his face evoked an involuntary chuckle from onlookers. "You too. Hurry up," Lin Qingyan commanded, having taken a few steps before pausing, completely unfazed by the gazes of others, turning to issue orders to her subordinates. "Yes." The two men hastily quickened their pace, closely trailing behind her. The trio swiftly entered the building, where Lin Qingxue had already dispatched Secretary Huang Ying to await their arrival. Upon their entrance, they were promptly escorted to the president's office by Secretary Huang, where they were greeted by Lin Qingxue. A subtle smile flickered across Lin Qingyun's face. "Qingxue, has this fellow been troubling you? Your intense dislike for him must surely have its reasons," Lin Qingyun remarked with a straight posture and a grin. Upon hearing her elder sister's inquiry, Lin Qingxue felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety, akin to a thief caught red-handed by the police. Meeting Lin Qingyun's piercing gaze made her heart race with tension. "No, I simply don't want him in my company," Lin Qingxue replied through clenched teeth, clearly expressing her disdain for the man. "Heh, keeping secrets from me? Fine, if you want to disclose, I shan't pry. Nonetheless, that man appears quite extraordinary. Instruct your men not to engage him. Otherwise, they will surely find themselves at a disadvantage," Lin Qingyun said nonchalantly. "But my men have already lost to him," Lin Qingxue lamented. She thought to herself how Yang Miao Miao had been so hasty, arranging the competition immediately after her words, resulting in their special forces being thoroughly defeated, leaving them in need of medical attention. Had it not been for Tang Long's mercy, the situation could have been far worse. Yet, no matter how formidable they were, they could not compare to a true super soldier like Lin Qingyun, who was renowned as one of the 4 great warriors of Huaxia, responsible for training and managing the local elite troops. This time, her assistance was a significant relief for Lin Qingxue, resolving a major predicament. "Are they all right?" Lin Qingyun, well aware of the legendary figure in question, the Dragon Soul, who had once single-handedly vanquished the 4 great families, pondered the potential changes that might arise from his return to Huaxia. Her thoughts momentarily drifted, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. Lin Qingxue, observing her sister's expression, felt a twinge of surprise. The powerful woman, who typically dismissed everything, now exhibited a trace of admiration when speaking of this man. It was utterly abnormal. "Something's off, there must be an issue." Lin Qingxue's mood shifted uneasily. "They are fine, merely some superficial injuries." It seems both parties exercised restraint, Lin Qingxue quickly reassured. Hearing this, Lin Qingyun exhaled in relief, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. "It appears he has truly changed," she murmured to herself. In her recollection, this formidable individual was notorious for his lethal strikes and explosive temperament, showing no mercy to his foes. Yet this time, her impression was distinctly different. It seemed he was undergoing significant transformations. "Sister, what are you saying?" Lin Qingxue inquired. "Nothing," Lin Qingyun replied, realizing she had spoken too freely, her heart suddenly racing. However, she quickly regained her composure. "But sister, this time, do not injure him too severely. Defeating him is sufficient," Lin Qingxue cautioned, fearing her sister, who had served in the special forces, might resort to excessive force. Despite her own disdain for him, she would feel guilty if he were harmed because of her. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Human Resources Department, a figure strode in. "How did it go? Did I pass the interview? When do I start working?" Tang Long asked with a smile, addressing a female HR staff member softly. To him, the daunting challenges perceived by outsiders seemed trivial and hardly worth concern. "Soon, very soon. Please be patient. There's just one final test," the female staff member responded. Her unease evident as Tang Long's smile felt like a dangerous toxin in her eyes, instilling a sense of trepidation. Chapter 15. The final test, the final test? What kind of company is this? Are you recruiting international mercenaries or something? Why the hassle? Tang Long began to doubt the true purpose of the company's recruitment process. He sensed that the scrutiny he faced was markedly different from that of others, seemingly targeted. Had he not promised Lin Qingxue to succeed in the application today, he might have turned on his heel and left. After hearing his words, the previously indifferent HR staff member displayed a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, this series of tests was excessively rigorous, a reflection of the president's directives. As a low-level employee, she dared not question it and could only shake her head, appearing helpless. Tang Long sat down, feeling somewhat disheartened. Outside, several candidates who had applied for the security position were leaving, visibly elated. A few approached him to offer sympathetic words. "Don't worry, brother. I heard the company values you highly. They're bringing in special forces to spar with you. Given your skills, you should dispatch them easily." Those who had witnessed Tang Long's prowess regarded him with admiration. In contrast, their own paths had been far simpler, with more manageable opponents and seemingly symbolic tests. As long as they weren't utterly incompetent, they would likely pass. Special forces? Upon hearing this, Tang Long felt restless. Damn, do they really think I'm an international mercenary, bringing in special forces? Hey brother, if it doesn't work out, just go to another company. I can tell the boss doesn't want you here and is making it difficult for you, one friend said, patting Tang Long's shoulder with a sympathetic expression before they all departed. Tang Long felt utterly dejected. Yet his curiosity was piqued. He wanted to understand why the company was treating him this way. Did he have some hidden grudge with them? That couldn't be. He had just arrived, and he hardly knew anyone. Before long, his number was called. Tang Long entered the room, where, besides a female HR staff member responsible for the interview, several robust young men stood. The floor was covered with thick mats, and the center was enclosed with partitions. Various combat equipment, such as boxing gloves and protective gear, was scattered around, resembling a martial arts training venue. In fact, these young men were elite employees from the security department. As the newly recruited security personnel were required to possess certain combat skills and a level of education, this practical assessment had become an integral part of the process. With the company's international strategy advancing, the quality requirements for personnel had significantly increased, thereby raising the bar for recruitment and causing many to hesitate. Tang Long had previously heard sounds of fighting from within. It was likely that these candidates were engaged in combat. However, this training room was unlike the one he had passed through earlier. It was equipped with an actual boxing ring, complete with muscle-bound opponents and enthusiastic spectators, reminiscent of an underground fight arena. Among those present were several individuals who had previously fallen to Tang Long's fists, now radiating intense hostility upon his entrance. It is evident that Tang Long has triumphed over them, leaving them grievously injured. Now, wrapped in bandages, they have become the subject of mockery among their comrades. What does this imply? Tang Long couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. He then spoke, "Do not be too astonished. Our company is an international enterprise. Thus we not only seek employees of high caliber, but also those possessing exceptional martial skills. Otherwise, what purpose would it serve to recruit you? To guard the entrance? Absolutely not. We desire elite individuals, and of course, the remuneration is top tier, even surpassing the typical white-collar salary. However, the practical assessment is the most crucial aspect, my friend. Are you afraid?" One of the youths, dressed only in a sleeveless vest, cast a cold glance at him and remarked disdainfully, "Indeed, to become a formal employee of our company, you must overcome this final hurdle. Otherwise, the monthly salary of 30,000 will be for naught." Another robust youth brandished his fist, akin to a sandbag, boasting arrogantly, "This so-called test is quite simple. It's merely a sparring match." The sight of those previously battered individuals being led away was truly shocking. "Do not be afraid. Even in defeat, we will provide you with a compensation of approximately $1,500 for your injuries. With this sum, you may take your leave. If you choose not to fight, however, then this money shall remain unattainable. So, what are you hesitating for, my friend? Prove yourself. Come on." Observing Tang Long's continued silence, these individuals assumed he was terrified and began to elaborate. It was clear that this group exhibited tendencies towards violent cruelty, particularly the one who had spoken earlier, who had not had the opportunity to unleash his aggression for a considerable time and was now quite eager. Seeing Tang Long's timid demeanor, he pressed on eagerly, attempting to entice him to the arena for a thorough thrashing, relishing the experience without facing any repercussions, an indulgence for a muscle-bound man like him. Is this really how it operates? Tang Long was momentarily stunned. "Mr. Tang, to truly become a formal employee here, you must undergo one final practical assessment as per the latest directives from the president," another young man from the HR department remarked with a malicious grin. His words distanced him from any responsibility. "Damn, your president must be quite deranged." Tang Long finally grasped the situation, furrowing his brow, clearly unimpressed by the unconventional methods employed. The audacity to publicly label the president as such transformed the atmosphere into one of palpable tension. "I'm done here. If I'm not welcome, I shall take my leave elsewhere." Tang Long shook his head and turned to depart. Although he had promised Lin Qingshu that he would secure a job today or face expulsion, his dignity compelled him to make an effort. With half a day remaining, he believed he had ample time to seek another opportunity. His bold declaration attracted considerable attention. Someone dared to openly jest about the company president, a truly audacious move. During a conversation with the receptionist, Tang Long had learned that the president was an extraordinarily stunning woman. His curiosity piqued. He longed to ascertain just how beautiful she truly was. The thought of becoming her personal bodyguard painted a picture of a perfect life in his mind. Protecting a beauty, sharing intimate moments together. It was a delightful fantasy that brought him joy. Yet, reality seemed to starkly contrast his imaginings. Chapter 16, Provocation. Reality is often far more brutal. Alas, so it seems that even beautiful women can possess violent inclinations. This realization extinguished the myriad thoughts swirling in Tang Long's mind. His prior fantasies dissipated with the impending brutal trial. It was not out of fear, but rather a reluctance to engage in combat. After all, his internal energy was obliterated, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The only reliance he had was on his left hand, which concealed the greatest secret of his existence. Thus, he would refrain from employing it unless absolutely necessary to avoid revealing his true identity. In truth, not only did the girl harbor doubts about him, but everyone else also held little hope. Some even urged him to abandon the endeavor, for his physique was evidently inferior to those of the other candidates. Although his face was somewhat handsome, in every aspect of comparison, he remained the weakest among them. As Tang Fei turned to leave, the collective shook their heads in disbelief. In the days that had passed, only a scant few had been recruited, a significant blow for the hiring committee. At times, the examiners even privately contemplated whether to ease the standards. Yet, recalling the president's words about preferring quality over quantity, they ultimately dismissed such thoughts. "Are you truly leaving?" A cold female voice pierced through the air behind him. "What? Am I to remain here and risk being beaten to a pulp?" Tang Long regarded the muscle-bound men with utter disdain. However, given his current predicament, he chose to abandon the confrontation. Yet, the voice struck a familiar chord, compelling him to pause. He shook his head and turned, recognizing a striking woman clad in camouflage, her posture tall and commanding, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. When their gazes met, her eyes sparkled with recognition, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. Clearly, this woman knew him, yet Tang Long could barely recall her. The sound of her voice merely resonating in his memory. When he had been ambushed and nearly met his demise, it was Zeus who intervened, not only affixing a high-tech metal arm in place of his severed limb, but also erasing his previous memories. Thus, his current state resembled that of amnesia. He could only remember a few inconsequential details, with the majority of his recollections reduced to fragmented chaos requiring time to reconcile. Or perhaps they would remain lost forever. "Do not gaze upon me so. I am but a legend," Tang Long blurted out, eliciting a shudder from the approaching woman. The carefree, reckless individual he once was often uttered such phrases, yet now he had become a stranger to himself. Was this amnesia or merely pretense? The question ignited curiosity within Lin Qinyun. From her perspective, this man had changed significantly, a stark contrast to the serious, stiff figure he had once been during his military days. It was no wonder her sister detested him, constantly seeking ways to rid herself of him. To walk away like this tarnishes the dignity of a soldier and brings shame upon the military. "I could never respect you." Lin Qinyun stepped forward, her tone tinged with disappointment. "How do you know I am a soldier?" Tang Long inquired, astonished, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the striking woman radiating military grace. "I also know that you must secure a job today. If you walk out of here, I assure you, you will struggle to find employment in the entire Jianghai city." Lin Qinyun asserted with commanding authority. With the power of the Lin family backing her, no company would dare to employ him based on her word. Why? Tang Long was taken aback. He had initially thought that finding a job would be a straightforward endeavor, but it now appeared far more complex. It seemed that someone was manipulating events behind the scenes. Upon hearing her words, the previously injured individuals exchanged glances filled with malicious glee, folding their arms in anticipation of the unfolding drama. One even made a provocative gesture. In the past, Tang Long would have swiftly broken that finger. But now he chose to endure. Swallowing this breath of indignation for the time being is merely a prelude to a future, formidable eruption. Fool, do you still not comprehend? Come now, I shall engage you with merely 30% of my strength. As long as you can endure for 5 seconds without faltering, you may consider yourself victorious. What do you say? Observing Tang Long in his current state, even Lin Qingyun could not help but exhale softly, for it appeared he truly no longer recognized himself. Tang Long took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. His arrival instantly stirred the previously dormant arena into a frenzy. Those who had been dreadfully bored and nearly dozing now widened their eyes, gazing at the new challenger. He has finally arrived. Haha, this promises to be entertaining. He seems rather unimpressive, does he not? Indeed, it appears even a gust of wind could topple him. He is no better than the previous one. One must not judge by appearances. Alas, you fellows lack discernment. I believe this lad possesses potential. An elderly man could not contain his voice, lending Tang Long a measure of support. Upon hearing this rare endorsement, a flicker of joy crossed Tang Long's face as he waved in acknowledgement. Old sir, I adore you. This audacious fellow playfully gestured and blew a kiss, instantly sending a shiver coursing through the elder's body, as if jolted by electricity. Tang Long cast a cold gaze at the group of robust men before him, all sporting crew cuts, resembling recently retired Special Forces soldiers, their faces bearing an air of arrogance that dismissed the somewhat slender Tang Long entirely. Come on, boy. As long as you can withstand one of us for 5 seconds, you pass. If not, you might as well pack up and leave. I have little respect for cowards. The leader's eyes gleamed with icy disdain as he scrutinized Tang Long. Clearly unfriendly. With a finger encased in tactical leather gloves, he gestured downward, simultaneously spreading his legs to signal Tang Long to crawl beneath him. Boom! Witnessing this provocation ignited an inferno of rage within Tang Long, obliterating the defenses of his rationality in an instant, his eyes gleaming with a chilling and terrifying light, akin to an ancient beast exuding a terrifying aura capable of swallowing the heavens and devouring the earth. The temperature around him plummeted by 3 degrees, instilling a profound sense of unease among the onlookers, who instinctively stepped back. Provocation. Chapter 17. Challenge to all. Tang Long had never encountered such blatant provocation. This unadulterated affront instantly set his blood boiling. Damn it. How dare you underestimate me? Let me tell you, even if I were to tie you all together, you would not be my match. Bring it on. I will allow you all to come at me together. If anyone can withstand 5 seconds without falling, I shall admit defeat. Tang Long replied coldly. The most effective way to counter provocation is to challenge the opponent with even greater audacity. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant? I shall take you on, declared a hulking figure stepping forward to face Tang Long. Upon his emergence, the other crew-cut men retreated a few steps, clearing an area, their expressions rife with disdain. Look, the big guy is stepping up. He will surely dispatch this little chick with ease. Indeed, how foolish to provoke us. Big guy, give him a good thrashing. I want him to leave here crawling. Yes, make him scream for mercy. The others cheered enthusiastically. As their voices rose, a playful grin spread across the big guy's face. Kid, you're quite bold to issue a challenge. Do you even know what we do? I am a soldier, an active-duty soldier. Kid, you've really overstepped. You've angered my brothers. Let us see how this ends for you. Will you crawl out of here yourself, or be carried out in a broken state? The big guy chuckled, exuding confidence. Tang Long noticed the insignia on their shoulders, and he was taken aback, for it depicted a fearsome tiger descending from the mountains, making his heart race with realization. You are from the Red Tiger. It was hard to fathom that within this vast organization, renowned members of the 4 major special forces existed. This big guy was one of the 2 brought by Lin Qingyun, one of her most formidable subordinates. Indeed, kid, it seems you are well informed. So tell me, what are the 4 major special forces in Huaxia? Dragon Soul, Red Cavalry, Warrior, and Red Tiger, of which you rank last among the 4 organizations. Although you are elite, in my view, you are utterly insignificant. Tang Long replied with palpable disdain. Judging by the aura emanating from the big guy, his combat prowess barely reached the 3rd level of Qi training, a far cry from Tang Long's previous peak state. Upon hearing his words, the group erupted in fury, glaring at Tang Long with eyes that could kill. If such a gaze could slay, Tang Long would have died 100 times over. For soldiers, honor is more important than life itself. Haha, we special forces do not deploy our strongest. Merely some fringe players. If you cannot even overcome opponents like us, what business do you have applying to be a bodyguard? You might as well go home and hug your children. Lin Qingyun remarked, visibly taken aback, a flicker of unusual emotion flashing across her eyes, speaking rather bluntly. She had come for one person, whose identity was shrouded in mystery, making it difficult for someone of her stature to uncover the truth due to access issues. The individual S-file was encrypted with 6-star security. Even she could not unlock it. However, she had managed to gather some information. At that moment, several youths who had already passed the preliminary security qualification stood nearby, their faces pale at the sight. One of them was trembling in fear. They were terrified. They understood the warriors were one of Huaxia's most formidable special forces. Albeit ranked last, their strength was undeniable. Indeed, they are terrifying. Even an ordinary member possesses such formidable combat skills. It appears this young man is truly in peril. I bet $10 he will lose and end up in the hospital. Oh, you ominous harbinger. I actually hope he wins this match and teaches those arrogant fellows a lesson. Seeing Tang Long in a seemingly disadvantaged position, concern for him began to swell. Tang Long's cold gaze swept over the big guy's face. You all can come at me together to save me the trouble. Without hesitation, Tang Long proclaimed. What did you say? The surrounding men stood there, utterly incredulous, as if they had never encountered such audacious youth in their military careers. Shall I repeat myself? I want you all to come at me. A faint smile curled at the corners of Tang Long's mouth as he cast a sidelong glance at the group, causing them to erupt in outrage. Wow, this kid is truly pushing the limits of arrogance. Interesting. I suspect this kid is out of his mind for money. Is he willing to risk his life for a paycheck? The soldiers scoffed derisively. The big guy shook his head, and all noise fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere thick with tension, each heartbeat audible. The big guy stepped forward, his gaze fixed coldly on Tang Long's face, revealing a hint of amusement. Kid, don't be too cocky. If you merely wish to show off, know when to stop. If you genuinely aspire to be a bodyguard, you must first pass through us. This time, I will face you alone. A distinct flicker of disdain crossed the big guy's face, as though he regarded Tang Long as inconsequential. Standing behind Tang Long, the monk could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, must we, two skilled warriors, join forces to contend with a mere egotist? What a ridiculous notion! As he spoke, the monk took a few steps back, lazily withdrawing from the circle. The expansive hall was as vast as a basketball court, serving not only as an office space, but also as a fitness area for the employees, equipped with numerous exercise machines. Now, in preparation for this recruitment, special warriors have been employed as examiners. Idiot, did you not hear my words? I challenge all of you. It would be best if you all came at me at once, to spare me the trouble of having to strike again, Tang Long said impatiently, finding the situation bothersome. How dare you belittle us warriors? A burly man shouted, furiously pointing at Tang Long's nose. Very well, since he is so confident, big guy and monk, you two shall face off against him together. If you cannot defeat him, you shall leave the Red Tiger organization for good. We cannot afford to lose face at all. Attractive woman in camouflage squeezed through the crowd, casting a cold glance at Tang Long as she issued her command. The arrival of Lin Qingyun caused quite a stir, for she exuded an impressive aura, her beauty rivaling that of Lin Qingxue. Chapter 18, A Legend in the Making Idiot. Did you not hear my words? I challenge all of you. It would be best if you all came at me at once, to spare me the trouble of having to strike again, Tang Long repeated, irritated. How dare you belittle us Red Tigers? The burly man shouted, his face contorted with rage. Very well, since he is so confident, big guy and monk, you two shall face off against him together. If you cannot defeat him, you shall leave the Red Tiger organization for good. We cannot afford to lose face. At that moment, Lin Qingyun's entrance sent ripples through the crowd, as she appeared strikingly formidable, and her resemblance to Lin Qingxue was undeniable. Both women possessed their unique strengths, one a leader in the business world, the other an elite in the military. Tang Long mused silently. Could they be sisters? Observing her face, he could not help but ponder. Yes. Upon hearing her words, the group nodded in understanding. So the leader of the Red Tigers is a woman. How utterly laughable! Tang Long exclaimed, bursting into laughter, clearly disregarding his opponents. Tang Long, what are you laughing at? The female officer demanded, her elegant eyes narrowing as she fixed her gaze on him. Should looks be lethal, Tang Long would have perished countless times over. I find it amusing that a woman can hold authority over these male soldiers, which certainly explains why the Red Tigers rank last among the 4 elite combat groups. Tang Long retorted with a cold smirk, harboring disdain for this female soldier. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense and peculiar, all eyes turning to the female soldier in anticipation of her reaction. Surprisingly, her expression remained calm. The competition may commence, Tang Long. If you wish to earn respect, you must showcase your true abilities. Otherwise, you will forever be underestimated, Lin Qingyun stated coldly. Very well, let the competition begin, Tang Long declared eagerly. Faced with 2 skilled fighters at the 2nd and 3rd levels of Qi training, he felt uncertain of victory. However, for the sake of honor, he resolved to take the risk. With a command, the match commenced. Meanwhile, in her office, Lin Qingxue sat before her desk, intently watching the images transmitted from the surveillance cameras. Observing the earlier scene, her eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. This rascal seems different from usual. Could it be that he is merely pretending, or is he indeed an extraordinary master? Various thoughts flooded her mind, causing her expression to shift unpredictably. Suddenly, the burly man launched a powerful punch, his long limbs propelling him toward Tang Long with a whoosh. His fist, as large as a sandbag, came crashing down. With a resounding boom, Tang Long met the attack with his own fist, colliding with tremendous force. The burly man widened his eyes in shock as an unexpected surge of pain coursed through him. Ah! He cried out, his hefty frame hurtling backward like a sandbag. Crashing heavily to the ground, Tang Long, having repulsed the burly man, swiftly directed another punch at the monk. The monk, witnessing his comrade's plight, hesitated to engage directly. Yet, despite his quick reaction, he could not escape Tang Long's speed. With a thud, the monk was struck and sent sprawling onto the floor. In just 2 moves, Tang Long had thoroughly bewildered the 2 Red Tiger subordinates. Well, you have lost, Tang Long declared, withdrawing his fists and casting a triumphant glance at the stunned onlookers. Approaching Lin Qingyun, he grinned, Sister, do you finally believe in my prowess? It far surpasses the skills of these trifling fools. Perhaps only you are worthy of a challenge. But today, I am weary and shall refrain from further play. With an air of arrogance, Tang Long spoke, reveling in his victory. Is that so? Dragon Soul, I eagerly anticipate battling you. Stop pretending. I know your true identity, Lin Qingyun replied, lowering her voice as she approached him, her gaze scrutinizing. Suddenly, she grasped his collar tightly. What are you doing? Tang Long asked, feeling a sense of unease. She had explicitly called him Dragon Soul, yet he had no idea why. Confusion washed over him as fragments of memory eluded him. He had come to Huaxia on a mysterious mission, and his association with Lin Qingxue was merely part of that task. Now, with his collar being publicly seized by an enchanting beauty clad in camouflage, exuding a potent military presence, he felt a mix of apprehension and intrigue. What do you want? In broad daylight, even if you have feelings for me, I won't engage in anything inappropriate here, Tang Long stammered, glancing around at the curious stares of those nearby, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Observing Tang Long's reaction, a flicker of annoyance crossed Lin Qingyun's face. Dragon Soul, do not deny it. I know you are he. Today, I simply wish to satisfy my curiosity. With that, she forcefully tore open his collar, revealing a dragon insignia on his shoulder. Upon seeing the emblem, Lin Qingyun's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. She casually traced her fingers over the design, a gesture laden with provocative undertones. The surrounding audience gasped in astonishment, though they could not discern the details of Tang Long's tattoo. The implication of the moment stirred considerable speculation. What is happening? This beautiful girl is actually flirting with Tang Long? This lad is quite fortunate, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Such character? I like it. Your affections are utterly transparent. It is apparent that one harbors an interest in Tang Long. In a fleeting moment, various murmurs of controversy began to circulate quietly. Chapter 20. If you cannot win, then depart. No one had anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man would possess such romantic encounters, evoking a sense of envy among many. Upon hearing the whispers of the crowd, Tang Long's expression darkened instantly. He was accustomed to teasing women, yet now he found himself publicly teased by one, which displeased him greatly. What do you mean by that? Just because I might be somewhat handsome, it does not warrant such brazen behavior in public. Otherwise, I may very well shout for help. Tang Long's demeanor shifted as he hastily pushed her aside, securing his buttons. After a forceful tug, Several buttons had popped off, causing him genuine pain. After all, he had only worn this outfit for a few days specifically for this job recruitment. It seemed he would have to purchase a new one. He lamented melodramatically, prompting another wave of astonished reactions from those nearby. This was clearly a case of someone reaping benefits while feigning innocence. Immediately, a barrage of hostile gazes turned towards him. If looks could kill, Tang Long would undoubtedly be left battered and bruised. What are you saying? You scoundrel! How shameless! Lin Qingyun realized her earlier actions were rather abrupt. Yet an overwhelming curiosity propelled her into such reckless behavior. Her fair face flushed slightly, revealing a touch of feminine softness amidst her usual sternness. You ruined my clothing. You must compensate me, Tang Long retorted, glaring at her in a huff. He mused that being teased was one thing, but having his attire damaged was entirely unacceptable. He was completely devoid of money, and if others were to discover that the esteemed husband of the president had no funds to his name, it would surely be a source of ridicule. Do not be so petty. I shall buy you a new one shortly. Is that acceptable? Lin Qingyun responded without anger, offering a calm smile. Very well then. Since you are a beauty, I shall forgive you this time and allow you a slight advantage. I'm not angry, Tang Long replied with a faint smile, turning to head to the Human Resources Department. After completing the onboarding procedures smoothly, he sauntered out of the Longhai Group's office building, returning home. Meanwhile, this entire scene had been keenly observed by Lin Qingxue, stirring a tempest of emotions within her. This rascal truly is a wolf in sheep's clothing. How'd I never notice? His fighting prowess is extraordinary. She mused in the president's office, her expression clouded with confusion and doubt. Her gaze fell upon the surveillance monitor, and her heart raced. What on earth has happened? Why did she initiate contact with him? Could it be that she genuinely has feelings for him? Another pressing question surfaced, causing Lin Qingxue to feel increasingly agitated. This matter directly pertained to her own interests and, arguably, her lifelong happiness. After all, her sister remained unaware of the true nature of her relationship with him. If this veil of secrecy were to be lifted, the subsequent awkwardness would be unbearable. In a moment of anxiety, Lin Qingxue fidgeted with her fingers, standing before the large window, gazing out at the solitary figure fading into the distance, lost in thought. Just then, a knock interrupted her reverie. Come in. The sound broke her contemplation, and Huang Ying stepped inside. Upon seeing Lin Qingxue's expression, she was momentarily taken aback. What is the situation? President, I did not expect Tang Long to be so formidable. He single-handedly defeated two skilled opponents with one move, and they possess second and third-tier abilities. This clearly indicates that he is a master concealing his true strength. Moreover, Huang Ying hesitated. Continue, Lin Qingxue urged, nodding slightly. At Human Resources, I intentionally conversed with him in English, and to my surprise, he responded fluently in English, Portuguese, and Tujia. His command of language is truly impressive, with a genuine British accent that surpasses my own in fluency. This series of revelations left Lin Qingxue, a Cambridge graduate, utterly astonished and exhilarated. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke, her eyes sparkling with fervor. Few people comprehend Portuguese, and even fewer understand Tujia, a language known to fewer than a few hundred individuals worldwide, making it exceedingly rare. Following this new discovery, Huang Ying was left in disbelief, her heart racing, her eyes reflecting the same fervent admiration as other women, revealing a hint of infatuation. She could hardly fathom that within mere hours, this rascal had caused such an uproar within her company, captivating even the self-proclaimed genius from Cambridge. It appeared that this young man was indeed exceptional. Lin Qingxue stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded, grappling with the realization that her nominal partner, once regarded as insignificant, was in fact such an extraordinary figure. How could this be? It was beyond her imagination. She now recognized that she had underestimated him greatly. Thoughts began to swirl in her mind about whether she should treat him with greater kindness in the future. Otherwise, this man might be snatched away by another woman, leaving her with regrets. Contemplating such consequences darkened her expression, her elegant brows knitting together in concern. After Tang Long exited the building, Lin Qingyun regained her composure and approached her two subordinates. What is the situation? Her demeanor returned to its usual icy demeanor. Despite their injuries, she could see that they had clearly held back, or else they would not be in their current state. It's nothing, the two men replied, their spirits markedly diminished compared to moments prior. As esteemed members of the Red Tiger, they were accustomed to looking down on others, Yet after just one exchange, they had been thoroughly defeated, losing face. Aside from some pain in their wrists, they were otherwise unharmed. It appeared that with some rest, they would recover on their own. This young man is no ordinary person. Losing to him is not shameful, Lin Qingyun consoled, a faint smile gracing her lips. Captain, is he truly Long Han? The larger man asked gravely, having initially disregarded Tang Long, only to realize his grave error in underestimating him. It seems uncertain. He appears to have lost his memory. Lin Qingyun explained. Although she had come to believe in his true identity, for certain reasons, she felt it was inappropriate to divulge this information to her subordinates. Chapter 21. I'm not Long Han. Captain, his hand is quite peculiar. The larger man whispered in astonishment. Indeed, Captain, his hand is not only incredibly tough, but also remarkably cold, almost as if it were an external skeleton. Another added, feeling aggrieved by the loss. If that were the case, they had no reason to feel ashamed for their defeat. You may return for now, Lin Qingyun instructed, casting a glance at her subordinates. Yes, they replied, somewhat dejected as they departed. Lin Qingyun shook her head slightly and swiftly moved out, casting a final glance at the receding figure before hurrying after him. Do not think that by denying your identity as Long Han, you can fool me. You still have much to learn. Tang Long strolled along, a bottle of beer in hand, savoring a drink to celebrate his good mood. Although his Dantian had been destroyed, he had thoroughly enjoyed the fight, effortlessly besting 2 second and third-tier practitioners, leaving everyone astonished. Who would have thought this iron fist could be so powerful? I merely applied a light touch and sent 2 skilled opponents flying. It appears that as long as I master the methods in the future, I will undoubtedly create even greater miracles. Tang Long is filled with anticipation for this novice of his. However, that charming young lady teased me, and if given another chance, I shall make her aware of my prowess. I intend to deliver a sound spanking, teaching her the consequences of provoking me. Heh, the sensation will surely be delightful. Tang Long raised the bottle and drank voraciously, muttering to himself. Have you had enough to drink? A cold chuckle echoed from behind, accompanied by a soft inquiry. Who are you to concern yourself with that? Tang Long retorted irritably. It's me. Weren't you just wanting to spank me? With a laugh. Lin Qingyun stepped into his view, arms crossed, her chest accentuated to an alluring height, surveying Tang Long with a hint of a smirk. It's you again. You tore my clothing earlier. What do you plan to do this time? I'm so scared now that we're alone. Tang Long glanced around, feigning fear with his arms folded across his chest. This desolate place had not seen a soul for quite some time. His acting was commendable, successfully provoking a laugh from Lin Qingyun. With a burst of laughter, Lin Qingyun, typically so serious, could not contain herself, her smile blooming like summer flowers, strikingly beautiful, leaving Tang Long momentarily dazed. He couldn't help but think, what a beauty! Comparing her to his wife, he noted that while Lin Qingyun was cold, at least her heart was warm. In contrast, Lin Qingxue was both cold in demeanor and heart. Oh, how he wished for a switch. He was utterly at a loss on how to thaw that icy fortress and found himself in deep contemplation. Long Han, stop pretending. I know you are Long Han. Just admit it. Lin Qingyun advanced, seizing his collar, her gaze sharp and piercing. I truly do not understand what you are talking about. Let go, Tang Long snapped, anger boiling within him after being incessantly teased by this girl. He struggled against her grip, but to no avail. Clearly, Lin Qingyun was not like her 2 subordinates. Her strength was astonishingly formidable. Stop wasting your efforts. My cultivation level is at the 9th stage of Qi refinement. One more step, and I shall enter the human martial realm. If you wish for me to release you, you must demonstrate some genuine skill. Lin Qingyun replied with a cold smirk, thinking to herself that this fellow was quite the pretender. Upon hearing this, Tang Long was taken aback. The 9th stage of Qi refinement. Back when he was a force in the dark world, he had only reached that level. It seemed this girl was truly extraordinary. One must understand that the classification of realms consists of 9 stages, ascending from low to high. Qi refinement, human martial, earth martial, heaven martial, profound martial, spirit martial, sacred martial, royal martial, and gang martial. Each realm is further divided into 9 tiers. The 9th stage of Qi refinement is merely a step away from the human martial realm. Once one enters the human martial realm, a martial artist embarks on a wholly new domain, with physical strength enhanced and inner energy fortified. It was astonishing that Lin Qingyun, at such a young age, had attained such a level. Let go. Tang Long's anger flared. He suddenly swung his left hand, delivering a fierce punch towards her side. The force was enough to be lethal. Faced with the challenge from his mysterious golden left hand, she dared not underestimate him. She swiftly extended her left hand, forming a net-like shape, and with a swift motion, her fingers clasped tightly around his fist. The force was terrifying. Lin Qingyun felt a jolt of pain in her palm and was pushed back several steps before managing to steady herself. In contrast, after unleashing that punch, Tang Long's expression shifted to one of distress. The punch had nearly drained his entire strength, and his once faintly golden fist dimmed. As the power dissipated, a wave of excruciating pain surged from his left arm, causing him to let out a low groan and stagger backward. The reason was simple. His physical strength was still too feeble. Even with a formidable weapon like a golden arm, it was challenging to unleash his full combat potential. Clenching his right hand over the juncture of his left arm, his expression was one of agony. Clearly, the force of his punch and the recoil had inflicted significant damage on his body. Tang Long tasted blood in his throat and spat it out, indicating he had sustained a serious injury. What happened to you? Seeing Tang Long unexpectedly injured, Lin Qingyun felt a sudden, inexplicable heaviness in her heart. Regretting what had just transpired, simultaneously, she was deeply astonished. It seemed the opponent had no inner energy, relying solely on this miraculous left hand to best her two capable subordinates. Her gaze fell upon his left hand, which appeared ordinary at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice it lacked any pores and exuded a faint golden glow. It was nearly imperceptible without careful observation. I advise you to keep your distance from me. If you dare to trouble me again, I will kill you, Tang Long growled through gritted teeth, seething with anger. After delivering a fierce glare, he turned and fled. It was evident that Tang Long understood he had no chance against such an opponent. So, it seems you truly are not Long Han? Lin Qingyun was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze complex as she regarded Tang Long. Damn it. I am not Long Han. You foul woman. Stay far away from me, or I will surely kill you. Tang Long snapped furiously, his demeanor brimming with rage. I did not mean to, Lin Qingyun said, her expression shifting slightly, a hint of unease creeping in. Chapter 22. Repairing the Dantian in Jianghai City. Dusk arrived rather late, around 7 in the evening, as the sky gradually dimmed. Amidst the bustling traffic, Tang Long skillfully maneuvered a Mercedes through the throngs. This car was a gift from Lin Qingxue on the occasion of their wedding. Speaking of vehicles, the Lin family garage housed dozens of luxury cars, but this particular Mercedes was one that Lin Qingxue did not favor much and thus willingly gifted to Tang Long. However, ever since acquiring the car, Tang Long had taken to frequent drinking and chasing women. Over time, the bond between the couple had faded, rendering them nearly as distant as strangers. Lin Qingxue remained in her office, diligently handling her affairs as usual. Just then, the door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. The only ones permitted to enter the CEO's office freely, apart from Jiang Qingxue herself, were her family members. Sensing the delicate and enchanting fragrance in the air, Lin Qingxue did not need to look up to know who had entered. Sister, how did it go? Did you try it? Earlier, Lin Qingyun had called her before pursuing him, expressing her intentions. Although somewhat reluctant, curiosity had compelled Jiang Qingxue to agree to her request. I tried it, and he is quite extraordinary, Lin Qingyun replied, her expression slightly somber. What's wrong? Noticing her sister's tone, Lin Qingxue set aside her work, her curiosity piqued. Lin Qingyun recounted the events that had transpired. When Lin Qingxue learned that Tang Long had been injured, an inexplicable tension gripped her. Sister, are you saying he spat blood? Upon hearing the news, her typically indifferent demeanor toward Tang Long shifted to one of sudden concern. Why are you so anxious? With his superior physique, he should be fine, Lin Qingyun remarked, amused by Lin Qingxue's unexpected display of worry. It's just that he is an employee of our company, so I'll consider him a bit more, Lin Qingxue quickly asserted. Indeed, it seems I was a bit too forceful. When I see him tomorrow, please deliver this bottle of healing medicine to him. Lin Qingyun took out a packet of medicine from her pocket and handed it to Lin Qingxue, her expression slightly complex. Lin Qingxue accepted it and glanced at the clock. It was time to leave work. Let us go. You've had a long day, too. We should go for a feast, she said, pulling Lin Qingyun's hand and rushing out like a gust of wind. After nightfall, Tang Long returned to the Lin family's villa. Aunt Wu had already gone to bed, and Lin Qingxue was resting, leaving the house in utter silence. However, when the doorbell rang, Lin Qingxue heard it. She walked out of her bedroom, stood on the stairs, and looked down. She caught a glimpse of that familiar figure fleeting by. She wanted to speak, but only opened her mouth, unsure of how to begin. With a sigh, she returned to her room. In fact, she had intended to give him the bottle of medicine for injuries, but after some contemplation, she carefully held the bottle and approached Tang Long's door, gently knocking. The door opened, revealing Tang Long, who reeked of alcohol. The pungent smell made her instinctively step back a few paces, covering her nose subconsciously. "Is it you? What's wrong? Can I come? You're injured and still drinking. It reeks." Lin Qingxue shot him a disapproving glance, clearly displeased. "Ugh, I feel awful. My whole body aches. How about a massage from you, dear wife?" Tang Long chuckled, his gaze briefly lingering on Lin Qingxue's ample bosom. She was wearing a nightgown, and one button had accidentally come undone, revealing a tempting expanse of creamy skin, causing Tang Long to stare, nearly mesmerized. Lin Qingxue gasped, hurriedly adjusting her neckline, her lovely nose huffing in annoyance as she tossed the medicine bottle to Tang Long. "This is the medicine the instructor gave you. Take it." "He, Xiaoxue. Are you worried I might kick the bucket?" Tang Long remarked with a mischievous grin as he caught the medicine. "Don't flatter yourself. Whether you kick the bucket or not has nothing to do with me," Lin Qingxue retorted, her teeth clenched in irritation. "If I were to kick the bucket, wouldn't you?" Before he could finish, Lin Qingxue covered his mouth with her hand. "Jerk, don't say that. Do you really want me to?" She couldn't finish her sentence, her face flushed, and her eyes reddened with anger. This strong woman rarely revealed such vulnerability, and with a stomp of her foot, she rushed upstairs. Tang Long stood downstairs, watching her retreating figure, and couldn't help but slap himself, cursing for being such a fool. Teasing her at a time like this, he had really messed up now. After calming himself, he returned inside. Leaning against the door, he took several minutes to regain his composure. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have hurt your feelings," he murmured softly, filled with guilt. However, the thought that the Ice Queen cared for him enough to deliver medicine at night surpassed his expectations. A warm current flowed within him, soothing his heart. It took him half an hour to emerge from this state. With a thought, he immediately entered the magical space of the beast skin scroll. He immersed himself in cultivation. Streams of powerful energy surged into his body, guided by the dragon within him, swiftly unblocking previously obstructed meridians, allowing the true energy to circulate freely within him. The damaged Dantian was also rapidly mending. After 2 hours, Tang Long unexpectedly stirred, emerging from that space, feeling a significant enhancement in his aura. His complexion was also more vibrant than before. It felt as if a fire was roasting within his Dantian, growing increasingly intense, yet the sensation was genuinely pleasurable. Every limb radiated a sense of relaxation and comfort, and he could vaguely sense the energy flowing within him. Wonderful. This truly is a treasure. I never expected that after just 2 hours, my Dantian would be fully restored and even advance a level, reaching the first stage of Qi refinement. It seems I can begin to cultivate again. Feeling the tremendous changes in his body filled Tang Long with unparalleled joy. However, sensing a lingering pain in his left hand made him furrow his brow slightly. At this point, it seems this golden arm may be one of my greatest vulnerabilities. True energy cannot be cultivated in the left hand, so it remains my weakest point. Chapter 23. Accompanying my wife for a joyride, however, after strengthening his body. The left hand would also be affected. As long as I continue to cultivate, my physical form will ultimately generate sufficient strength to support this metallic arm's formidable capabilities. As Tang Long pondered, he muttered to himself, pacing back and forth. His brow relaxed, and his expression became much more serene. "And what is this?" At that moment, while casually flipping through the beast skin scroll, he noticed some small particles emitting a faint blue light scattered in one corner. These minuscule particles sparkled mysteriously in the dark, illuminating the room with a soft blue hue. All these particles originated from a small black object that resembled an oil lamp but was much more petite. The faint blue particles were released from within it. Tang Long hastily retrieved this peculiar item. Its flat shape intrigued him, and he grabbed a few of the blue crystals, placing them on his left hand to examine closely. However, to his surprise, the blue crystals vanished in an instant. Startled, he looked closely and discovered that the crystals had integrated into his left hand, as if drawn in by some invisible force between them. As these particles entered, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. His left hand radiated a soft blue starlight, and soon the entire left arm was enveloped in this strange glow, appearing exceedingly eerie. After about half an hour, the light gradually faded. When the luminescence disappeared, Tang Long was astonished to find that the previous scratches on his metallic arm had mysteriously vanished, making it appear brand new, emanating a gentle golden glow. The strength of this arm was rapidly increasing. With a gentle exertion, he crushed a hard brick in a fine powder that trickled between his fingers. It seemed these blue crystals were the strongest catalyst for his golden left hand. If utilized correctly, it would gradually grow stronger, synchronizing with my cultivation. With this critical weakness resolved, Tang Long was truly exhilarated. A joyful and relaxed smile spread across his face. At this moment, dawn had broken outside. Tang Long went out to buy some breakfast and then entered the kitchen to prepare a few exquisite dishes. After setting the table, it wasn't too long before a somewhat languid figure descended from the upper floor. Upon seeing the spread on the table, Lin Qingshue's face lit up with surprise. Aunt Wu emerged from the kitchen and, noticing Lin Qingshue's astonished expression, chuckled, "Miss, everything here was personally prepared by your husband. It tastes delightful, even better than what I make. Come, try it. I'll serve you some." With that, Aunt Wu dished out a bowl of porridge along with a few side dishes and placed them on the table. Initially, Lin Qingxue had no intention of having breakfast since she had an early meeting. However, recalling the incident from yesterday when Tang Long had been injured, she felt a pang of guilt and decided to sit down. She lifted the porridge and took a small sip. Indeed, it was smooth and delicious, perfectly cooked. She couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised, realizing that Tang Long was quite the culinary expert. Seeing Lin Qingxue enjoying her meal, Aunt Wu served her another bowl. Lin Qingxue, not one to hold back, continued to eat, finishing 3 bowls before finally stopping. Having lightly touched her abdomen, she felt a warm, pleasant sensation of fullness that brought her comfort. Satisfied, she took a tissue to wipe her mouth before rising swiftly to exit. "Darling, wait a moment." Noticing Lin Qingxue about to leave, Tang Long hurriedly pursued her. "What do you want?" Lin Qingxue halted, looking at him with curiosity. Compared to her usual demeanor, the disdain in her eyes seemed to have diminished significantly, replaced by a gentler gaze. "My dear, you've worked hard. I found a job, so let me drive you today," Tang Long said with a cheerful smile. Lin Qingxue instinctively wanted to refuse, but recalling Huang Ying's words about this fellow's proficiency in several foreign languages, which even a Cambridge graduate would envy, she couldn't help but nod. "All right, but how are your driving skills?" "Rest assured, dear, my skills are exceptional," Tang Long replied with a grin. "Stop calling me darling. I've told you not to reveal our relationship in public. Do you understand?" Lin Qingxue said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she coldly reminded him. "All right," Tang Long responded, feeling slightly disheartened by her words. They quickly got into the car, with Lin Qingxue sitting in the passenger seat. Once she fastened her seatbelt, her stunning figure was further accentuated, causing Tang Long to steal a few glances, secretly captivated. In truth, apart from her icy demeanor, everything about this woman was nearly perfect. With an angelic face and a devilish figure, complemented by a golden ratio, she was truly a vision that evoked envy in women and admiration in men. "Don't stare," she admonished, feeling increasingly uncomfortable after Tang Long's lingering gazes. She tightened her collar and intentionally turned her body towards the window, but to no avail. "Sigh, if only you weren't so icy, everything would be perfect," Tang Long mused softly as he started the car. "You scoundrel," Lin Qingxue snapped, her annoyance flaring as she pinched him hard in the side, causing him to yelp in pain. In reality, her grip was not strong enough to hurt him. It was merely a testament to Tang Long's acting skills. Besides the yelp, he exaggeratedly convulsed a few times, pretending to faint in his seat, which startled Lin Qingxue. She hurriedly shook him. "Hey, are you all right?" "I didn't mean it." Lin Qingxue was visibly alarmed, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Clearly, this scenario was beyond her expectations, leaving her flustered. "I think you did that on purpose," Tang Long said, slowly regaining consciousness and blinking with a mischievous grin. Realizing Tang Long was teasing her, her anger flared. "You scoundrel, if you do that again, I'll throw you out of the car. I'm going to be late. Hurry up." She glanced at the time. There were less than 10 minutes until the meeting. Being late would leave a terrible impression on their partners and significantly impact the negotiation. The thought of the dire consequences made her anxious. Chapter 24. A violent encounter with young Master Dongfang. After confirming the address, Tang Long drove with remarkable speed. His driving skills were indeed impressive, even on congested roads. He navigated with ease, unaffected by the traffic. His driving was as smooth as flowing water, far surpassing Lin Qingshua's abilities. He was leagues ahead of the seasoned drivers in the taxi ranks, truly on another level. Such extraordinary driving prowess astonished Lin Qingxue, who secretly observed him throughout the journey. She was left in awe, as if this man concealed countless secrets within him, and when those secrets were unveiled, one would discover his mystique and strength. The sensation was both mysterious and exhilarating. "Hey, beautiful wife, why have you been staring at me? What are your ulterior motives? Speak up," Tang Long remarked, having noticed her covert glances. He had been focused on driving until they neared the company, at which point he relaxed. "Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm not interested in you," Lin Qingxue replied, her face flushing slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Dear, don't you think your husband is amazing? Not only can I drive, but I'm also quite capable in other aspects," Tang Long teased, seeing Lin Qingshue's cheeks redden, which made her appear particularly endearing. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Qingxue retorted, her face turning an even deeper shade of red, resembling a ripe apple. As an adult, she certainly understood the implications of his words. How dare he openly provoke her in the car? It made her seethe with anger. "I stand by my words. How about we test it out one day?" "I assure you I'm not boasting," Tang Long said with an even more mischievous grin. You're just a big pervert," Lin Qingxue scolded, her heart racing, her face burning with embarrassment. Creaking to a stop, the car arrived, and Lin Qingxue quickly exited, fleeing like the wind. The scene was undeniably awkward. Tang Long glanced at the time, commenting nonchalantly, "Darling, there's no need to rush. We still have 2 minutes and 7 seconds to spare before your scheduled time. We should be fine." Feeling a bit dizzy, she couldn't afford to bicker with Tang Long. After exiting the car, she hurriedly made her way forward. Once Tang Long parked the vehicle, he took a moment to admire the grand building. To his surprise, it turned out to be the very place where he had interviewed yesterday. Observing the respectful and awed expressions of passers-by towards Lin Qingxue, a realization struck him. She was the president of the company. This revelation left him momentarily stunned. Upon entering the company, Tang Long, holding his employment certificate, made his way to the security department. As he stepped inside, he heard loud shouts. "Meihua K, hurry up. I'm about to win. Damn it, I have a black-hearted A." A man with a scruffy beard shouted angrily, wearing his hat askew. "Ha, big guy, you lost, pay up." The room was chaotic, filled with a pungent smell of tobacco. Tang Long couldn't help but furrow his brow, wondering how these individuals could be so unruly during working hours, gambling without a care. "New guy, come with me. Our boss wants to see you." Spotting Tang Long, who had just walked in, Luo Sihai slammed money on the table and leapt down from it. They had been sitting at the table, leaving a mess of ash on the floor. Luo Sihai, with his bushy beard and a stout figure, wore his security uniform haphazardly, with buttons undone, exposing his round belly and an unappealing patch of chest hair. His small eyes glimmered with a cold light as they scanned Tang Long, quickly moving elsewhere, clearly dismissing him as a weakling who posed no threat to his status. However, being part of the security department meant that Tang Long had some skills. Luo Sihai was no ordinary character. Having previously served as a special forces soldier, he was quite capable, albeit with a volatile temper, prone to smoking, drinking, and fighting. He had caused considerable trouble in the company before, but thanks to his uncle being the security department manager, he had escaped severe repercussions and even secured the position of team leader. All right, Tang Long followed him into an office at the back. The security office was located on the first floor of Longhai Building, containing one office for the manager and another for the deputy manager, while the team leader and other security personnel shared a large office. Inside the office, Zhang Weiji was casually watching a video, laughing heartily, oblivious to the knocking at the door due to his headphones. After several knocks without a response, Luo Sihai finally mustered the courage to push the door open and entered. "Uncle, the new guy has arrived." He spoke cautiously, whom understood. "Let him wait outside for a moment. I will let him in after I finish watching this video." Zhang Weiji chuckled coldly and waved his hand, signaling Luo Sihai to leave. Luo Sihai, feeling reluctant to argue further, could only step back. "Brother, please wait here for a bit. Manager Zhang is busy at the moment." After saying this, Luo Sihai turned and walked away, leaving Tang Long alone at the door. Initially, Tang Long had patience, lighting a cigarette. After smoking 3, the laughter echoing from inside only fueled his frustration. "Manager, during working hours you indulge in such vulgar content? Does it align with the salary you receive?" Tang Long suddenly appeared behind him, having already spent a brief moment watching the performance, which turned out to be a striptease. No wonder it was so captivating. Zhang Weiji was startled, nearly toppling from his chair in utter disarray. Turning around, he found a stranger standing behind him, seemingly having shared in a moment of viewing the striptease. "Who are you?" he demanded, recognizing that someone who dared to confront him like this must possess a formidable background. "Manager Zhang, don't be alarmed. I am merely a newly hired employee," Tang Long replied nonchalantly. "Damn it. You're a new employee? Weren't you supposed to wait outside? Who let you in? If I misplaced something due to your intrusion in the manager's office, what then? I have quite a few valuable items here." This fellow was not to be underestimated. A quick thought crossed his mind. He decided to turn the tables on Zhang. "ISN, Zhang Laoj, just a striptease? I know a website where the content is truly sensational, not only featuring stripteases but also live performances." Tang Long blinked, wearing an expression that suggested he understood. Chapter 25. The superfan of Dalika. Upon hearing Tang Long's words, Zhang Weiji's spirit surged, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Really?" His gaze brightened significantly. "Indeed, not only do I have access to striptease performances, but I also possess private photos of Dalika. Would you like to take a look?" Tang Long grinned. When he entered, he noticed that beneath the glass panel on Zhang's desk lay numerous photos of the Hollywood sensation Dalika. Sensual, provocative, and fiercely alluring, complemented by a devilish figure and angelic features, driving one to madness. Additionally, there were many expensive tickets for Dalika's exclusive performances, confirming that this man was indeed a die-hard fan. Each ticket could fetch several hundred, while the ones he bought were for the front row section, worth thousands, if not tens of thousands. As a newly minted A-list Hollywood star, Dalika boasted a legion of fervent admirers worldwide. In the Huaxia region, the number of fans was staggering, with countless men venerating the goddess Dalika as the embodiment of their desires. Whenever Dalika performed in Huaxia, throngs of ecstatic fans would flock, some even quitting their jobs to follow her across the nation, attending every performance in hopes of obtaining a mere autograph, as a photo op was beyond their wildest dreams. However, after a brief moment of calm, Zhang Weiji's expression darkened. He thought to himself that this newcomer, merely an applicant, had no real capability to make such guarantees. Was he playing him for a fool? This line of thought irked him, casting a shadow over his countenance. "If you dare deceive me, you know the consequences. If you irritate me, I'll have you out on your ear," Zhang Weiji said coldly. "Ah, I understand. Rest assured, I won't disappoint you," Tang Long replied, taking a seat in Zhang's chair and deftly manipulating the computer. In no time, the screen displayed a myriad of images that left Zhang Weiji wide-eyed with astonishment. He had accessed the renowned Hongwang, a platform notorious for its eclectic array of content. The site featured numerous live performances from celebrities, alongside some adult material that left many men yearning for access to a Hongwang account, a coveted dream for many. Unfortunately, in recent years, the registration of new members had been severely restricted, making it nearly impossible to obtain an account, no matter the wealth at one's disposal. Yet, Tang Long effortlessly logged in, and the visuals that unfolded were electrifying. "Hongwang, you are truly remarkable. The account I have longed for is a treasure. Alas, due to recent restrictions, I have never had the opportunity to register. I've heard that accounts can sell for tens of thousands." Zhang Weiji exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "It's hard to believe. Tang Long, you are truly exceptional. I admire you greatly." His excitement caused him to tremble, and in a moment of instability, he plopped onto the floor, his chair sliding away. "Dalika and Delis. This is phenomenal. These live videos are incredible. Young man, you have a bright future ahead," Zhang Weiji declared, his fervor palpable as he gazed at the long-desired content flashing across the Hongwang screen. "As a loyal fan of Miss Dalika, I am utterly elated. Thank you, handsome sir. What do you desire? Speak freely. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." At this moment, Zhang Weiji's behavior grew increasingly unsettling as he wrapped an arm around Tang Long's thigh, swaying and babbling in excitement. It appeared he was in a state of exuberance. "Incredible. Tell me how you accomplished this. Who are you, to have acquired a Hongwang membership worth its weight in gold? I'm nearly losing my mind." The sight of Zhang Weiji clinging to Tang Long's leg while exclaiming in a frenzy was quite the spectacle. "Enough. Your drool is dripping. Step aside. I'm about to retch," Tang Long grumbled, furrowing his brow and shaking him off. Just then, a woman's cold voice laced with scorn cut through the atmosphere. "Enough. Manager Zhang, is this how you conduct business with your subordinates? I truly do not understand how your tastes have become so peculiar. How could one be so intimately involved with a man? Ouyang Pei's face was a mixture of shame and anger as she exclaimed. Her complexion flushed to a hue reminiscent of pig liver. I shall grant you 5 minutes. Come to my office shortly, she declared, before turning on her heel in indignation and departing. Zhang Weiji, utterly bewildered, wore an extremely awkward expression, as if he had just emerged from a bout of amnesia regarding the events that had transpired moments earlier. Releasing his grip, he glanced at Tang Long, his face betraying a combination of embarrassment and confusion. All right, Brother Tang, you may return to your duties. Once clarity returned, he resumed his seat, his demeanor returning to its usual state. Tang Long shook his head and exited Zhang Weiji's office. In just half a day's time, Tang Long had stirred the security department into a fervor. Even Luo Sihai, who had previously underestimated him, could not help but harbor a newfound respect for in Zhang's eyes. This newcomer had garnered ample trust in a mere half-day. Tang Long's efforts were not in vain. Zhang Weiji not only promised to treat him to a meal, but also allowed him to take several jars of fine tea from his office. This lad was quite the opportunist, indulging himself without any hesitation. Yet, Zhang Weiji held him in high regard, having initially considered him to replace Luo Sihai as the team leader of the security department, only to be firmly refused by Tang Long. Upon learning of this, Luo Sihai began to regard Tang Long with considerable trepidation. Dressed in his security uniform, Tang Long stood proudly at the company's entrance, his gaze sharp as he scanned the comings and goings of individuals. He was accompanied by Zhang San and Li Yunfei. At that moment, a Cadillac suddenly sped into view. It was the young master Dongfang, a fervent admirer of our president. Rumor has it that he once presented the president with an entire truckload of roses, only for her to reject them outright, instructing that they be discarded. Indeed, it was said that those flowers adorned an entire street. What a pity! It seems that he is poised to be turned away once more. Several employees of Longhai Group had already gathered nearby, gossiping animatedly. Some female employees gazed at him with fervent admiration, while a few even rushed over to express their affections. However, Dongfang Shua paid them no heed. His sole focus was Lin Qingxue. He regarded all other women as beneath his consideration. Those foolish enough to approach him retreated in dismay, indirectly harboring resentment towards Lin Qingxue. As Dongfang Shua drove to the entrance, he showed no intention of stopping. He didn't even spare a glance for the security personnel stationed there, barreling through instead. Halt! Tang Long suddenly leaped forward, obstructing the vehicle's path. How dare you, you fool! I come here daily, and no one has ever dared block my car. The car door swung open, and a dashing young man in a white Louis Cherlon suit emerged, cursing vehemently. What the hell is wrong with you? Did you stuff your mouth with dung? It reeks. Go brush your teeth before you come back. Tang Long's anger flared at this insolence, and he pointed a finger at the man's forehead, rebuking him loudly. The audacity of his words left his colleagues, Zhang San and Li Yunfei, momentarily stunned. After all, the young man before them was Dongfang Shua, a member of one of the 4 prominent families. They typically bowed in respect. However, with Tang Long on duty, a significant trouble was afoot. Zhang San hurriedly tugged at Tang Long's sleeve, whispering urgently. Seeing Zhang San's terrified expression, Dongfang Shuo's confidence surged. With a derisive laugh, he retorted, "You're nothing but a worthless security guard. I command you to kneel and sincerely apologize at once, or I cannot guarantee your continued employment here. Young man, you must understand how hard it is to secure a position like this. With just a word from me, you'll be out on your ear." His arrogance was palpable. "You must register before entering. Without registration, you cannot proceed," Tang Long replied coolly, maintaining his composure and casting a scornful glance at the wealthy scion. "Step aside. I am here to see President Lin. Do not obstruct my path," Dongfang Shuo retorted, shoving Tang Long aside with considerable force. However, Tang Long stood resolute, as immovable as a steel pillar, causing Dongfang Shuo's hand to sting painfully from the impact. "President Lin? Which President Lin?" Tang Long mused, momentarily taken aback. Earlier that morning, during a conversation with his colleagues, he had learned of a breathtaking beauty in the company, whose surname was said to be Lin. "Ah, you're indeed new here. Let me enlighten you. Her name is Lin Qingxue, the woman I adore above all else. I have pursued countless women in my life, but today I realized that Lin Qingxue is the one who truly captivates me. I must have her in my bed, and you, my friend, are still green behind the ears. Take notes. Dongfang Shuo spoke animatedly about Lin Qingxue, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Tang Long's face. Having finished, he attempted to drive into the premises once more, only for Tang Long to block his path yet again, showing no signs of yielding. "I do not recall granting you permission to enter," he stated firmly. "How dare you, you little guard? You're asking for trouble. And I will make sure you regret this." Dongfang Shuo shouted, leaping from his car in a fit of rage, his fists raised in a threatening manner. As he swung his hand towards Tang Long's face, the bystanders began to gather, their curiosity piqued. It was the start of the morning shift, and the crowd grew bolder, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "Fight! This little guard is about to get beaten. Oh, what a pitiful fellow. He just arrived and is already tangled with young Master Dongfang. He is surely going to be sent packing. You don't want to cross young Master Dongfang. It would be inhumane if he ends up in a dire situation." Amidst the cacophony of voices, Dongfang Shuo reveled in the attention, his expression shifting to one of smug satisfaction. "Since you all enjoy the spectacle, I shall deliver a show for you today." With that thought, he prepared to strike once more, his hand poised to deliver a blow. Tang Long chuckled coldly, refusing to flinch. Just as Dongfang Shuo's hand was a mere inch from his face, he suddenly lifted his leg, delivering a powerful kick to Dongfang Shuo's rotund belly. The impact sent him flying backwards several meters, crashing heavily onto the concrete ground, rendering him momentarily dazed. "How dare you? You've lost your mind, attacking young Master Dongfang. Someone, help him up and apologize, or you'll never work here again." At that moment, Luo Sihai appeared, having been alerted to the commotion at the entrance. He had been engrossed in a gambling game with a few companions, but news of Dongfang Shuo's altercation had reached him swiftly. Luo Sihai was infuriated. This newcomer was clearly courting disaster by daring to offend young Master Dongfang. Tang Long's icy gaze met his, radiating a chilling intensity that sent shivers down Luo Sihai's spine, leaving him trembling involuntarily. "Just you wait," Tang Long scoffed. In Luo Sihai's eyes, Tang Long had transformed into a monstrous beast, emanating an aura of terror that stifled the air around them. "He insulted the president and deserves punishment," Tang Long stated coldly. His gaze was sharp, akin to a sword that could pierce through flesh, causing Luo Sihai to take a step back, his confidence waning. "Do you even know who he is? Just uttering his name would frighten you. He is not someone of your standing can afford to offend," Luo Sihai exclaimed in exasperation. Had he known this newcomer was a troublemaker, he would never have assigned him to guard duty. But it was too late for regrets. "Luo Dui, I am merely acting in accordance with the company's directives. Please refrain from interfering with my duties," Tang Long stated with a serious expression. Luo Sihai, visibly shaken, hastily turned to seek out his uncle, Zhang Weiji. As for Zhang Weiji, ever since Tang Long had agreed to lend him the RedNet account for a few days, he had been willingly putting in extra hours at work, obsessively downloading videos and photos of his idol, even manipulating them to appear as if he were alongside her. Once shared online, it undoubtedly sparked considerable excitement. He found himself the object of fervent adoration from fans, nearly overwhelmed with joy, his mouth agape in an incessant grin. On the computer screen, numerous fans left messages for him. "We admire you immensely. You are truly deserving of leading our Dalika fan club. Indeed, I cast my vote for you. Support, strong support." In a few weeks, Dalika's 15th concert in Huaxia would take place, and fans expressed their hope that he would organize a gathering to cheer for their idol. "Haha, I am going to be the leader of the Dalika fan club? Surely, I haven't had too much to drink? This feels like a dream. Haha, I am absolutely elated." Zhang Weiji was beside himself with joy. Just then, the door swung open abruptly, a gust of cold air rushing in, snapping Zhang Weiji out of his revelry. "Who is it? Damn it. Can't you even knock? What do you want?" Upon rubbing his eyes and recognizing the intruder, his expression darkened instantly, shifting from sunny to stormy in a heartbeat. "Uncle, something serious has happened. You must go outside and see. I fear if you don't act swiftly, it could lead to catastrophic consequences." Luo Sihai, in a state of panic, exclaimed frantically. "Damn it. Steady yourself and speak clearly." Zhang Weiji was truly incensed. He was in high spirits and had no patience for interruptions. He kicked Luo Sihai to the ground. "Ow! Uncle, why did you kick me? The new guy just beat up young Master Dong. This is serious." Luo Sihai cried out, his face a picture of despair. He had come with good intentions to report the news, but it was misinterpreted. That kick truly hurt. "What? Young Master Dong? Zhang Weiji was taken aback. Fully aware of young Master Dong's formidable background, belonging to the Dong family, one of the four major families in Shanghai City, whose power far exceeded ordinary expectations. Although Dong Shuo was not the direct grandson of the family head, his influence was nonetheless formidable. This realization sent a wave of anxiety through Zhang Weiji. Without waiting for Luo Sihai to clarify, he bolted from the office like the wind, heading straight for the scene of the incident. Downstairs, a crowd had already gathered. 6 or 7 of Dong Shuo's bodyguards had been swiftly taken down. Damn it, young Master Dong, do you concede now? I told you not to enter. Why can't you adhere to a single rule? You should know, I have zero tolerance for rule breakers, Tang Long said, squatting before Dong Shuo with a grin. You, a mere security guard, dare to lay a hand on me? I will ensure you're fired. Dong Shuo retorted, demanding to be helped up, threatening to call the police. Had Dong Shuo ever suffered such a humiliation? In front of onlookers, he had stumbled into disgrace. Still not convinced, are you? Tang Long sneered, clearly relishing the moment as Dong Shuo contemplated calling the authorities. It seems your punishment is far from sufficient. Standing, Tang Long glanced at the car before him, and upon spotting the red roses, an anger surged within him. You scum, aside from seducing women and bullying them, what else are you capable of? Since you refuse to admit your mistakes, according to company policy, those who disregard warnings and trespass will be dealt with immediately. Tang Long had only been with the security team for a short while, yet had memorized their rules flawlessly. At that moment, 2 familiar figures rushed towards him. The big guy and the monk, both of whom had previously faced Tang Long and had been effortlessly defeated. Tang Long smiled upon seeing them. You two, what's the matter? Still yearning for another beating? Brother Long, spare us. We would rather serve you than the wall, the big guy said awkwardly, forcing a smile. His gaze fell on Tang Long's golden left hand, sending a chill down his spine. What do you need from me? Tang Long inquired, feeling surprisingly relieved. Do you remember our wager? Of course. You said if you lost, you would leave Chi Hu. Tang Long nodded. Yes, after our loss, we're now being kicked out. The big guy lamented. The monk rubbed his shiny bald head, shrugging in resignation. From now on, we'll follow you. Is this true? You were actually expelled just for losing a match? What kind of nonsense is this? Tang Long was incredulous. To be ousted from Chi Hu, one of Huaxia's 4 elite special forces, just for losing a bet seemed absurd. Brother Long, is there any doubt? Look, Lin Qingyun confiscated our badges. We are no longer part of Chi Hu, the monk said, his face filled with sorrow. Tang Long glanced at them, and indeed saw their badges were missing. That woman is something else. Fine, since you both acknowledge me as your elder brother, you shall follow me from now on, Tang Long declared with a smile. Devising a plan? Wonderful. We knew Brother Long wouldn't be stingy. We're with you for sure, the monk exclaimed, gleefully patting his bald head. Tang Long, seizing the moment, commanded, Now you two go smash that car. All right. The monk laughed, kicking the Cadillac, causing a dent to form. Destruction is my specialty. The big guy grinned, and together they unleashed a flurry of kicks and punches, swiftly rendering the luxury vehicle a mangled wreck. As Dong Shuo beheld his beloved car being demolished, his eyes bulged in disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered such ruthless individuals. Watching his prized Cadillac be destroyed left him utterly despondent. Damn it, this isn't over. Just wait. I refuse to believe I can't deal with a mere security guard. He cursed, his confidence wavering under the protection of his bodyguards. In his eyes, Tang Long was nothing short of a demon. By the time Zhang Weiji and Luo Sihai arrived, the skirmish had concluded. The Cadillac was now a total loss, being towed away alongside refuse. Meanwhile, Tang Long, like a celebrity, was busy taking pictures with a throng of young admirers. In no time, Tang Long's renown spread far and wide, creating quite the stir. Zhang Weiji was utterly astonished by the scene before him, momentarily frozen in place with his mouth agape. Uncle, I believe this kid is merely looking for trouble. He has smashed young Master Dongfang's car. Young Master Dongfang will certainly not let him off easily. When the Dongfang family comes seeking vengeance, it will certainly be an amusing spectacle, Luo Sihai remarked with a sinister grin. Heh, to be honest, I rather admire this lad. He is quite ruthless, a trait that resembles me, he added with a hearty laugh after a brief pause. Zhang Weiji, having recovered from his shock, erupted into an unrestrained fit of laughter. Luo Sihai had anticipated that his uncle would assist him in dealing with Tang Long. Yet he was taken aback to see his uncle wearing an expression of admiration and reverence, entirely contrary to his expectations. At this moment, in an office within the Longhai building, a professional beauty dressed in office attire stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. It seemed she had been there for quite some time, her gaze fixated on the commotion outside the company premises that had captured her attention. Upon recognizing a familiar figure, her expression transformed into one of intrigue. Chapter 28. You are my woman. Perhaps this is his true nature. He is indeed no ordinary individual, a realization I should have come to sooner. I wonder what drives him to act in such a manner, assaulting others and vandalizing property. Could the animosity truly be that intense? Everything has far exceeded my expectations. As she observed the flowers on the car, Lin Qingshue's lovely face radiated a gentle smile. Could it be that he genuinely acts for my sake? Lin Qingxue, her arms wrapped around herself, a cup of freshly brewed coffee in one hand, stood silently by the expansive window for a considerable time. A warm current flowed quietly within her heart. Knock, knock. Come in, she said, regaining her usual aloof demeanor as she placed the coffee on her desk. Her gaze calmly met that of the person entering. President, there has been a major incident, exclaimed Huang Ying, her face alight with excitement. What is it that has you so exhilarated? Lin Qingxue replied, suppressing a huff. After all, Tang Long was a new employee, and such a monumental blunder seemed unlikely to warrant such delight. As this thought crossed her mind, her expression grew slightly darker. President, it's like this. The security guard has beaten up young Master Dongfang and smashed his car. Huang Ying, noticing the sudden pallor in Lin Qingshue's face, felt a wave of tension wash over her. Dongfang Shua, once again it is him. This man is relentless. Well done. I trust he will think twice before harassing me again after this experience. Surprisingly, Lin Qingshue's reaction was remarkably calm. However, young Master Dongfang will not let this slide. How could a mere security guard stand against him? I fear he is in for a world of trouble, Huang Ying remarked, her brow furrowing slightly in concern for Tang Long, despite not harboring any particular fondness for him. It is of no concern to me. I did not send him to cause trouble, Lin Qingsue replied coldly, her demeanor unyielding. But there are no buts. You may leave now. I wish to be alone. She issued her dismissal without courtesy. Very well, Huang Ying acknowledged, fully aware of the president's temperament, and promptly exited the office, closing the door behind her. Once Huang Ying departed, Lin Qingshue's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to make a phone call. Seconds later, Tang Long, engrossed in lively conversation with a beautiful woman downstairs, felt his phone vibrate. This phone, a Huawei Honor, had been purchased for him by Lin Qingsue on his first day of work. Its large screen was perfectly suited for him. He quickly retrieved the phone, puzzled as to who might be calling him on his very first day at work. Was it a wrong number? Upon answering, a voice as cold as ice pierced through the line. Tang Long, come to my office. All right, he replied, startled. The voice was unmistakable. Once heard, it could never be forgotten. Though he had never been to her office, he had heard of her identity previously. The president's office was located on the 9th floor of the Longhai Group, where the company's elite gathered, and it was the largest and most impressive office there. Huang Ying, upon seeing him arrive, smiled slightly. Was it the president who summoned you? She had informed the president of the earlier incident, and she had not anticipated such promptness in wanting to see him. It seemed Tang Long was indeed facing dismissal. Yes, Tang Long responded somewhat numbly. The president is not in a good mood. You should go in, Huang Ying said, guiding him to the door. She gently knocked a few times, and upon hearing the invitation to enter, she opened the door for Tang Long. Upon seeing the enchanting figure seated behind the luxurious desk, Tang Long's eyes widened in astonishment. Dressed in professional attire, she exuded an aura entirely different from her usual self, embodying the essence of a powerful career woman. Her angelic visage, coupled with a devilishly alluring figure, was enough to leave anyone breathless. What are you staring at? I didn't hire you to create chaos, Lin Qingsue admonished sharply. Now explain, why did you provoke young Master Dongfang? Not only did you assault him, but you also vandalized his vehicle. Are you aware of his background? Because he claimed he wanted to share a bed with you. Tang Long retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury. The thought of someone daring to defile his woman was a humiliation he could not bear. Truthfully, he felt that not having killed the man was already a display of mercy. That scoundrel. Did he truly say that? Lin Qingsue felt an unexpected warmth swell within her at Tang Long's words, her gaze softening significantly. The man before her no longer appeared as the humble figure she had previously envisioned. Instead, he stood tall and formidable. For her sake, he had taken on young Master Dongfang, ready to face the impending brutal retribution from the Dongfang family. This realization touched her deeply. Indeed, should I repeat myself? Tang Long scoffed. Yet that does not justify smashing his car. Lin Qingxue shook her head, aware that such blatant aggression would undoubtedly provoke a fierce backlash. If the Dongfang family sought revenge, it would likely exceed what he alone could withstand, her heart sinking with concern. You are my woman, belonging solely to me. Therefore, anyone who dares to lay a hand on you is courting death. I have shown mercy by not killing him, Tang Long declared, his fierce and commanding demeanor instilling fear. An aura of terror enveloped the room, sending a chilling sensation coursing through Lin Qingxue, compelling her to clutch her clothing tightly. It's so cold, she thought, shivering despite the air conditioning in her office. Qingxue, whether you accept me or not, in my heart, you are my woman, and no one can take you from me. Do you understand? Tang Long asserted, resembling a domineering sovereign as he stepped closer to Lin Qingxue, his gaze locked onto her stunningly beautiful face, gently raising her chin with a finger. In that moment, Lin Qingxue found her own presence utterly overshadowed, even trampled underfoot. Chapter 29. I have taken a little brother faced with this suddenly unfamiliar, yet powerful man. Her eyes softened considerably. You are mine. Remember my words. One day, I shall possess you, your kiss, your body, and everything that is you. Having spoken, Tang Long gently pressed a kiss upon her cheek, then majestically departed from the office. As Tang Long opened the door to leave, Huang Ying nearly collided with him, for the little girl had been eavesdropping through the crack of the door. I wasn't eavesdropping. It was unintentional, she stammered. Boss, take care. Faced with such an extraordinary powerhouse, Huang Ying found herself utterly overwhelmed, revealing her vulnerability as a petite woman. Her heart raced, and she dared not lift her gaze. Do not speak of today's events to anyone, or you shall find yourself in trouble, Tang Long cautioned, patting her delicate shoulder and whispering in her ear. With that, he left in a graceful manner. A few minutes after Tang Long's departure, Lin Qingxue finally emerged from her state of shock. The events that had transpired lingered in her mind like an indelible dream, leaving her restless. What troubled her most was the overwhelming aura that the man had exuded in an instant, rendering her powerless. Before him, she had transformed from a proud female CEO into a gentle little slave, utterly unable to resist. Perhaps this was destiny? At that moment, Lin Qingxue stood lost in thought, self-mockingly smiling as she pondered. So, is he truly your man? Just then, Huang Ying entered the room, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. Given her experience, she could hardly fathom the sheer dominance of this man. Yes, this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, prepare for your resignation, Lin Qingxue replied, her impatience evident as she waved her hand dismissively. Huang Ying, sticking out her little tongue, quickly retreated. It was clear that the CEO was not jesting. Subsequently, she seated herself at her desk, unable to focus on the cases before her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Tang Long. What manner of man was he? It seemed imperative for her to reassess this extraordinary individual. Distracted and distressed, she was preparing to gather her thoughts for the tasks ahead, when suddenly, the door swung open, and Tang Long burst in like a gust of wind. You. What brings you here again? Lin Qingxue inquired, her heart racing, her expression shifting. I have another matter to discuss with you. I just recruited 2 brothers and arranged for them to join the security department. With that, Tang Long placed a form on her desk. Lin Qingxue took it, and upon glancing at it, was taken aback, for she recognized the 2 names listed. They are underlings of Lin Qingyun. How could they acknowledge you as their elder brother? She questioned, perplexed. Lin Qingyun dismissed them, so they're no longer affiliated with Qihu. They recognize me as their elder brother out of admiration, Tang Long replied with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue, who had just sipped her coffee, suddenly spat it out in disbelief. What on earth? Admiration is not a valid reason. After a brief moment of frustration, she could not help but laugh joyfully. Is that so? How do they admire you? Care to elaborate? Lin Qingxue found herself unable to maintain her composure, astonished by such a flimsy excuse. Clearly, Tang Long possessed remarkable audacity. As a woman, you would not comprehend. Only when you reach my level will you understand the pride of being admired, Tang Long remarked, shaking his head. Fine, you've bested me. However, they were once part of Qihu. Surely remaining there would be more appealing than serving as your underlings? I suggest you approach Lin Qingyuan to plead on their behalf. Perhaps she may reconsider her previous stance, Lin Qingxue advised. Who is she to you? Tang Long inquired, suddenly enlightened. She is my sister, Lin Qingxue stated candidly. That woman would not heed my words. Let us proceed as I suggested, Tang Long replied, turning to leave. Wait a moment, Lin Qingxue called out to him. What is it? I have a gala to attend tonight, a charity event. You shall accompany me. Lin Qingxue hesitated before speaking, considering that having him as a bodyguard would also deter unwanted attention. I do not wish to go. Tang Long shook his head, disinterested in such social gatherings, deeming them a waste of time. Will you attend or not? Lin Qingxue's expression turned serious. And what role shall I play? Tang Long blinked. Of course, you shall introduce me as your boyfriend. Now that's more like it, he replied with a beaming smile, feeling rather pleased. It was the first time in months that she had actively invited him to accompany her. Very well, you may return to your duties. Lin Qingxue's demeanor returned to its usual coldness as Tang Long left. Due to a recent altercation, Tang Long was reassigned to the internal affairs team, no longer stationed at the entrance. With a desk and a computer, he found himself with much more freedom. Lighting a cigarette, he indulged in an online game during work hours, an outdated version of Red Alert. However, the company staff were well aware of the unique relationship between him and the CEO, which deterred anyone from causing him trouble. Even Luo Sihai, who had previously harbored a strong animosity toward him, had become considerably subdued. Hey, Dragon Brother, life must be treating you better now, remarked the two newcomers, a tall man and a monk, as they entered after completing their onboarding process. Their expressions relaxed. Remembering Lin Qingxue's earlier words, Tang Long felt a twinge of concern. Have you truly been dismissed from Qihu? Or is this femme fatale sending you to infiltrate? He asked, eyeing them with a composed gaze. Rest assured, we have sincerely come to ally with you, the tall man declared straightforwardly. Ever since we lost to you that day, I have wished to become your disciple. After all, our realms are not high, and advancing further is quite difficult. Thus, we seek to acknowledge you as our elder brother. He continued, Indeed, we are willing to recognize you as our elder brother, having been thoroughly convinced by your prowess, the monk added earnestly, rubbing his bald head. Chapter 30. Lin Qingxue's jealousy. The two men spoke with remarkable humility. Tang Long, pleased by their words, replied, Very well. Since you are earnest in your desire to follow me, I shall not say more. Your future conduct will determine your standing. With that, he returned to his game. Meanwhile, in a room within the Dongfang family estate, the severely injured Dongfang Shuo was undergoing treatment for his wounds. Tang Long's blows had been particularly severe, leaving Dongfang Shuo nearly lifeless on the bed. Had it not been for concern over the office workers, he might have perished. Have you discovered who is responsible? A slender young man with a peanut-shaped head entered, his eyes narrowed, exuding a chilling aura. It's him, Tang Long. He is a new security recruit at Longhai Group. Dongfang Yu stood up abruptly, speaking with utmost respect. Dongfang Yu was the daughter of Dongfang Shaoqin, and she shared a close bond with Dongfang Shuo. Naturally, she was furious over his injury and had been vigilantly by his side. Dongfang Shuo's father, Dongfang Jian, stepped forward, his tone fervent. Elder brother, you must seek justice for me. He is my only son, and he has been so unjustly harmed. I must avenge him. Rest assured, third brother, I shall personally take his head. No matter who he is, he cannot escape death. Dongfang Qinghan roared, his face dark with rage, his fists clenched tightly, the veins on his hands bulging ominously, producing a terrifying crackling sound. The sight of Dongfang Qinghan's fury ignited a glimmer of excitement in Dongfang Jian's eyes. To comprehend the peculiarities of Dongfang Qinghan, one must acknowledge his formidable martial prowess, which is said to have reached the 5th level of Qi training. In the vast expanse of Zhanghai, there appears to be no one capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Thus, once he resolves to take action, it can almost be said that the individual in question is as good as dead. Uncle, you must avenge me. This insufferable wretch not only assaulted me, but also wrecked my Cadillac. Moreover, he declared that henceforth, anyone from the Dongfang family he encounters shall have their limbs shattered, rendering them crippled. Dongfang Shuo implored, his eyes darting with malice. His words flowed like a torrent of unrestrained deceit, instantly contorting his already grotesque visage into a more sinister grimace. It infuriates me. For centuries, no one from the Dongfang family has dared to challenge us. I vow, on behalf of our martial arts academy, to capture this scoundrel and reduce him to ashes. So he understands our might. Dongfang Qinghan growled through gritted teeth, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity, reminiscent of a feral beast exuding a palpable aura of menace. Uncle, I have heard that this ruffian has illicit ties with that Lin girl. Surely, he acted with such cruelty out of jealousy for my pursuit of Lin Qingxue. Uncle, I implore you, do not stop at avenging me. Help me retrieve that girl as well, or I shall struggle to find peace. With that, he rolled off the hospital bed and, with a thud, knelt on the floor, clutching Dongfang Qinghan's leg and wailing in desperation. That girl, over the years, has surely cost you no less than several million. Yet you still have not won her over? Dongfang Qinghan's expression darkened ominously upon hearing Dongfang Shua's words. She completely disregards me, squander my money on some pretty boy. It is utterly maddening. Dongfang Shua lamented. You are a disgrace, utterly useless. You cannot even secure a woman's affection, Dongfang Qinghan scolded. Very well, I shall grant your wish. I will capture them both. The man shall die, and the woman shall be left for your enjoyment, a compensation for your emotional turmoil, he replied, gently caressing Dongfang Shua's wan face. A twinge of sympathy evident in his demeanor. Dongfang Qinghan, childless, regarded Dongfang Shua as his own, showering him with affection. Witnessing his nephew's plight, he could not remain passive. This time, he would undoubtedly extend his aid. Upon Dongfang Qinghan's acquiescence, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Bring me immediate intelligence on that scoundrel named Tang. I require precise information on his whereabouts, he commanded decisively. Soon, members of the Dongfang family sprang into action. To preserve the family's reputation, it was evident that this matter had escalated to an insurmountable level. Allowing public opinion to fester online would be untenable for the Dongfang family. The lofty image cultivated over the years could be irrevocably tarnished, diminishing their status entirely, consequences that Dongfang Qinghan could not tolerate. In the absence of the family head, this pressing situation fell to him, the elder. Meanwhile, Tang Long, who had spent the day gaming at the office, finally awaited the end of his workday. He descended to the underground garage to retrieve the red BMW i8, the favored vehicle of Lin Qingxue. With the engine purring to life, he relaxed as he waited. This parking space, the closest to the elevator, was designated for the president's exclusive use, where her car was typically stationed. As employees passed by, they would cast curious glances at the striking red BMW, but upon discovering that the occupant was none other than Tang Long, the infamous troublemaker from earlier that day, they gathered around. A few female office workers even feigned flirtation, blowing kisses his way. Tang Long, unfazed, engaged effortlessly with the ladies, reveling in their attention. Moments later, when Lin Qingxue entered his line of sight, the enamored women dispersed. It seems you possess not only combat prowess but also a rather impressive side career, she remarked coolly, her brows furrowing in mock disdain as she entered the vehicle. Dear wife, what do you mean by side career? Tang Long replied with a grin. Do I really need to spell it out? What exactly were you discussing with that woman? I have no desire to play the third wheel, Lin Qingxue retorted. Her lips pursed. For reasons unknown, despite not typically being concerned about Tang Long's interactions, she found herself irked by his camaraderie with other women. Are you feeling jealous? Tang Long teased, his excitement palpable. Spare me your self-admiration. There are still 2 hours until the gala commences, and I need to purchase a few outfits to spruce you up, Lin Qingxue stated, steering the car toward a nearby upscale mall. After parking, she led Tang Long to a Pierre Cardin boutique, renowned for its stylish attire sourced from the fashion capital of Paris, favored by young men and women alike. Lin Qingxue, a local celebrity, instantly drew attention upon her arrival, igniting a flurry of excitement among the fashionable crowd. Miss Lin, you are stunning. We adore you. May we take a picture together? A group of university students clamored. Oh, very well. Lin Qingxue relented, unable to refuse their earnest request. After snapping a few photos, before more admirers could encroach, Tang Long grasped Lin Qingxue's hand and whisked her away, sensing that remaining longer would only invite chaos. Observing the approaching crowd, he feared for her safety and hurriedly led her to a quieter area. Once they caught their breath, he lamented, having a beautiful wife truly brings its own set of troubles. The earlier escapade had left him fatigued, while Lin Qingxue, drenched in perspiration, found her meticulously applied makeup in disarray, an absolute disaster for someone so image-conscious. She hastily retrieved a compact mirror to touch up her appearance. Why the rush? They are merely my fans, They won't devour me, she chided, slightly annoyed. Protecting your safety is one of my duties, Tang Long declared earnestly. And please refrain from calling me wife in public. It sounds dreadful, Lin Qingxue scolded, her brows knitting together. If I don't call you wife, what else should I say? He countered. Call me Miss Lin, she suggested with a faint smile. Very well. The awkwardness of this designation weighed on Tang Long, for they were indeed married. Yet he was compelled to address her in such a manner, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Soon, they procured a black suit and a light beige checkered suit, Tang Long's favorite, totaling over 30,000 yuan. Lin Qingxue intended to pay, but Tang Long swiftly interjected, brandishing a black card. Upon seeing it, Lin Qingxue gasped, instinctively covering her mouth. What is the matter? He inquired with a calm smile. How did you come to possess a black card? You must understand that the Citibank black card is universally accepted across the globe and is issued in an extremely limited quantity, with no more than 50 cards in existence. Presenting such a card grants one access to unparalleled VIP treatment, complete with personal reception by a manager. This prestigious card is typically reserved for a select few individuals of significant stature. How did you acquire it? In that moment, Lin Qingxue was utterly astonished. To her knowledge, many billionaires dream of owning such a card, yet they have no hope of ever obtaining one. Is it really that remarkable? Tang Long shook his head, casting a glance at Lin Qingxue, who seemed overly astonished. He mused to himself about what had caused her to react so dramatically. It was merely a bank card. After all, was it truly worthy of such astonishment? After changing into his suit, the two departed from the shopping center. One must admit that after donning the tailored attire, it was indeed true what they say, clothes make the man. Tang Long appeared significantly more dashing and charismatic, every movement exuding an air of mysterious allure that made Lin Qingxue question her own perceptions. Her eyes roamed over him incessantly, feeling as if he were an entirely different person, imbued with freshness and enigma. Hey, I must protest. Please refrain from looking at me so intently. It's quite distracting while I'm driving. After exiting the mall, Tang Long took the initiative to drive, as his driving skills far surpassed Lin Qingxue's. In such a congested area, poor driving skills would render one immobile, so it was only natural for him to take the wheel. I find you increasingly incomprehensible. What manner of person are you? Lin Qingxue inquired, her curiosity piqued rather than angered. Haha, in your imagination, what sort of person do you envision me to be? Tang Long replied with a playful grin. Regardless, you are vastly different from before. I must admit, I prefer the current version of you. Lin Qingxue unabashedly expressed her sentiments, feeling a flicker of fondness for Tang Long. Well, I'm glad you appreciate it. I am quite the chameleon. At times, I may embody a devil, while at others, I could transform into a gentle, family-oriented man, or even a complete rogue. I wonder what your preference would be? Tang Long jested, his spirits lifted by the recognition from the IC CEO. Lin Qingxue was left speechless. Not long after the car had departed, a few vehicles suddenly emerged around a bend. A large truck blocked the road entirely, while several black sedans swiftly encircled them from behind. The lead car's door swung open violently, and a middle-aged man dressed in martial attire jumped out, striding directly towards Tang Long's vehicle with a disdainful snort. Tang Long did not recognize this individual, but Lin Qingxue was all too familiar. Oh no, it's someone from the Zhang family. Lin Qingxue pointed towards the approaching figure, informing Tang Long. His name is Zhang Zixuan, the head of the Zhang family, a formidable force in the area, rarely provoked. But what could they possibly want with us today? Lin Qingxue was perplexed. The Zhang family, you say? Very well, I shall confront them. Stay in the car, my dear. No matter what occurs, do not exit. Do you understand? Tang Long instructed patiently. Understood. Just be careful. They are not ordinary people. Perhaps I should join you. They might extend some courtesy to me. Lin Qingxue expressed her concern. I insist, remain in the car. These ruffians are clearly targeting me, and it's none of your concern. Tang Long discerned from their gazes that their ire was solely directed at him. Tang Long exited the vehicle and approached Zhang Zixuan. Zhang Zixuan scrutinized Tang Long, his eyes narrowing slightly. You are Tang Long? Indeed. I've been seeking you for quite some time. What do you want with me? I don't recall any grievances between us. Tang Long sensed the palpable menace emanating from Zhang Zixuan, who was undoubtedly a skilled fighter. Enough with the pretense. My son, Zhang Long, was assaulted by you, and now you seek to take his life. Zhang Zixuan bellowed, his body trembling with rage, his eyes flashing with an icy fury. I merely taught him a lesson in humility. I had no intention of taking his life. Had I wished him dead, he would have been long gone. Tang Long replied coolly. Such naivety. How do you explain the dragon-lock needle? The dragon-lock needle? Tang Long momentarily faltered. I have never employed the dragon-lock needle. Tang Long, cease your deceit. The dragon-lock needle embedded in Zhang Long's chest nearly cost him his life. If it remains, he may not survive the night. You shall pay for this with your life. I will personally sever your head to avenge my son. Zhang Zixuan howled, his presence exuding a terrifying aura that enveloped the surroundings. His piercing gaze fixed on Tang Long. A tide of murderous intent surged forth, leaving Tang Long feeling chilled to the bone. Several experts from the Zhang family quickly surrounded him, indicating their intent to kill Tang Long and take his head as a trophy. As the skilled practitioners brandished their gleaming blades, Lin Qingxue could no longer remain seated in the vehicle. She burst forth, bravely standing beside Tang Long. Lin Qingxue's sudden appearance captured the attention of everyone present. The so-called Ice Queen, known as the most beautiful woman in Jianghai, had always been a focal point of media scrutiny. The fact that she was now alongside Tang Long was utterly unexpected, especially as she stood in front of him. The Zhang family's intelligence had failed to mention her, leading them to believe that only Tang Long was in the car. However, the current situation left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. With Lin Qingxue present, the dynamics shifted significantly. After all, the Lin family was a powerful force, and any harm to Lin Qingxue would undoubtedly provoke a conflict with them. This realization caused Zhang Zixuan to involuntarily draw in a few sharp breaths. Ms. Lin, what brings you here? Zhang Zixuan inquired, perplexed. He's an employee of my company. We are attending a gala together, Lin Qingxue clarified. How fortuitous. Ms. Lin, this matter does not concern you. Our target is him, not you, Zhang Zixuan stated coldly, implying she should step aside and refrain from interfering. Absolutely not. He is my employee, and I must protect him. You cannot harm him. Otherwise, I will call the police. Lin Qingxue stood her ground defiantly. Call the police? Huh. Do you truly believe that will be of any consequence? Before the authorities arrive, you'll already be dead. Zhang Zixuan retorted icily. So, you truly have no respect. Lin Qingxue's anger flared. The Zhang family was overstepping their bounds, entirely disregarding her feelings. I was attempting to show you some courtesy, but I failed to comprehend why he warrants such protection from you. Zhang Zixuan glared at her coldly. He is my boyfriend. You cannot harm him. Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, her admission a challenge, given her previous reluctance to acknowledge their relationship. The revelation took everyone by surprise. Tang Long felt a warm surge within his heart, appreciating her words. However, since this conflict had arisen due to him, he could not allow a woman to serve as a shield. He stepped forward, gently grasping her delicate hand, and whispered near her ear, my dear. Please wait in the car. This is a matter to be resolved between men. Allow me to handle it. What? You? Lin Qingxue felt a surge of urgency within her. She tightly grasped his hand, unwilling to let go. The warmth of his fingers, accompanied by a hint of perspiration and a slight tremor, revealed her profound concern. Zhang Zixuan, known as Zhang Laohu, was a frightening individual. When he became enraged, he would even deny his own parents. You doubt my abilities? I am confident I can defeat him, Tang Long remarked softly. Very well. However, you must promise me that you will return safely. The gravity of her words echoed the finality of life and death, causing Lin Qingxue's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Witnessing her expression deeply moved Tang Long. Indeed, adversity reveals true emotions, and it was only at this moment that the electric charge between them became apparent. This indicated that the icy demeanor of the female still held a place for him in her heart. As Lin Qingxue returned to the car, Tang Long turned his gaze towards Zhang Zixuan, a faint smile gracing his lips. He stepped forward and coldly addressed him, Zhang Zixuan. Since you claim your son is hanging by a thread, do you wish to save him or let him perish? Tang Long sensed the terrifying aura radiating from his opponent, yet he felt no fear. Despite being merely at the first level of Qi training, he was still leagues away from Zhang Zixuan's 5th level. However, with the extraordinary capabilities of his golden left hand, he believed he could hold his own. What do you mean? Is my son still salvageable? Zhang Zixuan, upon hearing this, became agitated, his murderous intent receding. Of course he can be saved, although I did not administer the needle myself. Unraveling the locked dragon needle, is not beyond the realm of possibility. The art of the locked dragon needle, a legacy from the revered healer Li Jinren, had endured for millennia, its enigmatic techniques surviving through fortunate transmission. Yet, only Li Jinren's descendants could truly understand its intricacies. Those who had merely heard of it were a rarity, and thus, being ensnared by the locked dragon needle rendered one's meridians blocked, leading inexorably to a slow death. This was why Zhang Zixuan reacted so fervently, immediately seeking Tang Long's life. Upon hearing Tang Long's words, Zhang Zixuan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, brightening significantly. "You really can unravel it?" he inquired. While I did not place the needle, I can certainly give it a try." Tang Long did not overstate his confidence. After all, his mysterious master had imparted martial arts to him along with medical knowledge. This locked dragon needle technique was part of that inheritance. Although many years had passed, Tang Long had come to understand his master's background and could surmise that the master was likely a descendant of Li Jinren. For years, countless powerful sects had sought the whereabouts of Li Jinren's unparalleled medical texts. His master, however, had chosen to live in obscurity for reasons of his own. Despite the world having access to Li Jinren's universal medical compendium, few had attained genuine transmission. Even the Seven Fiends masters, such as Hu Jing, who had previously employed the locked dragon needle, only grasped its superficial aspects, unable to wield its true power. Even so, the effectiveness they managed to unleash was formidable enough to nearly cost Zhang Long his life. Had Tang Long not arrived in time, he would surely have succumbed by the next morning. The stature of his enigmatic master suddenly loomed large in Tang Long's mind, igniting a sense of excitement within him. If this were indeed the case, he had inadvertently acquired the legacy of Li Jinren, becoming a successor to this medical art's deepest secrets. Suppressing his exhilaration, he took a deep breath to calm the tumult within. He retrieved a small silver box, a treasured possession he carried at all times. Upon opening it, he revealed a neatly arranged row of silver needles. After a moment's contemplation, he selected a medium-length silver needle, infusing it with a surge of true energy. Instantly, the seemingly ordinary needle blazed with an ethereal flame, illuminating the surrounding space. Zhang Long's eyes widened with tension as he fixated on Tang Long, witnessing this astonishing display. Even his previously disdainful expression betrayed a flicker of intrigue. With swift precision, Tang Long inserted several needles around the area of the locked dragon needle. Their insertion visibly weakened its hold, causing the energy previously concentrated there to dissipate rapidly. The internal meridians began to restore themselves, although the acupoints pierced by the locked dragon needle remained deeply ensnared, showing no sign of loosening. "All done," Tang Long declared, recognizing the opportune moment. With a lightning-fast motion, he seized the head of the locked dragon needle, pulling it out with a sharp sound. A surge of blood energy erupted from the needle's tip, splattering to the side. "Ouch!" A pained cry escaped Zhang Long as he rolled his eyes back and fainted. "All right then." Tang Long felt a surge of joy as the door swung open. And Zhang Zixuan and others rushed in like a swarm. Upon seeing his son unconscious on the bed, they were immediately thrown into a state of panic. "You killed my son!" Zhang Zixuan bellowed, launching an attack towards Tang Long without hesitation. Tang Long deftly sidestepped, coldly retorting, "He merely fainted. He will be fine shortly." Zhang Zixuan, driven by paternal instinct, acted impulsively, but upon hearing Tang Long's assurance, he quickly withdrew, rushing to his son's bedside. After pinching Zhang Long's acupoint, he gradually began to regain consciousness. His complexion significantly improved compared to before. The locked dragon needle, which had been lodged within him, was now absent. Zhang Zixuan's face lit up with joy, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Well, we have other matters to attend to, so we won't impose any longer. And just so you know, Lin Qingxue is my woman. Should anyone dare to harass her again, I assure you, the next encounter will not be so easily resolved." With a cold laugh, Tang Long took Lin Qingxue's hand and exited the Zhang residence together. Zhang Zixuan's face turned pale, momentarily stunned, before he finally remembered to send his guests off. Embarrassment washed over him as he scolded his son. "If you dare pursue that woman again, I will break your legs." After departing from the Zhang household, Tang Long glanced at his watch. "It seems we still have time to attend the evening gala. Allow me to drive," he said with a smile. "All right then," Lin Qingxue replied. At that moment, she seemed to shake off the shock from earlier, only to realize her hand was still tightly held by him. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, she instinctively withdrew her hand. Yet, Tang Long did not release her. Instead, he tightened his grip. You! Lin Qingxue fumed, a mixture of shyness and anger evident. Your little hand is so soft. It truly is the hand of a prosperous partner. It seems marrying me is undoubtedly a wise choice, he quipped, pressing a light kiss on her snowy hand before finally letting go. Lin Qingxue, having been teased, felt her face flush crimson, her exquisite features becoming even more enchanting. Let go of me. I never promised you anything, she protested, a blend of embarrassment and anger lacing her words. This man was utterly outrageous, daring to kiss her hand in public and openly declare her as his woman. Such actions made it impossible to conceal their relationship. Your heart has already acknowledged me. Why not just admit it? By resisting like this, are you truly going to keep me at bay? Tang Long remarked, having seen everything reflected in her eyes. The ability to read minds was one of the extraordinary skills imparted to him by his master. With just a glance, he could discern the thoughts of others. If Lao Gui were to discover that Tang Long had employed the skills he imparted to him for the purpose of wooing women, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Tang Long maneuvered his vehicle through the intricate roads with the grace of a fish swimming in water. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the scene, prompting Lin Qingxue to admire him silently. If she were to drive, it would likely take her well over 10 minutes. The venue for this event was the Elizabeth Hotel, the only 6-star establishment in the city, boasting the finest amenities. Although it was a charity gala, the attendees were all titans of the business world, drawing an eager crowd of invited guests. After all, mingling with such influential figures could lead to valuable collaborative opportunities, greatly benefiting one's enterprise. Surprisingly, upon entering the venue, the pair did not attract much attention. Rather, the guests clustered in groups, animatedly discussing something. Their exuberance and anticipation struck Lin Qingxue as somewhat peculiar. Hi, Qingxue, my goddess. You finally arrived. We were just betting on whether you would show up, and it seems I lost. A dapper young man clad in a beige checkered shirt and sporting a slick-back hairstyle approached with a broad smile. This individual was Wang Tao, the sole heir of the Wang family and one of Lin Qingxue's admirers. Upon seeing him, Lin Qingxue instinctively furrowed her brows and, with a hint of disdain, replied, I am not a goddess. Please address me as Miss Lin. Very well, Miss Lin. Oh, and who might this gentleman be beside you? Wang Tao asked, his expression slightly awkward as he finally noticed the handsome man standing next to Lin Qingxue. I am her boyfriend, Tang Long said, grinning at him. What? Miss Lin, when did you get a boyfriend? I had no idea. Is this kid just a cover for you? Look at his cheap attire. You must be a mere decoy. Wang Tao scoffed, patting Tang Long on the shoulder with disdain. Kid, you'd best stay away from Miss Lin, or I won't spare you. Young Master Wang, you're being rather overbearing, aren't you? Lin Qingxue has affection for me, and I admire her. We are a match made in heaven. You should refrain from meddling. Tang Long retorted boldly, unfazed by Wang Tao, who was a master of the 5th level of qi cultivation. You're asking for trouble, Wang Tao exclaimed, suddenly exerting force as he seized Tang Long's wrist, viciously gripping his acupoint. This was merely an attempt to publicly humiliate Tang Long, not to inflict serious harm. Lin Qingxue gasped in shock. Though she lacked martial arts knowledge, she understood the peril of such a move. Should the acupoint be damaged, it could severely harm a martial artist's body. However, Tang Long's reflexes were quicker than anticipated. His wrist slipped from Wang Tao's grasp, leaving him at a disadvantage. Before Wang Tao could comprehend the situation, he felt a tingling in his wrist as Tang Long seized his acupoint, applying just enough pressure to elicit beads of sweat on Wang Tao's forehead, forcing him to kneel in agony. Now do you see if I qualify to be her boyfriend? Tang Long declared as silvery flashes flickered and entered Wang Tao's body. A strange energy surged within him, and as he instinctively attempted to channel his qi in retaliation, he found it impossible to concentrate as his energy was being controlled. Instead, the foreign energy flowed freely throughout his body, leading to a gradual loss of control. In truth, this was merely a strand of true dragon energy emanating from Tang Long. Though it appeared unremarkable, it was in fact extraordinarily sharp. The dragon that had previously been attached to Tang Long's back now shimmered with a faint golden light, exerting an overwhelming pressure that forced Wang Tao to kneel uncontrollably. To the astonishment of all, he uttered before the crowd, "Dad." The atmosphere in the venue erupted into chaos at that moment, with every guest stunned into silence. They were incredulous, as Wang Tao was the only son of one of the four prominent families, possessing formidable skills at the 5th level of qi cultivation, and had always commanded respect. Why was he now kneeling before this young man? Indeed, Wang Tao's affection for Lin Qingxue was common knowledge. Yet why had he addressed this stranger as dad? Curiosity compelled the crowd to encircle the scene, some even pulling out cameras to capture this extraordinary moment. The spectacle of the young master calling another man dad would surely create a stir online. "Come on, my dear son. Rise and don't be so polite," Tang Long said with a smile, subtly retracting the silver needles he had previously inserted into Wang Tao. "Damn it, you dare to play tricks on me?" Wang Tao growled, now recovering his composure under the protection of his subordinates. His eyes filled with malice as he glared at Tang Long. "My dear son, how could I possibly deceive you? You were the one who wanted to acknowledge me as your father. I couldn't stop it if I tried," Tang Long shrugged innocently. The silver needles had sealed Wang Tao's acupoints, causing his energy to be obstructed, leading to his involuntary submission to Tang Long. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Tao had lost face entirely. This control technique was part of the teachings passed down by his master. And now Wang Tao had not only knelt publicly, but had also referred to Tang Long as dad, igniting a spectacle that captivated the audience, who stared at him in disbelief. "My dear son, let me offer you some advice. She is my woman, which makes her your godmother. Do not harass her again, or next time, I will ensure you face dire consequences," Tang Long said with a playful tone. Lin Qingxue nearly stumbled upon hearing his words. After all, she was still a maiden. This godmother title had come rather swiftly. "Damn it, a mere first-level qi practitioner dares to provoke me. I will not let you off today." Wang Tao, filled with indignation, glared at Tang Long, his rage palpable. As the murmurs of the crowd reached a crescendo, Wang Tao's hands transformed into fierce claws as he lunged at Tang Long, skyrending claw. With a swift motion, his claw descended, enveloped in a faint white aura, exuding a ferocious and violent aura. The sound of his attack sliced through the air. The crowd gasped. They feared for Tang Long, knowing Wang Tao's prowess far surpassed his own. Yet before Wang Tao's claw could land, Tang Long launched a powerful kick, striking Wang Tao squarely in the abdomen, instantly incapacitating the formidable 5th-level master. With a swift kick, the opponent was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the floor with a resounding thud. The tables behind him were overturned in a chaotic cascade, scattering cups and plates across the ground. This ignited a fresh wave of turmoil among the spectators, with several nearby patrons screaming and fleeing in panic, narrowly avoiding being caught in the fray. Chapter 35. A chance offered. Tang Long delivered a decisive kick that sent his adversary tumbling. Before the other could regain his footing, Tang Long's figure flickered, and he was suddenly upon him. With a swift motion of his arm, a series of resounding slaps echoed against the opponent's face, instantly transforming it into a swollen mass of bruises. After delivering the blows, Tang Long swayed slightly before returning to his original position, as if he had never moved at all. However, the sight of the red and swollen marks on Wang Tao's face left onlookers astounded, and many guests began to murmur amongst themselves. Previously, all eyes had been on Wang Tao, but now the focus had shifted to Tang Long. Who exactly was he to dare lay a hand on young Master Wang? It was well known that young Master Wang was the heir of the Wang family, someone no one dared to provoke. Rumor had it that he was merely a new security guard at Longhai Group. Could a mere security guard be so audacious? In an instant, the discussions grew louder. At this moment, Wang Tao, supported by a few subordinates, managed to stand. He opened his mouth, spitting out a mouthful of thick blood, revealing several glistening teeth amidst the crimson. His complexion turned as pale as that of a snake's victim. His gaze filled with venomous malice as he glared at Tang Long, pointing a finger and shouting, "You're dead meat. You dare strike me? I will make you pay tenfold." "Wang Xiao, this incident arose because of me. He is my boyfriend. If there are any repercussions, let them fall upon me." Lin Qingxue stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Tang Long, her expression icy. Upon hearing Lin Qingxue's words, Tang Long felt a warmth in his heart, deeply impressed by her willingness to take a stand. "You insolent wretch, this time, facing the Wang family, I will ensure you pay tenfold. Your Longhai Group should brace for a strike as well." Wang Tao seethed, his fury palpable. "Enough! This matter concerns your two families. Any issues should be resolved privately. Mr. Aguilas will be arriving shortly, and he is the guest of honor for this evening's event. I do not wish for your conflict to mar the spirits of our esteemed guests. A rotund gentleman approached, delivering his warning coldly. This man, named Shang Gao, was the organizer of the business conference and the president of the association, wielding considerable influence. His mere presence stirred significant commotion. Faced with Shang Gao's stern admonition, even Wang Tao found himself at a loss for words, fearing the repercussions on his family's business. With Mr. Augulez's imminent arrival poised to elevate the evening, Wang Tao had no choice but to swallow his anger for the time being, repeatedly acquiescing. At this moment, some individuals hurriedly began to clear the shattered remnants from the floor, replacing them with intact tables and glassware, gradually restoring order to the gathering. Now, all attention shifted towards Mr. Augulez, and the earlier altercation quickly faded from memory. Who exactly was Mr. Augulez? And why did everyone seem to hold him in such high regard? Tang Long pondered languidly, while savoring a fine bottle of Lafite. Tang Long, you don't know who Augulez is? He is the business emperor of Europe, possessing the largest and most successful chain of enterprises across Europe and beyond. He reportedly maintains harmonious relations with various royal families, and his thriving business endeavors have made him a rising star in the political realm of Country F. In terms of influence, he rivals even Bill Gates. The effort to secure his presence at this charity gala has been immense. Had it not been for the earlier incident, this evening would have been truly splendid, Lin Qingxue expressed, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Ah, so it's him? Tang Long's eyes brightened as a realization dawned upon him. You know him? Lin Qingxue's previously somber expression suddenly ignited with fervor. I do not know him personally. I have merely heard his name in passing, Tang Long replied, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. As they conversed, Shang Gao approached, cradling a glass of red wine and shaking his belly as he walked over. Welcome to the gala, ladies and gentlemen. Ha, Qingxue, your boyfriend certainly made an impressive showing, even daring to strike young Master Wang. Remarkable, Shang Gao exclaimed, showing no hesitation in his admiration for Tang Long's prowess. Wherever. I apologize for causing trouble for the association, Lin Qingxue responded politely. Do not be modest. Your boyfriend is quite extraordinary. Qingxue, you have yet to introduce me to him, Shang Gao remarked, his gaze fixed on Tang Long with a warm smile. I am Tang Long, a new employee at Longhai Group. Tang Long introduced himself. Pray tell, what is your role at Longhai Group? The association president inquired, his curiosity evident. I am a security guard, Tang Long replied straightforwardly. A security guard? That cannot be. I witnessed your remarkable skills just now. You must hold a more significant position, Shang Gao said, shaking his head in disbelief. I am indeed a security guard, Tang Long reiterated, undeterred. Whether you believe it or not, that is my occupation. Is that so? Very well. I shall take your word for it, Shang Gao chuckled heartily. Not only do you possess impressive abilities, but it appears you also demonstrated an extraordinary technique with acupuncture. It seems you are quite skilled in the art of acupuncture as well. I have an unusual request. Would you be willing to assist? Shang Gao's expression turned serious. Are you asking me to treat someone? Tang Long inquired, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Clever. Indeed, there is a patient in my family who requires treatment. However, previous doctors have proven ineffective. I observed your unique technique and found it to be extraordinary. I would like to request your assistance for my family member. Shang Gao hesitated before continuing. Very well, I shall agree, Tang Long responded. Fantastic. I did not expect you to agree so readily. Shang Gao beamed with joy. However, as you are aware, the business elites present are all awaiting opportunities. I believe it would be appropriate for you to offer Qingxue a greater chance in your favor, particularly regarding collaboration with Augulez. Indeed, I shall do so, Tang Long asserted. Understood, Shang Gao nodded. However, Augulez has a peculiar temperament, making it difficult for most to approach him. If he refuses to meet with Miss Lin, I will have no recourse. I comprehend, Tang Long confirmed. In reality, he and Augulez shared a long-standing friendship. However, to avoid revealing their connection, especially not wanting anyone to know of his presence in Huaxia, he needed to maintain an air of unfamiliarity. With a smile, Shang Gao departed, relieved to have found a potential healer for his family. Outside, a sleek black Bentley abruptly halted, and as the door swung open, several dignified, middle-aged men emerged, exuding an air of authority. The leader, clad in a black Carlo D suit, possessed a burning intensity in his gaze, swiftly scanning the surroundings before striding forward with purpose. The lights illuminated the restless figures around them. At this moment, Wang Tao had already received treatment, and his wound had been attended to. Consumed by rage, he did not return to the hospital for recuperation. Instead, he gathered a group of over 50 individuals to confront Tang Long. This contingent comprised the most elite forces of the Wang family, including several formidable practitioners at the 9th level of Qi training. With such strength, they were more than capable of looking down upon others. Should they force their way in now, it would not only severely embarrass Shangao, but would also obliterate the meticulously arranged soiree in an instant. However, Wang Tao, driven by a fierce desire for revenge, would have charged and already had it not been for the earnest pleas of a few subordinates. Damn it, I refuse to believe that this brat dares to strike someone publicly. This time, I will make him pay dearly, and that provocative woman won't escape my grasp either. Once I take her back, I will do as I please. Wang Tao chuckled lewdly. Master, charging in now may prove inconvenient. It might be wiser to ambush them along the way. The chairman would not hold it against us. If we force our way in, it will only lead to a confrontation with him, which would be detrimental to our interests. Even the esteemed Wang family cannot afford to offend the chairman lightly. Damn it, are you all afraid? Wang Tao snarled through gritted teeth, his eyes flashing with malice as he glared fiercely at those present. The group was taken aback, hastily silencing themselves, aware that the young master was on the brink of losing control. Very well, whatever you decide, master, we shall comply, one subordinate remarked, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. Charge in, I care not for the consequences. I demand that brat's life. As for Shangao, I will provide him with an explanation afterward. Wang Tao declared with a cold smirk. To him, settling matters with Shangao was not a daunting task. A substantial compensation would suffice. As a businessman, their pride was ultimately of little value. They only sought immediate gain. Hearing his words, the Wang family subordinates nodded in agreement, displaying their support. With a single command, the eager subordinates surged forward like a tempest. Disaster. At that moment, the middle-aged leader who had just stepped out of the vehicle displayed a complex expression, abruptly stamping his foot and rushing forward, disregarding his image. It was evident he aimed to avert the impending conflict, but he was already a step too late. This fool is truly courting a world of trouble, he thought, his face darkening instantly. My lord, I have failed in my duty and could not prevent the young master in time. A young man followed closely, his face etched with anxiety. Tung Long, you did well. If it weren't for your timely warning, I might still be oblivious to this situation, Wang Yuelong said, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he patted the young man's shoulder in reassurance. Very well, my lord, let us stop them. Tung Long stepped forward, his tone resolute. Patience, let us not rush. We will return to the vehicle and wait until the situation spirals out of control before we intervene. Wang Yuelong abruptly changed his mind. Hearing this, the group's expressions shifted slightly, all astonished. This was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Bang! The hotel's entrance was shattered by a powerful kick, the glass revolving doors splintering into countless shards, scattering in all directions. Those caught off guard cried out in alarm as the chaos unfolded. Get him! Bring that brat to me. I will kill him. Wang Tao bellowed furiously. Understood, young master. I've got this. Wang Shuani stepped forward, his gaze swiftly locking onto a target. This individual, a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi training, was among the Wang family's top experts. With a swift motion, Wang Shuani soared into the air, delivering a fierce eagle claw strike from above. Under his lead, the remaining individuals surged forward, surrounding Lin Qingxue and Tang Long. This sudden upheaval turned the previously orderly hall into a scene of chaos. An aura surged from Wang Shuani's palm, taking the shape of an eagle's claw, magnified several times, its surface covered in scales, resembling a true eagle's talon. With a single strike, he encompassed a wide area, sealing off Tang Long's escape route. Shangao had not anticipated Wang Tao's reckless audacity in confronting him directly. Such brazen behavior was not something an ordinary person would dare to emulate. Wang Tao, you have quite the audacity to disrupt my event. This is utterly lawless. By now, someone had already called the police, and Shangao was seething with rage, his expression dark as he spoke. Trailing behind him were several young bodyguards. But in comparison to Wang Tao's fierce entourage, Shangao's forces were vastly outmatched. The two bodyguards were merely at the 7th level of Qi training, a stark contrast to the 9th level experts among Wang Tao's ranks. Naturally, Wang Tao viewed them with contempt. With a sly grin, Wang Tao made a dismissive gesture, saying, My apologies, Chairman Shang. I will compensate for everything here today. I must avenge this humiliation. This brat dared to strike me, and I will claim his life. Wang Tao's arrogance was palpable, clearly disregarding Shang Gao's warnings. Shang Gao, recognizing the overwhelming strength of the approaching group, felt helpless. They had completely seized control of the situation, leaving him with no recourse but to silently endure the bitter pill of humiliation. Meanwhile, the other guests in the establishment erupted into chaos, fleeing to safety with expressions of terror, none daring to speak up for Tang Long. They could see that in the face of these bloodthirsty foes, even a moment's misstep could cost them dearly. At that moment, Lin Qingshue's face darkened, and she shouted, "Wang Tao, you are utterly outrageous. Stop this at once." Yet, in his frenzied state, Wang Tao was beyond heeding her words. With a cold laugh, he retorted, "You shameless harlot. I pursued you earnestly, yet you ignored me, instead consorting with a mere security guard. This time, I shall capture you as well, and tonight, you will experience my desires firsthand." His gaze lingered on Lin Qingxue with a lewd anticipation. Hearing his words, Lin Qingxue felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. The last remnants of guilt she had felt after rejecting Wang Tao evaporated entirely. It seemed he was not only deserving of a beating, but that he had gotten off far too lightly. At this juncture, Tang Long had already leapt into action, swinging his golden left arm to counter the incoming strike. Sparks flew as the eagle claw descended with lightning speed, its formidable momentum colliding with Tang Long's golden fist. The force of the impact made Tang Long stumble back a few steps, a low groan escaping his lips. Inspecting his palm, he realized that this violent clash had drained a significant portion of his qi. However, even so, he had not emerged unscathed. Once more, Tang Long smiled faintly, preparing to retaliate. At this moment, outside the grand entrance, a Toyota Land Cruiser came to a halt. Several robust Caucasian men leapt from the vehicle, casting their gaze upon the unfolding situation, which instantly caused a frown to crease the brows of several individuals. The leader among them, a tall and muscular bald man clad in a suit, held a thick Cuban cigar between his lips, exhaling a cloud of acrid smoke. This man was none other than Augulus. Due to traffic congestion, he had arrived a good 10 minutes later than scheduled, and in this brief interlude, a series of events had transpired. What on earth is happening here? Could it be a robbery? Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to him, particularly in certain parts of Europe, where such thievery had become rather commonplace. With a swift motion, the bodyguards who had been trailing him surrounded him, and one of them responded in English before darting inside. Shortly thereafter, this individual returned to Augustus's side, relaying every detail of what he had witnessed. Upon hearing the news, Augustus could not suppress his excitement. "You cannot be serious. The sun god is inside," he exclaimed in astonishment, drawing a deep breath from his cigar and exhaling the smoke directly into his subordinate's face, causing him to cough violently. Nevertheless, the man maintained a respectful smile, showing no signs of disrespect. "My lord, cough cough, I would stake my life on it. I saw the sun god himself, engaged in combat with a formidable opponent. Ah, this could be quite the spectacle. I had thought that lad had been eliminated, yet it appears I was entirely mistaken. However, he does seem somewhat different. Not only has his strength diminished, but one of his arms appears rather peculiar. If I am not mistaken, his other arm must be a prosthetic." The skilled combatant's sharp eyes had detected the anomaly within mere seconds. Though Tang Long's abilities were limited, it was unimaginable for someone at the first stage of qi cultivation to contend against an opponent at the first stage of martial arts. Yet, from the looks of it, both sides seemed evenly matched, with Tang Long not affording his adversary many opportunities. This is going to be entertaining. Let us proceed inside. I am eager to see who dares to provoke our esteemed sun god," Augustus declared with a cold chuckle, striding forth. "Stop! Who are you? You cannot enter." Several of Wang's subordinates obstructed their path as they approached the entrance. "Stunt Azida, who are you to block Mr. Augustus's way?" Augustus's men showed no mercy. In mere moments, they had taken down the obstructing individuals. Observing the groaning figures on the ground, a sinister smile crept upon Augustus's face. "How dare you few stand in my way? You are courting death." With a derisive smirk, Augustus suddenly lifted his leg and stomped down heavily on one of the injured, a sickening crack echoing as the man's leg bone shattered, followed by a scream of agony. Augustus swiftly kicked the man away with a forceful motion, while the others followed suit, dispatching the injured to the side, thus clearing the entrance with ease. However, the revolving door of Elizabeth Hotel lay shattered, glass strewn across the floor, a minor inconvenience. Accompanied by his entourage, Augulus strode inside. Applause erupted. Brilliant! Truly brilliant! Ha! This is perhaps the most exhilarating scene I have witnessed since arriving in Huaxia, Augulus proclaimed, cigar in mouth and a mocking grin on his face. As he made his entrance, the atmosphere shifted. All eyes turned to the new arrivals, who had just barged in from outside. "It is Mr. Augulus!" Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Their intent was clear, to forge connections with Augulus, yet his entrance had caught everyone by surprise. "Mr. Augulus, I sincerely apologize. There have been some unforeseen circumstances." Upon seeing this heavyweight figure, Shang Gao rushed forward, his expression awkward as he explained, having expended considerable effort to secure Augulus's presence. Chapter 38. A Public Humiliation. Esteemed President Shang, no need for further elaboration. I comprehend your meaning. Is it these ruffians causing the disturbance? Augulus pointed at Wang Tao and his associates, his voice booming. At this juncture, the Tunglong group ceased their actions, turning to face the newly arrived powerhouse. "It is him. His name is Wang Tao, the heir of the Wang family." Shang Gao approached Augulus and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing this, Augulus's expression darkened, his gaze coldly sweeping over Wang Tao and his companions, a faint snort escaping his nostrils. "Why do you insist on behaving this way? Are you not aware that I would be arriving today?" Augulus inquired, puffing on his cigar as he stepped closer to Wang Tao. "Mr. Augulus, the cause of this incident lies with him, Tang Long. He disrupted the atmosphere here and struck me first." Wang Tao blurted out, his heart racing. The pressure emanating from Augulus was overwhelming, dwarfing the collective presence of the Wang family. Standing before this colossal figure, Wang Tao appeared particularly diminutive. At this moment, Tang Long stood before Augulus, arms crossed, observing him with a calm demeanor. He winked subtly, signaling him not to reveal his identity. Augulus understood perfectly, a faint smile gracing his lips. "How dare you, you insolent brat? Do you seek to harm my esteemed friend? You truly wish to meet your end?" With that, Augulus abruptly brought his hand down. The sound of impact resonated as 5 crimson marks bloomed across Wang Tao's face, his body uncontrollably propelled backward, landing several meters away. As he opened his mouth, a few pearly teeth tumbled out, mingled with blood. As the teeth clattered to the ground, Wang Tao remained dazed for a full 5 seconds before regaining his senses. Letting out a howl of pain, he clutched his swollen cheek, gazing at Augulus in bewilderment. "Mr. Augulus, I am your loyal follower. Why do you strike me? Surely, you must be mistaken." "Mr. Augulus, I am indeed your most devoted admirer," Wang Tao insisted, trying to maintain composure despite the swelling of his face. "Indeed, Mr. Augulus, he is my son, the sole heir of the Wang family. I assure you, he would never act against your interests. You must be mistaken." Just then, several figures squeezed in from outside, their faces reflecting shock. The newcomers were none other than Wang Yuelong. As the head of the Kaitian Martial Arts School, he enjoyed a stellar reputation, practically a deity in Jianghai City, impervious to threats. However, the current circumstances were vastly different. A foreign European businessman had just struck his son. The situation had devolved far beyond his expectations, compelling him to abandon his desire to remain incognito and observe the spectacle. Now, he had to step forward to advocate for his son, lest the humiliation his child endured go unaddressed. "You are his father?" Upon seeing Wang Yuelong emerge, a mysterious smile crossed Augulus's face. "Indeed, I am Wang Tao's father." Wang Yuelong felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing an underlying threat. "To raise such an unruly son, it seems your responsibilities are greater." A cold smile crept across the lips of Augustus as he stepped forward, extending his hand abruptly towards Wang Yuelong with the intent to seize him. Such audacity! At that moment, a young man who had been standing behind Wang Yuelong suddenly shouted with authority, launching himself into action with a powerful palm strike aimed squarely at Augustus. This individual was none other than Tung Long, fiercely loyal to Wang Yuelong. Tung Long was a battle-hardened warrior, unafraid of death. As a master of the first level of the human martial realm, he invariably positioned himself at the forefront whenever Wang Yuelong faced peril. "What are you doing?" Before Augustus could react, a tall, slender young man with red hair surged forward from behind him, reprimanding with a sharp tone. "I care not for your status. Striking someone is inherently wrong. Apologize to our master at once. Tung Long declared, his expression grave. How dare you? We struck him, and if he dies, it serves him right. Do you dare to disagree? The man opposite them replied with a chilling laugh. Pandora, teach this scoundrel a lesson he won't forget. Alhustish, disinterested in their exchange, issued his command directly. At his behest, Pandora swiftly unleashed a punch towards Tung Long. Tung Long met the attack with a punch of his own, and with a resounding clash, a tremendous wave of energy erupted between them, radiating outward from their bodies. The surrounding crowd was immediately buffeted by a fierce gust, causing some unprepared individuals to stagger backwards several steps before regaining their balance. The force of the wind struck everyone with the impact akin to an explosive detonation. Tung Long let out a muffled groan, reeling backward. At that moment, he lost his footing and, unable to contain himself, coughed up a mouthful of blood, sustaining internal injuries. No one had anticipated such a conclusion. A top-tier master like Tung Long had suffered a grave blow almost immediately upon engaging. In contrast, Pandora appeared little better off, his complexion turning a ghastly pale after retreating a few steps, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon Tung Long. You are formidable, yet you remain no match for me. Pandora sneered coldly. Tung Long, feeling a wave of frustration, steadied himself and regarded his opponent with a calm demeanor. Had I not exhausted my vital energy in that last exchange, you would never have had the chance to defeat me. Do not be so arrogant, young man. Temper your pride. Tung Long retorted, indignant. Indeed, during our earlier confrontation, your energy was significantly depleted. It seems prudent for you both to select a more opportune moment for a rematch, Tang Long interjected with a grin. In that recent skirmish, had it not been for the formidable support of the golden left hand, he would have surely succumbed to his adversary's blows. It was fortunate that Augustus had arrived in the nick of time, acting as a savior, sparing him from embarrassment. Well said, sun god. I shall heed your advice. However, he is simply unworthy to stand against me. Were I to choose, I would prefer to face you in a spectacular duel, Pandora remarked, turning to Tang Long with a tone rife with provocation. Chapter 39. The strong dragon does not suppress the local snake. The utterance of Sun God elicited a wave of astonishment throughout the venue, leaving many puzzled as to the intent behind it. Moreover, given that Pandora spoke in English, the number of those who comprehended the reference dwindled further. Nonetheless, many present were business elites, and they grasped the term's significance, their faces reflecting shock. Pandora, refrain from discussing such trivial matters in public. I am a modest individual, and this is my new life. I wish for you to never disturb my peace. Tang Long replied in fluent English, his accent bearing a distinctly British quality that resonated warmly, akin to a familial whisper. Not only was Pandora taken aback, but even Augustus, who had been puffing on a large cigar, paused in surprise, a peculiar smile gracing his features as he nodded appreciatively. It was evident that Augustus held Tang Long in high regard. Even when confronted by his most formidable subordinate, Pandora, he did not waver, exuding an aura of unparalleled authority. His words swiftly overwhelmed Pandora, who instinctively retreated several steps, sensing the chilling intensity of his presence. Yet why does your aura seem so feeble? Has something transpired? Pandora inquired, approaching Tang Long and sensing the diminished energy emanating from him, a deep furrow of suspicion appearing on his brow. This was vastly different from the sun god he remembered. Pandora, there is no need for so many questions. Indeed, I have undergone considerable change since our last encounter. Some matters, however, I cannot yet disclose, Tang Long replied, shaking his head lightly. This time he spoke in Zulu, and upon hearing it, Pandora nodded slightly. Very well, Pandora. The sun god does not appreciate prying into his private affairs. Noticing Pandora's awkward expression, Augustus chuckled softly. Indeed, Lord Augustus, Pandora conceded, refraining from further inquiry. Respected sun god, it appears we must arrange another time to discuss our matters. For now, allow me to handle this troublesome situation. Alhusta smiled faintly, discarding his cigar onto the ground and extinguishing it with a firm stomp. In the next moment, his gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Wang Yuelong, speaking coldly. Master Wang, this affair is rooted in your son's initial misstep. He should not have allowed personal grievances to ruin this splendid evening. His presence here is the utmost disrespect to me, and I do not easily forgive those who disrespect me. Augustus was an exceedingly forceful individual. not only thriving in the business world as a renowned emperor, but also possessing remarkable capabilities in various other domains. In truth, his motivations for such actions stemmed not solely from the disruption of the evening's festivities, but primarily in defense of Tang Long, one of his closest friends. Witnessing Tang Long being wronged was what truly incensed him. "Mr. Augustus, my son merely aimed his ire at another, not at you. I hope you can show him leniency. For he is but a child," Wang Yuelong interjected, stepping forward with a bitter expression, pleading earnestly. After witnessing his strongest subordinate suffer defeat, he finally recognized the formidable nature of this external tiger, compelling him to momentarily bow to the other party, with the intention of settling accounts later when the time was ripe. Of course, this was merely his inner contemplation. "Let him go, huh? There are ways to achieve that," Augustus replied with a cold chuckle. "What means?" Wang Yuelong inquired, eager to comply as long as it was not excessively outrageous. "Very well, let him sever an arm, and I shall spare him. Otherwise, I will take his life," Augustus stated with a chilling smirk. "You?" Wang Yuelong was taken aback, his expression one of sheer shock, hardly believing his ears. "I have stipulated that he must sever an arm for my acquiescence," Augustus reiterated. Assuming Wang Yuelong had not comprehended his earlier statement, he had initially spoken in English, and now he articulated it again in Chinese, deliberately slowing his pace to pronounce each word clearly. This time, he employed Mandarin, demonstrating a commendable proficiency that suggested he had studied the language for some time. If Wang Yuelong still failed to grasp his meaning, it would be quite untenable. How outrageous! "Here, no one can compel us to undertake such an act. Have you not heard a saying?" Wang Yuelong's countenance darkened ominously. "What saying?" Augustus inquired, curiosity piqued as he regarded the irate old man with mild surprise. "This phrase is known as the strong dragon does not oppress the local snake. Since you are all foreigners and unfamiliar with the customs of Huaxia, I shall not hold it against you. However, your unreasonable demand for my son's arm is rather excessive, is it not?" Wang Yuelong stated with a remarkable sense of magnanimity. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers could not help but nod in agreement. "Ah, truly intriguing, Master Wang. Your son has committed a grievous offense that cannot be overlooked. Shouldn't he be subject to punishment for his transgressions?" Augustus declared with an air of authority. He had nearly been amused by this grandiloquent reasoning. "It is utterly unreasonable. Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for my lack of justice." Witnessing yet another round of nods from the crowd, the smug expression on Wang Yuelong's face vanished in an instant, and he transformed into a figure as sharp as a sword, his gaze fixed intently on Augustus, resembling a fierce beast revealing its sharp fangs. "Pan Baiyue, teach this unreasonable old fool a lesson," Augustus commanded imperiously. At his command, Pan Baiyue immediately complied, leaping forward to deliver a powerful strike towards Wang Yuelong. This individual was no ordinary foe, having achieved the astonishing realm of the third level of martial arts. Though it appeared that he and the elder Wang were on equal footing, his extensive battle experience rendered him far more formidable than the elder, who rarely engaged in combat and preferred a life of cultivation. Thus, his attack was lethal from the outset. Wang Yuelong was taken aback by the ferocity of the opponent's strike. Enraged, he hastily retaliated, channeling his true energy into both hands and meeting the opponent's single palm with a forceful clash. A thunderous sound erupted as Wang Yuelong let out a muffled groan. Staggering backward a few steps, he felt his vital energy boiling within, a sweet, metallic taste rising in his throat, causing his breath to grow heavy. This was dire. He had sustained an injury. Over the years, he had engaged in combat no more than 3 times, and now, caught off guard, he found himself overpowered and wounded. Chapter 40. Paying the price. Master Wang, I advise you to accept my terms. Should you comply, you may still have the opportunity to collaborate with our business consortium. Otherwise, I shall ensure you pay a grievous price, Augustus remarked with a chilling smile. At this moment, Wang Yuelong was engulfed in immense shock. He had initially believed that his strength would easily allow him to vanquish his opponent. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the staggering prowess of Augustus's subordinate, who had so effortlessly bested him. The prospect of the opponent's promises seemed as fantastical as a pie falling from the sky. If this opportunity slipped away, the Wang family would indeed face dire consequences. After a brief contemplation, he nodded eagerly and proclaimed, "Very well, Mr. Augustus, I accept your terms." In a matter of seconds, the esteemed head of the Wang family had made his decision. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao, who had previously exuded arrogance, suddenly cried out in despair, "Father, I am your own son. How can you treat me this way? Is it truly worth breaking my arm for such meager gain?" He fell to his knees before his father, weeping profusely. The onlookers regarded him with disdain. In the face of profit, familial bonds appeared shockingly fragile. This scene left everyone astounded. Even Lin Qingxue, who had long harbored hatred for Wang Tao, was taken aback, instinctively grasping Tang Long's hand, her palm damp with perspiration. "Do not be anxious, dear. This is the reality. If you are not prepared to accept it, learn to adapt gradually upon returning," Tang Long reassured with a smile. Typically, such a wayward individual would garner little sympathy even if executed on the spot. Yet, at this moment, his drastic change of demeanor produced a surprisingly touching spectacle, evoking tears from several female guests present. Even the IC CEO, Lin Qingxue, seemed momentarily softened, entirely forgetting the discomfort caused by Wang Tao's previous harassment. In truth, it was only after enduring the brutalities of the dark underbelly of the West that Tang Long had cultivated such a calm demeanor. He had not anticipated that the seemingly frigid beauty would possess a tender side. "Father, spare me. Please do not render me disabled. That would be worse than death." Wang Tao wailed in anguish. "My son, I do not wish to harm your arm, but you must understand the current predicament. Our family is in dire straits, and without Mr. Augustus's formidable support, we may face severe repercussions. If it means sacrificing you to save our family, then it must be done." Tears streamed down Wang Yuelong's face as he spoke. Having agreed to Augustus's terms, he felt compelled to uphold his word. As a prominent figure in the business realm of Zhanghai City, his reputation was akin to a calling card, representing trust and honor. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he must face them with composure. Even if it meant sacrificing his own son, he had to make this decision. After all, the rapid expansion of the Wang family business in recent years had led to a plethora of bad assets and placed them under severe scrutiny, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. The only path out of this predicament lay in aligning with a business titan like Augustus, who might offer salvation. Therefore, for the sake of the family's status and future, he was forced to make this ruthless choice. "Father." Upon hearing Wang Yuelong's words, Wang Tao collapsed to the ground, fully aware that his father was a man of his word, unwavering once a decision was made. Thus his arm was doomed. "My son, I am truly sorry." Wang Yuelong's eyes reddened, a glint of cold determination igniting within. "Tenglong, you shall handle this matter." "Yes, master," Tenglong replied after a moment's hesitation. As the foremost expert in the Wang family, his responsibilities extended beyond safeguarding the head of the family. He was also tasked with executing various missions for him. Taking a deep breath, Tenglong advanced decisively to where Wang Tao lay crumpled on the ground and coldly stated, "I am sorry, young master." With that, he swiftly struck down with a palm, severing Wang Tao's arm with a sharp crack that echoed in the air. Wang Tao let out a harrowing scream before losing consciousness, while the others present averted their gazes, unable to bear the sight. The force of the strike was tremendous, cleanly severing Wang Tao's arm. As he gazed at the unconscious form of his son, Wang Yuelong took a deep breath and coldly commanded, "Carry the young master away and leave at once." This time, for the future of the Wang family, he was willing to sacrifice an arm of Wang Tao, a price that was all too evident, all for the sake of securing Augustus's assistance. "Very well, I trust you. You may depart. My steward will contact you regarding our collaboration," Augustus remarked, a playful smile gracing his features as he gestured an okay. "Thank you, Mr. Augustus. I look forward to a fruitful partnership." In the face of such a tempting opportunity for profit, Wang Yuelong's transformation was truly astonishing. The two exchanged a symbolic handshake, and Wang Yuelong turned to the assembled guests. Bowing and apologizing, "I apologize for the disruption, esteemed guests. On the next occasion, I shall host a banquet personally as recompense." With that, he led his subordinates away from the scene. Thus, the charity event concluded in a hurried manner. Shortly after their departure, the wail of police sirens pierced the air as several police cars sped towards the entrance of Elizabeth. A female police officer, leading several subordinates, hurriedly descended from their vehicle and approached. "Who is in charge here?" she inquired loudly after surveying the scene. "Comrade officer, I am the person in charge," replied Shang Gao, who had just seen off Augulus. Upon noticing the police's arrival, his brows furrowed, and he stepped forward to greet them. "We received a report of a brawl occurring here, and we are here to address the situation. As you are the person in charge, I need you to provide me with a record of what transpired, the female officer stated coolly. Shang Gao couldn't help but smile wryly as he led the officers inside, summarizing the events that had unfolded. However, he refrained from mentioning Wang Tao's injury, simply stating that there had been a disturbance that had since been amicably resolved. After this explanation, the female officer appeared reassured. With a wave of her hand, her subordinates promptly returned to their vehicles and departed the scene. Chapter 41. Injustice on the road. Once they left, tranquility finally returned to the area. Tang Long bid farewell to Shang Gao and took Lin Qingxue to a nearby location. Qingxue, the Wang family has suffered significant losses this time. They will surely not let this go easily. You must be cautious, Shang Gao cautioned. Do not worry. If the Wang family dares to trouble us again, I will not hold back, Lin Qingxue replied coldly. With the strength of the Lin family backing her, she knew that even if relations soured, they would not be at a disadvantage. Lin Qingxue had resolved that should the Wang family retaliate, they would strike back without mercy. Recently, several collaborative projects between the Wang and Lin families were under negotiation. If provoked now, those deals would be terminated, serving as one of her trump cards against the Wang family. Today, for reasons unknown, her emotions were particularly stirred. Perhaps it was truly for him? Well, that puts my mind at ease, Shang Gao nodded. The group then parted ways, with Tang Long driving Lin Qingxue home. Having barely driven a short distance, they were suddenly startled by the sound of gunfire ahead. Bang! 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 The sharp crack of bullets pierced the air, sending pedestrians into a frenzy as they fled for safety. This is bad. Something significant must have occurred, Tang Long realized. Understanding that their vehicle was not bulletproof and that they needed to leave quickly while ensuring Lin Qingxue's safety. However, unexpectedly, a car approached them head-on, its window rolled down. Through the opening, a woman dressed in a suit fired her weapon at the police pursuing her. Nowhere to run. This time, I will capture you. The leading female officer was none other than Su Tianqing, the police officer who had previously responded to a call in Elizabeth. Renowned in Shanghai as a prodigious beauty, she not only possessed stunning looks and a captivating figure, but also held a graduate degree from Shanghai University. She had been poised to study abroad, but resolutely chose to become a police officer to honor her father's legacy. Despite numerous opportunities in modeling and the arts, she turned them all down, determined to uphold her father's mission of capturing wrongdoers and maintaining peace in the community. On this occasion, while returning from a call, she inadvertently discovered the whereabouts of a suspect and immediately initiated an arrest. However, to her surprise, the suspect was armed, and after a brief confrontation, gunfire erupted between them, creating a chaotic scene. Hey mutant, do not flee. This time, even if it costs me my life, I will not let you escape. Fine. Let's wager our lives against one another. I fear you not. Since you have no fear of death, come and test your marksmanship against mine. I will grant you a swift end. A woman in a tight black leather outfit, approximately in her 30s, taunted with a seductive allure. Her devilishly charming face glimmered with a cold light as she bit her lower lip, her eyes flashing with a sharp glint. In her hand, she wielded a German-made P229 handgun, known for its formidable firepower and impressive accuracy. Several police officers, merely revealing themselves, were struck by her bullets, falling to the ground with cries of agony. Hey Mutant erupted into maniacal laughter, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that suppressed the officer's return fire. Her vehicle was headed straight for Tang Long and the others. At that moment, Tang Long suddenly had an idea. With a grin, he turned to Lin Qingxue and asked, "Are you afraid?" "I'm not," she replied, shaking her head. "All right then, I will lend a hand to the police and apprehend this villain. Otherwise, these officers alone stand no chance against her and would face dire consequences in their attempt to capture her." As he spoke, Tang Long seemed to recall something and added, "I know you adore this car. Will you blame me if it gets damaged?" Clarifying responsibilities before taking action was important to him. "No, I won't." "Good." With that, Tang Long slammed down on the accelerator, and the red BMW roared forward like a wild beast. Hearing the approaching engine's roar, Hey Mutant, momentarily distracted while firing backward, paused in surprise. In that instant, the red BMW, like a beautiful flame, crashed into her vehicle with a thunderous impact. The collision sent her car spiraling out of control, crashing violently against the roadside, where it erupted in blue flames. Just as her vehicle threatened to roll over, Hey Mutant executed a swift roll from the car. Boom! The next moment, her vehicle careened down the steep embankment, igniting a spectacular explosion. Had it not been for her extraordinary reflexes, she might have been reduced to ashes. The show was about to conclude. At that moment, a figure flashed before her. In truth, at the moment of the collision, Tang Long had already jumped from the car, securely landing on a small embankment while holding his icy-cold wife, Lin Qingxue. After gently setting her down, he turned his attention to He Muten. Seeking death? You audacious scoundrel! How dare you attack me? I will personally end your life. He Muten snarled, her teeth clenched in fury at the audacity of the interruption. If you are unsatisfied, unleash your full strength. I am more than willing to entertain you. Tang Long replied with a playful smile. You damned fool. I will send you straight to hell. He Muten's body trembled with rage. For the first time, she had been so openly scorned, igniting a fierce fire within her. You are far too arrogant. Allow me to teach you a lesson, she retorted, launching a kick that struck Tang Long's wrist, sending his gun flying. The pain caused her to emit a soft gasp as the weapon tumbled several meters away. Just as she reached for it, she sensed a shadow rushing toward her. The next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing down. Come at me. He Muten, an experienced international thief, displayed remarkable agility, evading Tang Long's strike with swift movements, rendering his attack ineffective. Chapter 42. The Lightning of Death. My dear Julie, we meet again. Before the imposing figure of He Muten, Tang Long wore a somewhat irreverent smile. How could it be you? My heavens, you are the sun god, He Muten exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment as she recognized Tang Long's visage. You have quite the discerning eye. Pray tell, what brings you to Huaxiao this time? Tang Long inquired, his gaze calm as he appraised her, a playful grin on his lips. That is none of your concern. I am a killer, and naturally. My purpose here is to take a life, He Muten retorted with a cold smirk. Ah, but unless you disclose your intentions, I shan't allow you to depart. How about this? Surrender yourself, and I assure you that the Huaxiao authorities will show leniency, Tang Long replied with a chuckle, exuding an air of nonchalance even in the presence of He Muten, who ranked among the top 10 assassins in the Western underworld. Get lost. I intend to kill you. He Muten hissed, her lips clenched tightly, revealing her tension. She was acutely aware of her slim chances against the once dominant sun god of the Western dark world. Your demeanor is far too endearing. You hardly resemble a killer, but rather a charming neighbor, Tang Long remarked with a slight smile, his tone laced with amusement. My lord, we have no grievances between us. Please, spare me. I do not wish to fall into the hands of the Huaxiao police, who would execute me without a second thought. Julie pleaded, her tone softening in desperation. Unfortunately, your encounter with me is your misfortune. I still wish to achieve something in front of the lovely police officers. Alas, I must take you as a token of our meeting. Tang Long replied with a mischievous grin, stepping closer. Stop right there, you scoundrel. You think to use me as a token in your pursuit of women? You are utterly shameless. You are no longer the respected sun god, but a rogue. Julie fumed, her face pale with rage, her body trembling, her teeth gritting audibly. From a distance, Lin Qingxue observed the scene with an air of indifference, her expression revealing a sense of estrangement towards Tang Long, who had recently become a stranger in her eyes. The once idle playboy, now revered by the business emperor Augustus, had transformed into a figure of formidable prowess, his healing abilities, linguistic talents, and terrifying martial skills making her feel utterly perplexed. Was this truly the same Tang Long she once knew, who spent his days drinking and chasing women? Certainly not. The current Tang Long was an enigma, increasingly difficult for her to fathom. At that moment, Tang Long chuckled. He Muten, tell me, have you committed murder or theft? I am aware that my thieving skills are unmatched. Surely you have some treasure concealed on your person. If so, do present it, should it pique my interest. I might let you go. Why you? How did you know? He Muten stammered, her breath quickening as her chest heaved with agitation, momentarily distracting Tang Long. Observing the shift in his demeanor, He Muten's eyes suddenly lit with cunning. Oh great sun god, have you not been satisfied by a woman in quite some time? If you spare me, I shall ensure your every desire is met, bringing you unparalleled pleasure, she suggested, her face breaking into a sultry smile as she deliberately loosened the zipper of her leather jacket, revealing a glimpse of her bare skin, which left Tang Long momentarily breathless. However, her seduction was insufficient. Tang Long, having ascended to the status of the sun god, was not easily swayed. His resolve quickly reasserted itself as he inhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes as he coldly stated, "I shall count to 3. If you do not relinquish what you have or reveal your purpose for coming to Huaxia, you shall meet your demise." Tang Long's warning was grave, as he caught sight of several police officers hastening towards them, his expression transforming into a mysterious and chilling smile. A powerful aura emanated from him, enveloping He Muten and leaving her momentarily stunned, her earlier flirtation rendered futile. "My lord, I willingly offer myself. Do you not wish to even glance at me? Just moments ago, you were practically drooling." He Muten lamented, feigning self-pity, while furtively observing Tang Long through the gaps of her fingers, seeking a weakness in him, a chance for survival. Yet, to her dismay, Tang Long exhibited no signs of vulnerability. Rather, his composure far surpassed anyone's expectations. Even Lin Qingxue, who watched from afar, was taken aback. It was said that Zhu Li, with her golden hair and devilish figure, could rouse envy and desire in any woman. How much more so for a young man? Resisting her allure was no easy feat. Yet Tang Long regained his calm almost instantaneously, restoring his icy demeanor, a feat that astonished all. "Alas, your words bear no weight with me. I shall commence the countdown," Tang Long declared coldly. 1, 2. "Wait, my lord, spare me. I confess, I came to steal something, and it is right here. Please accept it," she said, producing a black-wrapped object from her satchel and placing it gently on the ground. "Just you? Is this your sole purpose, to steal this item?" Tang Long asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Typically, individuals of He Muten stature in the dark underworld would not engage in trivial tasks. "No, there is another. She is injured and recuperating," He Muten replied softly, studying Tang Long's reaction. "Who is she?" "Death's Lightning, Julie," she whispered, revealing the name that reverberated with dread in the European underworld. A formidable presence indeed. The mere mention of this name caused Tang Long's expression to shift dramatically. "What? You mean Death's Lightning is here too? Where is she?" Chapter 43. The mysterious national treasure, regarding the top 3 figures on the rankings. Death's Lightning was nothing short of legendary, far surpassing Julie's prowess. Although Tang Long was familiar with a few among them, he knew little else, including the enigmatic Death's Lightning, who remained a myth he had yet to encounter. Of course, in the Western underworld, encountering the Sun God was equally challenging. As a figure who rivaled the Sun God, Death's Lightning was even more elusive. She was notoriously mysterious, always masked, and maintained a strict confidentiality regarding her identity, making it impossible for even the most astute of informants, like Tang Long, to unearth information about her. However, he had managed to glean one detail. This formidable woman, feared throughout the dark world, was indeed a woman and seemingly hailed from Huaxia. This information had yet to be verified, further fueling speculation. Nevertheless, Tang Long was inclined to believe it. "And where are you based?" he inquired casually. "This is already the 3rd question," Julie remarked with displeasure. "Very well. You may leave now. Remember to contact me when you think of me. My skills are top-notch and will surely satisfy you." Tang Long waved his hand, signaling Julie to take her leave, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Julie, in response, shot him a glare and retorted, "Thank you, O great Sun God. If I have need of anything, I shall surely return to seek you out." With that, she leaped into the air, disappearing like a flash into the distant darkness. At that moment, Su Tianqing arrived, panting heavily. Meanwhile, Tang Long plopped down onto the ground, clutching tightly to a mysterious black package. "Ouch, I'm injured. She hit me. Officer, come quickly and massage my wounds." Tang Long theatrically cried out, hand pressed against his chest, feigning intense pain. "It's you." With the dim light of the moon, Su Tianqing finally discerned Tang Long's face, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. Having just encountered him at Elizabeth's establishment, she still retained a clear memory of him. Little did she expect that they would meet again so soon, and this time, Tang Long left her utterly astounded, her gaze fixed on the object he held, her eyes igniting with fervor. "Quick, give it to me. Where did you get that?" Su Tianqing reached out to snatch it away, but Tang Long deftly sidestepped her grasp, seemingly by accident, yet perfectly avoiding her hand. The black package miraculously shifted from his left hand to his right shoulder, as if it possessed legs and could fly. Su Tianqing, suddenly off balance, found herself tumbling into Tang Long's embrace. He, however, made no effort to resist. After all, Who could refuse the advances of such a stunning beauty? He opened his arms wide, enveloping her in a tight embrace that nearly left Su Tianqing dizzy. "Let go of me, you scoundrel," Su Tianqing exclaimed, somewhat flustered as she extricated herself from his grasp. This entire scene did not escape the notice of Tang Long's two subordinates, who felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. "Oh, don't be in such a rush, beautiful. Is it really that urgent just because I'm a bit handsome?" Tang Long said with a straight face, patting his backside as though nothing had happened and standing up. He casually opened the package in his hand, and immediately, all eyes were drawn to it. As the package unfolded to reveal a resplendent golden light, everyone held their breath, hearts racing. What lay before them was astonishingly a gilded dragon head. Indeed, it is the dragon head. Wonderful. We have successfully recovered this national treasure. Quick, report to the higher-ups. Su Tianqing, previously fuming, now beamed with joy, her smile radiant. They had no idea the sacrifices made to reclaim this stolen treasure. "Alas, I risked my life to retrieve this treasure. I've heard it's worth quite a fortune. I should at least be rewarded a few million," Tang Long exclaimed, his spirits soaring. "Very well," Su Tianqing replied, her earlier displeasure vanishing completely. At that moment, Lin Qingxue approached and stood beside Tang Long, casually linking her arm through his, gazing at him with warmth. "We're going to be rich. I've retrieved the national treasure. We should be rewarded at least a few million," Tang Long enthused. We shall forego the money. Misu, now that the treasure has been recovered, please expedite its return to the rightful owner. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave," Lin Qingxue said politely, offering Su Tianqing a smile. "Very well. I shall ensure it is returned promptly. By the way, may I have Mr. Tang's contact number? If anything arises, I will inform you immediately." Noticing the wrecked car, a brand new BMW that must be worth millions, Su Tianqing felt a twinge of emotion for the cost Tang Long had incurred in his quest for the treasure. "Officer Su, it's just a car. If it can help the country recover some losses, I wouldn't mind sacrificing even more," Lin Qingxue remarked, stepping forward, her expression subtly guarded. Faced with another stunning beauty, she was keen to keep Tang Long close. "President Lin, thank you for your cooperation. However, regarding the rewards, I still need your contact information. After all, you have contributed to the nation. This dragon head is one of the 12 zodiac heads, an exceedingly precious artifact, once fetching bids in the hundreds of millions at Sotheby's. Therefore, Mr. Tang deserves recognition for his efforts, and we must also compensate you for the damaged BMW," Su Tianqing said, her gaze warm as she regarded Lin Qingxue, who resembled her in many ways. Standing side by side, they were nearly indistinguishable at a glance. "Officer Su, you are being too kind," Lin Qingxue replied after a moment's thought, producing a business card, her own, not Tang Long's. "President Lin, what exactly is your relationship with Mr. Tang?" Su Tianqing asked, slightly taken aback. "He is my boyfriend, so if anything arises, you can simply contact me," Lin Qingxue replied nonchalantly. "Very well, President Lin, you may take your leave. Thank you for recovering the treasure for the nation. We will soon authenticate it and reward you accordingly," Su Tianqing said, her excitement evident, seemingly unaffected by Lin Qingxue's demeanor. Chapter 44. Personal Investigation. Lin Qingxue and Su Tianqing waved goodbye. As they departed, Tang Long discreetly slipped a small note into Lin Qingxue's hand. Upon opening it, Su Tianqing couldn't help but chuckle. It was a phone number, presumably Tang Long's. How intriguing, she mused, a playful smile gracing her features. "Captain, he doesn't seem like Lin Qingxue's boyfriend. She has never acknowledged having one, nor has she confirmed any of the handsome men rumored to be linked with her. This man, while not particularly striking and dressed casually, hardly seems a match for the proud President Lin," Zhang Xiaolan observed, analyzing the situation from a female perspective. In this highly competitive and superficial society, girls often sought wealth, while men prioritized appearances. For a rich and beautiful woman like Lin Qingxue, choosing a partner became a significant dilemma. Despite numerous previous suitors, none had piqued her interest until this unexpected pairing. "I'm not sure. Investigating this man's background may take some time," Su Tianqing admitted, intrigued by Tang Long's identity. "Captain, this man appears extraordinary. Why let him go?" A voice chimed in from behind. It was Lu Wei, a capable subordinate of Su Tianqing. "He helped us recover the national treasure. We should be grateful, not retain him without reason," Su Tianqing sighed, a hint of reluctance in her tone. If not for Lin Qingxue's sudden appearance, She might have engaged in deeper conversation with this enigmatic man and gleaned more information. However, from Lin Qingshua's eyes, she discerned a glimmer of jealousy, which inevitably piqued her curiosity. She found herself pondering whether Lin Qingxue had genuinely fallen for him, or if her reaction was merely a reflexive response to her presence. For a moment, even she struggled to unravel the complexity of the situation. Lin Qingshue's vehicle lay in ruins, and before the wreckage, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. After all, she had driven that car for quite some time and had developed an attachment to it. Witnessing her beloved vehicle in such a state of destruction stirred a wave of sorrow within her. It was all your fault for meddling. Had it not been for you, my car would not have been utterly destroyed. Lin Qingxue lamented, casting her grievances upon Tang Long. In a fit of frustration, she playfully pinched his side, eliciting a cacophony of protests from him. If this scene were to be captured and circulated in the shadowy corners of Europe, it would surely astonish many, for the esteemed sun god was being playfully tormented by a seemingly fragile woman. Such a spectacle would be beyond anyone's imagination. Moreover, Tang Long's willingness to endure her teasing, without a hint of retaliation, only added to the astonishment. "Oh, come on, it's just a car. Tomorrow, when dawn breaks, I shall procure you a new one. It's hardly a matter of great consequence," Tang Long remarked, slightly aggrieved. "Tang Long, who exactly are you? Are you truly wealthy? You can't even spare a single piece of clothing for me. Yet you dare to boast," Lin Qingxue retorted, her annoyance escalating as she grasped his arm, demanding answers. "Am I not your nominal partner? What's the issue? Is there a problem?" Tang Long replied earnestly, halting his stride. "Then where will you procure the funds to buy me a car?" Lin Qingxue inquired, her confusion deepening. Observing his rather ordinary attire, he hardly resembled a man of wealth. Yet his words often carried an air of bravado. "Oh, you doubt me? Tomorrow, I shall have a brand new car delivered, and we shall wager on it," Tang Long declared, incensed by her skepticism. "Is that so?" she challenged, her disbelief evident. "Indeed, it is. Very well then, I accept your wager. I'm keen to see if you will indeed bring a car to compensate me tomorrow." Lin Qingxue scoffed at the notion. "And if I win, what then? What would you desire?" "I want a kiss." "Unacceptable. Then I shall settle for a hug." "Also unacceptable. How about a cozy snuggle?" "Get lost." The two of them strolled home, playfully bickering, resembling a pair of young lovers. Observing the duo walking side by side, laughing and chatting, left the security personnel at the door utterly dumbfounded. Could this truly be the icy CEO they were familiar with? It seemed implausible. After returning home and finishing dinner, they retired to their respective rooms. Lin Qingxue was genuinely exhausted and fell into a deep slumber upon lying down. In contrast, Tang Long was brimming with energy. As soon as he entered his bedroom, he retrieved a device the size of a mobile phone and began operating it swiftly. With a series of commands entered, a small red dot began to blink on the screen. "Heh, silly girl, did you think you could escape my methods?" Tang Long chuckled triumphantly, as the pulsating red dot accurately pinpointed the location of his target. This was a tracking system utilizing the Beidou satellite navigation system, one of the special equipment of the Huaxia Special Forces. Somehow, Tang Long had acquired one. Of course, this was made possible through the covert operations of Zeus and his associates. It was quite intriguing. He genuinely wished to observe the legendary figure known as the Death Lightning. What should I do? No, I must go see, he thought. After a brief moment of contemplation, disregarding his fatigue, he changed his clothes and stealthily exited his home via the backyard. Following the coordinates, he quickly arrived at the designated location. With agility, he darted across the ground, utilizing the cover of darkness to move swiftly. His speed was astonishing. He finally came to a halt outside an isolated villa. Taking out binoculars, he quietly surveyed the scene from a distance. After all, as one of the top 3 assassins on the leaderboard, the capabilities of Death Lightning were formidable and certainly on par with his peak abilities. Given his current state, he was not in a position to provoke such an individual. Hence he dared not approach too closely. Chapter 45. A glimmer of hope inside the villa. In a dimly lit room, a flickering yellow lamp revealed 2 indistinct figures. One appeared gravely injured, struggling to walk with unsteady steps. The newly arrived person hastily supported her. "Ching, your injuries are worsening. Let me fetch a doctor for you," Julie said, tossing her golden hair back, her face etched with concern. "What happened? Did you fail the mission? What about the treasure you had?" The woman clad in leather, her complexion pale, asked anxiously. This woman was none other than the leather-clad figure whom Tang Long had rescued by the river. And the treasures that had fallen from her possession were now in Tang Long's hands. The items were stolen from me, Julie replied, her expression one of bitter resignation. How did you lose them? You must understand that this mission involved not only that treasure, but also the 2 pieces I had. Now I've lost everything. As she spoke, her body visibly trembled, and she swayed backward, struggling to maintain her balance, before erupting into a fit of violent coughs that alarmed Julie into supporting her. Cough, cough. It was a young man. After I secured the items, I was pursued by the police. Just as I was about to escape, he blocked my way. Encountering him was like a living nightmare. As she recounted her encounter with that individual, an expression of sheer terror flashed in Julie's eyes. Her body shook violently, as though she had seen a ghost during the day. Who is he? The inquiry rendered the leather-clad woman utterly astonished. Her gaze fixated on Julie with a mixture of shock and complexity. Meanwhile, Julie wore a bitter expression as she shook her head, then nodded. Her eyes suddenly clouded with confusion and obscurity. He is a devil whose mere presence instills paralyzing fear. When confronted with him, I can only resign myself to fate. Julie sighed heavily. Why must it be this way? Please tell me, who is he? Upon hearing her plea, the leather-clad woman widened her eyes, gripping Julie's shoulders tightly, shaking her insistently. He is none other than the sun god. After uttering those words, Julie felt a wave of relief wash over her, as though the weight of a colossal burden had been lifted from her chest, allowing her to breathe easier. What? Are you certain? The sun god has always been in the dark world of the West. He would never appear in this ancient eastern land. The realization sent shockwaves through Death Lightning, as the prospect of encountering the sun god in the eastern world was utterly unfathomable. Yet, it had indeed transpired, leaving her shaken. This is the truth. There can be no mistake. I witnessed him with my own eyes as he stood before me, reclaiming the treasure I had just acquired. As she mentioned the sun god, Black Peony Julie could not contain her agitation, exclaiming in frustration. Had it not been for his unexpected appearance, she would have easily earned millions of euros from this operation. Such a sum would have allowed her to indulge in a lavish lifestyle for quite some time. Unlike Death Lightning, Julie took lives merely for enjoyment. Everything else was inconsequential. The sun god's emergence had resulted in a significant financial loss for her, an outcome she found utterly intolerable. Damn it, that despicable scoundrel is truly the epitome of shamelessness. Upon hearing her words and confirming their accuracy, a peculiar expression flickered across the face of Death Lightning. With a resounding thud, she slammed her fist onto the table, causing deep cracks to mar the otherwise sturdy mahogany surface. However, as her rage escalated, she suddenly trembled violently, a trickle of blood oozing from the wound on her shoulder. Alas, your injury is grave. It would be prudent to focus on your recovery. This time, the 2 of them had embarked on a mission, seizing several treasures from the clutches of the 7 fiends. Yet, they had inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest, provoking a frenzied counterattack from the 7 fiends that nearly cornered the king of assassins. Even the international police had become embroiled in the chaos, dispatching a small team to track down his whereabouts. However, this international police squad was not what it seemed. They were known by a formidable moniker, Red Alert. Thus, 2 major forces had become entangled on the international stage, both vying for those 2 treasures. Regrettably, even Death Lightning was left bewildered as to how her belongings had gone missing, and where they had been lost remained an enigma that plagued her thoughts. Sister, what troubles you? Upon witnessing the profound anguish etched on Death Lightning's face, Julie approached with concern, gently supporting her delicate shoulder and inquiring softly. It's over for me. I've lost the treasures as well. This time, the 7 fiends will not let us off the hook. It appears we are truly out of options. Death Lightning lamented with a heavy heart. What are we to do? The weight of Death Lightning's words plunged Julie into silence, her demeanor reflecting impending doom. What was initially a lucrative mission had spiraled into disaster for both of them. Not only had they forfeited their reward, but they had also drawn the ire of 2 powerful international organizations. A truly grave miscalculation. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. I must find that person. I now recall, it must have been that scoundrel who stole my belongings while I was unconscious. I shall personally see to his demise. Death Lightning declared fiercely, abruptly removing her mask and placing it gently on the table. The light revealed her breathtaking visage, exuding an allure that was almost otherworldly. though her icy gaze hinted at her lethal nature. Who could have imagined that such a stunning girl would possess the heart of a cold-blooded assassin? Indeed, we must locate the thief who stole your treasures. Recovering them is our only chance of survival. Death Lightning spoke in a low, determined tone. Absolutely, sister. Just tell me what to do, and I will cooperate fully, Julie said, a glint of resolve in her eyes. We will find the sun god and eliminate him. Death Lightning replied coldly. Excellent. With the two of us united, he will have no hope of survival. Regardless of his prowess, Julie exclaimed, her spirits lifted by the prospect. Indeed, I shall make him pay dearly. Even if he is a sun god, he is but a worthless fool in our eyes. Death Lightning ground her teeth in fierce determination. Chapter 46. Reimburse me for a BMW as the two continue their conversation. An inconspicuous flash of light caught their attention from outside. Go see who it is, Death Lightning commanded coolly. Understood. Black Peony darted out of the room, but the mysterious figure vanished into the night in a mere blink. In a nearby corner, Tang Long lay concealed beneath a camouflage net, quietly observing. As the two figures exited the building, they halted, one drawing a short sword from its sheath, the other brandishing a dagger, their eyes scanning the surroundings with caution. Unbeknownst to them, Black Peony stood only a few meters away, completely oblivious to Tang Long's presence, her face displaying a puzzled expression. The shadow had disappeared, and even more astonishing was the complete absence of the strange aura that had accompanied it. Had she known that the camouflage net Tang Long employed was a product of Europe's cutting-edge technology, a high-tech stealth net utilizing holographic invisibility, she would surely have been far less astonished. This net not only rendered the user invisible in an instant, but also masked all traces of scent and presence, which explained why even a master like Death Lightning could not detect it. How peculiar! I distinctly sensed that presence, yet it has vanished without a trace. The two exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions mirroring confusion. Even the top assassins in the industry could not find a single clue. Indeed, sister, it is quite strange. Could this fellow possess the ability to fly? Julie remarked, furrowing her brow. After a moment of silence, Death Lightning, having found no evidence, turned to leave, with Julie closely following her back to their quarters. Perhaps I was mistaken, but the situation earlier was genuinely bizarre. Death Lightning voiced her doubts. Sister, you've sustained injuries recently and have not rested well. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, Julie suggested, shaking her head with a reassuring smile. Perhaps. I do need to rest properly, Death Lightning replied, sighing as she began to meditate. Meanwhile, Julie watched her sister immerse herself in her training and fell silent, standing guard. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence of the villa, prompting Death Lightning, who had just settled into meditation, to leap from the door. What is it? Is there something strange? Julie exclaimed, her expression turning grave. Moments earlier, while preparing to bathe, she had stumbled upon a peculiar object affixed to the back of her clothing, so minuscule that it had evaded her notice until she inadvertently touched it, causing it to explode with a loud pop. Gazing at the remnants of the shattered object, her pupils dilated in shock. A tracker. This is bad. We've been exposed. Death Lightning's expression darkened as she assessed the situation. It must be that damned sun god. You shall not escape this time. I will have your life. Outside, Tang Long removed the camouflage net, shaking his head as he remarked, this girl truly possesses formidable strength. However, after waiting so long, I have finally beheld the face of Death Lightning. A splendid discovery indeed. With a smile, he activated a recording device, capturing every detail of her appearance flawlessly. As night deepened, Tang Long returned to his abode, the thrill of discovery keeping him wide awake. He carefully retrieved the beast-skin scroll from his pocket, immersing himself in its contents once more to resume his training. The golden dragon that clung to his back seemed to resonate with the energy of the space, greedily absorbing the pure essence within, causing his body to undergo a visible transformation, first turning a fiery red, then enveloped in a faint rosy glow. With a resonant cry, the golden dragon seemed to strain under the intensity of the energy, emitting a clear, powerful call that resonated throughout the surroundings. The sound echoed in Tang Long's veins, amplifying his ability to absorb the energy to an astonishing degree. With a sizzling sound, 2 acupoints within his body ignited simultaneously, releasing a fiery essence that spread throughout his being. Strikingly, the path of this energy bore an uncanny resemblance to the great letter S, intertwining with the form of the true dragon that coiled behind him. At one end of the serpentine curve lies the Danteon, while the other end directly points towards his dragon's head. However, a significant portion of this grand S-shape remains shrouded in darkness, not truly illuminated. The only areas that gleam are a few points near the vicinity of the Danteon. Nevertheless, even so, it is astonishing. Throughout the night, Tang Long immersed himself in his cultivation, and only at dawn did he reluctantly conclude his practice and rise. Good heavens, what is happening? I have unexpectedly broken through the second and third levels of Qi training consecutively, in the span of a single night. Achieving 2 breakthroughs to reach the third level of Qi training is indeed an extraordinary feat, verging on miraculous. Observing the streams of pure energy emanating from his acupoints, Tang Long displayed a visage of sheer delight. To ascend 2 levels in such a brief time truly is unprecedented. Gradually withdrawing his energy, Tang Long's expression turned serious. With my current strength, confronting the Death Lightning would likely lead to a brutal defeat. Alas, it seems I must adopt a more low-key approach for the time being. Tang Long sighed with a wry smile. I dare not provoke that woman again. Yet considering her tracking abilities, I doubt I can evade her for long. Once I am discovered, an inevitable fierce battle awaits. It appears that the power of my golden left hand needs further enhancement. Otherwise, should this formidable golden left hand fail to exert sufficient combat effectiveness, I shall find myself at a considerable disadvantage in battle, Tang Long pondered. Regardless, in the coming days, I must expedite my cultivation and strive to elevate my level to the 9th stage of Qi training. Otherwise, encountering this peculiar individual could spell my doom. Chapter 47. Buying a car and sending a beauty. As Tang Long contemplated these matters, he stepped outside, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was clad only in his undergarments. At that moment, Lin Qingxue, descending the stairs, caught sight of his disheveled appearance and couldn't help but furrow her brow deeply. With a mixture of embarrassment and irritation, she exclaimed, Tang Long, what on earth is wrong with you? Why are you not dressed? Only then did Tang Long realize his predicament. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes, swiftly retreated into the room, and after a few minutes, emerged fully dressed. However, by that time, Lin Qingxue had already seated herself at the dining table and begun her meal. Interestingly, her face appeared slightly flushed. Meanwhile, Wu Ma looked at him with a knowing smile, clearly having witnessed the earlier awkward scene. As Tang Long sat at the table, whistling, Lin Qingxue lifted her head and shot him a fierce glare. Hurry and eat. I have a meeting to attend soon. By the way, you promised to compensate me with a brand new BMW. Surely you can fulfill that, right? In mere seconds, her expression returned to its usual calm demeanor as she coldly stated this, her gaze occasionally assessing Tang Long, who seemed to exude a much improved vitality. His face radiated with brilliance, and his demeanor was evidently far superior to before. My dear, rest assured that I will fulfill my promise to you. The BMW will be delivered shortly, Tang Long replied nonchalantly, chewing on a beef pancake, his words somewhat muffled. It appeared that spending several million was as simple for him as child's play. Well then, how long will it take? About 15 minutes, he casually replied. Very well. Even if I am late, I shall wait to see your car, Lin Qingxue remarked with a hint of playful amusement in her tone. Gulp! Tang Long struggled to swallow a beef pancake, his expression tense as he said, Please wait a moment. Oh, may I borrow your phone? Without waiting for Lin Qingxue's consent, he snatched her phone from the table, located a number, and dialed. Alas! By the time Lin Qingxue realized what he was doing and attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Tang Long had already initiated the call. He swiftly made his way to his room, closing the door behind him, seemingly wary of being overheard. Exuding an air of mystery, Lin Qingxue initially intended to stop him, but upon witnessing his earnest demeanor, she understood that he was not merely speaking casually, but was indeed engaged in something serious. Thus, she relinquished her attempt to reclaim her phone. The call was quickly connected. What is it, my dear child? Came an elderly voice with a distinctly British accent. Lord Zeus, I trust you are enjoying your leisurely existence? Tang Long replied with a smile. Get to the point. I am quite busy. Zeus recognized Tang Long's voice. Across the globe, there were no more than 3 individuals who knew his phone number, and Tang Long was the most likely to contact him. When Zeus had sent Tang Long away from the dark world, he had personally assured him that in case of an urgent matter, he could always dial this lifeline, albeit limited to 3 calls. To his surprise, mere days had passed, and Tang Long had already dialed twice. The last time, Tang Long had called him while intoxicated, seeking conversation. Now, what could this new urgency be? Zeus furrowed his brow, contemplating a myriad of absurd possibilities, and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Oh, you truly need my assistance? Pray tell, how may I help you? Zeus responded cheerfully. Lord Zeus, I require you to procure a brand new BMW i8 and deliver it to me within 10 minutes. Otherwise, this mission shall be cancelled, Tang Long stated boldly, exuding an air of authority. Ah, so that is the matter? Haha, fret not. I shall dispatch someone to deliver the vehicle to your villa within 10 minutes. Rest assured, my child, do you have anything further to add? Zeus, indeed omnipotent, easily arranged for a vehicle worth several million with effortless ease. Nothing else, alas, Lord Zeus. There's one thing I must inform you about. Tang Long proceeded to recount the incident regarding the beast skin scroll he had found on the road. That is a treasure. You will surely find it useful. Since you have acquired it, enjoy it to the fullest. I will not interfere with your freedom. However, the Death Lightning is no trivial matter. She ranks among the top 3 assassins with formidable skills. Once she discovers that the treasure is in your possession, she will undoubtedly pursue you relentlessly. Additionally, I have heard that the 7 fiends are also searching for this treasure. How is your Danteon recovering? Zeus inquired with genuine concern. Yes, it is fully recovered. I am currently at the 3rd level of chi training. Alas, old man, is there any way to expedite my recovery? Tang Long directly addressed Zeus as old man, prompting Zeus to frown repeatedly, puffing up his cheeks in irritation. Hey, you little rascal, having been away from my divine palace for just a few days, you dare to be so impudent? Speak without decorum again, and I shall thrash you. Old fellow, spare the act. This is the title you most enjoy in private. Did you not once say that you wish to be an ordinary old man? I am merely fulfilling your wish. Tang Long laughed heartily. You little scamp, you dare to take advantage of me. Zeus chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement, breaking into a broad grin. Very well, you little rascal. Consider this your second wish granted, a vitality pill, which I shall have delivered to you as well. However, it will take a little over 10 days for the pill to arrive. You must be patient. All right. Now, regarding the car, please expedite matters. Only 3 minutes remain since our last conversation, leaving us with less than 7 minutes. Hurry, old man, Tang Long urged, glancing at his watch. In truth, he need not worry at all. Back in the days when he devoted himself to the palace of the God King, standing alongside Zeus, the latter was nothing short of miraculous. On one occasion, Zeus had even promised to construct a palace for him. Initially, Tang Long had thought him to be boasting. Yet astonishingly, within just 3 days, a magnificent palace was born. When Zeus led him to the newly erected palace, he was utterly astounded, unable to believe his own eyes. Presently, all he desired was merely a BMW, which posed no challenge whatsoever. Surely in Zeus's eyes, it was a trivial matter. Indeed, less than 5 minutes after hanging up the phone, a brand new red BMW i8 roared to a halt in front of his villa. Ha! This is simply marvelous. Zeus, I adore you, Tang Long exclaimed with a mischievous grin, darting down the stairs like a gust of wind. As expected, there it stood at the entrance, a pristine BMW. The car door swung open, and a stunning beauty leapt out. Upon seeing Tang Long, she widened her eyes in surprise, likely taken aback that Zeus had urgently tasked her with delivering this vehicle to someone who appeared as unremarkable as a common laborer. Are you Mr. Tang Long? She inquired, her expression slightly astonished, though she quickly regained her composure. Her tone was gentle, devoid of any tremor. Indeed, I am Tang Long. This vehicle is a command from Lord Zeus. It is yours. Upon saying this, the beauty handed him a set of keys. Moreover, the Lord has instructed that if you require our assistance, please do not hesitate to dial this number, and we shall promptly be at your service. Afterward, she presented him with a unique badge, one side emblazoned with a series of Arabic numerals, astonishingly, a phone number, while the other side featured an intricate hollow design resembling a skull. Holding the badge in his hand, Tang Long's spirit soared, and he eagerly donned it around his neck. This trinket would indeed make for a remarkably cool pendant. A car and a beauty as a bonus? I've struck gold this time. What is your name, my dear? How many of you are there? Tang Long inquired, his gaze appraising the enchanting woman before him. The blonde beauty, feeling somewhat flustered under his scrutiny, flushed a delicate shade of pink. Nevertheless, she responded to his question. I must clarify, the vehicle is not purchased, nor is it a gift. We are merely part of the divine combat team, temporarily under your command. Her tone carried an air of disdain, evidently misunderstanding Tang Long, viewing him merely as a lecherous individual. The divine combat team? Haha, little one, do you still not recognize who I am? Tang Long said with a chuckle. Who are you? You bear a resemblance to someone, but I cannot be certain that you are he. A Mofi eye scrutinized Tang Long earnestly, her face revealing signs of astonishment. I am the sun god. Haha, little one, it seems you have entirely forgotten the sun god. Tang Long remarked, a tinge of sadness creeping into his voice. As one of the 10 loyal followers of Zeus in the palace of the God King, the sun god stood among the top 10 deities, alongside the king of the underworld and the thunder god. Tang Long's ascension to the title of sun god was not solely due to Zeus's favor. His innate talent played a crucial role as well. Back then, Tang Long's prowess had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, establishing himself as the foremost expert in the palace, earning Zeus's unwavering trust. Zeus had even regarded him as his own son, granting him the title of sun god and facilitating the construction of a sun god temple, allowing him to govern an expanse independently. He did not disappoint Zeus, as within a few short years, he had transformed the sun god temple into the most formidable force within the palace, illuminating the entire dark world of the West. Chapter 48. Lost to the howl of a dog at that moment, Lin Qingxue emerged from within, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the vehicle. Where did this car come from? Upon seeing the brand new BMW, her eyes sparkled instantly, and she stood there in awe. This surprise was nothing short of astonishing. This car is my compensation to you. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Tang Long inquired with a grin. Absolutely satisfied, but we're running late. Let us get going. Lin Qingxue suddenly exclaimed, glancing at the clock and realizing they had less than 10 minutes before our meeting. All right then, you want to go back on your word about warming the bed, will you? Tang Long teased. That's out of the question, Lin Qingxue replied without hesitation. Oh, come on, you can't backtrack, you promised. Besides, I've made significant sacrifices for this vehicle, Tang Long lamented. What sacrifices have you made? She questioned as they hopped into the car, the engine roaring to life as it sped forward. Trusting Tang Long with the driving was a relief. His skills were truly unparalleled. As Tang Long drove at breakneck speed, he chatted away, the exhilarating ride making Lin Qingxue's heart race. The heavy traffic necessitated some deft maneuvers on Tang Long's part, inciting the ire of other drivers, but he had no choice if they wished to save time. Oh no, I think I've caught the attention of other beauties. What should I do? Tang Long smirked mischievously, effortlessly conversing with Lin Qingxue amidst the chaotic traffic. Her composure was indeed admirable. At his words, Lin Qingxue, who had just taken a sip of water, suddenly sprayed it out. You must be dreaming. She laughed. The BMW screeched to a halt in front of the company, and as Lin Qingxue stepped out, both Chang Jian and Luo Sihai, stationed at the entrance, stared in disbelief. What is going on here? Is this kid involved with the president? He has really hit the jackpot. They whispered to one another. Hey, what are you two gossiping about? Tang Long said coldly as he returned to their side after parking the car. Oh, come on, Tang bro. Tell us how you became the president's driver. What's the nature of your relationship? Luo Sihai inquired, his tone dripping with envy. Why, I'm dashing and charming. And the president took one look at me and wanted me as her personal bodyguard. Jealous are we? Tang Long boasted with a chuckle. Please, do you really think the president would choose you as a bodyguard? Aren't all her bodyguards more attractive than you? Luo Sihai retorted, laughing. Stop bragging. You might just trip over your own tongue. If you don't believe me, just wait and see if I can take her home tonight. How about a bet? Tang Long challenged, eyeing Luo Sihai with disdain. All right, let us wager. If you can take the president home after work, I'll admit defeat, Luo Sihai replied, not willing to back down. Generally speaking, presidents preferred to drive themselves, so it was uncommon for them to have bodyguards. If anything, bodyguards would typically follow behind in another vehicle. Given Tang Long's status as a mere security guard, it was implausible that he would ride in the president's car again. The previous occurrence had merely been a coincidence. All right then, what shall we wager? Tang Long asked with a sly grin. $500 sounds good, Luo Sihai said, scratching his head, finding it a bit challenging to agree, given his modest salary. I find that rather dull. How about this? In addition to the 500, I want you to agree to one condition, Tang Long suggested coolly. What condition? Upon hearing about their wager, the other security personnel gathered around, their excitement palpable as they observed the unfolding scene. Indeed, let us indulge in something thrilling, Brother Luo. Let us wager something substantial. If not, you might as well engage in a drinking game. The loser must down 5 bottles of Mendao Lu. What do you say? Mendao Lu is a potent liquor. Typically, most can barely handle a single shot, yet the suggestion of consuming 5 bottles seemed almost lethal. At that moment, a chill coursed through Luo Sihai's heart upon hearing this proposal. However, he soon reassured himself, convinced that he would not lose. Rather, he could revel in the embarrassment of this young man. With that thought, he couldn't help but respond with pride. Very well, I accept this suggestion. All right then, it's settled. Tang Long nodded in agreement. Hey kid, just make sure you don't play tricks when it's time for those 5 bottles of Mendao Lu, Luo Sihai declared triumphantly. The newcomer, those 5 bottles are enough to endanger your life. Do you truly wish to compete with Brother Luo in this regard? I foresee that the only one who will be left embarrassed will be you. Indeed, under normal circumstances, an average person can manage only 5 shots. How about this? If you lose, you must kneel before me and bark like a dog 5 times. Then we can consider the matter settled. What do you think? Luo Sihai boasted grandly. Who knows who will be barking like a dog by then? Brother Luo? You might want to tread carefully. It could be quite an undignified sight, Tang Long warned lightly. Kid, bold of you to issue a warning. Let me tell you, if I lose, not only will I bark like a dog, but I'll also crawl under the table for a lap, Luo Sihai retorted, glaring at Tang Long defiantly. All right, everyone heard that, right? If you don't crawl, you'll be a coward. Tang Long laughed heartily, clapping his hands, noting that it was Luo Sihai who had initially made such a declaration. Damn it, what are you so proud of? I haven't lost yet. You seem overly confident. Luo Sihai replied, his mood soured. Indeed, the newcomer, Brother Luo, has an uncanny ability to read people. He has never lost. It seems the misfortune lies with you. Others chimed in, displaying their unwavering support for Luo Sihai. Did you hear that, newcomer? This time, victory is surely mine. Luo Sihai laughed boastfully, reveling in the camaraderie of his companions. I stand with Brother Tang. A voice suddenly cut through the cacophony, capturing everyone's attention. Luo Sihai squinted to see it was Chen Tao, and his displeasure was evident. Get lost. This is none of your business. Why are you meddling? Luo Sihai snapped, his expression darkening. Chapter 49. Inevitable doom. Chen Tao stood tall, unwavering. He met Luo Sihai's gaze with a cold smile, stating, as we are all soldiers, I must support him for the sake of our shared brotherhood. Chen Tao had discovered Tang Long's military background during a private conversation, noting the thick calluses on his hands. Brother Chen, how did you know I was a soldier? Tang Long inquired, astonished. A soldier's intuition never fails. I not only know you've served, but I can also sense the danger you carry. Chen Tao replied with certainty, admiration flickering in his eyes. Could it be a mere illusion? It's no illusion. I can feel the aura around you, a presence known only to those who have faced death, Chen Tao remarked, patting Tang Long's shoulder and winking. All right, Brother Chen, I accept you as my ally, Tang Long acknowledged. You, Chen Tao, do you wish to relinquish your position? You dare to stand with him? Luo Sihai growled, his anger palpable. He stepped forward and shoved Chen Tao forcefully, who, being somewhat slight in stature, stumbled back several paces, nearly losing his balance. What are you doing? Luo Sihai, others may fear you, but I do not. You've grown accustomed to bullying whomever you please, even withholding our night shift pay. Ask yourself, do you truly deserve to be a team leader? Chen Tao retorted, his indignation flaring. Your night shift pay? Yes, I admit I withheld it. What of it? You wish to reclaim it, do you? It's merely a few hundred yuan. Let me be frank. I spent it on drinks. What will you do about it? You scoundrel, I will report you to the president. Chen Tao exclaimed, his face pale with fury, trembling with rage. If reporting were effective, I would have been ousted long ago. Let me inform you, my uncle is a manager here. You might as well abandon hope. Luo Sihai scoffed dismissively. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to believe that justice does not exist. I trust the president will discern right from wrong, Chen Tao declared, his face ashen, realizing that by speaking up for Tang Long, he had inevitably offended Luo Sihai. If he could not bring Luo Sihai down, he would have no choice but to resign. Luo Sihai, you should show some mercy. Brother Chen is an honest veteran who has always performed his duties. You ought not to withhold his wages, Tang Long interjected, stepping in front of Luo Sihai. You. Do you wish to die? Daring to oppose me will lead to dire consequences. I'll have my uncle fire both of you, Luo Sihai threatened dominantly. Heh, I believe that justice resides in the hearts of the people. It cannot be swayed by a couple of powerful relatives, Tang Long replied, firm yet composed. Damn it, I'll ensure you both are dismissed, Luo Sihai hissed coldly. You'll need the ability to do so, Tang Long smirked. Do not assume that a mere manager can wield absolute power. Not convinced? Before the end of the day, I will see you both gone, Luo Sihai seethed, his anger palpable, before spinning on his heel and storming away, his followers trailing behind him. Halt! At that moment, two figures appeared outside, blocking their path. It was the big guy and the monk, who sauntered in leisurely, obstructing the crowd. Upon seeing these two, Luo Sihai's brows furrowed, his expression darkening. What is the matter? You two newcomers wish to quit as well, following in his footsteps to be dismissed? Luo Sihai sneered, having heard of them but dismissing their potential, viewing them merely as individuals scraping by. Damn it, how dare you bully our leader? You're courting death, Jiang Kuan roared, his fist swinging toward Luo Sihai. This man was significantly larger than Luo Sihai, and with his muscular build, his punch carried tremendous weight. Before Luo Sihai could react, the powerful blow landed squarely, sending him flying several meters, crashing into tables and chairs, scattering debris everywhere. The sheer force of the punch was astonishing. Luo Sihai, unable to withstand it, rolled his eyes and fainted instantly. Witnessing this scene, the previously arrogant group fell silent, having never encountered such ferocity before. The big guy's display was a true testament to brutality. Fortunately, he had only used 30% of his strength. Had he gone all out, that punch would have surely been fatal for Luo Sihai. After sending Luo Sihai flying, the big guy cast a cold glance at the remaining crowd, stating, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and leave." The onlookers dispersed hastily, none daring to linger, fearful of receiving a similar blow. What had just transpired? At that moment, a figure burst in like a gust of wind, none other than Zhang Weiji, the younger brother of Luo Sihai's wife. Initially, upon hearing the news, he was dismissive, believing it to be merely a minor fracas. Little did he expect that the one who had suffered was his own nephew. Panic-stricken, he hurriedly gathered a few subordinates and rushed inside. The tall guard recognized him and did not impede his entry. Lighting a cigarette, he observed the scene with cold indifference. Who did this? How could they beat someone to such a state? Do you have no regard for the law? Zhang Weiji exclaimed as he entered, moving to assist the recently revived Luo Sihai, whose face bore the marks of distress. He was not dead, merely fainted from fear. Tang Long, seemingly unconcerned, descended from the table where he had been seated. Is it you? The sight of Tang Long instantly softened his tone. Indeed, Minister Zhang. Alas, your nephew truly deserves a beating. Not only did he withhold night shift pay from his subordinates, but he also dared to gather a crowd for a brawl. Look at the state he is in. Tang Long remarked with a tone of feigned astonishment. Ah, Mr. Tang, did he hurt himself? Minister Zhang furrowed his brow deeply, grappling with the implications. Supporting his nephew would undoubtedly offend Tang Long and the president behind him. Yet failing to act would compromise his own dignity. Caught in this dilemma, his expression oscillated between uncertainty and indecision. Minister Zhang, have you not yet resolved which side you stand on? Tang Long inquired. This is indeed a conundrum for you. However, Luo Sihai has aroused the ire of many. The facts of withholding night shift pay and embezzling public funds are already within my grasp. Once I present this evidence to the president, his fate is sealed. It may not merely be a matter of dismissal. He could very well face arrest for criminal charges. Given his situation, he might find himself languishing in prison for several years. Tang Long spoke with a cold smirk, patting Minister Zhang on the shoulder to rouse him from his indecisiveness. Hearing Tang Long's words, Zhang Weiji's countenance darkened considerably. Yet, being a man of understanding, he clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Well done. Beat that wretched creature to a pulp. With that, he approached the newly awakened Luo Sihai and unleashed another flurry of kicks. Luo Sihai, having just regained consciousness, was unable to protest before being mercilessly assaulted by his own uncle, his body battered and eyes rolling back as he fainted once more. In Zhang Weiji's mind, he had already concluded that Tang Long shared an extraordinary friendship with the president. Thus, offending Tang Long would inevitably provoke the president's wrath, endangering not just his nephew, but himself as well. Should an in-depth investigation occur, his own transgressions would likely be far more grievous than those of this scoundrel. Faced with such consequences, his heart sank, and he realized that safeguarding his own position had become the wisest course of action. Very well, take your nephew away. He might need some rest, Tang Long said, nodding in satisfaction. Take care, young Master Tang. I shall escort him away now. Zhang Weiji, surprisingly, flashed a smile at Tang Long and hoisted Luo Sihai away. Ah, what a delightful game that has gone unplayed. How unfortunate. Perhaps I shall seek him out again for another round in the future, Tang Long remarked, somewhat disheartened. His words shattered the tranquility of the moment, leaving the security guards in shock. They had not anticipated Minister Zhang would publicly concede to a newcomer, and this occasion opened their eyes wide. For several seconds, they stood there, dumbfounded, until one finally broke the silence. Young Master Tang, please look after us more in the future. Here's a cigarette for you. Young Master Tang, I just bought this Jian Shun. Let's have a drink tonight. This is my treasured possession. Please take it and enjoy. These sycophants, swaying with the wind, rushed to curry favor with Tang Long, emboldened by Zhang Weiji's capitulation. However, their overtures were met with Tang Long's indifference. Meanwhile, in another room, Zhang Weiji gazed at the recently awakened Luo Sihai, his expression growing increasingly grim. He had not anticipated such audacity from those under his command, particularly a newcomer who would dare to publicly assault Luo Sihai. Earlier, he had been forced to assume a submissive posture for the sake of his career. Yet his anger simmered beneath the surface. Uncle, you must avenge me. That scoundrel struck too hard. I think my bones are broken. Luo Sihai cried, clutching his chest in agony, tears streaming down his face, creating a rather unsightly spectacle as he clung to Zhang Weiji's leg, wailing. Let go of me, you filthy wretch. You've soiled my clothes. Zhang Weiji, enraged by the mess, kicked Luo Sihai repeatedly until he finally regained some semblance of awareness, curling up in a corner and staring at his uncle in shock, feeling utterly estranged. Uncle, you simply stand by and watch as your nephew is beaten? You truly won't intervene? This brat is merely a newcomer. Is it really that difficult to have him dismissed? Luo Sihai protested, struggling to suppress his pain. Do not blame me, nephew. I am powerless in this situation, Zhang Weiji shrugged, spreading his arms in resignation. Uncle, you are a veteran in this company. The president will surely give you face. Be quiet. This matter is not as simple as you think. The other party has long been prepared, having gathered information about you. If this reaches the president's ears and escalates, it will not merely be a matter of dismissal. Zhang Weiji's words jolted Luo Sihai into realization. Seeing his uncle's grave expression, he understood that resolving this situation would be far from straightforward. What do you propose then? Zhang Weiji's irritation grew as he glanced disdainfully at his nephew. Uncle, after such a significant fall, you truly intend to abandon me? Luo Sihai voiced his dissatisfaction. In the company, do not expect to lay hands on him. There are indeed ways to exact revenge, and listen closely to my plan. Zhang Weiji, not one to be trifled with, pondered briefly before summoning Luo Sihai closer to whisper his scheme. Upon hearing it, a gleam of joy illuminated Luo Sihai's face. At the end of the workday, Luo Sihai approached Tang Long, admitting his wrongdoing. Upon seeing Tang Long indeed in the company of the president, he promptly fulfilled his promise, publicly kneeling before Tang Long, barking like a dog, while downing a prepared drink in one go. Ultimately, he became inebriated and lost consciousness. Though surprised, Tang Long merely commended him for his performance before hastily departing with Lin Qingxue. I feel as though my eyelids have been twitching all day, Jiang Cohen remarked, a sense of unease creeping over him. Shang Yufei nodded. It seems we are on the brink of significant events today. Let's follow the boss. The two promptly set off in pursuit. Due to their affiliation with Tang Long, they faced no opposition, enjoying far greater freedom than typical security personnel. As their vehicles surged forward, Shang Yufei's concealed communication device emitted a sound. This small gadget, merely a few inches in size, was a specially designed communicator, boasting a 5A security rating that not only prevented information leaks, but also featured a positioning function. Its power consumption was minimal, requiring only a button cell battery to sustain operation for several days. Chapter 51. The Conspiracy of the Eastern Family Big Guy. You and your team stay close to Tang Long and monitor his every move. At this moment, a woman's voice emanated from the radio. Her speech rapid and her enunciation crystal clear, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Understood, Captain. The big guy replied with a sudden jolt. acknowledging that this was the only call they had received since leaving Qi 2 days ago. The receipt of this call instantly alleviated the tension between the two men. After all, when Lin Qingyun had instructed them to remain here, he had not clarified whether they were truly dismissed from Qihu or if there were other reasons. Now, with this clarification, their anxious hearts were finally set at ease. Wonderful. The boss has finally spoken. We can proceed with confidence now. Jiang Kuan exclaimed joyfully after hanging up the phone. His gaze fell upon a striking red BMW ahead, and a flicker of something unusual crossed his face. He pressed the accelerator, and with a roar, the black Jaguar surged forward, its speed astonishing. Suddenly, at an intersection, a large truck veered violently, careening towards the red BMW. The road was narrow, and the low profile of the BMW meant that a collision would likely result in catastrophic consequences. On the opposite side of the road lay a guardrail, leaving no room for braking or evasive maneuvers. Lin Qingxue, seated inside the car, gasped in alarm upon realizing the perilous situation. It was her first encounter with such danger, and sitting in the passenger seat, she felt a chill run through her limbs, involuntarily screaming and covering her face with her hands. Steady now. In contrast, Tang Long remained remarkably composed, offering a reassuring smile before abruptly flooring the accelerator. Within moments, the seemingly tranquil BMW emitted a deafening roar, akin to an enraged beast. The tires screeched against the pavement, releasing a cloud of acrid blue smoke as the vehicle shot forward like a projectile. Indeed, the BMW's acceleration rivaled that of professional race cars. In a flash, the red BMW transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, narrowly grazing the front of the oncoming truck just as it was about to collide. What seemed like an inevitable impact resulted only in a slight scrape along the rear, leaving behind a faint mark while sparing it from any substantial damage. After this breathtaking moment, the red BMW swiftly vanished from sight. The truck, however, was not so fortunate. After missing its target, it was unable to halt its momentum, crashing violently through the guardrail and plummeting down the steep slope, ultimately overturning with a heavy thud. Fuck! Someone's definitely plotting against the boss, Jiang Kuan said, his brow furrowed in concern. The boss is indeed formidable. He managed to escape unscathed under such circumstances. Impressive. The monk, witnessing the heart-stopping scene, stroked his bald head and offered a hearty commendation. Damn it, we failed. On the opposite hillside, a sharply dressed young man with slicked back hair smashed his binoculars against the ground in frustration. This man was none other than Dongfang Shua, flanked by several tall bodyguards who vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. He won't get away this time, Dongfang Shua sneered. Yes, young master, ahead lies where the old master awaits him. He will meet his demise as planned. The Eastern Family's decision to strike at Tang Long during the day underscored their resolve. Even with Lin Qingxue in the car, their desire to act remained unimpeded. Indeed, the old master will ensure he feels the full extent of his power. However, before that, a few racers are lined up to have some fun with him, Dongfang Shua said, a smug grin on his face. The young master has arranged for racers? The excitement on the faces of his henchmen was palpable. It appeared that Dongfang Shua was not just a reckless heir, but a meticulous strategist, having prepared numerous schemes. Correct. I have thoroughly investigated their route home. Aside from this intersection, there is approximately 10 kilometers of road ahead, leading into an open area far from the city center. There is a section where the terrain is steep and winding. I've stationed several racers there specifically to deal with them. If we can force them off the mountain, they'll be gravely injured, if not killed, Dongfang Shua declared with a malevolent smile. Fantastic. This time, we shall eliminate this nuisance once and for all and live without worry, one of the henchmen cheered. Let us get in the car and follow them to witness the spectacle. Yes. The group quickly jumped into the vehicles parked among the trees, and moments later, they sped off, chasing after their target. Meanwhile, the big guy and the monk who had been assessing the situation noticed the departing vehicles and immediately returned to their car to pursue them. They understood that these ambushers were likely allied with the truck that had just crashed. All part of a larger scheme. Damn it, these guys are indeed up to no good. With the truck destroyed and no evidence left, they must be involved in this. Jiang Kuan said, his expression tense. Indeed, this time, the danger the boss faces is far more severe than before. This opponent is truly formidable, beyond our expectations. The monk remarked, stroking his bald head with a grave expression. Absolutely. I can sense the stench of a conspiracy. Whoever it is, they cannot harm my brother, they thought. having come to regard Tang Long as their elder brother, despite being members of the esteemed Qi who, known for their arrogance. This time, they willingly accepted Tang Long as their leader. The enraged jaguar surged forward. On this road, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. The red BMW sped ahead like a bolt of lightning, while behind it, several Toyota Land Cruisers rapidly closed the distance, with a Jaguar in hot pursuit, emitting furious roars. "Faster! We mustn't let them get away," the monk urged, anxiously stroking his gleaming head. "Calm down. I'm driving as fast as I can," Yang Kun replied, equally helpless. This was the highest speed he could achieve, and as trees and vehicles whizzed by outside, he felt his breath quickening. Chapter 52. The Series of Assassinations. My God, what on earth is happening? Lin Qingxue gasped, her complexion pale, as she beheld this extraordinary scene. Gripping the handrail tightly, her eyes betrayed her deep unease. Faced with life and death, even the most frigid woman revealed her inherent vulnerability. Her body trembled. "Don't worry. Trust in your husband's capabilities. We will shake them off," Tang Long reassured Lin Qingxue. "These vile scoundrels will pay dearly for their actions. I understand. Do as you think best. If anything goes awry, it is fate. I shall not blame you." After a brief moment of anxiety, Lin Qingxue regained her composure. Her face a mask of determination. Resilient, she exuded a newfound bravery. In truth, she had encountered perilous situations like this before, and each time, they had emerged unscathed. With Tang Long's exceptional driving skills, she felt no real cause for concern. Boom! At that moment, several vehicles suddenly sped in from the side road behind. A Zhongxing pickup truck, a Mercedes-Benz, and a Toyota SUV abruptly entered the line of sight. The pickup truck darted out from the side with an angry roar, crashing towards the vehicle where Tang Long was situated. With a swift press of the accelerator, Tang Long maneuvered his car to evade the oncoming pickup, which then collided violently with a large tree, erupting into a towering inferno. Had this vehicle undergone some sort of transformation? After the recent events, Lin Qingxue had come to realize a crucial point. This car, which appeared normal on the outside, had indeed been modified by professionals, including an engine upgrade to a more powerful model. It was no wonder that when the pickup truck attempted its lethal strike, this car could still evade the collision with terrifying acceleration, leading to the pickup's explosive demise. Damn, another failure. Air Mao, speed up, catch up to them, and take them out. At that moment, a young man with golden-dyed hair shouted sharply from one of the pursuing vehicles. He slammed his fist heavily against the back of the seat, his expression twisted with rage. "Rest assured, brother, he won't survive. This time, young Master Dongfang has paid a hefty sum for us to eliminate him on the road, showing respect for our brotherhood. We must create an accident to take him and that woman out together," Kong Air Mao, with bloodshot eyes, declared. Kong Air Mao was a registered racer in the Shanghai Racing Association, having achieved commendable rankings in previous competitions. This time, he was brought in to deal with Tang Long to ensure a swift resolution, as Tang Long's strength was far from ordinary. Previously, he had severely injured the Wang family, shocking the prominent families of Shanghai. Thus, to permanently eliminate Tang Long, the Dongfang family had invested heavily, determined to see him gone. However, they were clearly overly optimistic. Tang Long's power far exceeded their expectations. The car suddenly accelerated, shaking off the pursuers. "Damn it. Speed up and catch up to them. I want to deal with these two myself," Gongzi said in frustration. Upon hearing this, Kong Air Mao immediately pressed the accelerator, the car roaring forward like an enraged beast in pursuit. Tang Long glanced at the racing car, closing in from the rear in the rearview mirror, smiling at Lin Qingxue. He said, "Hold on tight." With that, he abruptly swerved the vehicle, crashing into the pursuing car from the right rear side. With a loud crash, the car collided forcefully against the side of the Mercedes-Benz, producing a profoundly dull sound. Simultaneously, the Mercedes-Benz retaliated with a counter-collision, the bodies scraping against one another with a harsh screech. Clearly, the BMW did not gain the upper hand in this clash. However, after the intense collision, the opposing vehicle veered off the road and crashed into a large tree. Inside, Kong Air Mao and Gongzi were taken aback, unable to react as their car overturned. "Haha, this feels great." Tang Long laughed joyously. As they continued driving forward, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, blocking their path. This person exuded a formidable presence, eyes fixed intensely on Tang Long's vehicle. With a screech, Tang Long abruptly halted the car and jumped out. "Old man Dongfang, Why go through all this trouble? Tang Long recognized Dongfang Qinghan and stopped just in time. Dongfang Qinghan's face was a picture of fury. Well, kid, I didn't see this coming. You really have some skills. Along this road, you've taken out so many experts from the Dongfang family. Do you really think no one can bring you down? Dongfang Qinghan spoke with a chilling tone. Senior, I am unaware of any grievances between us and the Dongfang family. Why must you pursue my death? Tang Long replied coldly. Tang Long, don't pretend to be oblivious. Dongfang Shua is my nephew, and you've severely injured him. Do you truly think we, the Dongfang family, cannot do anything about it? Dongfang Qinghan's expression twisted with rage at the thought of Dongfang Shua's injuries. Although he was unaware of this mysterious young man's background, he sensed his extraordinary nature. Determined to eliminate this formidable foe, Dongfang Qinghan resolved to kill him, ensuring no future threats remained. Senior Dongfang, you are mistaken. My lesson for Dongfang Shua was justified, not an act of provocation. He was harassing Lin Qingxue, who was my girlfriend. Thus, I had no choice but to teach him a lesson. Tang Long shrugged, feigning helplessness. Again with the woman? Shaw, didn't you promise never to harass other girls again? Hearing Tang Long's words, Dongfang Qinghan felt a flush of embarrassment, unable to maintain his composure. He turned to Dongfang Shua with an irritable expression. Uncle, this woman is a disaster. The moment I saw her, I was entranced. Moreover, when I pursued her, this guy didn't even show up. His claim to be your boyfriend is highly suspect. I suspect he is merely a decoy hired by Lin Qingxue. Dongfang Shua pointed angrily at Tang Long. Exactly. Tang Long, how could you possibly be Miss Lin's boyfriend? Miss Lin is unparalleled in beauty. You, with your insignificant status, are worlds apart from her. How could you ever become her partner? I advise you to leave her before it's too late. Dongfang Qinghan said coldly, his expression stern. Why can't I? I intend to prove it to you. Tang Long replied with a grin, wrapping an arm around Lin Qingxue's shoulder. Lin Qingxue's face flushed slightly, a mix of shyness and helplessness overtaking her. At such a moment, being taken advantage of by this scoundrel left her speechless, especially considering their perilous situation. Seeing Lin Qingxue show no resistance, but rather accept it with a bashful demeanor, astonished Dongfang Shua greatly. Lin Qingxue, have you truly fallen for him? He is merely a lowly security guard. How could he compare to someone of my status, worth over 100 million? Dongfang Shua exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, Lin Qingxue, it's not too late to turn back now. If I eliminate this kid, you will truly become a widow. Dongfang Qinghan's face darkened, his beady eyes glancing maliciously at them, his voice dripping with murderous intent. You speak nonsense. This is my affair. The Dongfang family should not interfere. Leave me alone. Lin Qingxue asserted fiercely, reprimanding Dongfang Qinghan. Her declaration incited anger among the Dongfang family members surrounding her. Facing a group of Qi practitioners, Lin Qingxue showed no fear, her expression resolute as she rebuked them. Hearing her words brought a rush of satisfaction to Tang Long, who thought to himself, does this girl truly care for me? Or is she merely acting in front of her foes? For a moment, he found it hard to discern. Nevertheless, he felt a glimmer of hope that Lin Qingxue's feelings for him were genuine. You are out of line. The matter between you and Dongfang Shua was arranged long ago by our families. Therefore, whether you like it or not, this marriage must proceed as planned. This was your great-grandfather's dying wish. He arranged this betrothal with our Dongfang family. It's outrageous that over a decade later, your Lin family refuses to acknowledge it. Is this not a slap in the face to the Dongfang family? Dongfang Qinghan's face darkened as he raged. Tang, this time, even the King of Heaven cannot save you. Today you must die. He was like a rabid dog, baring his sharp fangs, ready to pounce. As his anger escalated, the masters from the other Eastern families brandished their formidable weapons and closed in. You all need to step back quickly. If this continues, I will call the police. At that moment, Lin Qingxue felt a surge of panic, having not anticipated that a senior figure from the prestigious Eastern family would turn hostile on the spot. Her previous words had undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, further infuriating the opponent. Now, it would be exceedingly difficult for both Tang Long and her to escape this predicament. With Dongfang Qinghan possessing the 5th level of Qi training, once he made a move, there would be no chance of survival for them. In her moment of desperation, Lin Qingxue's exclamation unexpectedly sparked a chorus of laughter from the Eastern family disciples. Accustomed to their domineering ways, they found the notion of calling the police utterly absurd. In such a place, who would he to call for help? By the time the police arrived, your life would likely be forfeit. I have said, not even the King of Heaven could save you. However, if I slay this brat, whether you survive will depend on my nephew's whim. Dongfang Qinghan's expression hardened, his eyes glinting with icy resolve as they locked onto Tang Longdong. At that moment, Lin Qingxue felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Though a strong-willed woman of stature, wisdom, and beauty, she was utterly outmatched before this pack of wolves. Darling, step back. Allow me to handle this. I can see these fellows will not rest until they achieve their goal. Tang Long stepped forward, feeling warmth from Lin Qingxue's earlier protection as he positioned himself in front of her. Now that it's more like a man. I thought you were merely a kept boy. Dongfang Qinghan sneered disdainfully. Come on then, since you insist on defending your scoundrel of a nephew. Let us engage in a fair contest. Fair? Tang Long stepped forward, his voice cold. Do you truly believe in fairness? Is there anything wrong with seeking fairness? Dongfang Qinghan could not help but laugh. Is there any genuine fairness in this world? Tang Long retorted, his gaze unwavering. Fairness is merely a verbal game played by the powerful. Young man, your experience is still lacking. However, it is too late to learn now. Dongfang Qinghan stepped closer, slowly raising his right palm with a cold smirk. Tang Long, you are merely at the 3rd level of Qi training. What gives you the right to challenge me? This time, I will ensure your demise. The disparity between them was evident. A clash of the 3rd level against the 5th level of Qi training appeared deceptively equal, but was, in reality, vastly imbalanced. Previously, Tang Long had barely withstood the relentless attacks of a 1st-level martial artist, but facing a 5th-level master posed an even greater challenge. Come on, you little brat. I will crush you with a single palm. Dongfang Qinghan laughed maniacally, his figure darting forward to strike Tang Long with a powerful palm. With a sharp shout, Tang Long unleashed his golden left hand, meeting the attack head-on. A resounding boom echoed as their energies collided, sending both combatants staggering back. This time, however, it was Dongfang Qinghan who suffered the consequences. Overconfident, he had only exerted 50% of his strength, expecting an easy victory. To his astonishment, Tang Long's palm struck back, forcing him to retreat, his hand tingling with pain and weakness. What is happening? My hand. Dongfang Qinghan's complexion turned ashen, resembling someone who had seen a ghost, as his face twisted in agony. Despite appearing weaker, Tang Long had still managed to injure him. Clearly, without utilizing his full strength, victory would be nearly impossible. Gritting his teeth, Dongfang Qinghan charged again. What is going on? Why is my uncle injured? At that moment, Dongfang Shua felt a chill run through him, anxiety creeping in. Do not worry. The master will not lose. One of his subordinates quickly reassured him. Furrowing his brow, Dongfang Shua let out a soft sigh. His gaze fixated on his uncle's left hand, feeling as if he were witnessing a ghost. How is this possible? You are clearly at the 3rd level of Qi training. There is no doubt about that. Yet, you managed to block my attack with that seemingly inert left hand. It must possess some peculiar power. Roll up your sleeve. Let me see. Dongfang Qinghan glared at Tang Long, as if scrutinizing a monster. You are not worthy. Tang Long scoffed, launching another assault, this time transitioning from defense to offense. He kicked out, his legs striking with immense force, moving like a straight iron rod. The speed breathtaking. Dongfang Qinghan did not expect Tang Long to take the initiative. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated with a whip-like kick, colliding with Tang Long's strike. A loud thud resonated as their legs met, but Dongfang Qinghan was unprepared for the excruciating pain that shot through him. With a sickening crack, his leg broke. Thud. His massive body could no longer support itself, crashing to the ground as he spat a mouthful of blood, a picture of utter devastation. Tang Long stepped on his chest, a cold smile on his lips. Who was it that said they would make Miss Lin a widow? Repeat that for me. Seeing Dongfang Qinghan injured and sprawled on the ground, the others from the Eastern family, including Dongfang Shua, stood frozen in shock, unable to fathom the severity of the defeat. Not only had Dongfang Qinghan suffered a broken leg, but he was also being publicly humiliated. At this moment, the elite members of the Eastern family were paralyzed by the scene, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to react. Why aren't you all moving to rescue my uncle? Dongfang Shua bellowed. Several Qi training masters responded and were about to act when Tang Long's voice halted them. Whoever dares to move will die. His cold warning left everyone rooted in place. Still unconvinced? Tang Long pressed, his foot firmly planted on Dongfang Qinghan's chest. I am not convinced. Dongfang Qinghan's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. In front of so many witnesses, he had lost to this youth, utterly humiliated. Gritting his teeth, he endured. If you refuse to accept it, I will make you submit. Just hold on. If you can't take it anymore, feel free to cry out. Tang Long grinned mischievously. What are you planning? The words sent a wave of dread through Dongfang Qinghan, his heart racing as he realized the gravity of the situation. Relax. I merely wish for you to experience the sensation of impending death, Tang Long replied. Savor it slowly. If it becomes unbearable, just shout. With that, Tang Long exerted pressure, the immense force pressing down on Dongfang Qinghan's chest, creating a sensation akin to being crushed by a mountain, nearly suffocating him. Spurt. Blood gushed from Dongfang Qinghan's mouth and nose as he could no longer endure, crying out, "Let me go. I concede." The core member of the Eastern family, the unyielding Dongfang Qinghan, publicly admitted defeat under Tang Long's oppression, leaving everyone in shock. Very well. Since you have conceded, have your people withdraw. Withdraw! Dongfang Qinghan shouted in anger, and his subordinates obediently stepped back. Uncle, we are coming to rescue you. Dongfang Shua insisted, but as he stepped forward, he was stopped by Tang Long's piercing gaze, not daring to advance another inch. I have warned you all to keep your distance. If anyone dares to take another step forward, it will be the end for them. Tang Long commanded imperiously, causing everyone to retreat a few steps at his words. Accompanied by several masters of qi cultivation, including Dongfang Shua, they retreated a few steps. I warn you, Tang Long, do not harm my esteemed master. Otherwise, we shall not let you off lightly. At this moment, a qi master stepped forward, delivering a chilling warning. How bothersome! Tang Long waved his hand, and a silver needle shot through the air, piercing the pressure point in the man's chest with a swift hiss. Instantly, the qi master felt a jolt of paralysis, his face paling dramatically as he staggered backward, collapsing to the ground. My lord, are you all right? The sight of the youth's sudden fall incited a wave of chaos. The experts of the Dongfang family were all taken aback, for this man possessed considerable skill, having reached the third level of qi cultivation. Yet in Tang Long's eyes, he remained utterly inconsequential. With a casual flick, Tang Long demonstrated his overwhelming prowess, causing the others to display expressions of sheer terror, no longer daring to speak out. From this moment forth, no member of the Dongfang family is permitted to disturb this beautiful lady. She is my woman, and anyone who dares to lay a hand on her shall face my wrath, Tang Long proclaimed with commanding authority. His piercing gaze swept across the crowd, instilling an inexplicable chill in their hearts. This is something I cannot agree to. Dongfang Qinghan gritted his teeth, defiantly uttering another hard statement. Is that so? Your refusal equates to a desire for death. If you seek to meet your end, I shall grant you a more comfortable demise. With that, Tang Long retrieved several silver needles from his pocket, casting them without a glance. They flew into Dongfang Qinghan's body with a series of soft hisses. All right, within 3 days. Should you reconsider, feel free to seek me out. Should the 3 days pass without contact, your demise is inevitable, Tang Long asserted with an air of finality. Having spoken, he released the foot he had placed upon Dongfang Qinghan's chest, dusted off his clothes, and took the delicate hand of Lin Qingxue, departing together. As Tang Long's warm hand clasped her slightly cold one, Lin Qingxue felt a surge of inexplicable excitement and exhilaration coursing through her, the chill enveloping her gradually melting away. This man had brought her an overwhelming shock, rendering her unable to comprehend him fully, possessing terrifying combat prowess and an enchanting allure. He made her willingly entwine her fingers with his in that moment. As they drove further away, the members of the Dongfang family finally emerged from their almost petrified state. Damn it, help my uncle up! Dongfang Shua rushed over, frantically assisting his uncle Dongfang Qinghan to his feet, brushing the dust from him. Dongfang Qinghan appeared disheveled, rage boiling in his eyes, his face ashen, devoid of color, presenting a picture of utter despondency. The spirit he once possessed had vanished entirely. Chapter 55. Fourth level of qi cultivation. The needles embedded in his body had effectively blocked all of his meridians, rendering him utterly weak, struggling to even stand. This stark contrast left the members of the Dongfang family frozen in disbelief. How can this be? Why is my uncle so powerless? Dongfang Shua exclaimed, still bewildered. Sure. Stop talking, quickly help me back. It seems I need to recuperate for a while. Dongfang Qinghan replied, his countenance darkening ominously. Upon hearing his words, the others ceased their chatter and assisted him into the vehicle, returning to the Dongfang family estate, where chaos had already ensued. Dongfang Jian and Yuning stood in the courtyard, having received the news, their expressions grave and tense. I never expected this boy to be so formidable, masquerading as a fool while severely injuring my elder brother and dealing our family an unprecedented blow, Dongfang Jian remarked, his brow furrowed deeply, a sharp glint of cold fury in his eyes. Indeed, father, this scoundrel dares to pursue my fiancée. I cannot accept this. I must kill him. Dongfang Shua shouted in a fit of rage, his fists clenched tightly, reflecting on his prolonged pursuit of her, only to be ignored. The thought of her forming a friendship with someone she had known for merely a few days was an affront he could not bear. Sure, do not rush. I intend to have a thorough discussion with the Lin family regarding this matter, Dongfang Jian asserted, his voice tinged with indignation. The core members of the family had suffered such a setback. Should the news spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Dongfang family. The potential consequences weighed heavily upon him, compelling him to take action. Bring me a car. I shall personally visit old Master Lin. With that, he strode out, followed closely by Dongfang Shua and a group of others, heading towards the Lin family. The Lin family estate, nestled in a picturesque location outside Jianghai City, was not among the four great families. However, in terms of strength, it rivaled any of them. Old Master Lin had long been engrossed in commercial development, thus neglecting local affairs and focusing his energies on several new projects abroad. Consequently, the family's influence locally paled in comparison to the four great families, rendering them vulnerable to the bullying of the Dongfang family. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue returned to the villa, utterly fatigued. Tang Long, you have stirred up quite a tempest. Do you think the Dongfang family will let this slide? For the next few days, you should refrain from going to work and stay at home until the storm passes. I will arrange for you a respectable position later, she stated coolly, halting him as he prepared for lunch after taking a sip of coffee. It's nothing serious. You're overthinking it. These ruffians dared to harass my wife, and my actions were merely a display of restraint, Tang Long replied nonchalantly. I understand your intentions, but the Dongfang family is not as simple as you perceive. They will not concede easily. Furthermore, I had a betrothal agreement with Dongfang Shah, which he will exploit to his advantage. If this escalates, it will be difficult for our Lin family to navigate, Lin Qingxue remarked, her brows furrowing slightly in contemplation. Any display of weakness could be misinterpreted as fear, emboldening them, she added. Relax a bit, my dear wife. With me around, there is nothing that cannot be resolved, Tang Long declared with confidence. Why do you not heed my words? I simply wish to avoid escalating the situation. Are you aware of how powerful the Dongfang family is locally? They have only this one son, whom they cherish as the family's future hope. We have not only injured Dongfang Qinghan, but also Dongfang Shua. They are unlikely to relent, she cautioned. Dear wife, may I ask, do you truly love me? Tang Long suddenly sprang up from the sofa, grasping Lin Qingxue's hand with earnestness. Lin Qingxue was taken aback by his question, momentarily at a loss for words. To deny her feelings felt disingenuous, yet to admit them seemed equally impossible. Caught in this turmoil, she found herself speechless. Your silence signifies your love for me. Qingxue, trust me, I will not let you down. As long as we are in love, who could possibly tear us apart? Tang Long said with a smile. Lin Qingxue found herself at a loss for words, but upon reflection, she realized there was truth in his statement. The weight in her heart lightened considerably. Dinner is ready, young lady and young sir. If you do not eat soon, it will get cold, came the cheerful voice of Aunt Wu. The two approached the table, captivated by the sumptuous spread set before them. Lin Qingxue seized her chopsticks and began to eat, shedding her usual demeanor as the burdens on her mind lifted considerably. The meal was delightful. Aunt Wu had somehow learned to prepare a delightful squirrel fish, which was as pleasing to the eye as it was to the palate. In addition to that, there were also braised pig intestines and clear braised beef brisket, each dish being a favorite of the young lady. After the previous events, Lin Qingxue felt both exhausted and hungry, and she quickly set aside her decorum to indulge in the meal. Tang Long, however, showed little interest in such sugary foods. He merely dipped his chopsticks and took a few bites before retreating to his room to rest. Upon entering his chamber, he immediately commenced his cultivation. Unrolling the animal skin scroll, with a mere thought, he entered a familiar realm. Sitting cross-legged, with his heart directed towards the heavens, he swiftly entered a state of cultivation. After 2 hours, he finally concluded his practice and gradually rose to his feet. Feeling the changes within his body, his spirit felt remarkably rejuvenated. This 2-hour session of cultivation was more effective than allowing an ordinary person to rest for 10 days. The previously expended vital energy had also swiftly replenished. And to his delight, he discovered that his cultivation realm had made a slight breakthrough. He advanced from the 3rd level of Qi training to the 4th. Feeling the rapid flow of vital energy within him, a torrent of warmth circulating throughout his body. After several weeks of this, he sensed an intense heat enveloping him, a most pleasurable sensation. If this pace of cultivation continued, it wouldn't be long before he regained his former level. At that time, he intended to return to the Sun God Temple and exact 1,000-fold revenge on that wretched traitor. Tang Long declared in indignation. Chapter 56. Intense confrontation at this moment. Several vehicles arrived at the entrance of the Lin family estate. With a creak, the doors swung open, and a few individuals disembarked. Dongfang Jian cast a piercing glance at the Lin family gate and coldly declared, "Quickly report that Dongfang Jian has come to pay his respects to Lord Lin." Understood. Upon hearing this, the security guard promptly responded and hastily made his way inside. The guard soon arrived at the room where old Master Lin was conversing with Lin Howren. Lin Howren had just returned from Country M and was providing a market update to his father. As Lin Failong listened, a smile of delight emerged on his face. "I never expected that within just a few months, you would successfully penetrate the M country market. This means our Lin family's industrial chain will span the most developed regions of the world, marking a tremendous boon for our future development. I suggest we celebrate this evening," Lin Failong said with a beaming smile, gently stroking his snowy white beard. "Father, this indeed is good news. But I have a flight booked for tonight to return to M country. I suppose I should forego the family banquet?" Lin Howren, having been away for an extended period, was somewhat detached from family matters, trusting that with the iron-willed old Master Lin present, there would be no significant issues. "No, there is an important matter this evening that you must be apprised of," Lin Failong replied with a slight smile. What important matter could it be? For Lin Howren, who valued time immensely, a few hours represented a substantial income, making it challenging to occupy his time, his grandfather included. "Do not rush. Allow me to explain. Qingxue has already married. I have refrained from informing you of this until now, but since you have returned, it is time you meet your son-in-law." Lin Failong expressed his satisfaction with this marriage. Although he was aware that Lin Qingxue had long been reluctant to accept Tang Long and their relationship was rather distant. With the passage of time, circumstances had improved significantly. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the two of them entering together, hand in hand, appearing much closer than before. "Son-in-law? Father, how could you not inform me of such a significant matter? I haven't even prepared a gift," Lin Howren replied, equally pleased. After all, his icy daughter had finally found a man, alleviating a major concern in his heart, which significantly boosted his mood. "Do not worry. I have arranged for a gift to be prepared for you. We can call for them to come over shortly for a brief introduction," Lin Failong said with excitement. "I wonder what the son-in-law looks like. Could he be an elite in our business circle, perhaps someone I know?" Lin Howren mused, his anticipation evident before they had even met. "He is exceptionally talented, surpassing all expectations. However, as far as I know, his identity remains somewhat of a mystery," Lin Failong said, winking mysteriously. "What? You do not even know his identity, yet you have decided to marry him into our family?" Lin Howren was momentarily taken aback. Despite his daughter's frosty demeanor, she had always been outstanding in various aspects, a goddess in the hearts of many men, with countless suitors pursuing her. Thus, hearing about her marriage caught him off guard. As they conversed, someone entered and whispered something into Lin Failong's ear, causing his expression to darken. "Father, what has transpired?" "It is the Dongfang family. Previously, we had an engagement arranged, and Dongfang Shuo was designated as Lin Qingxue as intended. However, this young man is nothing but a wastrel, lacking ambition. I did not wish for Qingxue to honor that commitment to marry such a person, so I declined their request. Yet, he has not given up, persistently bothering Qingxue, which has become quite troublesome. Now that they have come to our door, it is likely related to this matter. Since you are here, you might as well meet with them." Lin Failong sighed. "Father, this matter may be difficult for us to explain to the Dongfang family." Lin Howren expressed his concerns. However, given the situation, there was no option but to face it head-on. "Call them in," Lin Failong instructed his subordinate. "Yes, sir." Before long, a group entered the Lin family's living room. The DCOR was not overly extravagant, leaning towards an ancient style, reflecting Lin Howren's nostalgic nature. Subtlety masked opulence, with exquisite materials and an elegant aesthetic, creating a unique atmosphere. Dongfang Jian strode in with Dongfang Shua, exuding an imposing presence and visibly displeased. Lin Patriarch, what is the meaning of this? Clearly, your daughter was betrothed to my son. Yet now that he has reached marriageable age, you have chosen another suitor. What sort of union is this? Does the Lin family have no sense of integrity? Do you not care about the reputation of the Dongfang family? Without even sitting down, Dongfang Jian launched into a vehement tirade. Calm yourself, Dongfang Jian. Please take a seat and have some tea while I explain. After a command for tea, someone quickly brought it forth. However, Dongfang Jian clearly showed no regard, sweeping his hand dismissively and knocking the teacup to the floor. The scalding tea splattered everywhere, abruptly tightening the atmosphere. The cup shattered into pieces, and witnessing such rudeness, Lin Howren's eyes widened as he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Dongfang Jian, what is the meaning of this? Have you come to our Lin family to demand an explanation? The Lin family has always maintained a close relationship with your Dongfang family, and we have consistently provided the assistance you required. This time, do not overstep your bounds. Though primarily focused on business, Lin Howren was not one to be easily provoked. Seeing the teacup smashed, the fire within him ignited fiercely. Lin Howren, you are here as well. This is excellent. I have come today to seek accountability. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory response, I shall not hold back. Dongfang Jian shot a fierce glance at Lin Howren, his tone menacing. Huh, an engagement? Do you believe we are still living in the old society? We are now in a new era, a fashionable and sunny society that values freedom and love. The antiquated customs of yore are no longer applicable. Lin Howren retorted indignantly. Though he felt a twinge of insecurity, he had no choice but to stand his ground, confronting the situation head-on. Chapter 57. Material worthy of creation. He, well said, in a single breath, you wish to dismiss us, but it seems it will not be so easily accomplished. Allow me to inform you that my elder brother has been injured by your son-in-law, and we shall not rest until justice is served. Furthermore, this marriage has been confirmed by the heads of both families. Your desire to withdraw is thus rendered invalid. Therefore, without a doubt, Lin Qingxue must wed my son, Dongfang Shua. Otherwise, according to our agreement, you shall owe us a compensation of $100 million. As long as the compensation is duly paid, all matters can be discussed amicably, Dongfang Jian said with a sinister smile. In essence, it was all about the money. When the two families arranged this union, they established a contract to formalize the marriage. To prevent either party from reneging, a punitive clause was included. The party that withdraws must compensate the other with $100 million. This additional condition was indeed formidable. Dongfang Jian had prepared for this moment, ready to pressure the Lin family for the sum if his initial approach failed. Given the current financial constraints of the Lin family, gathering such a sum in a short time was utterly impossible. Their financial strain was directly tied to Lin Howren's overseas project, and upon hearing this, the Lin family members were momentarily stunned. How could there be an additional clause that I was unaware of? Lin Howren inquired, bewildered, glancing towards Lin Feilong. Lin Feilong's expression darkened, and after a moment's hesitation, he replied, Indeed, there is such a clause, but at the time, I believe it was merely a jest between the heads of both families. After all, humans are not to be measured like beasts by monetary means. So, you intend to withdraw, do you? At that moment, Dongfang Jian suddenly pulled out a piece of paper from his bosom, brandishing it in the air with an air of triumph. It clearly states that should anyone withdraw, they must provide $100 million in compensation. Since you do not wish to marry, then prepare to pay. $100 million is no trifling sum. I expect you to remit the payment within 3 days. Otherwise, you shall be compelled to hand over your daughter to us. Dongfang Jian's tone was aggressive. In truth, this so-called supplementary clause had been later added by Dongfang Jian to ensnare Lin Qingxue, preventing any interference. After all, $100 million was no small amount, and even the Lin family might struggle to produce it. Upon hearing his words, the atmosphere plunged into a chill, with all eyes fixated on the slightly yellowed contract exuding a musty odor. This document seemed to determine the fate and future of the Lin family's talented daughter, Lin Qingxue. Seeing the awe in the gazes directed at him, Dongfang Jian was filled with smugness and disdain. This strike had seized the opponent's lifeline. Even if they wished to refuse, they would bear immense pressure. At that moment, Dongfang Jin had played his trump card, reversing the situation and leaving the entire Lin family at a loss. Even Lin Howren, a savvy businessman, found himself at a standstill. Should they pay? If they truly could not, what would become of their daughter? A myriad of thoughts tangled within him, causing him considerable agitation, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, a shadow flickered, and the contract in Dongfang Jian's hand was snatched away by another. The newcomer chuckled and effortlessly tore the document to shreds. Indeed, the head of the Lin family is correct. Times have changed. The sale of marriages is no longer in vogue. Your antiquated methods belong to a bygone era. The intruder was none other than Tang Long, the one who had previously dealt a heavy blow to Dongfang Qinghan. As he watched the contract disintegrate in Tang Long's hands, everyone was left in stunned silence, particularly Dongfang Jian, whose eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His anger was palpable. After days of effort to unearth this document to pressure the Lin family into paying the breach of contract, it had now been obliterated. His face turned a shade of green from fury, and his body trembled violently as he pointed an accusing finger at Tang Long, shouting, "Damn you, you wretched creature. You were the one who severely injured my elder brother, and I have yet to settle that score with you. Now you dare to destroy my marriage contract? I shall not let you off so easily." Dongfang Jian, in his fury, had lost all sense of decorum, throwing a punch at Tang Long. However, his meager martial skills were no match for Tang Long, who easily knocked him down with a single blow. "The marriage contract has been annulled. Lin Qingxue is now my woman. Should your Dongfang family dare to interfere any further, I will annihilate you," Tang Long warned with utmost authority. "What did you say? Wretched creature. You think you can destroy our Dongfang family?" Dongfang Jian clutched his chest, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. After taking Tang Long's punch, he was now in excruciating pain, and as he opened his mouth, more blood spilled forth. It was evident that Tang Long had no intention of granting him mercy. Not only had he obliterated the marriage contract, but he had also nearly brought Dongfang Jian to his demise. "Indeed, I shall not repeat myself. If you dare to act recklessly again, the countdown to the destruction of the Dongfang family will truly commence. As for why I am so confident, take this back and examine it. Perhaps you have seen this before, and it will enlighten you as to the source of my assurance." Tang Long smirked, flicking a finger to send an object flying directly into Dongfang Shua's hands. Upon receiving it, Dongfang Shua gasped in shock, his expression shifting dramatically. Afterward, Dongfang Shua whispered a few words into Dongfang Jian's ear, causing Dongfang Jian to startle as he scrutinized Tang Long with newfound seriousness before hastily departing. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue had been closely observing from a distance, and upon witnessing the Dongfang family retreating in defeat, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Slowly, she stepped through the door. "Father." Upon seeing Lin Howren, her beautiful eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she called out softly, "My daughter, you witnessed the events that transpired?" Lin Howren felt a swell of admiration and pride for this new son-in-law. With a single move, he had not only nullified the opposing party's contract, but had also taught the arrogant Dongfang Jian a lesson, sending him away in disgrace. He appeared to be a person of great potential. "I did." Chapter 58. Erasing memories. Lin Qingxue nodded, her expression softening as she cast a glance at Tang Long, who stood beside her, his posture erect, resembling a proud pine tree standing tall upon a cliff, exhibiting no trace of tension even under immense pressure. His demeanor was remarkably calm and composed. "My daughter, why do you appear so untroubled? I know he will rectify everything. Thus, I am not worried," Lin Qingxue replied, her eyes shining with warmth as she gently took Tang Long's hand. "His name is Tang Long, and he is a remarkable individual. If it were not for him, I might have been forcibly taken by the Dongfang family on our way back." As she recalled the earlier incident, Lin Qingxue felt a lingering sense of dread. The Dongfang family was notorious for their ruthlessness, often resorting to underhanded tactics. Had it not been for Tang Long's intervention, she might have indeed become Dongfang Shua's bride. Through her recent experiences, she came to realize that in this world, sheer force did not equate to true strength. Only genuine power could instill fear in one's adversaries. "Tang Long, you performed admirably. Please have a seat. My daughter, tell me what transpired earlier. It seems you have endured quite an ordeal." Lin Howren had not seen his daughter for quite some time. To his surprise, upon returning from Country M, he noticed significant changes in her, which brought him great joy. It seemed that this transformation was largely due to Tang Long. They decided to dine at a nearby restaurant, where a sumptuous feast had been prepared. Today, Lin Qingxue had no pressing engagements, so she stayed home to spend some time with her father. Naturally, Tang Long was also present, enjoying a few leisurely drinks by the side, while deepening his bond with his father-in-law. Lin Howren was indeed a man of discernment. He and Tang Long hit it off immediately and conversed harmoniously. However, upon hearing about the previous incidents mentioned by Lin Qingxue, his anger surged uncontrollably. He had not anticipated the Oriental family to be so ruthless, audacious enough to forcibly take his daughter as a bride. Fortunately, with Tang Long by his side, who had decisively dealt a heavy blow to their adversary, his daughter was spared from harm. This evoked profound gratitude within him. Tang Long, you did well. At last, Qingxue has married the right person. You must treat her well, or else I shall not spare you. Lin Howren laughed heartily. Rest assured, father, I will wholeheartedly fulfill my duties as a good man. Tang Long replied, his words sweet as honey. Lin Howren continued, I returned in such haste that I did not prepare any fine gifts for you, so please accept this. With that, he handed over a long, slender box. As Tang Long opened it, he was taken aback. Inside lay a small dagger gleaming with a dark red hue, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length. The blade, exhibiting a deep crimson color, curled in a fox-like shape. Several golden rings adorned the back of the blade, which emitted a melodious chime when shaken, producing a sound that was both clear and delightful. What is this? Tang Long marveled, perplexed by the extraordinary nature of the dagger and why the esteemed chairman of the Lin family would present it to him as a greeting gift. Ah, this dagger is a collection of an old friend of mine. He once told me that it has an extraordinary origin. His ancestors were disciples of a certain sect in Huaxia. However, due to internal strife, he seized this treasured artifact amidst the chaos and left the sect, disappearing for decades. The sect still exists today, but it has long since fallen from its former glory. Lin Howren's expression turned somewhat melancholic as he spoke. Although the dagger appeared somewhat antiquated, the moment the blade was drawn, it emitted a blindingly sharp light that illuminated the entire room, sending a chill coursing through Tang Long's body. Some with lesser martial prowess could not help but tremble uncontrollably. Upon closer inspection, the blade bore an intricately engraved golden dragon, its scales glimmering and its ruby-like eyes appearing vividly alive. It seemed as though the dragon was preparing to soar into the heavens, while an indescribable aura flowed freely around the blade, vibrating slightly as if it possessed sentience. When Tang Long drew the dagger, he inadvertently nicked his finger on the razor-sharp edge, causing a few drops of blood to fall onto the blade. In an instant, the dagger seemed to absorb the blood, and it vanished without a trace, leaving the blade as bright as a mirror, now shimmering with a blood-like glow. Lin Howren burst into laughter. Well done. This dagger possesses a spirit. It has recognized its master through your blood. It seems you are indeed fated to wield it. My judgment was correct. Qingxue marrying you is truly her fortune. I hope you treat her well. Tang Long, though perplexed, nodded in agreement. The words inscribed on the blade, "Who can contend when the dragon slayer is drawn?" flickered before his eyes, sending a shock through his body. The realization struck him. It was the dragon slayer. Overjoyed, he could hardly believe his fortune. This is satisfactory, isn't it? I initially intended to gift it to an old friend, but after witnessing your extraordinary martial skills, I surmised you must be a formidable fighter in need of a trusty weapon. So, consider it a gift for your protection, Lin Howren declared generously. Thank you, father, Tang Long exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Observing Tang Long's ecstatic demeanor, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but smile, while Lin Filong also felt a surge of happiness. If you cherish it, then take it. Tang Long, we may rely on you in the future, so do not let our young lady down, Lin Filong chuckled. Rest assured, grandfather, I will take good care of Qingxue, Tang Long promised earnestly. Very well then, Lin Filong replied, pleased. By the way, Tang Long, did you serve in the military? Lin Howren suddenly inquired. Yes, but I can't recall much of it, Tang Long responded, somewhat puzzled, pondering whether these elders were attempting to brainwash him because of his mission here. Many of his memories had faded, leaving him bewildered. It felt strange. Perhaps Zeus had intentionally erased parts of his memory during his rescue. However, lacking evidence, Tang Long dared not question further, for Zeus was a deity of the Western world, and no one dared to challenge his authority, not even him. he could only acquiesce. Chapter 59. The speed of fusion after leaving the Lin estate. Dongfang Shuo returned to the Dongfang family, still seething with anger. With a sharp motion, he shattered a cherished jade bottle, leaving everyone stunned in silence at the sight of the invaluable fragments. Shuo, it is not that your father does not wish to assist you, but this individual's identity is too formidable. He possesses a death badge, indicating that he is not an ordinary person. We must deliberate further, Dongfang Jian said, his brow furrowed with concern. Father, are we to let this matter slide? Dongfang Shuo shouted in fury, clenching his fists in frustration. What else can we do? This person is extraordinary. Even your uncle fell to him. I believe that even if we exert our full strength, we may not gain the upper hand. In fact, it could result in mutual destruction, Dongfang Jian replied, maintaining a cautious attitude after the previous events. Father, do you know how much I love this woman? The reason I pursue her relentlessly is that I truly care for her. If not, why would I endure this suffering? I cannot live without her. You must help me win her over, or I shall no longer acknowledge you as my father, Dongfang Shuo declared defiantly. Huh, you will not recognize me? Have you grown wings and wish to fly solo? If you leave the Dongfang family, you won't even survive. How dare you threaten me for a mere woman? Have you forsaken our father-son bond? Are you still my son? With a resounding slap, Dongfang Jian, consumed by rage, struck his son's face with unrestrained force. Dongfang Shuo, caught off guard, had naively believed that by confronting his father, the elder would devise a means to help him achieve his objectives. Historically, such tactics have proven successful. However, he never anticipated that his initial provocation would lead to such a grievous misstep. In his fury, Dongfang Jian was impervious to such manipulation, retaliating with a backhanded blow that echoed sharply, instantly causing Dongfang Shuo's cheek to swell. As he opened his mouth, a rush of sweet, metallic blood surged forth, which he hastily spat out. Father, did you truly strike me? Dongfang Shuo protested, clutching his swollen cheek and weeping, filled with resentment towards his father. I shall strike you down, you ungrateful wretch. Dongfang Jian roared, preparing to deliver another punch. Sensing the dire situation, Dongfang Shuo, not lacking in wit, fled, igniting a commotion within the once quiet Dongfang household. The ruckus of their father-son quarrel startled many from their slumber, particularly given that it was already the latter half of the night. After the earlier disturbances, everyone was utterly exhausted, and just as they sought rest, this new uproar arose, leaving them all secretly disgruntled. What is happening outside? Dongfang Qinghan, gravely injured, lay in bed, attempting to gather his strength to heal his wounds. Yet, the sounds of the commotion outside disrupted his focus, scattering his hard-won energy. Soon, someone rushed in to recount the events transpiring outside in detail. Upon hearing the account, a chill of displeasure crossed Dongfang Qinghan's face. I cannot believe that at such a moment, they still have the audacity to bicker. This is truly intolerable, he remarked, his expression stern with indignation. My lord, it would be best for you to focus on your recovery and disregard the turmoil outside, one of his subordinates advised. Indeed, this injury is peculiar. No matter how hard I attempt to circulate my vital energy, I cannot seem to do so. It appears that these needles obstruct my meridians, and I must find a way to extract them, Dongfang Qinghan mused, realizing that every time he tried to channel his energy, an invisible force would thwart him, rendering his efforts futile. This was indeed perplexing. It seems the young man was correct. If he does not intervene within 3 days, my life may very well be in jeopardy, he recalled, a smile of understanding gracing his lips. My lord, it seems we must seek him out, his subordinate remarked gravely. There is no rush. Let me attempt to channel my energy once more. If that fails, then we shall seek him out. I have never bowed my head to anyone in my life, yet it appears I may have to concede to this young man, Dongfang Qinghan stated with a grave expression. Indeed, this individual possesses remarkable abilities at such a young age. He is truly a rare talent, his subordinate observed, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Such a genius should ideally be an asset to me. Yet it seems the rift between us is insurmountable, Dongfang Qinghan conceded with genuine respect. I wish to meet him and gauge his true strength, he continued, his subordinate's eyes flashing with determination. Proceed with caution. If you find yourself outmatched, retreat swiftly, for the consequences could be dire, Dongfang Qinghan warned. Understood, the subordinate replied before exiting the room, vanishing into the depths of the night. As night fell, Tang Long found himself unable to sleep, sitting cross-legged and troubled by the events of the day. Alas, this golden left hand has brought me considerable distress. Regrettably, its integration with my physical form remains limited. Despite the time elapsed, true harmony has yet to be achieved, thus rendering my combat capabilities ineffective, he lamented inwardly. As he spoke, his right hand pressed against a specific spot on his left arm, triggering a mechanism that released the golden hand from his limb. With its removal, the ethereal glow dissipated, leaving it mundane. Tang Long revealed a horrific wound on his left arm, a gruesome scar that brought back haunting memories. It was a frigid winter night when he was unexpectedly ambushed on his return to the Sun God Temple. In the fierce struggle that ensued, his left arm was severed, falling at his feet. The agony was excruciating. Yet in a desperate bid for survival, he grasped the severed limb and fled the area under the protection of his subordinates. Just as he neared the temple, a group of assassins appeared, declaring, "Sun God, you shall perish." The leader spoke in fluent Huaxia, launching an attack. Tang Long fought valiantly against the assailants, but ultimately succumbed, enduring several fatal strikes until they confirmed his demise before hastily departing. He was later rescued and brought to the Sun God Temple, where Zeus, upon discovering he still clung to life, arranged for advanced technology to heal him, thereby allowing him to survive. Tang Long retrieved an object from his pocket, stained with blood and now a dark crimson hue. He had carried it with him all this time, a small nail only a few centimeters in size, 5 in total. Due to its age, the blood had darkened, exuding a faint metallic scent. These 5 bone nails had been driven into his body at critical points, sealing his meridians and rendering him immobile. Ultimately, a cross-shaped bullet had pierced his heart. Had he not instinctively shifted his internal organs mere centimeters at the moment of crisis, he would have certainly met his end. An execution befitting a masked rider. It appeared his captors placed great emphasis on the ritual of execution, not simply killing him upon capture, but rather recording the event before binding him to a cross with the 5 nails, ultimately shooting his heart with calculated precision. Everything had unfolded with chilling calmness and eeriness. Yet, they had underestimated his ability to manipulate the positioning of his organs, thus narrowly escaping death. Otherwise, not even Zeus would have been able to resurrect a corpse. Of course, when Zeus discovered him, he was in a state of apparent death, maintaining this facade to deceive his killers. The bullet, approximately 7.62 millimeters in caliber and 51 millimeters in length, bore a cross-shaped mark etched by a blade. What could this symbol signify? As Tang Long toyed with the bullet, a haze enveloped his eyes, revealing a look of bewilderment and confusion. For days, he had secretly sought to unravel this mystery. Yet after leaving the dark underbelly of Europe, even his comrades remained oblivious to his whereabouts. Many presumed him dead. In truth, he was thriving. A splitting headache plagued him, a lingering aftereffect of that harrowing incident. His physical injuries had not fully healed, and the pain persisted. Such agony! Tang Long groaned, clutching his head as the pain intensified. The sensation was utterly terrifying for him. Just as Tang Long inadvertently stretched out his leg, that metallic arm suddenly came crashing down. However, in that fleeting moment, he discovered something astonishing hidden within the hollow section of the arm. Tang Long was overwhelmed with excitement at this revelation. He reached out and retrieved the object wrapped in black cloth, and upon unfolding it, he found it to be a martial arts manual, Eagle Claw technique. It appeared that after Zeus crafted this golden left hand for him, he had already contemplated the issue of merging it with his body, and thus had preemptively placed a manual within for his training. Regrettably, Tang Long had remained oblivious to it until today, when in a moment of boredom, he stumbled upon this secret. Upon opening the manual, Tang Long was taken aback. Remarkably, this manual, like the Dragon Spiral, had a compatibility rating of 9.0 with his physique. It seemed that if he diligently practiced, he could accelerate the integration of this arm into his body. For such intelligent metal, the higher the compatibility, the quicker the fusion process. With this thought in mind, Tang Long put aside all other considerations and immediately entered a state of cultivation. He practiced the Demon Claw technique with one focus, while simultaneously training in the Dragon Spiral, the two martial arts intertwining without interference. What was most astonishing was that the space within this animal skin scroll provided an excellent training environment, significantly enhancing his training speed. The first level of the Eagle Claw technique was the integration of the physical body, while the second level, Wind Chaser Claw, emphasized speed, allowing the body to achieve its utmost swiftness. light and sharp, striking with precision. The third level was the Shattering Stone Hand, which focused on power, capable of shattering solid rock with a single blow. The fourth level, Eagle Eye Lock, was a lethal technique that honed vision, enabling the practitioner to instantly detect hidden or distant enemies and swiftly lock onto targets for a guaranteed strike. The final level was the most formidable, named Rending the Void, wherein a single claw strike would shatter the void, mercilessly attacking all enemies within its range, a devastating area attack. The method of fusion required patience. It demanded a multifaceted integration of spirit, body, and space. To master this technique, one must cultivate tranquility, attuning oneself to the fluctuations of the universe. Tang Long silently recited the incantations inscribed within, attempting to practice. However, simultaneously mastering another divine art proved challenging, as he had yet to fully grasp the technique of dual focus. Consequently, his initial attempts were somewhat chaotic. After an entire night of effort, he still found himself unable to achieve the integration of spirit and body, merely experiencing a tingling and prickling sensation in his left arm. Tang Long could not discern whether this discomfort was related to his training or if his body was inherently flawed. What astounded him, however, was the potent aura emanating from the golden left hand, radiating a faint golden glow in the darkness. It appeared quite extraordinary. With little work at the company these days, Tang Long took a leave of absence, claiming he was unwell, and devoted himself entirely to training at home. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue merely offered a faint, cold smile, remarking, "A lazy donkey will always wallow in its filth. If you don't come, then don't come, for even if you did, you wouldn't accomplish anything worthwhile." In truth, Lin Qingxue's perception of Tang Long had undergone a significant transformation. At least on an emotional level, she had quietly accepted him. Over the past few days, Tang Long's unusual behavior had piqued her curiosity, yet he had remained locked away in his room, which left her feeling helpless, unable to even knock on the door. After a day, Tang Long realized that this isolation was hindering his training. After much contemplation, he decided it would be prudent to purchase a house outside, where he could train without disturbance. Chapter 61. Kamen Rider, one day, I shall exact a blood debt, making them aware of my prowess, Tang Long vowed silently. In the days that followed, Lin Howren, having concluded his local affairs, prepared to return. Thanks to Tang Long's impressive performance, he felt considerably relieved and in good spirits. That evening, he invited Tang Long and Lin Qingxue to a reunion dinner at the renowned Formidable restaurant. Well aware of Tang Long's fondness for braised pork with preserved vegetables, a dish notoriously difficult to perfect. Thus, he opted for the well-known five-star establishment Formidable, which had consistently thrived in business. Lin Howren had previously dined here with friends during business negotiations, and the experience had left a lasting impression. Most surprising was the revelation that the owner of Formidable was a strikingly beautiful woman, which only heightened Lin Howren's intrigue. Upon seeing her, he could not help but think that she was truly a breathtaking beauty, rivaling Lin Qingxue in allure, each possessing their own unique charm. Inside Formidable, Lin Howren sat upright, his demeanor formal. Opposite him sat a graceful and stunning woman, who appeared to be in her 30s with a voluptuous figure, striking features, and an ethereal presence, exuding an air of purity. At that moment, she rested her chin in her hand, gazing at Lin Howren with a smile. "Howren, after all these years, you haven't changed a bit, still as handsome and charming as ever, but now more mature and composed, exuding the aura of a business elite. I like it." She lifted a glass of red wine, rising gracefully on her long legs, and approached him elegantly. With a beaming smile, she raised her glass and said, "Let us drink to celebrate our lost youth and the wonderful memories of the past." Clinking her glass against Lin Howren's, she downed the wine in one gulp. "You remain as beautiful as ever, unforgettable, Yuhua. How have you been?" The woman, named Ouyang Yuhua, hailed from the Ouyang family, but for reasons unknown, she had distanced herself from her lineage and established herself as the proprietor of this five-star restaurant in Zhanghai City. With her remarkable abilities and keen intellect, she had transformed the establishment from obscurity to prominence in mere months. "I'm well, what about you?" Ouyang Yuhua inquired softly, toying with her glass, letting the ruby-red liquid sway within. "I'm also doing well. However, our past is now behind us. There is no point in dwelling on it," Lin Howren replied, handing her a bank card as a token of his youthful compensation. "No, I don't need money. Can't you see? I came here for you." If you think a mere sum can persuade me to leave, you are gravely mistaken. Then what do you desire? Lin Howard frowned at her response. I want your heart. Can you give it to me? Ouyang Yuhua declared, unexpectedly pulling a sharp folding knife from her bosom and brandishing it menacingly before his neck. Faced with the glinting blade, Lin Howard felt an ominous chill. My heart belongs to another woman, so you cannot have it. If you seek my life, then come for it, he replied solemnly, fully aware of her mindset, one that dictated if she could not have something, she would destroy it. Don't be upset, Lin Delaoy. You didn't come here just to have a pleasant time with me, did you? If that's the case, I've already booked a room, just waiting for you to join me, she added, her face adorned with a seductive smile, sheathed the knife, and took his hand, leading him outside. Wait, not today. Lin Howard's expression shifted as he suddenly halted, pulling her back into his embrace, gently resting his hand on her shoulder. What is wrong? Today is different. It's a family gathering, and I need you to assist me with something shortly. As Lin Howard began to whisper softly in her ear, Ouyang Yuhua's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She nodded and inquired, is he truly that capable? Indeed, from the very first moment I laid eyes on him, I sensed his extraordinary nature. I believe my judgment is sound. He is not only an unparalleled master, but also a person of exceedingly noble status. To uncover his true background, it will require your skills, Lin Howard replied with a subtle smile. Rest assured, no man can elude my allure. However, is it not a tad unfair to your daughter? After all, she has just begun to taste happiness. If I were to interfere, would it not jeopardize the bond between them? At that point, she hesitated, feeling a pang of dishonor regarding her role. Yet, for the sake of her beloved, she felt less inclined to hesitate. Fear not, there is nothing to be overly concerned about. I shall find a way to smooth things over, Lin Howard declared with a glint of cunning in his eyes. Very well. A flicker of unusual interest crossed Ouyang Yuhua's gaze, as she found herself intrigued by this man. Tang Long was on the verge of beginning his training when the door was suddenly flung open by a spirited figure. Tang Long, tidy yourself up. We are leaving. Today, Father wishes to treat the entire family to a reunion dinner. We cannot be late. Lin Qingxue glanced at Tang Long, who was preparing for his training. Sensing something peculiar about him, previously, he would venture out to bars every night, returning home inebriated, but now things were different. After dinner, he would retreat to his room and remain absent until the following day. What mischief could he be up to? Lin Howard was always punctual and held high expectations for his children. Thus, no family member was allowed to be tardy. Now that Tang Long had become a member of the Lin family, he was naturally subjected to the same standard. All right, I will be quick. Tang Long hastily gathered himself, smoothing his slightly disheveled hair before changing into a suit. Once he was presentable, he stepped out of his room, where Lin Qingxue awaited with growing impatience. What is taking you so long? You are more troublesome than a woman getting ready. She chided him. Well, it's my first time attending a reunion dinner, and I cannot afford to embarrass you, Miss Lin, Tang Long responded, striving to showcase his best side before her father. You do have some sense, Lin Qingxue remarked, her mood slightly improving as she acknowledged Tang Long's understanding of propriety. You are my Lin Qingxue's man. You must be the best and brightest. I do not wish for you to lose face in front of my father, as that would be a source of lifelong shame for me, Lin Qingxue expressed, clearly concerned about her image before her father. Seizing the opportunity, she applied a light touch of makeup and donned a lace dress from the Medtina brand, featuring a hollowed design that subtly revealed her undergarments. It was unexpected to see Lin Qingxue, an ice princess known for her conservatism, wearing a striking red dress that accentuated her alluring figure, full and curvaceous, exuding an irresistible charm. Complemented by her blood-red lips, she resembled a rose poised to bloom. Captivatingly beautiful, she even adorned herself with a luxurious French perfume that emitted an intoxicating fragrance, evoking the essence of spring. Below the dress, her shapely legs and crystal heels further enhanced her allure. My God, you are absolutely stunning, my dear wife. I adore you, Tang Long exclaimed in excitement, unable to resist embracing her. However, she deftly evaded him, not out of dislike, but due to the pressing nature of time. Glancing at the clock, they had already delayed for 10 minutes. If they did not arrive within the next 15, they would surely face embarrassment. Stop dawdling. We must go, Lin Qingxue urged, her cheeks slightly flushed as she avoided his fiery gaze, pondering how this rogue seemed overly flirtatious today, questioning whether he behaved similarly with other women. She grasped his hand and dashed out like a gust of wind, moving with surprising agility even in her high heels, a stark contrast to her usual aloof goddess demeanor. Descending to the garage, Tang Long took the wheel. Though his previous BMW had sustained damage, he had arranged for quick repairs, restoring it to a viable condition. Thus, he chose to drive the same red BMW from before, simply because it felt comfortable. Well done, Tang Long. Your efficiency exceeds my expectations. Fine, we shall take this car. But we must hurry. Without further thought, Lin Qingxue instructed, and Tang Long sped off like the wind. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Lin Qingyan was also en route to the Fuminlu restaurant. Accompanying her were two individuals, one tall and the other a monk. Though officially dismissed by her, they remained close to Tang Long for their own reasons. Have you made any progress in uncovering information about him? Lin Qingyan asked, stealing a glance at the tall man in the passenger seat. No useful intel has surfaced yet. He has merely been working and playing video games, idly passing the time, he replied with a shrug, displaying a sense of helplessness. And Lin Qingyan was not convinced that he was simply a dull man wasting his days. He was ambushed while returning home with Lin Qingxue. Investigations reveal that the assailants were from the Dongfang family. Surprisingly, Tang Long managed to fend off several of their top experts and safely escorted Lin Qingxue away. He reported, astonishment etched on his face. Such an incident occurred? Lin Qingyun's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, he is quite the gentleman. Sister Yin, perhaps you should reconsider? Jiang Kuan suggested with a grin. He's already spoken for. Lin Qingyun replied, a flicker of intrigue crossing her features. You mean Lin Qingxue? Jiang Kuan asked, taken aback. Indeed, my sister, and his background remains ambiguous, raising suspicions. Do you think I would genuinely be swayed by such a man? I am more concerned for Qingxue, she confessed. In truth, the news of Tang Long and Lin Qingxue's marriage had yet to reach the outside world, not even among her closest friends. This was due in part to Lin Qingxue's discretion and the considerations of the family patriarch. Even Lin Qingyun had only discovered this revelation a few days prior. Reflecting on Jiang Kuan's earlier remarks, a peculiar smile graced her lips. By the way, I tasked you with locating Qingqing's whereabouts. Have there been any updates? Lin Qingyun inquired after a moment. None. We have found no trace of her, and she is not in Europe, Shang Yufei replied. What is going on? With our Red Tiger's capabilities, it should not be difficult to locate someone globally. Yet, after all this time, you have uncovered not a single clue. What have you been doing these past few months? Lin Qingyun's tone turned stern as her expression darkened. Captain, we apologize. Jiang Kuan and Shang Yufei both lowered their heads, visibly uneasy. Does saying sorry suffice? You are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Lin Qingyun's frustration surfaced, her voice sharp and commanding, creating a tense atmosphere. Fortunately, at that moment, their car arrived at Fuminlu Hotel and came to a halt. Stepping out, Lin Qingyun ignored her subordinates and strode directly into the building, while Jiang Kuan and Shang Yufei departed the scene. Meanwhile, in a rented room outside, Lin Qing lay on her bed, engaged in a conversation with Julie. Qingqing, your wounds have flared up again. The antidote can only be found in the hands of the master. Perhaps we should request it from him. Otherwise, in a few days, you may truly be in peril, Julie said with a look of deep concern. At present, Lin Qing's wounds had festered, and the symptoms of poisoning were strikingly evident. Had she not forcefully shielded her heart meridian with her vital energy, barely staving off the toxic invasion, she would have long since succumbed. Now, as the toxicity intensified, a grave danger loomed. Without the antidote, she would have no choice but to allow the poison to invade her heart meridian, leading inevitably to death. Alas, that accursed scoundrel! Were it not for his use of poison to control us sisters, how could I have found myself in such dire straits? That wretched man, even in death, I shall drag him down with me. I must slay him. Lin Qing gritted her teeth, striving to rise, but after several attempts, she could only manage to sit upright with great difficulty. She appeared exceedingly weak. Here, I have one last detoxification pill. Take it. With a soft sigh, Julie handed her a black pill. I cannot accept it. You have only one left as well. If I consume it, you will soon find yourself in the same predicament as I. Lin Qing's face was an ashen hue. Chapter 63. Who is secretly in love with me? Do not fret. You shall recover, and I am fine, Julie said, gallantly pushing Lin Qing's hand back. Clutching her fingers, the pill felt extraordinarily precious in her palm. Lin Qing understood that should she consume it, Julie would inevitably face the same dire consequences. They were both afflicted by the same poison, an almost insoluble toxin. Only the master could provide an antidote. Thank you. For a cold-blooded assassin, uttering such words of gratitude was an exceedingly rare occurrence. The pill displayed a dark crimson hue, its surface exceptionally smooth, feeling hard and somewhat heavy to the touch. Its composition was a mystery. As Lin Qing gently squeezed it, it cracked open, revealing a neatly cut surface. To her astonishment, within the pill lay a blood-red core, exuding an intensely sanguine aroma, viscous and eerie. Most shocking were the white, worm-like creatures writhing within the blood core, suggesting they were indeed living beings. It is known that such pills are incredibly rare, typically requiring a lengthy process of refinement over 81 days in an alchemical furnace. Initially thought to be as hard as iron, the contents inside were truly terrifying. Bloodworms. Upon seeing these grotesque creatures, both women gasped in horror, simultaneously uttering a low cry. Sister Qing, could this be the antidote the master makes us take daily? Once these bloodworms enter our bodies, they will only bring greater catastrophe. We cannot expel them. As a subordinate assassin of the master, Julie had witnessed many fellow disciples suffer from poisoning. Recovery was exceedingly rare, as they would slowly perish, eroded by these bloodworms, their demise horrifyingly gruesome. Indeed, these bloodworms are incredibly terrifying. I have seen individuals drained of their very lifeblood, meeting a tragic end, their bodies nothing but skin and bones, devoid of color, resembling mere skeletons. Truly dreadful, Julie said with a worried expression. But since we have boarded the ship of thieves, do we have any other options? Were it not for the lure of riches, I would never have fallen into his trap. At this moment, Lin Qing let out a long, melancholic sigh, her heart filled with resentment and reluctance. Even as a top-tier expert, she was ensnared by him, truly at a dead end, with no path for escape. Since he offers us no chance at survival, why should we not take action against him? He is a devil. We are no match for him. Lin Qing spoke coldly. In her current poisoned state, her abilities had diminished to half, and the control of the worms rendered her incapable of making a killing move. These bloodworms would relay everything they sensed back to the master. In such a case, they would not only fail to carry out their assassination, but could also become targets themselves. He will not allow us to perish. I have a premonition that he will appear soon. When he does, we shall act accordingly, Lin Qing said through clenched teeth, suppressing the raging fire within her heart. Very well. When the time comes, we shall confront him together, and surely we shall have a chance of victory, Julie said excitedly. Before meeting our demise, it is indeed commendable to take down a foe with us. However, those precious items were stolen from Sotheby's at great personal risk. Losing them is a bitter pill to swallow, and I must recover them. Lin Qing bit her lip, inquiring. Yes, those items, if in our possession, could resolve numerous practical issues. Having wandered with her for some time, Julie had endured much hardship. She longed for the simple comforts of a normal life, staying in a hotel, enjoying a warm meal, even taking a hot shower. Goals easily attainable for ordinary women, yet for them seemed utterly out of reach. An important concern was that they had exhausted their funds, which had led them to reside in such a place. If only those items were in hand, selling just one could ensure their financial security. With this thought, Lin Qing's brow furrowed even deeper. Have there been any discoveries lately? Has that person been located? Lin Qing, having spent the past few days recuperating, had no time to venture out. I have left his portrait in various places. I believe we will soon receive news, Julie replied, producing a portrait to examine closely. Indeed, this depiction was remarkably lifelike, showcasing a handsome young man whose eyes gazed into the distance, conveying a hint of sadness. Although merely a painting, it was vividly animated, as though the subject stood before them, causing the normally infatuated Julie to momentarily lose her composure and blow a few flirtatious kisses toward the image. She had made numerous copies, leaving her contact information and offering a substantial reward for his whereabouts, confident that results would come swiftly. It could be said that this man had left a profound impression upon her heart. After consuming the pill, her demeanor relaxed considerably. Do not mention it. It is only right, Julie replied with a faint smile, indifferent. By the way, I heard you were born by the rivers and seas. Why have you not returned to visit? Do you not miss your family? At this moment, Julie curiously inquired. Indeed, home is a warm place, but alas, I can never return. With a heavy sigh, Lin Qing's expression turned somber. In her eyes glistened a single crystalline tear, though she did not allow it to fall. As an assassin, her heart had grown exceedingly cold. She ought not to display any emotional fluctuations, yet the mention of home stirred faint ripples within her heart. Where is that person now? At this moment, Tang Long remained blissfully unaware that he had become the object of someone's affection. Suddenly, he sneezed several times. Achoo! Achoo! Damn it! Who is secretly in love with me? He said narcissistically. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue, seated in the passenger seat, nearly dropped her phone in disbelief. Could you have some shame? With a demeanor like yours, what woman would be foolish enough to fall for you? Lin Qingxue huffed, utterly speechless. Chapter 64. Unfazed by accounts upon alighting from the vehicle, Lin Qingyun had just arrived and caught sight of Tang Long and Lin Qingxue. A peculiar smile flickered across her delicate visage. Sister, you arrived early. Lin Qingxue greeted Lin Qingyun with a faint smile. It is noteworthy that the two sisters bore a striking resemblance. The younger Lin Qingxue exuded an icy aloofness, while her elder sister, Lin Qingyun, possessed a distinctive aura characterized by steadfastness, tolerance, and a serene detachment born from encounters with life and death. A gentle smile graced her lips as her gaze swept over Tang Long and Lin Qingxue, imbued with a hint of deeper significance. Clearly, despite Lin Qingxue's attempts to conceal her relationship with Tang Long, this woman could see through it effortlessly, leaving no room for subterfuge. You two have been together for quite some time, haven't you? Lin Qingyun remarked playfully, a teasing smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Well, how did you know, sister? Lin Qingxue stammered, realizing the futility of further evasion. She could only nod in silent acknowledgement, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing inexplicably. In the presence of her formidable sister, each encounter heightened her anxiety, leaving her at a distinct disadvantage in terms of presence. Gidge, you have quite the discerning eye, Lin Qingyun said with a smile, patting her shoulder lightly. You go ahead. I have matters to discuss with him. Sister, you want to do anything to him, will you? Lin Qingxue inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. After all, during the previous recruitment, Tang Long had single-handedly overwhelmed several competent opponents, which had caused Lin Qingyun, the squad leader of Qihu, to lose face. Since then, a grudge had been established. Lin Qingyun had initially contemplated teaching him a lesson, but Tang Long had been injured at the time, prompting her to temporarily set aside that thought. At this moment, the parking lot of Fu Man Lu was eerily quiet, as the hour was still early. The night in Zhanghai City was just beginning to sparkle with neon lights, and the streets were alive with handsome men and beautiful women, infusing the city with a unique vibrancy. Rest assured, my delightful little husband, how could I bear to harm him? There are some grievances between us. I shall resolve them in my own way, Lin Qingyun said, her expression slightly solemn. All right, Lin Qingxue replied, refraining from saying more, and turned away reluctantly, her heart filled with concern for Tang Long. Despite his many flaws, he was ultimately her man, and the thought of any misfortune befalling him sent shivers down her spine. Lost in contemplation, she chose to remain at a distance, anxiously observing. Tang Long, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, had lit up the moment he stepped out of the car, defying the no-smoking rule. He took a drag while coldly surveying the beautiful woman before him. Beautiful lady, could it be that my striking looks have captivated you? Can't wait for nightfall. Can you? Tang Long remarked, his words dripping with arrogance. Do not overestimate yourself. There are countless men far more handsome than you, Lin Qingyun retorted, nearly choking on her indignation. Oh really? Then what brings you to me? Let me tell you, I am not the type to be easily swayed by beauty. You are simply not my type. Step aside, Tang Long replied nonchalantly. Your standards seem rather high, Tang Long. Let us cut to the chase. I am here to settle accounts regarding past matters. Emotional debts? I have no entanglements with you. Do not even think about it, Tang Long declared defiantly. In his lifetime, emotional debts were perhaps the ones he owed the most. From Elizabeth, with her royal British lineage, to the American actress Dalika, and the #1 female assassin from the European underworld, as well as the flower of the military, Zhao Manfei, all had once held deep affection for him. Naturally, with his charm, it was not impossible for the stunning Lin Qingyun to fall for him as well. Not far from the underground parking lot, two figures were quietly observing everything that transpired. Their gaze remained fixated on Tang Long and Lin Qingyun. These two individuals, known as the big guy and the monk, had initially been dismissed by Lin Qingyun, but they seemed to have anticipated the unfolding scene and had not strayed too far, instead waiting at a distance. As soon as Tang Long and Lin Qingxue appeared, They crept closer, though they dared not approach, merely observing with binoculars from afar. Careful not to attract Lin Qingyun's attention. It was evident that a member of a special forces unit was well equipped. The night vision infrared binoculars allowed them to scrutinize the scene without missing a detail. "It appears there will be quite a spectacle tonight," the monk exclaimed, grinning widely like it was a festive occasion. "Indeed, a confrontation of titans. Such a scene is truly rare," the big guy added. "After all, the captain has not engaged in a serious bout for quite some time. I believe this time they will truly determine a victor." "Huh, you're right. But it's a pity I didn't bring the night vision camera. If I had, we could have recorded this moment. It would surely cause a stir among our brothers," the monk lamented. "Such a shame." The two men sighed in unison. Upon hearing Tang Long's words, Lin Qingyun could not help but chuckle. "Have you finished your monologue? I did not expect you to be such a rogue. Not only are you unreasonable, but you also relish in teasing women. And what of it? You are a woman. I am a man. Isn't it natural for opposites to attract?" Tang Long replied with a cheeky grin. "Extinguish that cigarette. I detest men who smoke," Lin Qingyun said, wrinkling her nose in displeasure at the acrid smell. "Dislike it? Why should I heed your words? This is not a no-smoking area," Tang Long retorted with a cold laugh. Seeking death. To speak to Lin Qingyun in such a manner is sheer provocation. Given her fiery temperament, it is evident she could not tolerate such insolence. Lin Qingyun's foot moved, and she launched a punch toward him. Her speed was astonishing, and within her palm, a surge of true energy coalesced, taking on a faint circular shape. As this energy radiated outward, a soft white glow enveloped her fist, appearing exceedingly eerie. To initiate an attack with lethal intent, one would not expect such a beautiful woman to possess a heart as treacherous as a serpent's. "Fortunately, I did not fall for you. Otherwise, I would surely regret it," Tang Long said with a slight smile, preparing to counter her strike. His method of attack was unique. His left fist displayed no sign of energy fluctuation, and as he struck, he suddenly transformed his punch into a claw, executing the eagle claw technique aimed at her fist. Unquestionably, this unexpected change in tactics caught Lin Qingyun off guard, leaving her no time to adjust her own approach. Chapter 65, Kneeling to Sing Conquest with a resounding clap. Their fists collided. Lin Qingyun felt a sharp pain in her hand and instinctively gasped in surprise. "Your left hand seems different. May I take a look?" Lin Qingyun inquired coldly. "By your logic, if your bosom is larger than others, that too is unusual. May I have a glance?" Tang Long retorted with a scoff. "Rogue! Presumptuous!" Lin Qingyun had never been mocked to her face before, and the fact that her physique became a subject of ridicule ignited her fury. A cold glint flashed in her eyes, and an undercurrent of murderous intent began to brew within her. With a fierce shriek, she leaped into the air, executing a vicious whip kick that descended like an iron rod, its speed unparalleled. "You think you're so tough? I'll make you regret ever crossing me." Fueled by a desire for vengeance, she unleashed her full strength. Tang Long's earlier flippancy had already provoked her wrath, and now she sought not only to reclaim her dignity, but also to avenge the humiliation her subordinates had suffered last time. With a thunderous impact, Tang Long struck with both fists, his left and right hands colliding with her shins simultaneously, producing a sound so deep and resonant that it echoed through the air. Both combatants let out a muffled grunt, retreating in unison. In this intense exchange, both sides had expended their utmost effort, and for Tang Long, this was a battle he could not afford to lose. Lin Qingyun was somewhat taken aback. Her earlier strike had been exceedingly fierce, and she had harbored concerns that Tang Long might sustain injuries. Yet, it now appeared that his strength far surpassed her expectations. The force of their simultaneous punches was beyond imagination, sending Tang Long staggering back several steps, his footing unsteady. A surge of battle intent welled up within Lin Qingyun as she coldly fixed her gaze upon him, saying, "I never anticipated that in just a few days your abilities would advance so remarkably. Truly astonishing. However, no matter how powerful you become, you're still no match for me. Today, I seek justice for my two subordinates. Being a member of the Red Tiger is an unparalleled honor, and the recent mishap involving a fellow member has caused significant unrest within our ranks. As the head of the Zhonghai branch, I shall not bear the blame for this loss of face. I must reclaim it." With a swift motion, Lin Qingyun's figure blurred as she darted forward, a gust of fierce wind following her attack that came from behind Tang Long. At first glance, It appeared she still stood before him, yet the assault originated from his rear. A truly bizarre situation. Tang Long felt a tremor of realization. He understood the disparity in their strengths and dared not be reckless. Shifting his weight, he executed a sidestep, narrowly avoiding the punch's force. However, before he could regain his balance, another sweeping kick came his way, and this time, there was no way for him to evade it. Gritting his teeth, he raised both fists to block the blow. Bang! This time, Tang Long could no longer withstand the force of his opponent. A tremendous power surged forth, akin to a mountain, causing his arms to tingle and his body to be propelled backward like a stone, stumbling several steps before barely managing to steady himself. Yet, before he could find his footing, a soft arm encircled his neck from behind. As he was pulled backward, he found himself unceremoniously collapsing into the embrace of a beautiful woman. "You still fall short," Lin Qingyun declared triumphantly, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. Releasing her grip, Tang Long finally escaped the sensation of near asphyxiation, having felt as though his neck might snap from her sudden surge of power. He had ample time to react, but in that moment, he chose to abandon his resistance, recognizing that he was not her rival. Continuing the fight would yield no hope. He might as well allow her to succeed. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tang Long's mood returned to its previous state. "Alas, you've soiled my suit. Lin Qingyun, you must compensate me for this," he lamented, casting a disgruntled glance at the large shoe prints on his attire. What had he done to deserve this? Was it today meant to be a family gathering, a day of feasting? How had it devolved into such chaos, ruining his suit in the process? "You brought this upon yourself. Remember, in the next moment, do not provoke me lightly again. Otherwise, next time I might not even recall who you are. In my eyes, those who challenge me meet only one fate, death." Lin Qingyun scoffed, turning on her heel and departing without casting another glance at Tang Long. Although this fellow possessed an air of mystery, he was, at least in terms of strength, inferior to her, which provided her with a modicum of relief. She had achieved her goal of restoring the Red Tiger's honor. Is the reputation of the Red Tiger truly that significant? What a petty woman. "Just wait until my strength returns. I shall have my vengeance," Tang Long muttered under his breath as he watched Lin Qingyun walk away. "What did you say?" Lin Qingyun suddenly halted, her expression turning furious as she glared at him, clearly possessing keen hearing. "I said nothing," Tang Long replied with a grin, shrugging innocently. "You would do well to keep your mouth clean. If you dare provoke me again, I won't hesitate to break your bones, leaving you groveling at my feet in submission," Lin Qingyun warned, her gaze icy. "Ah, those words should be mine to utter," Tang Long thought, feeling a pang of jealousy that such a bold statement had been claimed by a woman. Conquering was meant to be his domain, not the other way around. "Ah, you are merely a wretch awaiting your conquest," Lin Qingyun laughed heartily, relishing Tang Long's flustered expression. "Little girl, do not get too smug. Who will be the one conquered remains to be seen," Tang Long retorted, irritated. "What did you say?" Lin Qingyun's anger flared once more, prompting her to turn back. "Big sister, what are you doing?" "He is my man," Lin Qingsnow, who had been watching from a distance, finally interjected, stepping boldly in front of her sister. "Your man? Ah, I had forgotten. This lecher is indeed your man. Very well, I shall grant you this favor, but you best keep a tight leash on him. Should he speak out of turn before me again, I will not be so accommodating," Lin Qingyun replied, her irritation still simmering but tempered by her sister's presence. "Are you all right?" Lin Qingsnow approached Tang Long directly, concern evident in her gaze as she noted the large footprints on his attire, her heart inexplicably aching for him. "I'm fine. Don't worry, dear wife. I am not so easy to take down. I am like an indestructible cockroach," Tang Long teased, winking at her with a smile. Chapter 66. Lin Chong faces trouble. "Let us see how long you can keep up this bravado," Lin Qingsnow thought, feeling a twinge of sadness. Honestly, she should have been annoyed with him, but today was different. She found herself caring for him in a way that was unexpected. Somehow, over the past few days, his image had even invaded her dreams. Perhaps it was a result of the trauma from that night, when the Dongfang family had pushed them to the brink of life and death. Nevertheless, in her heart, Tang Long had carved out a space that was previously unimaginable. Yet, change had indeed occurred. Witnessing Lin Qingsnow's concern for him stirred Tang Long's emotions. "Wife, are you worried about me?" "I'm not." "Were you not pained just now?" "No." "Stop imagining things," Lin Qingsnow exclaimed, eager to escape the growing awkwardness. pulling his hand as they hurried forward. Clearly, due to their earlier delay, they had arrived a bit late. The group quickly found seats, with Lin Howren and Lin Filong taking the honored positions while the others sat wherever they could. However, their tardiness meant they had to settle for seats near the door. Who else is yet to arrive? Lin Howren scanned the crowd. Lin Chong said he had matters to attend to and could not make it, Lin Qingsno recalled, remembering that her brother had called her on the way, asking her to excuse him. Alas, that brat Lin Chong has undoubtedly gone off to indulge in some mischief. No, he must come today. I will call him and give him 10 minutes to arrive here. If he does not show up, he can forget about being my son, Lin Howren declared, his expression darkening with disappointment. Knowing Lin Chong as he did, Lin Howren was certain that his son was off gallivanting. Lin Chong was attending university in Jianghai City and rarely returned home. Tang Long had only met him a handful of times. Yet, this boy had a penchant for nightlife and had recently become infatuated with a campus beauty, pursuing her fervently, only to be met with indifference. He faced repeated setbacks but remained obstinate, insisting he would marry her, squandering countless hours and resources with nothing to show for it while neglecting his studies, a classic case of losing more than he gained. After learning of the situation, Lin Qingsno had attempted to counsel him, but Lin Chong had dismissed her advice, growing increasingly demanding for money. In a bid to steer him away from his reckless path, Lin Qingsno had refused to give him any, but he was no fool and resorted to high-interest loans. This only compounded his troubles, leaving him unable to extricate himself from the predicament he had created. In a dimly lit room, several burly figures coldly addressed a young man. "Kid, here is your IOU, totaling 15 million. Now, tell us, will you repay the debt, or shall we remove one of your arms? Brother, please grant me a few more days. I promise to repay you," Lin Quan pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. "Extend your deadline? Very well. Is an hour sufficient? If you fail to repay by then, I shall send you one of your hands as a token to your family." One of the assailants sneered, brandishing a gleaming knife before him. The sight of the sharp blade made Lin Quan flinch instinctively, drawing back his neck. "Please don't kill me. Whatever you ask, I will provide. My sister is a CEO. She has plenty of money. I will call her immediately. She will surely save me." Lin Quan's pleas were filled with anguish. Upon hearing his words, the leader of the thugs chuckled coldly. "You better not try any tricks. 1 hour. Miss that, and we will act. Sanzi, hand him the phone. We want money, not a useless hand," the leader said, tapping the knife against Lin Quan's face coolly. Yes, one of the henchmen complied, passing the phone to Lin Quan. He immediately dialed. Meanwhile, at Fuminlu, Lin Qingyun excused herself after receiving a phone call, citing urgent matters. As the captain of the Red Army, her recent tasks had been particularly demanding. Although Lin Howren was somewhat displeased, he allowed her to leave. Jiang Chufeng, understanding the situation, did not impede her. Instead, she amiably held her daughter's hand, engaging in casual conversation. On the other side, Lin Howren and Tang Long were enjoying each other's company over drinks, sharing stories of their military backgrounds. After some time, Lin Howren recalled his son, Lin Quan. It was essential to see him before leaving. His absence was unacceptable. He instructed Lin Qingxue to call Lin Quan. Just as Lin Qingxue prepared to make the call, her phone unexpectedly rang. "Hello?" she answered, only to be met with Lin Quan's frantic cries. "Sister, hurry and save me. If you don't come soon, you may never see me again." The distressing voice shocked everyone present. Who could have imagined that the young master of the Lin family would find himself in such dire straits? "Quickly, tell me where you are," Lin Qingxue urged, her heart racing. After Lin Quan relayed the address, the call was abruptly taken over by another individual. "Listen closely, you have half an hour. If 50 million isn't transferred to my account, I will send you one of this kid's hands," a sinister voice warned, cackling coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Quan's expression shifted dramatically. "You said it was 15 million. Why has it turned into 50 million? He shouted in fury. Even if we demanded 100 million, I trust the Lin family would comply without hesitation, for you are their only direct descendant. Surely, the old man Lin would pay to save you. This 50 million represents your worth, far surpassing the 15 million. Wouldn't you agree?" Laughter erupted among the thugs. Back at Fuminlu, chaos ensued. "Qingxue, quickly call your eldest sister. She must have a way to rescue Quaner." Upon hearing the news, the Lin family was struck as if by lightning. The previously harmonious atmosphere shattered. Even Lin Filong floundered, while Lin Howren appeared utterly frantic. After all, this involved the life of their only son, a child they had cherished dearly, having been a late blessing to the family. If anything were to happen to Lin Quan, it would feel as if the sky had fallen. When Jiang Chufeng received the news, she fainted, her eyes rolling back. Everyone rushed to revive her. Oh no, she has high blood pressure and heart disease. What should we do? Hurry, call 120. We must bring her back. She is my steadfast partner through life's storms, Lin Howard exclaimed, supporting Jiang Chufeng while frantically pressing on her acupoints, but to no avail. Mom, please don't scare me. Wake up, Lin Qingxue cried, tears streaming down her face, her icy demeanor shattered. Just then, Tang Long stepped forward. Let me try. Perhaps I can save her. Very well. Lin Howard hesitated briefly before nodding. Without further ado, Tang Long retrieved a silver box from his pocket, extracting several silver needles. With deft fingers, he manipulated the needles, and they soon emitted a high-pitched buzzing sound as they swiftly pierced Jiang Chufeng's body. All eyes were fixed on Tang Long, the atmosphere thick with tension. His fingers moved rapidly, channeling energy into the needles, which began to vibrate with a sound reminiscent of bees buzzing. Under his control, the needle spun and shifted in a mesmerizing dance, exhibiting astonishing precision. The dragon-locking needle. It's truly the dragon-locking needle. A young woman in a qipao, revealing her graceful legs, burst into the room, astonished by Tang Long's technique. She was none other than Ouyang Yuhua, the owner of Fuminlu, who immediately recognized the legendary needles. Her declaration left everyone in stunned silence, disbelief etched on their faces. The tales surrounding the dragon-locking needle were well known, yet few had ever witnessed it in action. Lin Howard stood frozen, mouth agape, as if struck by lightning. Is this really the dragon-locking needle? His voice trembled, feeling as though his mind was short-circuiting. The mythical 7 needles, long regarded as mere legend, now lay before him, and the shock was overwhelming. Given Tang Long's current abilities, he could likely only wield 1 needle. But for reviving a fainted person, it was more than sufficient. Before long, Jiang Chufeng, who had been unconscious, regained her senses. Oh, what happened? Why is everyone gathered here? She asked, bewildered. As realization dawned on the others, they understood that Jiang Chufeng had truly recovered. Lin Filong chuckled, daughter-in-law, you were unaware, but you fainted due to Quan'er's predicament. If not for Tang Long's intervention, you might not have woken up so soon. Be sure to thank your wonderful son-in-law. Lin Filong regarded Tang Long with newfound respect, smiling as he stroked his beard. After Lin Qingxue recounted the earlier events, Jiang Chufeng comprehended the situation fully. Yet the thought of her son's peril brought tears to her eyes. Hurry and save Quan'er. He is our only son, and if anything were to happen to him, I would not wish to live any longer. At this moment, Jiang Chufeng was weeping bitterly. There were less than 20 minutes remaining until the appointed time, and Lin Qingyun's phone was turned off, rendering any means of contact futile. The situation had suddenly turned dire. Allow me to go. Perhaps I can bring him back safely. In this critical moment, Tang Long, as the brother-in-law, stepped forward and spoke up. Young man, are you absolutely certain? This is not a matter to be taken lightly. The adversary possesses formidable strength. It is rumored that they are members of the Triad, an organization whose livelihood derives from loan sharking and gambling, wielding immense influence in the area and committing countless atrocities. With Quan'er in their clutches, his prospects are grim. At this moment, Lin Howard appeared heartbroken, suddenly slamming his palm on the table. The sound echoed as the wine glasses leaped and shattered on the floor, scattering into fragments. Tang Long, slightly moved, glanced at the expressions on everyone's faces and forced a smile, assuring them, rest assured, I will ensure the young master's safe return. With that, he departed from Fuminlu. Wait, I will accompany you, came a voice from outside, as a figure swiftly approached. Turning around, Tang Long recognized her as the striking woman who had previously identified the dragon lock needle. Now, she donned a different outfit, exuding confidence as she stood behind him. Her high heels had been replaced with flat-soled sneakers, and her qipao was swapped for form-fitting leather pants, accentuating her alluring figure. You? Tang Long realized Jiang Chufeng was no ordinary woman, but he had not anticipated that this extraordinarily beautiful lady was also a martial arts expert. Do not underestimate women. My abilities are not inferior to yours, Jiang Chufeng replied with a slight smile. Very well. If that is the case, I appreciate your assistance, Tang Long nodded. And the two entered a red BMW. Just as they were about to set off, another figure dashed out. Upon seeing the pair inside the BMW, a hint of bittersweet jealousy flickered in her eyes. Damn it, they've already hit it off so quickly? The person was Lin Qingxue. Witnessing their intimate conversation made her fume with frustration. Qingxue, get in the car. We are heading over as well. I have arranged for 50 million, ready to be delivered at a moment's notice. I hope we can intervene before they make their move. This time, the Lin family genuinely feared the triad. Not only were they up against formidable opponents, but Lin Qingyun's absence had also diminished their morale significantly. Lin Feilong and Lin Haoran were seated in a black Mercedes, waving at Lin Qingxue. Once she boarded, the vehicle sped off, accompanied by several bodyguards from the Lin family, their expressions grave, the atmosphere tense. Clearly, this mission was anything but simple. Encountering the triad was akin to courting disaster. The car raced swiftly towards the Half Moon Pavilion, the previously agreed-upon rendezvous point. Located in the Zhanghai City leisure and vacation area, characterized primarily by private two-story villas boasting splendid views along the Lingshui River, a favorite retreat. However, many of the individuals constructing villas in this area were of dubious identity, and their constructions lacked approval from the relevant authorities, rendering them illegal. The city government had previously attempted to dismantle these illegal structures, but faced overwhelming resistance, leading to an impasse. Consequently, the number of unauthorized buildings had proliferated to an almost uncontrollable extent. It was only due to relentless media exposure that this locale had become a focal point of concern. Who could have imagined that this place would be notorious as the Triad's territory? With Quanah now in the clutches of these ruffians, his fate appeared dire indeed. Dad, who is that woman in front? She seems quite familiar with Tang Long, Lin Qingxue remarked, her attention still fixated on Jiang Chufeng ahead. Oh, you mean Chufeng? She is the owner of this establishment, the young lady of the Ouyang family. To manage such a business at a young age is quite a feat. Lin Haoran spoke highly of her. So it was her, the striking businesswoman recently featured on the cover of a prominent magazine. Her appearance had indeed stirred quite a sensation, especially since Lin Qingxue had previously graced the same magazine cover, thus naturally piquing her interest. Now is not the time for distractions. We must focus on how to rescue your brother. Lin Haoran observed the expression on Lin Qingxue's face, unable to suppress a wry smile. Why is it that beautiful women always seem to be at odds upon first meeting? Could this be due to that rascal Tang Long? A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind, prompting him to shrug in resignation. Dad, don't overthink it. I have no interest in that guy. This matter concerns my dignity, and that is why I am involved. Lin Qingxue hastily clarified upon noticing the hint of helplessness at the corner of her father's mouth. After all this time, have you two yet to develop feelings for one another? Lin Haoran inquired, somewhat astonished. There is, but it is uncertain. Lin Qingxue pondered for a moment, unable to provide a definitive answer. Well, if there is, that is enough. You will gradually discover his merits. Lin Feilong interjected from the back seat, his voice tinged with nostalgia. He had always been adept at reading people and rarely missed the mark. As for Lin Qingxue and Tang Long's marriage, he had orchestrated it himself. The reasons behind this arrangement remained a secret, even to Lin Haoran. The old man was an enigma, his intentions entirely inscrutable. Grandfather, why must you insist on me marrying that scoundrel? Lin Qingxue's heart still simmered with indignation at the memory of their earlier encounter. He's the most suitable for you, and I recognized that immediately. His presence could breathe new life into our family. As the head of a colossal company in Zhanghai City, which boasted an annual revenue nearing 10 billion, recent years had seen the firm struggle significantly, and Tang Long's arrival presented a tremendous opportunity. However, the true reason behind Lin Feilong's decision was not merely these secondary factors, but rather an edict from a top-tier Western power that had set everything into motion, with his daughter and Tang Long playing leading roles in this unfolding drama. For Lin Feilong, his only course of action was to comply. In reality, he answered to only one person, the individual known as Crocodile, a man he had never met. To elaborate further, Lin Feilong was part of the Royal Alliance, a global organization composed of elite members from various industries, including some martial arts masters. In China, only a select few could gain entry into such an esteemed group. Fortuitously, Lin Feilong's membership in the Royal Alliance stemmed from a chance encounter with Zeus. At that time, he was aboard a vessel caught in treacherous weather, forced to dock at an uninhabited island where Zeus resided. Fortuitously, he forged a friendship with Zeus, and after several earnest invitations, he became one of the few Chinese members of the Royal Alliance, ultimately rising to the position of its head in China. Yet, despite this title, there remained a mysterious figure above him who orchestrated everything, conveying Zeus's directives. At this moment, within the private villa known as Half Moon Pavilion, Long Xiaotian sat regally in a tiger-skin chair, his piercing gaze fixed upon the figure of Lin Chuan standing before him. With a cold demeanor, he remarked, "Lin Chuan, are you toying with us? In just 2 minutes, time will be up. Don't say I didn't warn you. By then, my subordinates will methodically sever your fingers, sending them to your father as a grim package." I can only imagine his astonishment upon receiving such a ghastly delivery. "Spare me, Mr. Long. I assure you, they will certainly bring the money. Rest assured, our family possesses assets worth hundreds of billions. 50 million is but a trifling sum," Lin Chuan pleaded, glancing anxiously at his watch, his voice laced with desperation. 50 million is no trifling matter. It appears they are genuinely prepared to abandon you." Ma Yunfei interjected with a cold chuckle as he advanced towards Lin Chuan, seizing him and forcefully pressing his hand onto the table. Zhang Jiandao, standing nearby, brandished a gleaming watermelon knife with a sinister smirk. "Kid, there's 1 minute left. If the money isn't here by then, don't blame us for what follows. Please, let me go. I can't bear to be without my hands." Lin Chuan cried in sheer panic, his face paling due to overwhelming fear, beads of sweat cascading down and soaking his collar. Suddenly, the sound of screeching brakes pierced the air outside, followed by the hurried footsteps of several individuals approaching the villa. "Boss, they're here!" One of them burst in, announcing loudly. "How many of them?" Long Xiaotian inquired sharply. "2. A man and a woman," came the response. "Let them in," he commanded, glancing at his watch. 30 seconds remained. With a mocking grin, he ordered yes. Footsteps echoed as Tang Long and the martial artist Jiang Chufeng entered the room. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lin Chuan's countenance darkened significantly. This individual was the one he despised most in life. Although he was nominally his brother-in-law, Lin Chuan had never accepted him. "Kid, are you from the Lin family?" Long Xiaotian queried, taken aback by the unfamiliarity of Tang Long. "Indeed, I am the husband of the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tang Long, and this is my brother-in-law." Tang Long replied with a cheerful demeanor, betraying no hint of fear despite being surrounded by formidable figures. "Kid, I ask you, did you bring the money?" Long Xiaotian sneered. "The account you provided has seen no deposits. It seems you have come empty-handed, clearly attempting to deceive me," he continued, anger surging within him. "I came to take him back. As for the money, you can pursue it from the Lin family after we leave," Tang Long replied with a nonchalant smile. "You're seeking death. Men, kill him." Long Xiaotian barked, his voice cold as ice. His subordinates surged forward, their faces twisting into malevolent smiles as they raised their blades. The air was filled with the whistling sound of knives slicing through, aimed at the 2 intruders. "How audacious, to act so brazenly in our presence." Tang Long stepped forward, his voice icy. He raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending a hefty member of the gang flying, crashing into several others and causing chaos. Chapter 69. The woman stepped back absolutely reckless, daring to be so insolent in our territory. Someone sneered as he stepped forward, clad in a black training outfit. A black belt cinched at his waist, and a white cloth wrapped around his head, his eyes glinting with menace as they fixed on Tang Long. Tang Long was momentarily taken aback. This man possessed formidable strength, having achieved the 5th level of Qi training. He was astonished to find such a master within this small gang. The newcomer was Long Feng, Long Xiaotian's godson, and a key figure within the gang. His presence instantly thickened the atmosphere with tension. "Kid, you are courting death." Long Feng's gaze locked onto Tang Long, a palpable killing intent radiating from him, chilling the air around them. Upon witnessing Long Feng's arrival, Jiang Chufeng's expression shifted subtly, and she instinctively clenched her fists, worried for Tang Long's safety. "Tang Long, his strength is formidable. You are no match for him. Allow me to handle this," she urged, stepping forward with a cold demeanor. "No need. I can manage this." "You are a woman. Step back," Tang Long replied with a slight smile. "Why? Are you underestimating women?" Jiang Chufeng retorted, her displeasure evident. Outside, several figures leapt from their vehicle, preparing to advance, but were halted by a blockade. Clearly, they had received orders to prevent anyone from entering except Tang Long and the woman. Especially since Lin Long had brought numerous skilled fighters, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. with Long Xiaodian dispatching a group to guard the entrance. Everyone step back. If anyone dares to take a step forward, your son's life will be forfeit, Long Xiaodian warned coldly. Based on his experience, dispatching his godson to deal with the two inside should be a trivial matter. Lin Feilong scoffed, Long Xiaodian. We have always kept to ourselves. Why have you kidnapped my son? Do you have any idea how crucial he is to our Lin family? Whether he is important or not is your concern. Debts must be repaid. It is a matter of principle. I require 50 million, a mere pittance for the Lin family. If you cannot provide it, I will have no choice but to act accordingly, Long Xiaodian retorted with a derisive laugh. How dare you? If you lay a finger on my son, I will annihilate your gang, Lin Howard shouted, fury igniting within him. Lin Howard, I'd almost forgotten. We seem to have an old score to settle, don't we? Long Xiaotian's gaze flicked to Lin Howard, causing the latter's expression to darken. Long Xiaodian recalled a past grievance with Lin Howard. As long as Lin Howard repaid the debt, he would not trouble the Lin family. Are you referring to the incident where you bullied my wife? Lin Howard snapped, his patience finally wearing thin. That day, while dining with his wife at a restaurant, they inadvertently became entangled with Long Xiaotian, who had subsequently had his men abduct her, subjecting her to humiliation and demanding a protection fee of 1 million. Although not a large sum, it was unacceptable to Lin Howard. In a fit of rage, the Lin family clashed with Long Xiaotian, resulting in a devastating defeat. Now, facing Long Xiaotian once more, the latter's vile nature was laid bare before Lin Howard, igniting a volcanic rage within him, fueled by memories of past humiliation. So what? If you dare to play tricks on me, I will take your son's life. Long Xiaotian snarled through clenched teeth, his voice laced with malice. You're courting death. Men, seize him and bring my son back, Lin Howard declared with a cold laugh, finally unable to contain himself, and launched an attack. Lin Feilong, determined to rescue his grandson, unleashed his full power, his legs infused with hidden strength as he shot forward like a cannonball, his massive fists tearing through the air as he struck down. Seeing the terrifying force of his punch, Long Xiaotian's expression shifted dramatically. Both men struck simultaneously, their fists colliding in a raw display of power, and shockingly, neither gained the upper hand. It was unexpected. Lin Feilong was indeed a skilled fighter. However, the toll of age was evident as he paled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth after the fierce exchange. The body trembled violently, indicating a severe internal injury. Old man, it seems you have indeed aged and become ineffective. Today, I shall skin you alive. Observing Lin Feilong's plight, Long Xiaotian's gaze turned venomous. With a grin, he launched himself at Lin Feilong once more. Caught off guard by the swiftness of his opponent, Lin Feilong managed a hasty sidekick, creating a resounding impact upon collision. To his astonishment, Lin Feilong sustained injuries, staggering backward unsteadily. Old man, I shall personally end your life, Long Xiaotian roared, his eyes glinting with malice as he unleashed a powerful punch downward. Protect the master. At that moment, several figures sprang forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lin Feilong. Simultaneously, the members of the triad launched their assault from the flanks. The battlefield erupted into unprecedented chaos, engulfed in a frenzy of hatred as everyone fought with reckless abandon. The air was punctuated by the anguished cries of the wounded. In stark contrast, the Lin family's elite fighters were no match for the triad's formidable numbers, quickly succumbing one by one, while the remaining warriors found themselves trapped in the triad's encirclement. The situation grew increasingly dire. All of you from the Lin family, kneel and surrender. I can spare your lives, Long Xiaotian sneered coldly, issuing his final warning. Master, why waste breath on them? With one more push, we can eradicate them entirely, Ma Yunfei shouted with a fierce expression. In the earlier skirmish, he had felled 6 or 7 of the Lin family's experts, and now the remaining fighters were completely surrounded, lacking any means of escape. It appeared that the outcome was all but predetermined. A glimmer of triumph crossed Long Xiaotian's face as he gazed at the beleaguered group. We will not yield. Just kill us. A woman's voice cut through the tumult. Drawing attention, Long Xiaotian's amusement grew upon recognizing that the Lin family's eldest daughter had also arrived, fortuitously trapped within his grasp. Chapter 70. How do you wish to die? Hearing her words, Lin Feilong could not contain his tears, consumed by a profound sense of sorrow for heroes past their prime. Despite being an elite of the Royal Alliance, he had aged, ultimately falling to the likes of Long Xiaotian. Watching his comrades fall helplessly to the ground, Their cries, filled with despair, pierced his heart like a dagger. Alas, I have grown old, unable to even defeat a petty scoundrel. What use is my existence if I only burden my children? If I must die, let it be at the forefront. As Lin Filong mournfully mused, his words stirred deep sympathy in those around him. Master, we are willing to stand by you. The young lady has already called the police. We shan't wait long for their arrival. After all, we live in a society governed by law. I refuse to believe they can act with impunity against the Lin family. Chong Jin proclaimed loudly, his eyes red with anger and a cold glint. Indeed, father, we have no reason to fear them. There is still fairness and justice in this world. Ha! Fairness and justice? Have you been watching too much television? Here, I am the law. You trespass into my domain, and I have every right to defend myself, ensuring none of you leave unscathed, Long Xiaotian boasted arrogantly. And as for your beautiful daughter, I have had my eye on her for some time. This encounter is truly serendipitous. Soon, I shall embrace you, and you will undoubtedly cry out in delight. With a glance, Long Xiaotian noticed Lin Qingxue among them, a wicked grin spreading across his face. This seductive enchantress had long been his desire, and now that she was within his reach, her fate was all but sealed. Scoundrel, instruct your men to retreat, or face the consequences of our wrath, Lin Qingxue declared, her fury ignited by the affront. Damn it, you ungrateful wench. Even now, you still cling to the hope that the police will resolve this? How naive. Long Xiaotian's rage surged upon hearing her words. With a wave of his hand, 6 or 7 of his brothers brandished their machetes and advanced menacingly, intent on forcibly taking Lin Qingxue. Just then, the Lin family's bodyguards surged forward, clashing with the assailants. In mere moments, the bodyguards fell, howling in agony, each one grievously injured. Ha ha, this time, I believe you have no escape, my dear. To save your family's lives, you must sacrifice yourself to me. I assure you, I will not harm you, Long Xiaotian declared triumphantly. Nonsense. Even if I must die, I will not bow to you, Lin Qingxue retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Release my wife. A sudden voice rang out, and a figure appeared before the crowd. Long Xiaotian's expression shifted to one of alarm as he beheld the newcomer, who held a bloodied form, the identity obscured by gore. From the clothing, it seemed to be one of his subordinates. With a sudden motion, the lifeless body was hurled at Long Xiaotian's feet, crashing heavily to the ground, bloodied and broken, devoid of consciousness. Is it you? Long Xiaotian gasped as recognition dawned upon him, instinctively retreating a few steps, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The figure before him was none other than his adopted son, Long Feng. Notably, Long Feng had reached the 5th tier of Qi training, vastly surpassing Tang Long. Yet, he now lay defeated at Tang Long's hands. The realization furrowed Long Xiaotian's brow, his gaze narrowing with venomous scrutiny as he studied Tang Long, as if examining an aberration. Tang Long, did you do this? Indeed, Long Xiaotian. You dare to insult my wife. I shall flay your skin, Tang Long declared fiercely. You are unworthy of wearing the guise of a human. You desecrate the very essence of humanity. With a piercing shout, he launched an attack, delivering a powerful punch toward his foe. Long Xiaotian gritted his teeth. Boy, to be so audacious on my territory. Let's see who skins whom. The two clashed violently, their iron fists colliding with a thunderous crash. Long Xiaotian felt a jolt of electricity surge through his wrist, forcing him to stagger backward. Before he could regain his footing, a kick struck his chest, sending him hurtling backward with a resounding thud. Tang Long's animosity for this man was profound. Having tormented his wife, he was determined to exact revenge. As he fell, a heavy foot descended upon him, crushing down on his chest with overwhelming force. The pressure causing Long Xiaotian's bones to creak ominously, his face paling as blood spurted from his mouth. Protect the chairman, someone cried out in alarm, swinging their blade toward Tang Long. The air filled with the shrill sound of slicing metal. Just then, Lin Qingxue shouted, Tang Long, watch your back. In that instant, Tang Long pivoted sharply, his concealed golden left hand extending outward, palm open, effortlessly capturing the incoming blades within his grasp. In the next heartbeat, he unleashed a surge of power, the sound of snapping metal echoing as he crushed the machetes into shards. Tang Long declared, sweeping his hand forward, a wave of energy propelling the attackers back. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from their mouths and noses, gravely injured. With Tang Long's intervention, The tide of battle shifted dramatically, revealing that Long Xiaoyan's skills paled in comparison to those of his adopted son. Thus, in a fleeting moment, Tang Long easily subdued him. One at the 5th level of Qi refinement, and the other at the 3rd, merely my defeated subordinates. Speak, Long Xiaoyan. How do you wish to meet your demise? I offer you a chance to choose. With one foot pressed firmly against his chest, Tang Long slightly reined in his strength, granting the other a moment to speak. Should he exert more force, Long Xiaoyan might well be crushed beneath his foot. The reason for granting him this opportunity was not out of compassion. Kid, do you know who I am? If you dare to kill me, the police will certainly not let you go. At that moment, Long Xiaoyan genuinely felt helpless. His earlier arrogance evaporated, and he found himself placing hope in the police. He yearned for their timely appearance to halt this madman. Damn it, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and call the police. This fellow was indeed frightened. Tang Long's extraordinary combat skills were beyond what a mere individual could possess. Now, he doubted that this man before him was truly human, perhaps even a superhuman. It seemed that only the police could put an end to his frenzied slaughter. Chapter 71. Not a single one left. Police. Do you think they would save a scoundrel like you? Tang Long remarked coldly. Today, you humiliated my wife, and from henceforth, the triad will cease to exist. With his words, Long Xiaoyan was taken aback, yet his expression remained one of profound skepticism, utterly unconvinced. Very well, if you do not believe it, merely observe. Tang Long smiled faintly, retrieving a card machine from his person, and dialed a number displayed upon it. In a short while, the call connected. Who are you? How do you possess our internal communicator? A woman's voice, laced with surprise, inquired hastily. Please come over. My location can be traced via the phone's locator. You have 10 minutes to arrive, Tang Long declared imperiously. You're alive. The woman's tone shifted to one of excitement upon hearing the call. Indeed, I still breathe. However, regarding this secret, do not disclose it to anyone, including those around you. The former dragon soul is no more. If it were not for an urgent matter requiring your assistance, I would never reveal myself, Tang Long stated earnestly after a moment's hesitation. Understood, dragon soul. I will arrive within 10 minutes. Upon ending the call, Tang Long cast a smile at the nearly dazed Long Xiaoyan and coldly remarked, in 10 minutes. The beginning of your obliteration shall commence. With that, he exited the villa alongside Lin Wan, departing with an air of calm. Shortly after their departure, the wailing of police sirens echoed outside the villa as a squad of officers arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Tianqing's eyes glimmered with an unusual coldness. Another triad incident. What trouble had these individuals landed themselves in to be so thoroughly beaten? Su Tianqing found it puzzling. Usually it was these rascals bullying others. And now the tables had turned. Officers, you have arrived just in time. We were attacked by someone who injured us law-abiding citizens. Please help us. Long Xiaoyan, barely standing with the aid of several subordinates, implored with a pitiable expression. Then tell me, who assaulted you? Shaking her head in disbelief and muttering a curse under her breath, she instinctively pulled out her notebook to take notes. Long Xiaoyan embellished his tale, feigning vulnerability, and squeezed out a few tears. Officers, I beg you, please capture this vile scoundrel. Rest assured, I will handle this impartially, Su Tianqing replied, nodding, her heart softening slightly for these individuals who typically exuded confidence, but now resembled frightened children. The contrast was striking. While Su Tianqing was engaged in her duties, another vehicle approached, and a group of 5 people disembarked, standing side by side. The leader was a strikingly beautiful woman in her 20s, clad in a camouflage uniform, exuding a sense of vitality and competence. The woman glanced at the police present and beckoned Su Tianqing with a finger, signaling her to approach. Surprised yet uncertain about the identity of these newcomers, Su Tianqing felt a twinge of apprehension at their military bearing. Excuse me, what is your business? She inquired, as her subordinates followed closely behind her. However, 2 of her men were halted by a figure who had previously stood concealed behind the mysterious woman. In an instant, he appeared before them, raising his arm to block their path. Do not approach. Our leader merely wishes to have a brief discussion with yours. During this discussion, no one is permitted to interrupt. Those who defy this order will face dire consequences, the young man in black stated with a stern expression. Step aside. We are the police. One officer's eyes flickered with an unusual glint as he attempted to push past, only to find his hand met with an unyielding barrier. The assailant remained unmoved, and a strange energy rebounded, leaving the officer's arm numb and stiff. In the blink of an eye, he was sent reeling into another officer, and the two tumbled to the ground in a disheveled heap. Well, it seems you are quite skilled, the fallen youth exclaimed, springing to his feet and drawing his weapon. I warned you not to act, yet you refused to heed my words. A cold smile flitted across the lips of the young man in black as he swiftly disarmed the two officers. This weapon is yours, however. The ammunition shall remain with me. With a flick of his arm, he tossed the guns back to the officers, but the magazines were devoid of bullets. Having expertly disassembled and reassembled them in mere moments, showcasing unparalleled skill, the onlookers stood frozen in shock. Who exactly are you? It appears you belong to a military organization. Su Tianqing, having served in the military herself, recognized their extraordinary capabilities and felt a sense of reverence. She gestured for her subordinates to step back. You are quite astute. We are indeed military personnel. I trust you recognize this insignia? The mysterious camouflage-clad woman brandished a gleaming golden badge, its brilliance nearly blinding. After a brief display, she tucked it away. Upon recognizing the badge, Su Tianqing was taken aback, instantly standing at attention and saluting with admiration and respect. So you are from the Old A. Old A referred to the code name of the Dragon Head, the leader of the 4 major organizations. Keep your voice down. What transpired today must not be mentioned to anyone. Now, you have 1 minute to vacate this area. With that, the camouflage-clad woman produced a timer and initiated the countdown. Retreat! Su Tianqing responded immediately, issuing commands to her subordinates. In short order, the police hastily boarded their vehicles and departed the scene. Once they were gone, the leading camouflage-clad woman's eyes glinted with a cold light. With a wave of her hand, she ordered, according to the boss's instructions, eliminate them without leaving a single one alive. The boss? He is still alive? The black-clad figure who had previously intervened expressed surprise. Enough with the chatter. Move swiftly. The camouflage-clad woman commanded with a fierce glare. Chapter 72. Scene Cleanup. Upon hearing the words, the young man clad in black stepped forward immediately, gesturing to his companions to follow suit. The others surged ahead with fervor. Alas, what are you all intending to do? We are the victims here. The sudden appearance of these individuals sent waves of unease and even fear rippling through the hearts of everyone present. For a chilling aura of malice emanated from their very eyes. The slaughter commenced. A flicker of disdain crossed the face of the camouflaged woman as she coldly murmured. An old poker card materialized in her fingers as if by magic, and with a gentle toss, it spun forth at an almost impossible speed, slicing through Long Xiaotian's throat. He collapsed heavily to the ground with a thud, and the enchanted card then flew towards another individual, who soon met a similar fate. In an instant, 3 lives were extinguished. Yet, the carnage did not cease. As the second and third old cards were flung, the air was filled with the sounds of anguished cries. These seemingly ordinary poker cards, devoid of metallic properties, transformed into instruments of terror once infused with true energy. Their chaotic flight appeared random, yet they discerned friend from foe, sparing their own. 3 minutes later, silence enveloped the scene, with not a single soul left standing. Report. Hearts K. All targets neutralized, came the voice of Meihua Q, who hurried over. Well done, secure the area, commanded Hearts K. Understood, the group replied, bustling about. Zhao Monfei picked up her card machine, pondered for a moment, and sent another message. When the machine emitted a sudden sound, Tang Long, driving, was taken aback. With others in the vehicle, he could not answer the call. If the machine continued to ring incessantly, it would distract him from driving. After a brief contemplation, he pulled over and said to Lin Qingxue, "Wife, I have some matters to attend to. Please drive home without waiting for me for dinner tonight." "You won't be home tonight?" Lin Qingxue, usually an iceberg, visibly faltered, her face reflecting a flicker of emotion. "I will return, but it may be late." Tang Long felt warmth in his heart and smiled. Lin Quan cast a glance at him, but remained silent, urging instead, "Sister, drive quickly. I still want to go home for a shower." This fellow clearly held a grudge against Tang Long. Although Tang Long had saved him, he felt no gratitude whatsoever. "Fine." Lin Qingxue shot a glare at her brother, thinking, had you not indulged in gambling, today's events would not have transpired. Reflecting on the earlier scene filled her with sorrow. As the car moved, Lin Qingxue cast a lingering glance at the place where Tang Long had vanished. Sister, that kind of person is just a migrant worker. He is unworthy of you. Your youth is being wasted. Marrying such an ineffectual man is truly a shame. Lin Quan continued to voice his disdain. Enough! Lin Qingxue could no longer endure, and with a sudden, forceful motion, she slapped Lin Quan across the face, leaving 5 crimson prints on his cheek. Ouch! Sister, have you lost your mind? Why did you hit me? Lin Quan, now furious and embarrassed, stared at her in disbelief, finding the current Lin Qingxue utterly unfamiliar. He could not fathom why his ever-protective sister would strike him for the sake of a mere outsider. The slap left him completely stunned, the sting on his face a stark reminder of his predicament. You truly deserve to be struck. Had it not been for him, you might have perished here today. He single-handedly saved us all, so you should be grateful, not hostile towards him, don't you think? Lin Howard, seated in the back, interjected. Indeed, our entire family should be thankful to him. Without his intervention, none of us would have escaped today. The Triads are notoriously ruthless, and on their turf, we would have fared poorly, suffering significant losses. Though we emerged victorious, it was thanks to Tang Long that we avoided utter defeat. Lin Filong sighed deeply, reflecting on the previous battle, where he had believed he could turn the tide, only to confront a harsh reality. He was aging, his strength waning, unable even to best a mere third-level practitioner. Such thoughts weighed heavily on him, filling him with profound sadness, akin to a knife piercing his heart. Were it not for lingering concerns, he might have wished for an end to his own existence, for the humiliation was unbearable. Grandfather, enough of this. Your wounds are not yet healed. Once we return, I will arrange for someone to tend to you. Lin Qingxue expressed her worry. Yes, drive on. I am not in danger of dying. However, Qingxue, you must understand that our family is in grave peril, and only this Tang Long can truly save us. You must take good care of him and not push him away. If he were to leave us for another woman, you would bear the guilt of our family's downfall. Do you understand? Lin Filong admonished sternly, harboring discontent over Lin Qingxue's previous treatment of Tang Long. After repeated urgings and rejections from her, the recent calamity had left him furious. I understand, Lin Qingxue replied softly, her tone grave, as if she were already reflecting on her prior attitude. Meanwhile, beneath the half-moon tower, after witnessing Zhao Monfei's departure, Su Tianqing led her team back to the scene. The reason was simple. Just 5 minutes prior, while en route, they received a call from the chief instructing them to return and manage the aftermath. Upon receiving such a peculiar directive, Su Tianqing was left bewildered. She attempted to explain that they had just been at that location, but the chief dismissed her words and hung up. With no alternative, she could only lead her subordinates back to the scene. Chapter 73. You spoke out of turn. However, upon returning, they were all taken aback by the sight before them. The scene was utterly horrific, including Long Xiaodian. All had perished, their bodies meticulously arranged together, forming a square wall of corpses. No way, they're all dead, Lu Wei exclaimed, his mouth agape, unable to believe the sight before him. Stop gaping. Get to work, Su Tianqing gestured, prompting everyone to spring into action. Some called for a corpse transport vehicle to remove the bodies. After the area was disinfected and cleaned, it was finally somewhat tidy. Captain, who were those individuals? Could they be responsible for this? Zhang Xiaolan approached, wiping the sweat from her brow, and asked in a hushed tone. It was undoubtedly them. Su Tianqing affirmed without hesitation. Who are they to possess such power? Zhang Xiaolan gasped, her astonishment evident. Ah, girl, don't go prying into matters that don't concern you. This is not for discussion. Su Tianqing shot her a glare, feeling she was speaking too freely. Understood, Captain, Zhang Xiaolan replied, feeling embarrassed after being reprimanded. Soon, they finished their tasks and boarded the police vehicle to leave the scene. At this moment, outside a bar in Scotland, a graceful silhouette has been lingering for quite some time. Waiting often breeds anxiety, yet the girl's face bears no trace of irritation. On the contrary, her eyes glisten with a look of eager anticipation as she gazes into the distance, a gentle, warm smile gracing her lips. This girl is none other than the Red Queen, Zhao Monfei, who previously made an appearance at the Half Moon Pavilion. As the deputy leader of the Dragon Soul, she has spent these years secretly searching for the whereabouts of Lao A. Despite whispers claiming that Lao A perished during a mission several years ago, she adheres to her principle, to see a body for the dead and a living person for the living. Until she lays eyes upon him, She remains impervious to all rumors, for she knows that Lao A is indomitable. Over the years, he has been like a divine being, vanquishing demons and slaying ghosts. No one can truly extinguish his life. To him, death is merely an abstract concept. The reason she chose this location is that they once met here and shared a warm evening together. The scene of them strolling hand in hand through the streets resembled that of a couple in love rather than comrades in arms. However, at that time, they were indeed engaged in a mission, merely playing the role of lovers. After the mission, they parted ways, but that did not signify a true separation. Even if they were worlds apart, they maintained close contact. To outsiders, their relationship resembled that of a couple deeply in love. Yet for her, it held a significance beyond the ordinary. She cannot quite articulate whether she truly loves him, but the thought of separation ignites a pang of longing. Has she truly fallen for him? Such questions have lingered in her heart, causing her many sleepless nights. A taxi approaches, and Tang Long leaps out, striding briskly towards her. Who has been waiting all this time? Tang Long, you're alive! Upon seeing the handsome young man walking toward her, Zhao Manfei's eyes suddenly brighten. Her finger pointing at him as she gazes in sheer excitement, her body trembling slightly. Indeed, I am not dead. I told you cats have 9 lives, and I possess 9 as well. Tang Long replies with a smiling demeanor, his eyes sparkling. It's truly you. After scrutinizing him closely and confirming his identity, her serious expression suddenly transforms into a sweet smile as she opens her arms wide and envelopes Tang Long in a tight embrace, pressing her exquisite face against his chest. At that moment, this flower of the military feels as though she might melt from exhilaration. Oh dear, there are so many people around. Tang Long feels somewhat embarrassed, as their embrace draws considerable attention, which is not his usual style. Come now, I'm not afraid. What era are we in? Why are you still so conservative? In contrast, Zhao Manfei appears much more forthcoming. Alas, I wish I could, but I am now married. I cannot embrace other women like this, or it would lead to misunderstandings, Tang Long explains. Lao A, do you now regard me as a woman? Did you not often say that on the battlefield, there is no distinction between genders, only life and death? Oh, spare me. I am no longer a soldier, Tang Long replies with a hint of melancholy. Why not? Zhao Manfei asks, puzzled. I have another identity overseas. I'm the sun god, you see. Currently, I find myself wrongfully accused. I should have died a second time. Tang Long chuckles bitterly. His first brush with death occurred during a mission at home when he was accidentally shot and fell off a cliff. Everyone believed he had perished, but fate smiled upon him as someone rescued him, bringing him overseas and nurturing him until he grew powerful, eventually becoming one of the 10 gods under Zeus. The decision to meet Zhao Manfei was not made lightly. After much contemplation, he felt it necessary to provide her, as well as their fellow comrades from years past, with an explanation. You promised me you would return. Yet, you have broken your word. After entering the bar and finding a seat, Zhao Manfei sighed. It's a long story. Back then, during that mission, I was ambushed by 4 highly skilled enemies. I managed to eliminate them one by one, but just as I was about to leave, I was shot by an enemy sniper and lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself on a mysterious airplane, surrounded by strangers. My first instinct was to think I had been captured, but later I realized they were foreign visitors conducting research in China who had unexpectedly rescued me. In their urgency to return home, they brought me along on their flight. Little did I know, this separation would last for years. Throughout these years, I have constantly thought of you all, yearning to return to your side, but I found myself unable to leave. Subsequent events trapped me in that dark world, and I had to fight tooth and nail for a chance to return to China. Just when success was within my grasp, I was betrayed by the enemy. After my recent injury, the one who saved me finally agreed to let me return home, but only for a brief stay, not a true release. Chapter 74. A woman's heart wounded again. As Tang Long spoke, sorrow flickered in his eyes. Being reunited with his comrades after so many years stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Initially, he had been reluctant to meet Zhao Manfei, but ultimately decided to do so, not out of obligation, but because of their shared history. While he had feigned ignorance towards Zhao Manfei's affections, he had his reasons, both personal and the stringent rules of the Dragon Soul, which dictated that upon joining the Special Forces, one must cast aside all else, including romantic entanglements. Their focus lay solely on daunting missions and fierce foes. Any hint of weakness was intolerable. This was an ironclad code, one that even the former leader of Dragon Soul, Tang Long, had to adhere to, hence his choice to maintain a certain distance. After a moment of silence, Zhao Monfei suddenly inquired, "Big brother, how have you been? Are you married? Who is your wife? Do you have a photo?" At this, Zhao Monfei's curiosity piqued, and she reached for Tang Long's phone. Tang Long, feeling helpless, handed it over. There were only a few photos stored on it, primarily of him and Lin Qingxue on their wedding day. Upon seeing Lin Qingxue's picture, Zhao Monfei's eyes widened in disbelief. She is stunning, like a fairy. "Big brother, you are indeed fortunate to have married such a beautiful woman. All right, you've seen enough. Hand it back." Tang Long quickly snatched the phone back, fearing she might stumble upon something inappropriate, not to mention sensitive information concerning the dark underbelly of the Western world. The potential embarrassment was palpable. "Stop snatching. Oh, big brother, you're still the same. You always try to take things from me when we meet." Zhao Monfei rolled her eyes, teasing him. "Well, who can blame me for being better at it than you? You've never managed to take anything from me. Big brother, the dragon soul needs you now. Please come back," Zhao Monfei said earnestly, gazing into his eyes. "Alas, I cannot return. I am but a useless shell now. If I return, will I be a subordinate or a leader? In essence, I have become a burden." Tang Long found himself engulfed in a wave of sorrow as he recalled his prosthetic hand. It was truly heartbreaking. The last time he was attacked by the masked rider and his minions, one of his hands was brutally severed. Now, he bore an artificial hand in its place. The one who saved him was none other than Zeus, just as before. It was during his brush with death that the mighty deity appeared, rescuing him and driving away his enemies. After experiencing several life and death encounters, he had come to regard everything with a sense of detachment, including the concepts of life and death. Sometimes he pondered whether these events were orchestrated by Zeus himself. If not, why were they always so fortuitously timed? "Congratulations, you have finally found the one you love," Zhao Monfei remarked, her gaze a mixture of complexity and unspoken thoughts, clearly tinged with disappointment. The elder brother she had sought for so long now appeared so altered, devoid of the former grandeur he once possessed. It was as if he were an entirely different person. "You have changed," Zhao Monfei observed, her eyes attempting to penetrate his heart and grasp his essence. "Indeed, people inevitably change. For instance, I have faced death twice, which has led me to cherish life more deeply. My past existence no longer suits me. I cannot return to it," Tang Long replied with a bittersweet smile. "You are mistaken. You are still the person you once were, but your heart no longer possesses the same unwavering dedication," Zhao Monfei countered, taking hold of his hand. Feeling the roughness of his skin, which stirred a sense of sadness within her, as it was easy to imagine the suffering he had endured over the years. Tang Long sipped his red wine, his gaze gentle as it rested upon Zhao Monfei. "Yes, I am married now, blessed with a beautiful wife who loves me. I do not wish to hurt her. I will navigate the remainder of my life with her, cherishing each moment." Suddenly, Zhao Monfei's expression turned icy as she slammed her wine glass onto the table, leaning in to grasp Tang Long's collar tightly. "You cannot allow yourself to fall like this. You were never like this before. You seem devoid of fighting spirit. Are you acting or deliberately trying to provoke me?" she demanded coldly. With the scene unfolding, they instantly became the center of attention in the bar. A stunning woman berating a man sparked a flurry of speculation. "Look, there's a fierce tigress chastising her husband. Indeed, this man is truly pitiful, being bullied by a woman like that. One should never marry a woman like her. Understand?" A female companion commented, igniting further gossip. "Sigh. Let go. This is quite embarrassing," Tang Long thought, surprised that their reunion had sparked such friction. However, once Zhao Monfei was incensed, calming her fury would prove to be a formidable challenge. "Come, I have booked a room. Follow me," Zhao Monfei commanded authoritatively. Tang Long's repeated refusals only served to infuriate her further. This time, she was determined to uncover the truth. "No, I have a wife. Monfei, don't be reckless. If your sister-in-law discovers that I am sharing a room with you, I will be thrown out," Tang Long exclaimed, alarmed. "That is not negotiable. I have said no means no. Enough chatter, come with me," Zhao Monfei insisted, taking a deep breath, releasing his collar, and seizing his hand instead as they exited the bar together. Unbeknownst to them, directly above the bar was a holiday in one of the Dragon Soul organization's discreet liaison points. Zhao Monfei often used this venue to rest and exchange the latest intelligence with her subordinates. Located near the ocean and within an economic development zone, Shanghai City had become a hub for various factions, with powerful special operations groups, including Dragon Soul and Red Tiger, establishing their influence in the area. "All right, you may release my hand now," Tang Long said, feeling trapped by her grasp. With his current diminished strength, escaping from Zhao Monfei, who was at the peak of her power, was out of the question. Once they entered the room, Zhao Monfei finally let go of his hand. However, this outwardly strong woman suddenly unleashed her full passion, leaping into Tang Long's embrace and retreating toward the bed. Yet he remained unmoved. "Stop this. I do not wish to hurt another woman." Tang Long shook his head, feeling helpless. In an instant, they found themselves on the bed. Yet Tang Long maintained an impassive demeanor, akin to a wooden figure without any expression. "What is wrong with you? Weren't you always eager to have me?" Zhao Monfei inquired, pressing herself against his chest, her right elbow resting on him, her palm cradling his beautiful chin. "Please stop this. I will not make a mistake. I promised Lin Qingxue that I would love only her," Tang Long declared, forcefully pushing Zhao Monfei away and standing up. In that moment, tears cascaded down her cheeks. The first time this fearless woman, who had never shed tears in her life, found herself weeping before him. "Boss, you have truly changed. You really intend to ignore me?" she cried, tears streaming down her beautiful face, evoking a profound sense of sorrow within Tang Long. He hurriedly retrieved a tissue to gently wipe her tears. "You scoundrel! Who asked for your pity? Even if I were to die, I would not wish for your sympathy," Zhao Monfei protested, her small fists raining down upon him like a storm. Despite her fury, she held back her full strength. Yet even so, Tang Long felt a sharp pain as he stumbled back against the wall. "Please do not force me. I have told you I am a broken man. If you do not believe me, I will show you the truth of my transformation," Tang Long roared, awakening her from her emotional stupor. He swiftly removed his suit and shirt, revealing his upper body. With a deft motion, he pressed a hidden switch on his golden left hand, and with a mechanical click, the golden appendage detached from his body, leaving his left arm seemingly absent. "Do you see?" Tang Long shouted. He was left with only his most capable right hand. However, for Dragon Soul, the loss of a hand severely diminished his combat efficacy, as many maneuvers required the coordination of both hands. "Now do you understand? I'm no longer the same. Do not push me. I'm not who I once was," he exclaimed, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. In his fury, he resembled an enraged lion, exuding an overwhelming presence that crushed everything in its path, leaving Zhao Monfei astonished and speechless, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. "I am sorry." Once Zhao Monfei regained her composure, she smoothed her disheveled clothing, her expression returning to its previous state, though her beautiful eyes remained clouded with tears. Clearly, her outward calmness did not reflect the turmoil within, as she still lingered in sadness. "I will not return to Dragon Soul. You must know my current situation is dire. I will not pressure you, but I will wait for you," Zhao Monfei said suddenly, a sly smile gracing her lips. "Why?" he inquired. "Because I love you." Tang Long was left speechless, bewildered by her unwavering resolve. "Even if you lose all your power, I will still love you." "Well then, I concede. I am no match for you," Tang Long sighed, bolting from the room, leaving Zhao Monfei with an unusual glimmer of amusement in her eyes as she watched him flee in such a disheveled state. He did not pursue, wearing a playful smile upon his face. "One day, you will undoubtedly return to my side obediently, and I shall make you understand who truly loves you. Hearts can be fickle, cannot they, Red King?" Moreover, the way you pressured him earlier, he did not offer any resistance. It appears that old A has indeed changed. At that moment, a figure emerged from behind, standing before him. As the contact point for the Dragon Soul, every room here is under surveillance. They have witnessed the previous scene in its entirety. Wang Feng, the sole witness, has been faithfully adhering to their rules while observing the performance of Tang Long. "I am well aware that people change, including myself. I used to be indifferent to life and death, but now I find myself caring about my own existence." Zhao Monfei's gaze flickered slightly as she spoke. "With the departure of the Dragon Soul, the position of our Special Forces leader has become precarious. The momentum of the Red Tiger is fierce, threatening to surpass us. I know they have a small team in this city, and it seems they have already made contact with the leader. I fear that he may ultimately fall into the hands of that madman. Wang Feng said with a worried expression. Really? Do you think Lin Qingyun would truly set her sights on him? The mere thought of Lin Qingyun stirred her heart. Indeed, this woman is extraordinary. Ever since her arrival, the aura of the Red Tiger has changed dramatically. Coupled with her unique relationship with the Lin family, it would not be difficult for her to take down the leader. I understand. Lin Qingyun is the sister of Lin Qinxue. This woman is indeed remarkable. It seems she has even arranged for 2 spies to be close to the leader. Sigh, she is truly extraordinary. I acknowledge this, but what does it matter? It is merely something every woman possesses. Those who wish to take what is mine are unworthy of it. Zhao Manfei's gaze flashed with disdain as she coldly remarked. At that moment, Tang Long, having exited the small building, breathed a sigh of relief. Since his ascension, he has rarely encountered such an awkward situation. It is genuinely embarrassing. Zhao Manfei. Oh, Zhao Manfei. How could you treat me this way? Even if I have diminished strength and lost an arm, I'm still a normal man. Provoking me like this will surely lead to trouble. Alas, if it were not for my steadfast resolve, I might have fallen into your trap. Tang Long muttered to himself as he walked, visibly agitated. Just then, a blue Toyota came to a halt beside him. The window rolled down, revealing the beautiful face of a woman. Surprised, Tang Long, I've been searching for you all along. The person in the car was none other than Lin Qingyun. After wrapping up matters concerning the Lin family, she received the news and hurried home, only to find Tang Long absent. Lin Qinxue, concerned for his well-being, had sent her to locate him. Unexpectedly, she encountered him shortly after setting out. Get in the car. Lin Qinxue opened the door, and Tang Long hopped in. The vehicle swiftly sped away from the small building. Chapter 76. Surprised, are you? Lin Qingyun picked up Tang Long, racing towards the Lin residence. Surprised, are you? Tang Long, my sister cares deeply for you. If you dare mistreat her, I will not spare you, Lin Qingyun warned. How could I? It may take some time for Qinxue to truly accept me. Tang Long scratched his head. By the way, did you just come from that building? Tell me, what were you doing inside? They had long been aware of the formidable rival that was the Red Tiger, and she also understood that this area was one of the Dragon Soul's bases. Thus, she began to harbor suspicions about Tang Long. It was nothing. I merely passed by, Tang Long replied, slightly startled but maintaining a calm facade, unaffected. Years of experience as a Special Forces soldier had taught him to remain unruffled. Well, that's good. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qingyun seemed to relax a bit. However, her doubts deepened. She knew that further questioning would be futile. It would be better to investigate discreetly. She wondered if this fellow might be connected to the Dragon Soul. If that were the case, his identity would be anything but ordinary. It seems my sister has indeed struck gold. A smile crept on her lips at the thought. You look beautiful when you smile. Tang Long found himself stealing glances at her. He could not help but compare her to Lin Qinxue, and the contrast was striking. Lin Qinxue was an ice beauty, rarely seen smiling, while Lin Qingyun exuded a gentler warmth, a softness inherent to femininity. However, when she bared her fangs, everyone would undoubtedly tremble. Are you staring at me? Lin Qingyun shot him a sidelong glance, sensing his unseemly gaze upon her as soon as he boarded the vehicle. I am not staring. I am merely observing openly, he retorted with a sense of righteousness. You have quite the audacity, marrying my sister and yet ogling other women. Is this not rather lewd? Lin Qinxue snorted lightly. Lewd? I do not think so. I believe it is a natural response of any ordinary man towards beauty. One must acknowledge that this world venerates beauty, especially that of attractive women. It is fair to say that not only does this world suffer from aesthetic fatigue, but the pursuit of beauty has reached an almost perverse level. Some are born stunning and radiant, while others, born ugly, endure a lifetime of ridicule, living a life worse than death. Alas, sometimes this obsession with beauty is a double-edged sword. Of course, both you and Qinxue are beauties. I admire you both. Tang Long expressed his musings, returning to the topic at hand, and offering compliments to the two women. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun felt a twinge of discomfort. You are mistaken. Being beautiful is not as valuable as being good. Even if you are stunning, what does it matter? A beautiful flower may only become a man's plaything, while being good is entirely different. Even an ugly person can be pursued and idolized. This is not merely a matter of worldview. It is a reality we must face. This prevailing mindset has existed for a long time and cannot be altered by just a few individuals. Lin Qingyun shook her head, a hint of bitterness in her heart. Since joining the military, she had only perceived life and death, devoid of notions of beauty or ugliness. Perhaps only those who have endured the trials of warfare can truly understand such sentiments. Indeed, you see it that way too. Precisely. Otherwise, what do you think? On the battlefield, when facing ruthless enemies, beauty and ugliness, wealth or poverty, become utterly meaningless. To survive, one must muster the courage to fight and completely annihilate the enemy. Well said, Tang Long said, suddenly serious, applauding. It seems you have military experience as well? Lin Qingyun smiled faintly. No, I am just an ordinary citizen. I have simply read extensively, which has shaped my perspective. I truly envy you soldiers. You are the angels who safeguard world peace, Tang Long said sincerely. Without the sacrifices of soldiers, how could we enjoy peace and prosperity? Yes, I understand. Lin Qinshue's expression brightened, and she ceased to speak further. Upon arriving at the Lin family estate, Lin Qingyun exited the vehicle after parking in the underground garage. She glanced at Tang Long and said, "Thank you this time. If it were not for you, those scoundrels might have truly dealt a fatal blow to our Lin family. However, it is strange when I dispatched my men, the scene was already cleared. We were informed that all the members of the triad had been killed. These scoundrels deserve to die. Not a single one should survive. Or they would only become a menace. Did you kill them?" Lin Qingyun looked at him in astonishment. "Not at all. I lack the ability to do so. I merely taught them a lesson and left. When I departed, they were all very much alive." "Very well. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter to ascertain whether it was indeed your doing," remarked Lin Qingyun with a teasing glint in her eye as she looked at him. "You don't believe me?" Tang Long asked, somewhat dejected. "It's not that I do not believe you, but rather that I have never placed my trust in you," Lin Qingyun retorted with a cold chuckle. She disregarded Tang Long and stepped into the elevator first, with Tang Long hurrying to follow her inside. The Lin family's villa typically boasts a height of around 5 stories, each equipped with an elevator, thus facilitating ease of movement between floors. At this moment, the members of the Lin family were gathered in the dining room, preparing for a meal. However, since Tang Long and Lin Qingyun had yet to return, they had not formally commenced their dinner. Lin Howard had originally planned to depart for the M country on an afternoon flight, but due to the occurrence of this bloody incident, he found it necessary to postpone his journey, intending to first address the affairs at hand. "Qinshue, could you inquire with your sister whether Tang Long has been found? How much longer until they return home?" Lin Howard said, a hint of urgency in his voice. In times past, he would have never waited for a younger generation member, but the circumstances had changed. He was now compelled to wait, and to wait until the end. For Tang Long had saved their family's lives, an act of kindness that could not be measured in monetary terms. "Father, I will call her immediately." As Tang Long's phone had been turned off, he could not be reached, so the call was directed to Lin Qingyun instead. Soon Lin Qingyun answered, informing them that they were downstairs, which allowed everyone's spirits to lift slightly. Shortly thereafter, Tang Long and Lin Qingyun appeared together, and the family joyfully sat down to enjoy their dinner. Lin Zhuang was also present. Upon catching sight of Tang Long, he quickly averted his gaze and turned his head aside, indicating that he had yet to accept Tang Long. "Tang Long, you are a great benefactor to our family. If it weren't for your intervention this time, we would surely have faced significant trouble. Come, I toast to you," Lin Howard said in high spirits, raising his glass and clinking it against Tang Long's before downing its contents in one go. "Father, you are too kind. This is merely what I ought to do," Tang Long hurriedly replied, feeling a mix of surprise and gratitude. Lin Howard's gesture of clinking glasses with Tang Long indicated his complete acceptance of him. Any prior skepticism had dissipated during the events of the previous night. "Well said," Lin Howard exclaimed, his mood buoyant. "Lin Zhuang, are you not going to express your gratitude to your brother-in-law? If it weren't for you, we would not have found ourselves in such dire straits." Lin Howard cast a glance at Lin Zhuang, feeling that this young man was akin to stubborn mud that could not be molded. How had the Lin family produced such a waste? Not only had he failed academically, but he had also taken up gambling, accruing a substantial debt. Had it not been for Tang Long's timely intervention, this matter would not have been so easily resolved. Chapter 77, Betting on the Marriage Pact, Brother-in-Law, Thank You. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, Lin Zhuang, feeling the palpable pressure, could no longer remain seated and stood up, forcing the words out. "I am quite curious as to how you could have amassed a debt of 50 million. What exactly was that money used for?" The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room shifted to one of tension. Lin Howard was taken aback, yet he quickly concurred. Indeed, with such a significant incident having transpired, it was imperative to investigate the underlying causes. If such a mistake were to be repeated, the consequences would undoubtedly be far graver than the current predicament. It was the triad, Lin Zhuang said coldly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. The triad no longer exists, Tang Long stated nonchalantly. What? It doesn't exist? Are you implying that? Lin Zhuang gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the implications. There is no need for explanations. For such nefarious forces to have existed for so long is already a grave mistake, and thus, eradicating them should not be deemed excessive. Tang Long said with a slight smile, assured of his control over the situation. Aside from that, Tang Long continued to inquire. There are two individuals, Zhu Xinglong and Wang Xiaoping. I've heard they are affiliated with the knife gang. As Lin Zhuang mentioned these names, his eyes brimmed with fear. Initially, he had no desire to visit the casino, but these two had forcibly dragged him along, even capturing an embarrassing video of him to use as leverage. Consequently, Lin Zhuang had been left with no choice but to comply. Ah, the knife gang. Very well. Tomorrow you shall take me to see the knife gang. I wish to witness what sort of people dare to collude and bully the Lin family, Tang Long said coldly. Upon hearing Tang Long's words, Lin Zhuang's previously icy demeanor ignited with fervor. If Tang Long had initially astonished him, he was now left in a state of indescribable shock. The Lin family's influence would never dare to provoke a force like the knife gang. Despite it being a third-rate power, it remained an entity that could not be offended. Thus, Lin Zhuang had repeatedly swallowed his pride due to the alliance of these two formidable powers. Now, as Tang Long explicitly stated his intention to help him reclaim his dignity, Lin Zhuang felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration. However, once he regained his composure, he rolled his eyes at Tang Long. How is that even possible? You're talking nonsense. Lin Zhuang shook his head, utterly unconvinced. Tang Long, what are you boasting about? The knife gang is no mere trifling group. They are a renowned faction, with numerous disciples and exceptional talents among them. There are at least 10 experts beyond the third level of Qi training. With your skills, you cannot afford to offend them, Lin Zhuang sneered coldly. Whether I can afford to offend them or not is not for you to decide. Seeing is believing, Tang Long replied confidently. Is that really the case? Lin Zhuang pressed. Indeed. Very well. If you can truly do so, then I shall concede and no longer oppose your marriage to my sister. Lin Zhuang declared decisively after a moment of contemplation. Both Lin Feilong and Lin Howard exchanged silent glances, neither attempting to intervene. Clearly, they too were eager to discover whether Tang Long was indeed speaking the truth. Furthermore, they did not fully believe that the triad had been completely eradicated. In that case, I shall make a statement as well. Should I fail to restore your honor, I will willingly annul the marriage pact. By wagering the marriage pact, Tang Long had made a serious commitment. Upon hearing his declaration, both Lin Qingxue and the other members of the Lin family were left utterly dumbfounded. Boom! Moments later, the entire Lin family hall erupted in chaos due to his words. Lin Qingxue stared at him in shock, her eyes betraying a mixture of intensity and anger. Others expressed both scorn and support, but skepticism was the prevalent sentiment. It's impossible for one person to challenge the knife gang. This decision is utterly foolish, and he is bound to lose, a young member of the Lin family murmured. I support him. He single-handedly saved our family, and we must have faith in him. Another declared defiantly. But no matter how skilled he is still but one person. Even if a superhero were to descend, it would be difficult to contend with hundreds of foes, a young man remarked, referencing the recent blockbuster superhero films that had stirred significant excitement. However, everyone understood that so-called superheroes existed only in movies and legends, not in the reality of society. Thus, when the mention of superheroes arose, those surrounding the young man regarded it with disdain. The Lin family's hall buzzed with commotion, resembling a boiling pot. Among them, Lin Qingxue found herself in the most awkward position. Tang Long had chosen to wager their marriage pact in order to win this bet, leaving her feeling overwhelmed, as if caught in the crossfire. Although the relationship between the two had not always been harmonious, it had recently begun to improve, and Lin Qingxue had started to care for Tang Long. Therefore, the mere mention of the marriage pact ignited an unnameable fury within her. Tang Long, you have gone too far. Lin Qingxue, in a fit of anger, slammed the table and shot him a fierce glare before turning on her heel and leaving the scene. "Aren't you going to chase after her?" Lin Wan hurriedly approached and whispered a reminder upon witnessing Lin Qingshue's fury. Although he did not agree with his sister's marriage, seeing her in such a state filled him with sorrow. "It's nothing. She's merely upset. After a while, her mood will improve," Tang Long said, shaking his head. From his understanding of her, this was indeed the case. As Lin Qingxue departed, her emotions began to spiral into complexity. "Why am I angry? That scoundrel had better not succeed. Otherwise, I could regain my freedom, and then I would drive you out of the Lin family. Yet, why did I still find myself thinking of him? Could it be that I have truly fallen for him? No, this matter concerns me, and I must seek clarification." Lin Qingxue halted her steps, preparing to return and confront Tang Long directly. However, recalling her earlier resolute departure, she knew returning now would only invite ridicule. Thus, she stood her ground, stamped her foot, and retreated to her room. "Ha, Tang Long, you have courage. Well done. But I believe in you. You will certainly prevail." At that time, not only will Lin Wan be convinced, but also Qingxue will regard you with newfound respect. "Truly a twofold benefit," remarked Lin Howren, the head of the Lin family, who showed no sign of anger. Rather, he appeared immensely appreciative. Chapter 78. A new bet. Tang Long. This is no trifling matter. The Little Knife sect is far from a mere triad. Their power greatly surpasses that of the triad, boasting nearly 100 disciples and numerous experts. Even our Lin family would not dare provoke them, Lin Qingyun warned, shaking her head repeatedly. Indeed, she speaks the truth. The last time the Ouyang family crossed paths with the Little Knife sect, it resulted in a fierce battle, and the outcome was clear. Both sides suffered greatly. With the Ouyang family gaining nothing, Lin Filong added, shaking his head in serious caution. "Rest assured, I am not going to confront them immediately. However, I guarantee that within 10 days, I will ensure the complete disappearance of the Little Knife sect," Tang Long declared, thumping his chest with conviction. 10 days? Lin Wan gasped in astonishment, realizing Tang Long was not jesting. "Yes, indeed. This wager is valid for 10 days. After that, we shall see the results," Tang Long stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted in disbelief, with the Lin family members standing in shock. Some even thinking they had misheard and requesting a repeat. Once it was confirmed that these were indeed Tang Long's words, chaos ensued. Impossible? If the Ouyang family could not handle the Little Knife sect, how could he, with his mere cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement? Yes, it's absurd. I refuse to believe it. Not in a million years. One person's strength against a force like the Little Knife sect is akin to striking a stone with an egg. The members of the Lin family buzzed with conversation, none believing Tang Long could accomplish this feat. Most were merely waiting to see him fail. Should he falter, it seemed that Qingxue would surely be freed from their engagement, allowing her to find a wealthier and more handsome suitor. What a pity, for Tang Long was quite a decent fellow. Amidst the murmurs of dissent, Tang Long remained unfazed, indulging in food and drink. Lin Howren, pleased, enjoyed his moutai while engaging in casual conversation, and it was evident that both Lin Howren and Lin Filong held Tang Long in high regard. They skillfully avoided discussing the wager. Strangely, while Lin Howren and Lin Filong soon succumbed to the effects of alcohol, Tang Long remained as sober as ever. "Tang Long, you have wagered your marriage, causing my sister heartache. Go, and try to appease her," Lin Qingyun said, setting down her glass with a hint of resignation. Having shared many drinks, even she, known for her capacity, had to concede defeat. "Sister Qingyun, what outcome do you hope for?" Tang Long inquired after finishing his drink. "Of course, I wish for happiness and fulfillment. However, it seems I cannot assist you this time," Lin Qingyun replied with a faint smile, shaking her head. "And what is your perspective? You are bound to lose. Is that so?" Tang Long nearly laughed. Did this woman truly not recognize her own formidable strength? Or was she intentionally provoking him? "Yes, your cultivation is merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, while the leader of the Little Knife sect is at the 7th level. You are far outmatched, not to mention the numerous disciples at the 3rd and 4th levels. Therefore, based on this assessment, you believe I am destined to lose?" "Indeed, you are doomed to fail," Lin Qingyun replied, playfully swirling her drink while sizing him up. Tang Long could be likened to a deity of wine, for despite having consumed so much, he showed no signs of intoxication. "Incorrect. I am destined to win. Let us wager something else," Tang Long suddenly proposed with a mischievous grin. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to take advantage of me? You are courting death. Lin Qingyun scolded, her fist swinging towards him in mock anger. Yet, Tang Long's reflexes were lightning fast, and he swiftly captured her delicate fist. Do not be so domineering. You will regret it. I certainly will not regret it. I look forward to seeing the spectacle, she replied, a playful glint in her eye. You are so ungrateful. Do you truly wish to remain a bystander? Do you want to see my separation from your sister? Gidge Tang Long, you cannot truly intend to lose. Do not let anyone underestimate you. The two exchanged banter back and forth. After a while, Tang Long's phone rang several times. He set down his drink and turned to ascend the stairs. The call was from Lin Qingxue, and she was enraged, teetering on the brink of fury. You scoundrel! Not answering my calls? I'll kill you! Lin Qingxue trembled with rage, her arms shaking, her exquisite face pale, and with her deepening breaths. The rise and fall of her chest was rather enticing. In truth, Tang Long felt he had been somewhat excessive after such a prolonged Cold War. He believed the ice should have melted. Yet, the reality was only a slight thaw had occurred, and the restoration of normal marital relations remained a distant prospect. Thus, he intended to test Lin Qingxue's feelings. If she appeared happy, it would indicate her indifference to him, and the dissolution of their marriage would be a liberation for her. If not, it would signify her care for their relationship. Therefore, witnessing Lin Qingxue's furious departure did not cause him concern. Is it Qingxue's call? Why aren't you answering? Lin Qingyun shot him a disapproving look, bewildered by his thoughts. I'll go right away. However, before I leave, there's something I need to discuss with you. Please proceed. Lin Qingyun replied, her expression turning cold as she glared at him, sensing trouble on the horizon. Well, I have my sights set on a piece of land that I wish to purchase. However, I discovered that it belongs to your Red Army's training ground. Therefore, I would like to inquire if you could sell me the plot at the peak of Nanshan. In recent days, Tang Long has been wandering around the city, exploring several locations in search of a suitable place. However, he found nothing fitting. The day before yesterday, while accompanied by Shang Yufei and Jiang Kuan, he unexpectedly discovered a treasure trove at the summit of Nanshan. Instantly captivated, he followed Jiang Kuan to this remarkable spot, only to find it was a site of exceptional feng shui. Not only is the scenery breathtaking, with clear waters and lush mountains, but what astonished him even more was the abundance of spiritual energy. After spending just a brief moment there and slightly employing the Divine Dragon's Ascension technique, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy, with his cultivation speed and efficiency noticeably increasing several-fold compared to usual. Regrettably, this phenomenon is imperceptible to ordinary individuals, a fact that even Jiang Kuan and Shang Yufei recognized, their faces reflecting profound astonishment. Chapter 79. Hurry up with the artificial respiration. So, you intended to purchase the land? My training ground? Haha, Tang Long, are you joking? Lin Qingyun scoffed. The land, serving as their training ground, does not actually belong to them. They merely rented it. As the lease is about to expire, they must vacate by the end of the month. Nonetheless, as the captain of the Red Tiger team, she has always been quite satisfied with this land, persistently negotiating with the Ouyang family for an extension of the lease. However, the Ouyang family's response has been decidedly resolute. Absolutely not allowed. The head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Qiuhua, has already decided to construct a resort on this land, which means that once the lease expires, it will be reclaimed unconditionally, much to Lin Qingyun's chagrin. What is wrong? Is there an issue? Noticing the expression on her face, Tang Long couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. To be frank, this is indeed a site of exceptional feng shui, but it no longer belongs to me. It belongs to the Ouyang family. In fact, we are merely renting from them. Originally, we were drawn to the tranquility and beauty of this location for our training ground. But our lease ends this month, and the Ouyang family does not intend to renew it. They plan to build a villa resort here, and we have been unable to persuade the head of the Ouyang family. Alas, it seems you have little chance. Having heard of the Ouyang family's stubbornness, Tang Long's expression grew grave. The Ouyang family. Upon hearing this, Tang Long's demeanor turned serious. It appears that acquiring this land would indeed be fraught with challenges. Tang Long, I advise you to abandon this idea. You know the temperament of the Ouyang family head. Once he has made up his mind, he will never change it. Moreover, this is a matter the Ouyang family has been planning for quite some time. It is said they have already engaged a construction team to commence work in this area, and some facilities on the mountain have already been dismantled. Sigh, These people are utterly unreasonable. They even confiscated some of our Red Army's training equipment. As the local representative of the Red Tiger, she displayed a sense of helplessness, shaking her head gently. I understand, so the head of the Ouyang family, is it? I will find time to meet with him. Could you help me arrange an appointment? Tang Long, upon hearing this, did not give up. Instead, he grew increasingly excited. His initial concern was that the Red Tiger would refuse to back down, leaving him without recourse. However, now that it involves the head of the Ouyang family, it signifies an opportunity. Since the Red Tiger has relinquished their claim, it eliminates one competitor, which is advantageous for him. With this thought, a mysterious smile crept onto Tang Long's face. You're still smiling? The head of the Ouyang family is notoriously strict. He is an old-fashioned and harsh man. Sigh. His temper is quite volatile. To provoke him directly could result in a beating, you know? Lin Qingyun winked at him, signaling him to temper his enthusiasm. I understand. Please help me arrange the meeting. I must meet him, Tang Long said resolutely. Very well. I will contact him immediately. Hopefully, he will agree to meet you. Lin Qingyun possesses considerable influence. She was able to secure the rental of this feng shui treasure from the Ouyang family precisely because they recognized her association with the Red Tiger. Out of respect for the Red Tiger, they rented the land to her at a low price. Now, several years later, as Zhanghai City has developed rapidly, land prices have skyrocketed tenfold or more, yet the Ouyang family has never raised their rent, consistently offering the land at a bargain price, which has been a courtesy to them. This time, upon reclaiming the land, it is unlikely they will rent it out again. Tell him to name his price. I want to purchase this land. Tang Long stood up, preparing to leave, but suddenly paused, uttering a remark in a low voice. You truly wish to buy this land? Are you aware of its current value? In coastal cities like ours, land prices have increased more than tenfold compared to just a few years ago. If you wish to acquire it, it would require at least 1 billion or more. Upon hearing Tang Long's words, Lin Qingyun was taken aback, utterly astonished. She could hardly believe that this impoverished young man, who only smoked $10 cigarettes, would dare to suggest purchasing a piece of land valued at a minimum of 1 billion. Was he not being overly ambitious? She could not fathom that Tang Long possessed such financial capability. If he did, it would surely be a fantasy. Do you doubt me? This matter must remain unknown to Qingxue. Otherwise, she will be even more displeased. Alas, enough of this. I will go cheer her up. You must secure this land for me, and I will reward you handsomely afterward. Tang Long deftly navigated between the two sisters. Very well. If you cannot produce the funds and dare to play games with me, I will ensure you can never be a man again. Lin Qingyun stated coldly, her stunning face betraying no emotion. Hearing this, Tang Long, who had just stepped out the door, felt his legs weaken unexpectedly, nearly stumbling. A chilling sensation washed over him. How ruthless! He steadied himself against the door frame to avoid embarrassing himself in public. Giggling, Lin Qingyun laughed heartily at Tang Long's predicament. His face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly departed. Alas, what a disgrace! Tang Long felt his cheeks burning as he approached Lin Qingshue's room, hesitating for a moment before gently knocking on the door. Who is it? A cold, slightly angry voice responded. It's me, dear wife. I've come. Kumin. This time, unlike before, he was not rejected but rather invited in with a gentle tone. This marked the first time since they became husband and wife that such an invitation had been extended, causing Tang Long's heart to race noticeably. He quickly pushed the door open and entered. You scoundrel, you've finally arrived. Do you dare to use me as a wager? Intending to sell me off? Lin Qingxue, recalling this incident, was furious, grabbing Tang Long by his collar and pinning him against the wall. To be fair, this seemingly delicate girl possessed quite a grip. However, compared to Tang Long, she still fell short. Yet, to allow her to vent her frustration, he refrained from exerting any force. Sigh, let me go. I can hardly breathe. I might as well strangle you. You sold me out. What are you planning to do? Are you seeking another woman? Lin Qingxue, still fuming, had clearly been upset by this revelation. It appeared that the situation was quite different from what Tang Long had imagined. He had expected her to be pleased, but instead, she was deeply incensed. Sigh, I can't take it anymore. I'm fainting. Quick, save me, perform artificial respiration. He slumped down, utterly limp, demonstrating an impressive ability to feign unconsciousness, far superior to that of many actors. Chapter 80. Taking advantage of me, Sai? What is wrong with you? Wake up, I can't. At this moment, Lin Qingxue was taken aback, her complexion pale as she called out, gazing helplessly at Tang Long, who lay collapsed on the floor. This scoundrel, who usually exuded strength, now appeared so fragile. Yet, observing his lack of breath, she feared something might truly be amiss. If he were to die, would she not become a widow? Alas, what a dismal turn of events! The mere thought of the word widow sent her into a state of disarray. For someone like her, the most beautiful woman in Shanghai City, such a scandal would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the city. The gossip columns would swarm, spinning tales of how Pan Jin caused her husband's demise. And what could she do then? Her reputation would be in tatters. Her mind was a tempest of chaotic thoughts. You scoundrel, don't frighten me. Wake up quickly. I swear I want to do it again. At that moment, she found herself still sprawled atop Tang Long, their positions undeniably intimate. Just then, Wu Ma entered the room, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she was utterly stunned. With a teasing smile, she discreetly turned and exited the room. Is an artificial respiration performed by kissing there? Perhaps I could give it a try? No, that was out of the question. She had never been intimate with a man in such a manner. A flurry of disorganized thoughts erupted in her mind, bringing forth a headache. Her head gradually lowered, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, her heartbeat quickening noticeably. Closing her eyes, her lips, exuding a delicate fragrance, inched closer to Tang Long's. Meanwhile, he lay comfortably, continuing his charade. His eyes barely slits as he secretly observed Lin Qingshue's reaction. The earlier commotion caused by Lin Qingshue's sudden leap onto him had been quite uncomfortable, but fortunately, he was the master of feigning death, managing to evade her notice. Poor Eyes Queen Lin Qingxue had truly stumbled this time, providing Tang Long with ample opportunity to take advantage. With this thought, Tang Long's heart blossomed with joy, eagerly anticipating the sweet kiss. Alas, the moment was abruptly interrupted as a figure approached silently from outside, drawing near to Lin Qingxue. Her voice, unexpectedly piercing through the air, startled Lin Qingxue, her face a mixture of embarrassment and fury. Tang Long could no longer maintain his ruse. The approaching aura alerted him to impending danger, prompting him to instinctively open his eyes. You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? I shall kill you! Lin Qingxue seethed with anger, raising her fist to strike him, causing Tang Long to flee like the wind. However, Lin Qingyun seized his clothing, exclaiming, "Not so fast! You dare bully my sister? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." The situation escalated amusingly as the sisters exchanged glances and began to pummel Tang Long with playful punches and kicks. Although Lin Qingyun was trained in martial arts, she held back, her intent merely to let her sister vent her frustrations. Lin Qingxue, too, refrained from inflicting any real harm, and only ceased when she grew weary. Tang Long feigned innocence, whining a few times. The light-hearted scuffle held no real consequence for him. After their playful tussle, everyone felt considerably lighter in spirit, especially Lin Qingxue, who was no longer angry, but rather flushed with excitement. Lin Qingyun, too, wore a joyful smile, as it had been a long time since she had indulged in such a cheerful game. As the one at a disadvantage, Tang Long remarked, "Qingxue, are you happy now? You nearly split my behind in two." Lin Qingxue couldn't contain her laughter upon hearing this, her smile truly enchanting, rendering Tang Long momentarily spellbound. "Sister, thank you. Next time that scoundrel dares to bully me, you must come to my aid." Lin Qingxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her previous gloom dissipated. Yet, Tang Long felt a tinge of disappointment. He had almost secured a kiss, but Lin Qingyun's appearance had thwarted his plans. "Yes, indeed, Tang Long. Should you dare to bully my sister again, I will come for you at any moment," Lin Qingyun warned coldly. "Come, sister, since we have nothing to do today, let us go shopping." Lin Qingyun had taken a half-day off, and seeing Lin Qingxue free, she eagerly pulled her along. As women often do, Lin Qingxue's eyes sparkled at the mention of shopping. Her mood lifted as she momentarily disregarded the still-stunned Tang Long. After applying a light touch of makeup, she grabbed her small handbag from the table and stepped out. After being subjected to the playful scuffle, Tang Long finally felt a sense of relief. Upon returning to his room, he immediately entered a state of cultivation, focusing on honing his eagle claw technique. With a thought, he entered the realm of the animal skin scroll, murmuring the incantation. Soon, an unusual aura enveloped him, swirling around like a mystical serpent. Tang Long concentrated on the energy surrounding his left arm, inhaling and exhaling rhythmically. Activating a switch on his left arm, a flow of energy began to circulate around it, intensifying with each passing moment. Remarkably, as this energy surged, a faint glow emerged on his left arm, the surface becoming slightly warm, radiating a golden hue. Crackling sounds echoed as countless fine energy threads surged into the severed limb, weaving through like shimmering threads, seamlessly stitching the metallic arm to his flesh. It was astonishing. This ancient technique was truly extraordinary, akin to a master gently sewing up a wound with warm hands, comforting and pleasant, without the slightest hint of discomfort. As the energy grew stronger, the metallic arm melded perfectly with his flesh. Now, even if Tang Long wished to remove the arm, it would be impossible. The area where the metal met his body had fused flawlessly, bonded as one. Marvelous. This was truly incredible, without first-hand experience. One could hardly fathom such wondrous techniques existed. This transformation would fundamentally alter my arm, integrating it as part of my being. Chapter 81. You live with that man? Feeling the extraordinary changes coursing through his body, Tang Long's face radiated joy. This transformation was beyond his expectations, yielding remarkable results. The dilemma that had plagued him for so long was finally resolved, an exhilarating sensation that was simply delightful. It appeared that Zeus had done well, concealing this mysterious ancient technique within the metallic arm. Regrettably, he had only stumbled upon this secret recently. Otherwise, he would have been tormented for much longer. Fusion, and more fusion. I shall perfectly integrate this metallic arm with my body, Tang Long murmured excitedly. Hours passed before he concluded his practice. Emerging from the realm of the animal skin scroll, he tested his newly empowered left arm by attempting to cleave a stone. With minimal effort, a sharp force erupted, cleaving the solid stone into two pieces as if it were mere tofu. This display of strength was truly astonishing. Wow, this is incredible. It seems the eagle claw technique was tailor-made for me. Absolutely remarkable. As long as I fully harness the combat potential of this arm, I shall sweep aside all opponents before me. Even the minor sect shall fall before me. However, the 10-day deadline is indeed a bit tight. It seems I must exert myself further. Tang Long was elated. In the courtyard, he found a few small trees to test his strength. With a single swipe, the tree snapped in two, akin to slicing through tofu, without any effort whatsoever. After a brief attempt, aside from the lingering discomfort at the junction where flesh met metal from earlier when he struck the stone with his palm, he felt no other sensations. It was exhilarating, truly a delightful experience. Tang Long fixed his gaze on the distant stone table, which was over 10 zhang away from where he stood. Channeling his true energy into his legs, he leaped with a sudden force, propelling himself off the ground like a rocket. An invisible aura radiated from his body, creating a small whirlwind around him. As he swiftly approached, he extended his hand, and with a sharp crack, he forcefully struck down, the eagle's talon landing heavily upon the surface of the stone table. With a resounding boom, the table shattered into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The power exhibited was indeed comparable to that of a small caliber shell. To harness the strength of the human body to such an extent was something even the pinnacle masters of qi cultivation might struggle to achieve. It was truly remarkable. With great joy, Tang Long spent the entire afternoon in the courtyard, fervently practicing, his body mimicking the principles of the eagle strike technique, continuously soaring through the air and descending. He perfected the fusion of speed and physical power, delivering his most potent strike. After a full afternoon of flight practice, he had mastered the essence of the eagle strike, doubling the power of his attacks. Only as dusk approached did he cease his training. After informing Wu Ma that he would skip dinner, he retreated to his room to continue his cultivation. Later that evening, Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingyun returned from shopping. Yet they found no sign of Tang Long, which struck them as odd. Inquisitive, they asked Wu Ma, who relayed Tang Long's earlier statements. Lin Qingxue, puzzled, remarked, "What could he possibly be doing? Why has he chosen not to join us for dinner?" While Lin Qingxue was bewildered, Lin Qingyun seemed to sense something amiss. With a soft chuckle, she replied, "Let us not concern ourselves with him. Let us go eat first." Lin Qingyun smiled lightly, taking Lin Qingxue's hand and leading her away. Although Lin Qingxue felt some unease, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Recently, I can't shake the feeling that Tang Long is acting strangely. Sometimes, he isolates himself in that little room, and I can't help but wonder what he is up to," Lin Qingxue remarked, her brow furrowed as her concerns deepened. "In my view, he is far from ordinary, sister. You should treasure him. Such a person is a rarity in this world. I have sparred with him. I am aware of his capabilities. Indeed, he is a martial artist. Lin Qingxue recalled Tang Long's formidable presence when he had decisively dealt with the triads, leaving her in awe for quite some time. This powerful and majestic image was something she had idolized since childhood. It was surprising to discover that this seemingly rogue individual could exhibit such charm at times. Are you suggesting he is training? Lin Qingxue, sharp as ice, quickly deduced the truth. Precisely, he is indeed training. I can tell that this time he is serious about his wager to dismantle the Little Knife sect within 10 days. He possesses genuine confidence in his ability to do so, not only for the sake of avenging Lin Wan, but also to win your heart. Understanding dawned upon Lin Qingxue, igniting a surge of emotion within her. A warm current coursed through her heart. Indeed, if he can truly avenge my brother and annihilate the Little Knife sect, I will agree to be with him, she declared, her silver teeth clenched as she spoke softly. Ah, sister, you are destined to lose this time. I can feel his power growing stronger, Lin Qingyun remarked, her perception as a fellow martial artist allowing her to sense the surging energy emanating from the little room, causing her beautiful brows to relax. Impressive. I never expected his progress to be so rapid. He has advanced 2 levels to reach the 5th stage of qi cultivation in just a single day, Lin Qingyun expressed her astonishment. 2 levels in one go. Lin Qingxue stood there, equally stunned, her gaze fixed on the small room below. She had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary man could unleash such terrifying energy. Let us go rest. He may very well be training throughout the night. We should not disturb him, Lin Qingyun suggested before descending the stairs and leaving the Lin residence. As the captain of the Red Tiger Squad, she had always lived and trained alongside her comrades, and thus, even a simple evening meal at home would not keep her from returning to her duties. Just as they drove away from the Lin estate, a figure suddenly blocked their path. A tall girl with a ponytail, clad in form-fitting denim attire that accentuated her alluring curves, stood like a statue, her expression devoid of emotion, obstructing their way. Move aside, Lin Qingyun said, startled, as she sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the girl, which made even her, a top-tier expert, feel tense. Are you living with that man? Tell me, what is your relationship with him? The girl was none other than Zhao Monfei. Is it you? Lin Qingyun recognized her as she halted the car, stepping out with graceful strides, stopping a few paces away from her. Lin Qingyun, you must tell me the nature of your relationship with that man. Zhao Monfei's eyes fixated on her, a hint of cold menace emanating from her gaze. Clarify your words. Which one? Tang Long, hearing Tang Long's name, stirred a tempest within Lin Qingyun. How could it be? Is he truly the scoundrel my sister despises? The idle good-for-nothing who seems like a vagabond? I even quarreled with grandfather over my sister's marriage, believing he was ruining her youth and future. I thought she deserved someone far superior, a business elite, not a slacker. How amusing. Why should I disclose my relationship with him? But upon reflection, it feels rather abrasive to say, I am innocent, and her words seemed to taint my reputation, Lin Qingyun retorted coolly, her voice dripping with disdain. As night fell, the road was desolate, with hardly any vehicles passing, enveloped in a chilling stillness illuminated only by the cold glow of the streetlights. In the midst of this quiet, 2 stunning women stood facing each other, a scene that would surely leave onlookers in awe, as both were extraordinary beauties, yet they clashed over a man. If Tang Long were aware of this dispute arising in his name, he would undoubtedly find it amusing, reveling in the fact that he had already captured one exquisite beauty while inciting 2 others to fight over him. Such a scenario would be the pinnacle of existence, something countless men could only dream of. Unfortunately, he was engrossed in his training, oblivious to the unfolding events. Otherwise, he would have rushed to intervene, for any injury to either of these remarkable women would be a regrettable outcome. You're not going to speak, are you? Zhao Monfei scoffed, taking a slow step forward, her thick-soled military boots lending her an air of noble coldness. Lin Qingyun stepped forward as well, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized her opponent for any weaknesses, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. However, compared to Zhao Monfei's haughty demeanor, Lin Qingyun's expression bore a hint of caution. The pressure and intimidation from the other woman were palpable, stemming from her affiliation with the elite Dragon Soul Special Forces, a name that alone commanded respect and underscored their supremacy in the realm of special operations in Huaxia. Zhao Monfei, do not overstep your boundaries. This matter has nothing to do with you. Lin Qingyun bit her lip tightly, her expression growing serious. Lin Qingyun, you are merely my defeated subordinate. If you dare to bully Lao Wei, I shall show you a thing or two, Zhao Monfei said with a cold smile. What? Lao Wei? That scoundrel. When did he become Lao Wei? Who exactly is he? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun was taken aback, standing there with a look of shock. What are you pretending for? You clearly know he is the leader of our dragon soul, yet you act oblivious. Have you not noticed the azure dragon tattooed on him during your time together? That azure dragon is the emblem of dragon soul. In truth, after Tang Long and Zhao Monfei met for the first time, Zhao Monfei had been keeping an eye on him. Although the camera was turned off, it still had tracking capabilities, making it effortless to locate Tang Long. As for Tang Long, he had his reasons for not discarding that camera. Azure Dragon? He is Dragon Soul? Why was I not aware of this? Lin Qingyun couldn't help but laugh at this revelation. It seemed absurd, as if it were a joke. Even a jest should have its limits, and such a crude joke was utterly laughable. Lin Qingyun, what are you pretending for? How long have you been with our leader? Have you not been intimate with him? Do you not realize how annoying your act is? Zhao Monfei's brows furrowed as she scolded angrily. Stop talking nonsense. My relationship with him is innocent. We have never been involved in that manner. Faced with such public humiliation, a blush crept onto Lin Qingyun's stunning face, and she awkwardly replied, Oh, so now I can't say anything? If you weren't feeling guilty, why would you blush? The observant Zhao Monfei immediately noted her reddened cheeks and retorted with a cold laugh. Zhao Monfei, do not overstep your bounds. Tang Long is married to my sister, not me. If you dare to insult me again, I will not let this matter rest. Even a clay figurine has a bit of temper. And Zhao Monfei's excessive taunts made Lin Qingyun feel cornered, igniting her fury. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Zhao Monfei, who seemed like a venomous snake. One bite would be lethal. Oh, now you want to silence me? Let me tell you, Lao is not someone you can touch. If you dare, I will not spare you. Zhao Monfei warned with a stern expression. I will touch him as I please. Proximity grants advantage. Zhao Monfei, could it be that you are merely sour grapes? Lin Qingyun intentionally provoked her, aiming to infuriate her. You, insolent. Zhao Monfei was utterly enraged. As the former second-in-command of Dragon Soul and now the head of Jianghai City, her temper ignited instantly. With a swift movement, she infused her legs with energy and suddenly stomped the ground, launching herself into the air with astonishing speed. In mid-air, she executed a sweeping kick, which descended with tremendous force, demonstrating unmatched power. Zhao Monfei harbored murderous intent, showing no mercy towards Lin Qingyun, who was not a weak opponent. Her initial strike was a ferocious killing move. Bring it on. As the battle commenced, Lin Qingyun sneered and called back defiantly, leaping into action with a retaliatory kick. The two legs collided like steel whips, producing a thunderous sound as they impacted. After a dull thud, both women gracefully landed, retreating simultaneously. One wore a calm expression, while the other bore a hint of pain, indicating that Zhao Monfei had narrowly gained the upper hand in this exchange. Chapter 83. Taking an inch and wanting a mile, little girl, I told you are still too naive. You are no match for me. If you agree not to bully our leader, I will let you go. Otherwise, I shall cripple you today, turning you into a worthless cripple. At that point, you will have no chance to tempt our leader, Zhao Monfei said coldly, her eyes filled with a surge of murderous intent. Zhao Monfei, do not take advantage of my kindness. Even if I want to bully him, so what? I intend to have him. Do you have any say in this? Lin Qingyun, feeling cornered, blurted out such words, making Zhao Monfei's anger intensify further. What did you say? A lowly wretch like you dares to think she is worthy of our leader? It seems I must teach you a lesson today. Zhao Monfei laughed in fury. Previous subordinates sent by Zhao Monfei had witnessed Lin Qingyun and Tang Long together multiple times, leading to significant misunderstandings, believing Lin Qingyun not only bullied their leader, but also seduced him. However, in her rage, Lin Qingyun did not bother to clarify. Instead, she made her words even more explicit, escalating the misunderstanding further. You dare to call me a lowly wretch? I will kill you. Lin Qingyun's fury surged as she stepped forward. So, what if you did? Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Let us fight again. I have long been displeased with your dragon soul, which is utterly arrogant and domineering in both conduct and affairs. This time, I will make you understand that bullying others is absolutely intolerable. Despite suffering in the previous confrontation, her rage transformed her into a ferocious lion, emanating a terrifying cold aura. Enveloped in a murderous atmosphere, No matter how much you train for another 10 years, you will never be my match. Come now, today I will make you submit, Zhao Manfei declared, taking a fighting stance. Lin Qingyun, consumed by rage, prepared to battle Zhao Manfei. However, suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, bringing her back to her senses. It concerned Tang Long's identity. She could not recklessly engage in battle without understanding the underlying reasons. Such an act was beneath her. You claim he is Dragon Soul, but what proof do you have? Is it merely because of his tattoo? In this age that celebrates individuality, many young people bear tattoos. Designs like the Azure Dragon are hardly novel. One cannot simply conclude he is Dragon Soul based on a tattoo. Can they? That is downright ludicrous. The Azure Dragon on his body was extraordinary, imbued with a unique aura. If one gazed at its head for 3 seconds, it appeared to come alive, slowly writhing. If one stared even longer, the dragon would seem to soar into the sky. This was why he was referred to as Dragon Soul, due to this dragon's presence. Noticing Lin Qingyun's bewildered expression, Zhao Manfei softened her tone, patiently explaining. The dragon, I have truly never seen. Perhaps my sister knows something. Once I verify, I will come to settle this with you. Lin Qingyun reflected on how a minor misunderstanding had led to a chaotic confrontation, nearly resulting in injury, and curiously remarked, all right, I will give you ample time to verify. Whenever you feel the need for a massage, feel free to find me. By the way, I usually stay at the base. You know the place. Zhao Manfei, confident in her superiority, had no reservations in disclosing her residence. Fine, I accept your challenge. One day, I will defeat you and restore our Qi, whose reputation. For years, the Qi who had harbored grievances over their low ranking, and defeating a key figure of Dragon Soul would significantly elevate their status, something everyone in Qi who eagerly anticipated. The atmosphere began to ease. Heavens, what is happening? Why am I becoming increasingly confused? At that moment, Lin Qingyun wore a look of complete bewilderment, appearing genuine in her confusion. Zhao Manfei, observing her expression, felt a twinge of sympathy. Is he truly the leader of Dragon Soul? He is undeniably an ordinary individual, devoid of any remarkable prowess, and rather unrefined in demeanor. This stands in stark contrast to the legendary figure of the Dragon Soul, a being of unparalleled strength akin to a superhero. It is simply inconceivable. At this moment, Lin Qingyun shook her head, a bitter expression marking her features. She recalled just a few hours earlier when she and her sister had brazenly bullied Tang Long. In the blink of an eye, his true identity was unveiled. He was the leader of the Dragon Soul. Of course, she had heard of this legendary figure from Huaxia. But due to the elusive nature of the Dragon Soul and his adeptness at disguise, even the formidable Qi, who had been unable to gather substantial intelligence, they had only managed to obtain a side profile photograph, showcasing his sharp jawline and resolute, handsome visage, which imparted a breathtaking allure. At that time, the Dragon Soul was the idol of every woman. Countless souls must have lost sleep over him each night. Alas, the Dragon Soul had suddenly vanished from the public eye, becoming a topic of heated debate. Was he alive or dead? Previously, Qi had also pursued leads on his whereabouts, but to no avail. To think that the Dragon Soul would appear before her, now as her sister's partner, was truly an unfathomable turn of events. Lin Qingyun stood there, utterly astonished, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Zhao Manfei, too, had not anticipated such an outcome. She shook her head with a wry smile. Once her guard was lowered, the aura of menace surrounding her dissipated. Approaching Lin Qingyun, she delicately lifted her chin with a slender, alabaster finger, meeting the sharp, cold glint in Lin Qingyun's eyes. With a charming smile, she said, "Treat him well. Should you dare to bully him again, we, the members of the Dragon Soul, will not let you off lightly. I promise you, I will not bully him. However, should he lay a finger on me, I would not refuse," Lin Qingyun replied suddenly, a playful smile gracing her previously icy countenance. She intended to provoke Zhao Manfei. That is out of the question. He belongs to all of us. He is the spiritual leader of the Dragon Soul, and we cannot do without him, Zhao Manfei warned, her expression turning serious. However, if you are willing to make sacrifices for the leader, I have nothing more to say. Just remember, if Lao Wei encounters any trouble, your Lin family must lend him your utmost support. Zhao Manfei paused, turning back to deliver her reminder. By the way, he intends to purchase the land atop Nanshan. This parcel belongs to the Ouyang family. I will leave this matter in your hands, Lin Qingyun interjected, recalling the situation. It seemed quite challenging, so she tossed the responsibility to Zhao Monfei, gauging her response. If she accepted, Lin Qingyun would wash her hands of it. Nanshan, isn't that your Qi who training camp? Zhao Monfei queried, a look of confusion crossing her face. That was the case, but not anymore. In a few days, we shall vacate that area. And the ownership of that land belongs to the Ouyang family, Lin Qingyun explained. All right, I understand. Within 3 days, I will provide you with a satisfactory response. Until then, please do not disturb Lao Wei. Let him concentrate on his training. Zhao Monfei declared with an air of authority, surveying Lin Qingyun with a commanding presence. Lin Qingyun felt a palpable pressure, but remained unperturbed. Instead, she exuded an aura that countered the oppressive force, bringing her a measure of comfort. Agreed. However, I do have one question. Since he is the dragon soul, shouldn't he possess the greatest strength? Why is it that he cannot even defeat me? Lin Qingyun expressed her confusion. As for the reasons behind this, I cannot elucidate fully at this moment. He has endured numerous trials and made tremendous sacrifices for his country. Yet the outside world remains largely ignorant of his plight. Zhao Monfei lamented softly. It was indeed poignant. Many heroes had made countless sacrifices, yet their deeds went unrecognized. In any case, he is a hero, irreplaceable in my eyes. Zhao Monfei proclaimed with fervor, a glimmer of unshed tears shimmering in her eyes. All right, I must take my leave, Zhao Monfei concluded, tossing a business card her way. It twirled gracefully through the air like a delicate butterfly before landing in Lin Qingyun's palm. Yet, even as it settled, the residual force of her grip sent a shudder through Lin Qingyun's hand. In that fleeting moment of departure, Zhao Monfei's stunning visage returned to its previous composure, devoid of any further emotion. Truly formidable, she was indeed the second in command of the Dragon Soul. After her exit, the shadows that had lingered nearby vanished without a trace. If one were not attentive, they might have easily overlooked their presence. It was evident that had they chosen to strike at that moment, even Lin Qingyun might not have escaped unscathed, underscoring the terrifying prowess of the Dragon Soul. These individuals were elite experts, always safeguarding the core members of the Dragon Soul. Meanwhile, in a grand palace in Europe, Zeus gazed intently at the crystal orb in his hands, the earlier scene vividly reflected within. Controlled by a robed mage, it appeared strikingly lifelike, as though unfolding before his very eyes. Events concerning the Lin family were meticulously displayed within the enchanted orb. Indeed, this young man seems to have made considerable progress. I recognized his extraordinary potential from the outset. Now, he is finally showcasing it, which brings me relief, he mused. Indeed, to grasp the essence of the eagle claw technique in such a short span is beyond the comprehension of most, an elegantly attired young man in a tailcoat remarked. Christian, you are underestimating the situation. He has merely begun to comprehend the advantages of this technique. He likely remains unaware of the immense challenges involved in mastering it. Even I faced innumerable obstacles when I trained in this discipline, and to this day, I have yet to reach the pinnacle of its mastery. It may well be tied to one's innate understanding and talent, Zeus responded, his expression tinged with an unexpected vulnerability. Do you share the sentiment, Master? They had previously debated the imagery within the crystal orb, harboring both optimism and skepticism about Tang Long's capabilities. The majority believed he was not destined to truly master the technique. Indeed, he is a person of exceptional talent. The first time I encountered him in Huaxia, I was astounded. He was like a radiant jewel amidst endless darkness, gleaming with an extraordinary brilliance. At that time, he was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Out of a sense of compassion, I brought him to our nation, treating him like family, providing him with all he desired, including women and honor. He accepted my generosity sincerely, yet alas, he was ensnared in a plot, once more facing the specter of death. I could only intervene to save him temporarily, but given the formidable enemies at his back, even I could not ensure his safety, and I had to send him back to Huaxia for the time being, Zeus lamented, a deep sorrow etched upon his face. Pray tell, what formidable force is it that instills such terror, rendering even you powerless? Inquired the alluring Janita, clad in a figure-hugging leather outfit. It is widely acknowledged that Zeus commands a supreme presence within the dark realms of the West, with none daring to oppose him. Yet, upon hearing his words, it became evident that even he harbored a profound reverence for this terrifying entity, which was indeed astonishing. Such a revelation signifies the immense power of the force lurking behind him. Alas, that is not something I can divulge at present, Zhu sighed, shrugging his shoulders, subsequently retreating into silence. Following a night of diligent training, Tang Long experienced a significant breakthrough, ascending from the 5th level of qi cultivation directly to the 7th. The seamless integration of his bones and the metallic arm was akin to two disparate metals being welded together, rendering the artificial limb indistinguishable from a natural one. Even the coloration appeared remarkably similar. It was only upon tactile contact that one could discern its extraordinary nature, particularly due to its frigid touch, eliciting an instinctive withdrawal of fingers. Sigh, while the fusion is commendable, the tactile sensation leaves much to be desired, Tang Long lamented. Nevertheless, he found little cause for complaint. After all, it was merely a cold metallic appendage, incomparable to genuine flesh. Yet even so, the outcome surpassed his expectations. With a hint of regret, Tang Long rose, concluding his meditation before proceeding to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, as was his customary routine. Chapter 85. A contest of equals before long. Tang Long adeptly prepared breakfast, cooking a pot of 8 treasure porridge sweetened with sugar and quickly made in a pressure cooker, ensuring both efficiency and delightful flavor. Accompanying it were stir-fried potatoes in chili oil and a side of sour cucumbers, which proved to be utterly delectable. This culinary creation ignited Lin Qingshua's appetite, as she grasped the freshly fried crispy dough sticks in one hand while sipping the sweet porridge, which was nothing short of exquisite, causing a faint smile to bloom on her face. "Qingxue, your smile is truly enchanting," Tang Long remarked, having already satisfied his hunger, resting his chin on his hands as he warmly observed Lin Qingxue enjoying her meal. Indeed, it had been quite some time since a woman had smiled so radiantly. Lin Qingshue's smile, albeit fleeting, was enough to rival the beauty of spring itself. It was simply breathtaking, captivating enough to intoxicate the soul, particularly with the 2 delicate dimples adorning her cheeks. "Have you feasted your eyes enough?" Lin Qingxue set down her bowl, wiping her mouth before casting him a frosty glare. "Not nearly enough, my beautiful wife. Grant me another smile, and I shall bask in the warmth of spring," Tang Long replied with poetic charm. "Umph. I have no time for your banter. I must get to work. Hurry and drive. You have 10 minutes to get me there. If you're late, you shall see how I deal with you," Lin Qingxue retorted, shooting him a disapproving look. She hurriedly gathered her belongings and applied a light touch of makeup before dashing out the door. Tang Long followed closely behind, playfully assuming the role of her personal bodyguard. Driving a red BMW, they sped through the streets, arriving at the company's entrance several minutes early. The sight of Tang Long appearing alongside the president left Zhang San and Li Yunfei wide-eyed in disbelief. "Am I seeing things? Tang Long is with the president? Have they become a couple?" Zhang San mused enviously. "Get real. Don't jump to conclusions. I doubt Tang Long has such luck. He is just another worker like us." Aside from having a more appealing face, Li Yunfei scoffed, his tone dripping with skepticism. Meanwhile, Jiang Kuan and Shang Yufei, upon spotting Tang Long, rushed over, calling out with enthusiasm, "Boss." Not far off, Luo Sihai's face darkened as he watched Tang Long, his teeth clenched in resentment. The grudge from their last encounter had yet to be settled, and he had narrowly avoided dismissal thanks to his uncle's intervention. "That damn brat. I will not let you off so easily," Luo Sihai seethed from a distance, his gaze filled with malice. "Enough, Sihai. With that mindset, you could never contend with him. It's better to let it go," his uncle, Zhang Weiji, advised, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Uncle, I cannot rest until I avenge this grievance," Luo Sihai hissed, likening himself to a venomous serpent. "Do you truly wish to exact revenge?" Zhang Weiji inquired coolly. "Of course. I dream of it, yearning to witness him suffer until his demise. Unfortunately, I am currently no match for him," Luo Sihai admitted, a twisted expression passing across his face, revealing his sinister intentions. "That is simple. If you seek vengeance, arrange a meeting with him after work. The Panyang Mountain Track is hosting a race tonight, and as last year as champion, your status will certainly entice him. If he agrees, we can settle this on the road," Zhang Weiji suggested with a diabolical grin. "Very well. He is indeed a skilled driver. I recognize that he is a worthy adversary," Luo Sihai conceded, acknowledging Tang Long's prowess behind the wheel. "Go ahead and invite him. I trust he will accept," Zhang Weiji said with a slight smile before returning to his office. Meanwhile, Tang Long was engaged in lively conversation with his colleagues. Hey, Tang Long, do enlighten us about your relationship with the president. Why have you been driving her around lately? They clamored, the air thick with the acrid scent of tobacco. The room, designated for the security team, was typically a gathering spot for camaraderie and relaxation. With the recent buzz surrounding Tang Long and the president's frequent outings, curiosity abounded, prompting his colleagues to surround him, bombarding him with questions. Could you all quiet down a bit? Allow me to clarify. I am the president's boyfriend. Do you believe me? Tang Long grinned. Cut the nonsense. You, the president's boyfriend? We don't buy it, they retorted in unison. Indeed, your statuses are worlds apart. In this age, women are exceedingly pragmatic. Good looks alone won't suffice, another chimed in. Right? Spill the beans. Are you perhaps related to the president? In this colossal corporation, many have connections, so it's only natural to speculate that Tang Long is a relative of the president, they reasoned, convinced that such ties explained his seemingly effortless entry into a company known for its stringent hiring practices. Stop speculating. I am her husband. What of it? Just last night, we shared a bed, and let me tell you, it was truly delightful. Tang Long boasted, weaving an elaborate tale that nearly drew drool from his captivated audience. At that moment, Luo Sihai strode in, interrupting Tang Long's boasting. Leisurely, Tang Long cast a glance at Luo Sihai, lazily rising to his feet and following him outdoors. These are 2 tickets for the race. Tonight at the Panyang Mountain Racetrack, we shall settle our scores once and for all. Luo Sihai was direct, promptly thrusting a ticket into Tang Long's hand. What if I refuse? Tang Long scoffed, idly toying with the ticket, which bore a notable price of 380 yuan. Chapter 86. Panyang Mountain Racetrack, what's wrong? Afraid? Luo Sihai taunted, his disdain palpable. I know you can drive, but compared to me, you're still light years away. If I win, you'll leave this place for good, and if I lose, I'll walk away. He had wagered significantly, risking his future. Is that all you're betting? Tang Long shot him a sidelong glance, unimpressed. What more do you want? 1 million each. And if you lose, you must call me grandfather to my face, Tang Long declared with a mischievous grin. To deal with such a scoundrel, one must be even more cunning. 1 million? Luo Sihai's face twitched. Though he had been on a winning streak lately, that sum represented nearly all his wealth. The thought of losing it all caused him a pang of regret. What's the matter? Are you scared? Tang Long observed him with a glint of malice in his eyes. If you're not up for it, you might as well leave. I have no interest in racing with a coward. He gave Luo Sihai a shove and stepped outside, having spent the morning chatting with his friends without attending to his pressing needs. Wait! Even the usually bold Luo Sihai hesitated, grabbing Tang Long's arm. The opportunity for revenge was at hand, and he did not wish to let it slip away. Stop dawdling like a woman. Let go. I need to relieve myself. Tang Long retorted, unwilling to delay any further, sensing that Luo Sihai was all show and no substance. Fine, I accept your challenge. Luo Sihai, unable to endure Tang Long's condescending gaze, glared back defiantly. All right, I'll join you for this little escapade, but be ready with the cash. 1 million is no trifling sum. Ha! Tang Long turned to leave. Whoever doesn't show up at the Panyang Mountain Racetrack tonight is a fool. He threw the words over his shoulder as he walked away. At that moment, a graceful figure appeared not far from Tang Long, having overheard their conversation. She was none other than Huang Ying, secretary to Lin Qingxue. Oh no, the Panyang Mountain Racetrack is notorious as a deadly course. Even professional racers dare not speed on such a track. Tang Long is not a true racer. He must have fallen for Luo Sihai's provocation. If something goes wrong, how will I explain it to the president? Huang Ying's anxiety mounted as she rushed toward the president's office. Inside the office, a distinguished guest had arrived. This man, in his 30s, was impeccably dressed, exuding an air of superiority, and possessed striking good looks. The fact that the president personally received him underscored his exceptional status. This individual was Tang Xiaofei, the sole heir of the Tang family in the capital and president of Tang Pharmaceutical Group. His visit to Zhanghai was for a business collaboration. Naturally, both parties had established preliminary agreements a year prior, yet the path to implementation was fraught with challenges, requiring extensive negotiations on investment amounts, targets, and methods, all laden with differing opinions. To his surprise, the president of the illustrious Zhanghai Group turned out to be an exquisite beauty. Tang Xiaofei have been enlightened. She surpasses any of the frivolous women I know. May I inquire, Miss Lin, your age? Do you have a boyfriend? He began with banter rather than business, his flirtation making Lin Qingxue visibly uncomfortable. Tang, you are here to discuss business, not to flirt. This is not your usual nightclub or playground where you can behave as you please. Please show some respect, Lin Qingxue replied, her tone frosty. Hey, Miss Lin, please don't be upset. I was merely jesting. I understand that someone of your caliber has exceedingly high standards for a partner. I wonder if a diamond bachelor like me could catch your eye. He persisted, undeterred by her reprimand, displaying an audacious persistence. If you are not here for business, then I must take my leave. My time is precious, Lin Qingxue stated, rising abruptly, her demeanor severe. Don't be in such a rush. Of course, I'm here for business. It's just that upon seeing such beauty, my mind was momentarily bewitched, and I forgot all about the serious matters at hand. Tang Xiaofei was notorious for his flirtatious nature, being a prominent figure among the four great families of the capital. However, his charm was not merely superficial. Within a year of taking over his family's business, he had reversed a dire financial situation with his astute methods, earning him accolades in the business community. For Lin's family, the opportunity to collaborate with the Tang family was monumental, especially as the Lin family faced similar challenges. With years of losses pressing heavily on Lin Qingxue, the family leader, the pressure from her family was immense, leaving her sleepless at night. She desperately needed a powerful ally, and the Tang family was her only viable option. However, the anticipated meeting was not proceeding as hoped. The atmosphere was tense and awkward from the outset, not due to Lin Qingxue's lack of social grace, but because Tang Xiaofei failed to regard her as a legitimate business partner. He made unreasonable demands and openly flirted, making it intolerable for her. Seeing Lin Qingxue about to leave, Tang Xiaofei grew anxious. He reached out to grasp her wrist, intending to detain her, but she deftly slipped from his grasp and, in a sudden movement, delivered a sharp slap across his handsome face. The atmosphere froze, 5 distinct marks appearing on Tang Xiaofei's fair skin, as he stood in shock, utterly unprepared for such violence from the beauty before him. Chapter 87. A major deal. The Tang family of the capital ranks among the top 4 families, holding a position of great prestige. As the sole heir, Tang Xiaofei's status was exceedingly elevated, earning him the title of Diamond Bachelor. He had even become a sensation on the internet, adored by countless young women for his charming demeanor. However, his reputation for womanizing and numerous romantic entanglements had made him a topic of public interest. Thus, when Lin Qingxue retaliated against his lewd remarks, it was hardly surprising. "Oh, little girl, you've got quite the fiery temper. I like that." The individual touched his inflamed and slightly swollen cheek, wearing a smile devoid of anger. Do not be disrespectful towards me again. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to terminate our collaboration. Lin Qingxue bit her silver teeth and retorted angrily. How utterly unamusing. I say, Sister Lin, is it truly worth losing your temper over a jest? Fascinating. Alas, it seems this lucrative deal must be temporarily entrusted to someone else. He emphasized the word someone else with notable intensity, seemingly alluding to a particular subject. Upon hearing his words, Lin Qingxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and the atmosphere grew tense. Are you referring to the Dongfang Group? Upon mentioning this name, Lin Qingxue's eyes brightened momentarily, her tone slightly delayed. Indeed, this time 2 companies wish to collaborate with us. One is the Dongfang Group, and the other is you. Alas, since you are unwilling to negotiate, I shall have to seek out the Dongfang Group. Their sincerity far surpasses yours. Tang Xiaofei covered his slightly reddened and swollen face, deliberately elongating his voice while observing the changes in Lin Qingxue's expression. Please, do not leave. Perhaps we can sit down and have a proper discussion. A complex emotion flickered across Lin Qingxue's face as she hastily obstructed the path of the young master of the Tang family. At that moment, her demeanor was somewhat awkward as she blocked Tang Xiaofei. After all, the Tang family's power was immense, wielding significant influence in the capital, particularly for a company like Lin's, which aimed to expand its business in that region. Thus, faced with this rare opportunity, Lin Qingxue, despite her displeasure, found it difficult to let go. After all, should she miss this chance, with the Tang dragon joining forces with the Dongfang family, it would undoubtedly impose formidable pressure on her. Consequently, Lin's development would suffer a severe blow. In light of such grave consequences, even the proud Lin Qingxue found it hard to endure, reluctantly altering her usual demeanor to block Tang Xiaofei. Miss Lin, I cannot let that slap go unpunished. How do you intend to compensate me? Shall you reduce your partnership stake to 20%, or would a face-to-face apology suffice? Or perhaps you wish for me to retaliate? Tang Xiaofei remarked with a grin, his gaze shamelessly roaming over Lin Qingshue's figure, which made her exceedingly uncomfortable. However, for the sake of Lin's future, she had no choice but to tolerate it. Have you finished staring? Growing impatient under Tang Xiaofei's gaze, Lin Qingxue coldly replied, not at all. A stunning beauty like Miss Lin could keep me captivated for an entire day without weariness. His audacity was remarkable. Very well, let us proceed to the conference room. I have summoned the company's executives. We need to discuss our considerable differences. Lin Qingxue suppressed her inner fury, opened the door, and gestured for him to enter. Why the rush? You have yet to apologize to me. Your behavior is quite displeasing. If I am displeased, then nothing will progress. Tang Xiaofei shook his head, touching his still slightly swollen face. However, he realized that retaliating would not only be ungentlemanly, but could also be construed as violent, negatively impacting his future pursuits. Moreover, facing a beauty like Lin Qingxue, he found himself unable to act. After all, he fancied himself a gentleman who cherished delicate flowers. You. Lin Qingshue's face flushed, realizing she might have struck too hard, but what could she do? After all, this fellow was perpetually lecherous. Not killing him was already a concession. Demanding an apology was utterly excessive. Nevertheless, considering the collaboration, she could only temporarily endure. Tang, young master, I apologize. Lin Qingxue spoke with difficulty, her expression clearly awkward, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. To Tang Xiaofei, it was a strikingly beautiful sight, stirring a longing within him. Were it not for the other's unique status, he might have already lunged forward, overwhelming her. At that moment, Huang Ying approached, casting a curious glance at Tang Xiaofei, immediately exclaiming, Tang Xiaofei, you are here too? It turned out she and Tang Xiaofei had known each other for quite some time. Back in their school days, Huang Ying had been captivated by Tang Xiaofei's appearance, throwing herself into what had once been a passionate romance. It was only later that she discovered Tang Xiaofei had other women besides her. After that revelation, Huang Ying had cried bitterly and even attempted to take her own life. Yet, in the end, she received no word from Tang Xiaofei, and it was only with the help of a childhood friend that she managed to emerge from that shadow and restart her life, eventually gaining admission to Cambridge University. She thought she had left that nightmare behind, only to find herself coincidentally encountering him again after just a few years. When Huang Ying's gaze fell upon him, she was momentarily struck dumb, as if electrified, standing there unsure of what to say. In an instant, a tumult of love, hatred, and complex emotions surged within her, crashing down like tumultuous waves before dissipating into nothingness, leaving only shattered remnants. Huang Ying, what is wrong? Seeing the peculiar expression on Huang Ying's face, Lin Qingxue was taken aback, not anticipating that Huang Ying would share a past romantic entanglement with this man. Strange, this girl seems somewhat familiar. What is your name? Tang Xiaofei remarked, feeling a hint of curiosity. In truth, this fellow had been with countless women, his companions changing almost daily, and he had long since forgotten the deeply hurt Huang Ying, who had once loved him so fervently. It is nothing. I mistook you for someone else. Huang Ying quickly regained her composure, hastily responding. That is fortunate. I do not know many people, but many know me. Alas, what can I say? I am simply that exceptional, he declared with unabashed narcissism. Chapter 88. Brother, you are not dead? Huang Ying, do you require something? Noticing Huang Ying's slightly unusual demeanor, Lin Qingxue could not help but inquire. Huang Ying leaned closer, whispering a few words. Upon hearing her, a faint smile graced Lin Qingxue's face. What is it? Is President Lin concealing something from me? You seem quite pleased. Something exciting must have occurred, right? Tang Xiaofei, ever the spectator, stepped forward with curiosity. The expressions of the two girls revealed hints of a story. His gaze was astute. Lin Qingxue pondered for a moment, hesitated slightly, but then thought of how this young master of the Tang family relished excitement. After considering this, she couldn't help but chuckle. Young Master Tang, are you interested in racing as well? Racing? Splendid. I am a racing enthusiast myself, though not professionally. My favorite pastime is underground street racing. However, due to my father's strictness, I haven't participated in a long time, he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. It seems young Master Tang is quite fond of racing, Lin Qingxue remarked, surprised. His enthusiasm for racing appeared genuine, stemming from a deep-seated passion. Ah, you probably haven't heard, have you? Among the four great families of the capital, young Master Tang has three great loves. One is beautiful women, particularly exquisite ones like Miss Lin. The second is racing. Wild and thrilling underground racing is exhilarating beyond compare. And the last, do you know what it is? Lin Qingxue and Huang Ying exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison. Even if Huang Ying had once shared a romantic history with this young sir, the memories have now completely faded from her mind. Of course, the previous 2 points are common knowledge, and they were precisely what made Huang Ying detest him so deeply. This fellow was nothing short of a lecher, unable to tear his gaze away from any beautiful woman he encountered, which ultimately led to the demise of their relationship. Aside from that, racing was his greatest passion. Apart from his pursuits with women, his driving skills were quite remarkable. During his university days, he earned the title of Driving God, gaining notoriety as a prominent racer on campus. However, when his father discovered this, he erupted in fury and forbade him from racing, leading to a significant decrease in his involvement in the sport. Nevertheless, after taking over the family business, he occasionally indulges in racing, competing with a few wealthy peers on desolate roads on the outskirts of the city. Naturally, the victors often walk away with prizes in the millions, sometimes even tens of millions, making it an exhilarating affair. Such raucous scenes, accompanied by beautiful companions, were the ones he cherished the most. Most of the time, he emerged victorious, and thus, the mere mention of racing sent his nerves into a thrilling frenzy, his eyes igniting with fervor. He appeared entirely transformed, shedding the earlier lecherous demeanor. I know of a place where we can experience the thrill of racing at night. Perhaps you would enjoy it. Lin Qingxue had initially intended to mediate the conflict between Luo Sihai and Tang Long, but now it seemed they had attracted a peculiar character to their upcoming street racing event. To secure this negotiation, she realized some sacrifices were necessary, and she would have to accompany this affluent young man to observe the spectacle. After a brief contemplation, Lin Qingxue informed Huang Ying to notify Tang Long. Huang Ying went to relay the message to Tang Long, who had spent a rather aimless afternoon, bored out of his mind, playing solitaire on the computer. After work, he made his way to Lin Qingxue's office, only to be surprised by the presence of a stranger. Why does he look so familiar? Turn slowly, so I can see your face. Tang Long had been heading straight for Lin Qingxue when someone called out to him from the side, requesting he turn around slowly. The request made him slightly nauseous. Surely, this was some sort of gay advance? Even if he were handsome, such behavior was unwarranted, especially in front of his wife, which would only lead to embarrassment. Tang Long inwardly cursed the individual, but nonetheless turned to glance at him, frowning in displeasure. Who are you? You can't just order me around like that. I'm not a woman, so why the urgency? Big, brother. Is that really you? The stranger suddenly leaped up from the sofa, excitement radiating from him as he lunged toward Tang Long. In an unexpected embrace, Tang Long found himself caught off guard. The next moment, the fellow pressed his face against Tang Long's shoulder, nearly moved to tears. Big brother, it truly is you. It's been so many years. I thought you were dead. I can't believe we've met again. As he spoke, he dabbed at his tears and inadvertently smudged them on Tang Long's shirt. Come on, can you not be so emotional? It's disgusting to see you cry upon our reunion when I'm still alive. Tang Long pushed the guy away, clearly annoyed. He recognized him as one of the members of the Long Hun team, a comrade with whom he had previously undertaken missions, and they had shared a close bond. It was surprising to see him, now all dressed up, visiting Lin Qingxue's company for business, and even teasing her. Had Lin Qingxue not intervened with a timely slap, this fellow would surely have gotten carried away. Lin Qingxue and Huang Ying were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. It was truly eye-watering. Who could have imagined that this young scion from the capital would act so brazenly in public? Their discomfort was palpable. Brother, what have you been up to all these years? Why couldn't I find you? Ever since you went missing, everyone believed you were dead, but I never lost hope. I always believed you were alive, and now here we are. The man spoke with genuine emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. Chapter 89. I'll take you for a ride, brother. Where have you been all these years? What happened to your hand? The man suddenly noticed something amiss and took a step back in shock, staring at Tang Long with incredulity. His hand brushed against Tang Long's left arm, feeling the rigidity, which instantly altered his expression. Brother, did your hand break? Tang Xiaofei exclaimed in astonishment. Regarding this matter, do not let anyone else know. And especially do not inform them that I am still alive. Tang Long replied, his gaze cold and his voice low. But, no buts, Tang Long asserted, firmly silencing him. Just remember my surname is Tang, and yours is Tang, is pinning him against the wall, delivering a stern warning. Seeing Tang Long's intense demeanor, Lin Qingxue and Huang Ying were taken aback, unable to comprehend the nature of their relationship. Who exactly was he, and why did he have such a connection with the Tang family in the capital? It appeared far beyond that of mere acquaintances, resembling the bond of kinship. Worried they might engage in conflict, Lin Qingxue hurriedly sought to intervene. But to her astonishment, Tang Long emerged, casually draping an arm around the rogue's shoulders, humming a cheerful tune as they re-entered. They appeared entirely at ease with each other. What is going on here? Tang Long released his hold on Tang Xiaofei and playfully kicked him in the backside. Hey, why did you kick me? You know who she is, don't you? Tang Long was irritated to recall that this fellow had expressed interest in Lin Qingxue earlier. I ought to teach you a lesson. You should consider her my wife and address her as sister-in-law. If I hear you disrespecting her again, I won't be so accommodating. Tang Long warned, his expression darkening. Yes, brother, Tang Xiaofei replied, his earlier bravado completely evaporated, now resembling a docile lamb before Tang Long. All right, it's getting late. Let us head to the Panyangshan racetrack. At this moment, Lin Qingxue suddenly remembered it seems the rumors about their close relationship might indeed hold some truth. It turned out that whispers of their romantic involvement had circulated long before, but Huang Ying had never dared to believe them. Now, witnessing it firsthand was beginning to sway her belief. Little sister, stop speculating and come with me. I have a racing car too, and I'll take you for a ride. At that moment, Tang Xiaofei approached her, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. And with a beaming smile, he said, "Let go of me. Do not touch me." Huang Ying was taken aback, struggling fiercely to break free from the entanglement of the young Master Tang, and fled in haste. As he gazed at the retreating figure of the girl, Tang Xiaofei found himself momentarily stunned. Damn it, I am not some ghastly creature. I am a paragon of handsomeness. Why should she run away? If it were any other woman, they would be clamoring to nestle in my embrace. Feeling somewhat disheartened, the young Master Tang muttered a curse under his breath before departing with a few bodyguards. Upon reaching the underground parking lot via the elevator, Tang Long was already waiting for him. Lin Qingxue occupied the passenger seat, her expression brimming with excitement and anticipation. It appeared that this icy female CEO harbored an extraordinary passion for racing. Qingxue, are you planning to race with me? Tang Long could not help but inquire. Of course. Why else would I come with you? Lin Qingxue shot him a glance. However, the Panyang Mountain racetrack is extremely perilous. Luo Sihai is a petty individual. He must have some nefarious plans in mind. Once we hit the track, danger is inevitable. You should not accompany me. Tang Long expressed his concerns. Are you afraid I will get hurt? Lin Qingxue queried. Yes, Tang Long nodded. Do not worry, we will be fine, Lin Qingxue insisted. If that is the case, then very well, Tang Long replied helplessly. With a press of the accelerator, the car roared to life, darting out of the underground garage like an arrow. Skillfully, it executed a stunning drift within the parking structure, speeding away with a deafening rush. Impressive, just like in the days of Dragon Soul. He is truly my idol, Tang Xiaofei remarked with genuine admiration, pressing the accelerator himself as he closely pursued. The McLaren 720S Spider, boasting a 0 to 100 km/h acceleration in 2.9 seconds, while not a racing car per se, was virtually indistinguishable from one in terms of performance. Being the latest model, its aggressively novel design attracted the gaze of countless onlookers as it emerged. In the darkness of the night, this new McLaren transformed into a streak of light, quickly closing the gap. Compared to Tang Long's modified BMW i8, it appeared even cooler. The two cars, one leading and the other in pursuit, swiftly vanished into the night of Jianghai City. Damn it, that rascal wouldn't be scared to bail, would he? Down at the foot of Panyang Mountain, Luo Guohai was already growing impatient, cursing vociferously. Brother Luo, this kid is merely a small security guard. What can he do? Can he possibly compete with a professional racer like you? I bet he is terrified and won't show up. Let us disperse. No need to wait. A young man with yellow hair remarked, feeling quite bored. Let us wait a bit longer. I have a 1 million bet with him. If he doesn't show, it counts as a forfeit, and I win by default. That way, I can pocket 1 million, and I'll share with all of you to enjoy. Luo Sihai gritted his teeth, speaking with a hint of pain. In truth, Once the money was in his hands, he would never part with it. This guy was notoriously miserly. "All right, Brother Luo, you better keep your word. Let us wait a little longer," the young man with yellow hair said, his eyes lighting up as he settled down. He lit a cigarette, engaging in casual banter with his comrades to pass the time. Suddenly, a roar akin to a giant beast echoed through the air, followed by headlights illuminating the area at the foot of the mountain. Tang Long's car arrived first, screeching to a halt as it executed a sweeping arc, kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped Luo Sihai and his companions, leaving them covered in grime. "Cough, cough! Who the hell is so inconsiderate, throwing mud at me?" one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, utterly lacking in decency. My eyes are blinded," several of them complained, shielding their eyes in agony. The dust storm, stirred by the sudden break, carried small stones that stung painfully against their faces, a misfortune they had just experienced. Chapter 90. "I bet 1 million heh. The game hasn't even begun, and you're not planning to continue?" Tang Long chuckled quietly at the sight of the disheveled group. He stepped out of the car with Lin Qingxue, whose presence immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, inciting quite a stir. "President Lin, how did she come to be here? Could it be that she is indeed involved with this fellow?" The unpredictable nature of life often blurs the lines between truth and fiction. The previous rumors circulating online were widely known. No one anticipated that Lin Qingxue would be so bold as to appear publicly with Tang Long, igniting a flurry of excitement. Many in attendance began snapping photos with their phones. As the head of the Lin family, Lin Qingxue was renowned for her icy demeanor, rarely seen in public, especially in an underground racing setting. However, her appearance here surely held significance. Facing the barrage of camera flashes, Lin Qingxue displayed no discomfort. Rather, she elegantly linked her arm with Tang Long's, standing proudly. "President Lin, are you truly friends with him?" Luo Sihai's expression instantly shifted, his composure faltering. If that were the case, winning the race would surely lead to a dismal outcome. Lin Qingxue was known for her vengeful nature, and offending her would undoubtedly result in expulsion. It appeared that his years at Longhai Group were about to come to an end. "He's my boyfriend, Luo Sihai. I didn't expect you to be a racing expert. I look forward to learning from you," Lin Qingxue replied, her expression unfazed. Her face as serene as water as she surveyed the chaotic surroundings, her brows slightly furrowing at the sight. Several top-tier racing cars were parked around, most of them modified for greater power and speed. Alongside the oddly dressed individuals present, it created a scene that was nothing short of astonishing. Particularly, the scantily clad young women drew a subtle frown from her. At that moment, she felt an urge to leave. This place was truly unsuitable for her. "I told you, it would be better for you to stay quietly at home, yet you persist in being so disobedient." Observing the change in Lin Qingxue's expression, Tang Long spoke with affectionate concern. "It's all right. I enjoy watching you race. Not only me, but a distinguished guest will be arriving shortly." "Another guest? Who is it?" Tang Long's heart raced as he glanced back, but saw nothing. "You will find out soon enough," Lin Qingxue replied with a gentle smile, her eyes brimming with warmth. This scene sent shockwaves through Luo Sihai and his companions. It was hard to imagine an ice queen smiling at a man, a gesture that was enough to validate her words. It was no joke, but a serious matter. "Damn it, Tang Long, don't get too cocky. This time, I will make sure you willingly roll out of Longhai Group." Luo Sihai, upon witnessing this, immediately rubbed his eyes, clenched his fists, and shouted in fury. "You think you're guaranteed to win? Don't be so arrogant. You might just end up with your face in the dirt." Tang Long shook his head, feeling a hint of sympathy for this simple-minded fellow. "Who knows who will win or lose? If you're so arrogant, I'll make you regret it for a lifetime." Luo Sihai bellowed angrily, his chest heaving with rage, on the verge of exploding. In the local underground racing scene, his status was akin to that of a demigod. In past races, he had only lost once out of 90, and that defeat was to an internationally renowned racer. Thus, he faced no one with fear. It goes without saying that an obscure figure like Tang Long is hardly worth mentioning. Although this young man possesses some skills, he does not seem to measure up to me. Luo Sihai harbored a deep-seated disdain for Tang Long. "Damn. Do you think you're impressive just because you've caught the eye of a beautiful woman? Our brother Luo is a god of the underground racing world. He has only lost once in years of racing. You, young man, are far too inexperienced to compare yourself to brother Luo." A brash young man with dyed yellow hair sneered disdainfully. The garishly dressed girl in his arms also scoffed, saying, If it weren't for Brother Luo settling a personal score with you, we wouldn't even bother watching this race. Brother Luo is guaranteed to win. I'm betting $1,000 on him. To everyone's astonishment, a few individuals at one side of this underground racing venue were placing bets. It turns out that for every race, there are wagers placed, and as the organizers, they earn a share of these bets. At that moment, a bald man began shouting like a broken gong. The race is about to start. Everyone, place your bets. If you bet on Tang Long, the odds are 5-1. If you bet on Brother Luo, it's 1.1. Hurry up and place your bets. From the odds alone, it was clear that Tang Long was destined to lose. Indeed, if that young man were to win against Brother Luo, I would run naked in the streets, remarked a tattooed man with a disdainful expression. Very well, I have noted your words. If I win, I trust you all to uphold your promises, Tang Long responded. Not with anger, but with a smile, reminding these insolent individuals. My brother's driving skills are unparalleled. You fools are destined to lose your pants. I advise you to switch your bets to my brother's victory while you still can. At that moment, a voice emerged from the back, silencing everyone instantly due to its commanding presence. The newcomer was not alone. He was accompanied by an entire team of bodyguards. Standing at the center was a man flanked by over a dozen sharply dressed men in sunglasses, exuding an aura of coolness and charm that elicited envy. Who is he? Someone wondered. How dare you say that? The tattooed man, unable to contain his composure, approached Tang Xiaofei and coldly inquired. On what grounds? Tang Xiaofei retorted with a scoff. On the grounds of my brother's extraordinary abilities. He can conquer heaven and earth. If he were to lose, it would be a marvel indeed. He then approached Tang Long and respectfully addressed him as brother. What brings you here? Are you also fond of racing? Tang Long was taken aback by Tang Xiaofei's unexpected presence. Previously, Lin Qingxue had not mentioned anything about the race. He had assumed Tang Xiaofei would be out chasing women in a nightclub, yet here he was. Brother, I'm here to support you. I'm betting 1 million on your victory, Tang Xiaofei declared grandly. With Tang Xiaofei's wager of 1 million, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. What seemed to be a certain loss for Tang Long had now sparked a wave of excitement. Incredible! A bet of 1 million. This kid has guts. Indeed, our combined bets barely amount to 200,000. He just obliterated us. I recognize him now. He is the cover star of Business Trends magazine, one of the 4 young masters of the capital, Tang Xiao, a man worth billions. Impressive, no wonder. As Tang Xiaofei's bold move set the scene ablaze, discussions erupted all around. But he remained unfazed, resolutely standing beside Tang Long to show his support. Tang Xiao, aren't you afraid of losing? Lin Qingxue asked, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Sister-in-law, I will not lose. I know my brother's capabilities. Whatever he sets out to do, no one can surpass him. Even in racing, Tang Xiaofei replied, his earlier lewd demeanor replaced with a deep respect. Sister-in-law, did he instruct you to call me that? Lin Qingxue's face flushed crimson upon hearing this. She had never anticipated such a significant shift in attitude from this wealthy young man, who had transformed from arrogant to humble. This change was so profound that it left her momentarily stunned, yet a warm feeling surged within her. Yes, thankfully my brother clarified your relationship, or I would have made a grave mistake. I hope you do not hold it against me, Tang Xiaofei said, visibly embarrassed as he recalled his previous behavior. The thought of having flirted with his brother's woman made him uneasy. If his brother found out, he would surely be in deep trouble. This expression of discomfort struck others as peculiar, given his formidable presence and esteemed status, protected by a cadre of bodyguards. Who would have thought that he would appear vulnerable in this moment? Very well, I shall bet 1 million as well, Lin Qingxue said with a gentle smile, placing her wager on Tang Long. With this, the stakes rose to 2 million against 20,000, an absolute landslide. Observing this, Tang Long couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He had intended to keep a low profile in this race, but with Lin Qingxue and Tang Xiaofei joining in, it seemed that maintaining a low profile was no longer an option. Luo Sihai was infuriated, his face darkening as he had not anticipated the sudden appearance of the president, nor such a substantial wager on Tang Long. In contrast, his side was merely making noise, with hardly anyone willing to part with their money. The disparity between their 20,000 and the opposing 2 million was staggering. As he contemplated this, his expression darkened ominously, akin to a storm brewing. He fixed his gaze on Tang Long, thinking, you young man, don't get too cocky. On the track, I will ensure your car and life are both wrecked. After dealing with you, I'll find a way to win Lin Qingshua's affection and enjoy myself thoroughly. With a malicious glance at Tang Long, he inquired, "Which car will you use? If you lack a professional racing vehicle, my subordinates have cars you can choose from. I don't wish to take advantage of you. I will ensure your defeat is beyond dispute." Upon hearing this, his entourage exchanged pained glances at their own vehicles, feeling a pang of unease. After all, their cars were valuable and well cared for. Lending them to someone else for a race could result in significant losses. "No need. I'll compete with this BMW." Tang Long replied, shaking his head and declining the offer. "Very well. The race will begin in 10 seconds. You are familiar with the course, correct? From here to the mountain peak and back, this is both the starting and finishing point. Whoever arrives first wins," Luo Sihai declared with authority. "Understood," Tang Long replied. Although he was at a disadvantage due to his unfamiliarity with the track and the inferiority of his vehicle, he remained confident in his abilities. "Soon you will witness my prowess. That 2 million will all be mine. Not a single cent will be spared," Luo Sihai suddenly laughed maniacally. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 At that moment, a young woman clad in snug shorts and a midriff-bearing top stood between the two cars, waving a small red flag. Suddenly, she dropped to one knee and forcefully waved the flag down to the ground. Boom! Boom! At that instant, the two cars roared to life like frenzied beasts, unleashing a terrifying growl as they surged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust like arrows shot from bows. From the outset, the two racers were neck and neck, with Tang Long occasionally taking the lead, only for Luo Sihai to quickly regain it, the two vehicles alternating in their dominance. However, this stretch of the racetrack is relatively smooth, devoid of any significant turns, merely winding upwards in a spiral. As one progresses forward, the path ahead narrows increasingly, and the terrain grows ever more intricate. At times, a bend presents itself, both tight and abrupt. A moment's lapse in concentration could lead to a fatal plunge down the cliff. The drivers on both sides have noticeably reduced their speed. Nevertheless, relying on his familiarity with the local terrain, Luo Sihai has opened a considerable lead over Tang Long. "This is bad. My brother is falling behind. What could be the reason?" Down below, Tang Xiaofei clutches a high-powered telescope, intermittently catching glimpses of the two cars appearing in the lens. However, as time progresses, Tang Long's red BMW seems to lag further behind. It appears he is significantly trailing. "Haha, our boss has this in the bag," Huang Mao exclaims, his face lighting up with a broad grin. He simultaneously makes an indecent gesture towards Tang Xiaofei and Lin Qingxue. "Damn it, you little punk." Tang Xiaofei, known for his fiery temper, is typically the one to bully others, with no one daring to cross him. Having suffered an affront, he glares fiercely, ready to retaliate. Fortunately, Lin Qingxue intervenes just in time. "Calm down. Wait until the race is over. Let's not cause a scene right now. Sister-in-law, this is infuriating. Those bastards just provoked me." Tang Xiaofei seethes, wishing he could have unleashed his fury as he typically would. For now, he must swallow his anger at her behest. The crowd's attention returns to the race, where the two competitors have now completed the 18 bends at the mountain's peak and are hurtling downwards. It is said that ascending is easier than descending, and this downhill track is fraught with danger. Chapter 92. The assassination fails. This cannot continue. I will surely lose. Behind the wheel, Tang Long's expression turns grave as he realizes his vehicle is no match for the opposing driver. At this moment, even the slightest mistake could lead to catastrophe. Suddenly, a massive boulder plummets from the side, crashing down from above. Boom! The boulder scrapes against the cliff, its descent accompanied by a deafening roar that sends chills down one's spine. It hurtles towards the spot where Tang Long is driving, seemingly calculated to strike as his car passes. Of course, lifting such a heavy stone requires considerable strength. Though Luo Sihai is a scoundrel, he has several competent friends by his side. The individual responsible for hurling the boulder, Luo Zhong, is his cousin and most trusted ally. This time, he has enlisted several capable accomplices to deal with Tang Long. Damn, not this again. Tang Long had sensed peril while ascending the mountain and remained vigilant, so he was not surprised when they attempted to sabotage him on the descent. The boulder weighed over 1,000 pounds, its surface smooth and almost spherical. With a whoosh, the boulder plummets, mere meters from the path Tang Long must traverse. "Damn it, trying to ambush me? No way." He slams the accelerator, the car surging forward with a deafening roar, narrowly escaping the falling rock. Just as the BMW passes, the boulder crashes down, creating a deep crater in the ground. Had he been a moment slower, Tang Long would have met his demise. However, the sudden acceleration causes him to struggle with a sharp turn, nearly veering off the road. One side of his vehicle almost suspended in midair. Fortunately, he navigates this perilous curve without incident, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Upon witnessing Tang Long evade this deadly attack, a tall, muscular man on the mountain suddenly gasps, his gaze fixated on the red BMW escaping from beneath the boulder. His eyes wide with disbelief. How did he escape? Well, I tell the boss now. This man, Luo Zhong, realizes his mission has failed. Luo Zhong, you have failed. A chilling voice crackles through the earpiece. Boss, that kid managed to escape. I had no way to stop him. Luo Zhong responds, his face etched in regret. Do not fret. There are still a few brothers who have yet to act. When they do, he will be finished. The voice replies with a sinister chuckle. Boss, there are others? Indeed, we have tampered with the descent. This time, he is doomed. For the sake of that 2 million, we must ensure he does not survive. The voice trails off, leaving only a disconcerting, grotesque laughter echoing into the dark night, sending shivers down the spine. Meanwhile, Tang Long has successfully evaded the boulder and has now caught up to Luo Sihai. Noticing Tang Long's silhouette in the rearview mirror, Luo Sihai's brow furrows in concern. This bastard is proving to be quite troublesome. Boss, why aren't you taking action? Don't you want the money? Luo Sihai exclaims, exasperated. Rest assured, he will not survive this descent. A cold glint flashes in his eyes. Through the infrared telescope, he can clearly see the red BMW ahead of him. At one of the bends, with a graceful drift, Tang Long forces his opponent to the edge of the cliff, nearly sending Luo Sihai's vehicle tumbling down. Infuriated, he bellows, Damn it, Tang Long, are you trying to kill me? Luo Sihai, you have also resorted to underhanded tactics. Wasn't that boulder thrown down at my expense? Tang Long retorts, rolling down his window to deliver a scathing comeback. You're asking for it. Luo Sihai, incensed, accelerates furiously, intent on colliding with Tang Long for a dramatic showdown. However, Tang Long deftly evades, leaving Luo Sihai's car nearly out of control, skidding perilously close to the cliff face, sparks flying. You'll pay for this, just wait. Luo Sihai growls, his eyes ablaze with rage as he resumes his pursuit. As the two cars race along Panyang Mountain, a new chase unfolds. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot echoes from the side, a bullet narrowly grazing Tang Long's cheek, its heated casing a harbinger of death. Startled, Tang Long instinctively dodges, narrowly avoiding disaster. The bullet shatters the side window, creating a hole the size of a finger. Damn, there's a shooter, Tang Long realizes, his heart racing as he becomes acutely aware of the danger he faces. He had been too careless, allowing his guard to slip, which had led to this ambush. After missing the opportunity, the sniper crouched on the cliff curses in frustration, reluctantly lowering his weapon. Jack, you missed. The boss's voice comes through the earpiece, cold and menacing. Boss, this kid is too slippery. I couldn't catch him, Jack replies, his voice heavy with disappointment. According to the sun god's usual demeanor, once he suffers a setback, he will retaliate with full force. Therefore, you all must vacate Panyang Mountain immediately and refrain from returning to Jianhai for 6 months, the boss warns, sending shockwaves through Jack. What? You mean this guy is the sun god? Indeed, the confirmation of his identity came just a day ago, the boss states calmly. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Few can survive crossing paths with the sun god. Jack exclaims in a panic. Do you dare to disrespect me, Jack? Do you wish to meet your end? The tone of the boss exuded a palpable aura of menace, causing Jack to feel a sudden chill of apprehension. I am sorry. It was not my intention. Jack nervously stammered upon hearing the words. Chapter 93, VIP Gold Card. Very well. Leave this place immediately and do not let me see your shadow again. Otherwise, even if I do not take your life, Tang Long will undoubtedly ensure your demise. The boss's voice crackled through the wireless microphone, chilling and steeped in unfathomable terror. Understood, Jack replied, promptly vacating his previous hiding spot. Beneath a grand pine tree atop Panyang Mountain, a figure clad in a clown mask stood, observing the distant scene through binoculars. His eyes glimmered with a sinister light as he remarked grimly, It seems the task assigned from above is destined for failure. Damn it, the intelligence was faulty. Who claimed that the sun god was already a has-been? That is nothing but a lie. This man was none other than Jack's former boss. Following a series of failures, his expression darkened considerably. "Boss, we face one final obstacle. What shall we do?" The harsh crackle of the wireless microphone interrupted again with a piercing shout. "For the last stand, we advance together. Even if it costs us everything, we must ensure he remains there. Remember, this time we seal the route. I refuse to believe that if we block the road, he can still escape. Yes, remember, once the black lightning passes, seal the road immediately. Do not delay for even a moment. This may be our final opportunity. Should we fail again, we will have no choice but to offer our heads." The boss's complexion darkened significantly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This operation was a coordinated effort from above, intended to eliminate Tang Long on the Pan Yang Mountain racetrack, with Luo Sihai merely serving as bait. Should the assassination fail, it would mean utter defeat. Not only would their lives be forfeit, but the powerful figures lurking in the shadows might also be exposed. Such grave consequences instilled a sense of tension in each of them. At that moment, two vehicles raced along the track. Tang Long initially secured the lead. Yet at a bend, Luo Sihai seized an opportunity to overtake him. "Damn it, Luo Sihai, you shall not win this time." Tang Long pressed the accelerator fiercely, the car trembling violently as if it might disintegrate at any moment, eliciting a profound sense of unease. However, Tang Long understood that this was the result of the modifications. Once the engine's power was pushed to its limits, such vibrations were unavoidable. With a roar, flames nearly erupted from the exhaust. The tires spun rapidly, and he surged ahead once more. What do we do now? Observing the shifting order of the two vehicles, even the assassins lurking in the shadows found themselves at a loss. We cannot allow him to pass like this. One individual frantically hoisted a large stone overhead and hurled it down. The stone struck the side of the vehicle with a resounding crash, missing its target. In that instant, Tang Long spotted several shadows lying in ambush within the darkness. A cold smirk crossed his lips as he swiftly launched a throwing knife, which whistled through the air and pierced one man's throat. The knife exited through the back of his neck, striking another assailant in the throat as well. The remaining adversaries cried out in anguish as they collapsed. Witnessing this shocking scene rendered the boss, who had been observing, utterly astonished. How is this possible? Killing from a speeding car with a throwing knife? It is simply inconceivable. Discarding the binoculars, his only option was to flee. In the wake of witnessing Tang Long's lethal prowess, Luo Sihai inexplicably panicked. His vehicle swerved uncontrollably and crashed heavily against a large rock at the roadside. Erupting into a fireball, Luo Sihai tumbled from the car, landing hard on the ground, wailing, "I am finished. Damn it. You have ruined everything." He cried like a child, overwhelmed with despair. As Tang Long's car appeared within view, all present were left in a state of shock. Lin Qingxue could not help but let out an excited scream, prompting Tang Xiaofei to glance over in disbelief. Is this really the icy CEO I have known? She now resembles a lively girl in a fit of enthusiasm. Conversely, Luo Sihai's group, including Huang Mao, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. The young man rubbed his eyes, incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Is it possible? Did he win? Tang Long has triumphed. Tang Xiao, we agreed earlier. If Tang Long wins, our collaboration continues. This should not be an error, right?" After the initial scream subsided, Lin Qingxue turned back to Tang Xiaofei with a serious demeanor. The goofy look on his face was quite endearing. "Of course, my brother would not lose. Thus, our partnership remains intact." Tang Xiaofei awkwardly smiled and nodded. "Where is the Black Lightning? Why has his car not returned?" After waiting for a while, without sight of Luo Sihai's vehicle, unease began to surface among Huang Mao and the others. Surely, something has happened to the boss? At that speed, he should have descended in mere minutes. A young girl with a rebellious spirit exclaimed in disappointment. Indeed, something must have gone wrong. We need to search for him. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao grew anxious, shouting for everyone to follow him up the mountain in search of their leader. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue and Tang Xiaofei, having won hundreds of thousands, wore expressions of unbridled joy. "Let us depart. Night has fallen, and we should find a place to celebrate." They had arrived without eating, and their stomachs rumbled with hunger. Tang Long smiled slightly, declaring, "Tonight we celebrate our reunion, and I shall treat you to drinks." Tang Long drove with Tang Xiaofei and Lin Qingxue to the nearby Macau Prince Hotel, a newly opened establishment. lavishly decorated and bustling with patrons as the lights illuminated the night. Tang Long was quite familiar with this hotel, as its owner was none other than Lin Wei, the proprietor of the Rose Night Dance Bar, with whom he had previously engaged in a wager. She had invited him to the opening days ago, but Tang Long had been too busy to attend. This time, he intended to repay that prior courtesy. Upon entering the hotel lobby, a courteous waitress approached them, apologizing. "I'm sorry, but we have no available seats at the moment. Please wait over there." "Ah, but I possess a VIP gold card." Tang Long produced a golden card from his pocket and handed it over. Initially, Lin Wei had promised to provide Tang Long with warmth after losing their bet, but he had chosen not to press her for conditions, preferring to wait until she was ready. Unexpectedly, a few days later, upon the hotel's grand opening, Lin Wei had sent him a VIP gold card. Since receiving it, Tang Long had kept it on his person, and now it proved invaluable. Upon receiving the VIP card, the waitress's demeanor transformed. Recognizing Tang Long's extraordinary status, she immediately donned a beaming smile and led Tang Long and his companions to a private VIP room. The Macau Prince Hotel, in terms of prestige, rivaled that of the Elizabeth Hotel, and due to its proximity to Panyang Mountain, it attracted a considerable number of out-of-town visitors. Although a limited number of VIP gold cards had been issued previously, the recipients were of the highest caliber, either titans of industry or elite figures from the political realm. The waitress had not anticipated that a seemingly ordinary young man like Tang Long would possess such a card. Thus, after ushering them into the VIP room, she swiftly took the card to the back. "Manager, we have a situation." At that moment, upon spotting Lin Wei, the waiter exclaimed loudly, "What? Manager Lin, did you not instruct us to keep an eye on the VIP gold card clients? Today, we finally have a cardholder in our midst." The newly arrived waiter spoke with an expression of excitement. "Is that so?" In stark contrast, Lin Wei's demeanor remained remarkably calm. "What is his name?" "His name is Tang Long. Tang Long. He actually came. How splendid. I've been anticipating his arrival." At this moment, Lin Wei's expression shifted dramatically, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a spark of brilliance. After ascertaining the location of the private room, she swiftly made her way over, a fine bottle of exquisite wine in hand. The VIP lounge of the Macau Tianzi Hotel is located on the top 7th floor of a building that boasts a semicircular structure entirely enveloped by sapphire glass curtain walls. It comprises 9 floors. The 1st to 3rd floors are dedicated to dining, while the 4th to 6th floors serve as entertainment areas. The entire 7th floor is reserved for VIP rooms, adorned with opulent decor. The 8th floor accommodates office spaces, and the 9th floor is her private domain. The entirety of the 8th floor is leased to several prominent trading groups for their business operations. The 9th floor, aside from a portion allocated for the hotel's office use, contains several separated rooms, including a rooftop area, exclusively designated for her personal use. Over the past few days, she has been preoccupied with business affairs and had finally carved out a moment of leisure. Upon hearing the news of Tang Long's arrival, she immediately strode forward with her long legs, a bottle of fine wine in hand. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor resonated clearly in the serene VIP area, drawing attention. "Tang Long, how did you acquire a gold card here?" After ordering the dishes, Lin Qingxue looked at him with a puzzled expression, softly inquiring. One must understand that this place is a veritable den of extravagance. Although there aren't many patrons upstairs, numerous staff members are stationed in the corridors, clearly of the highest caliber, and any one of them could converse fluently in English. In such an establishment, the service fees are undoubtedly substantial. Lin Qingxue, having visited many venues, felt profoundly impressed by this newly opened hotel. It is evident that the investment for such a hotel would reach astronomical figures. Even Lin Qingxue could not help but gasp in astonishment. Naturally, she understood that obtaining a VIP gold card from a place like this is exceedingly challenging. Even someone of her business acumen might not have the opportunity to acquire one. Yet, she was bewildered that Tang Long, of all people, had managed to obtain one, truly a revelation. "Big brother, you are being dishonest. Quickly explain to sister-in-law where you got this gold card. If you can't clarify, you might as well forget about sharing a bed with her tonight." Observing Lin Qingxue's suspicion towards Tang Long, Tang Xiaofei maliciously fanned the flames. Hearing this, Lin Qingxue's fair face flushed slightly, contemplating that for such a long time, she had not even held his hand, let alone allowed him into her bed. "Hey, you rascal, stop causing trouble, or I'll kick you." Tang Long shot him a glare. "Big brother, I won't dare anymore. Please spare me." The lad quickly feigned cowardice, displaying a fearful expression. The sight of the eldest son of the Tang family in such an embarrassing situation before Tang Long truly made Lin Qingxue unable to contain herself and burst into laughter. Sister-in-law is smiling. Sister-in-law, your smile is truly beautiful. Big brother, you are fortunate to have such a stunning woman as your wife. Why am I not so lucky? He lamented, wearied with envy. Tang Xiao, don't be too self-deprecating. With your status, I imagine many women would vie for the chance to be your girlfriend, right? Lin Qingxue glanced at him, her tone teasing. While she often received compliments, hearing it from Tang Xiaofei felt particularly gratifying. Indeed, this rascal is usually quite untrustworthy. I've heard he has changed girlfriends more than a dozen times, each one more beautiful than the last. Tang Long began to jest. Big brother, don't envy me. Aren't you also? This lad, hearing this, boldly counterattacked. Alas, are you looking for a beating? Tang Long's expression darkened, and he pretended to swing a punch. Though it was merely for show, Tang Xiaofei, realizing he had misspoken, awkwardly clarified, my elder brother is a good man, who sees only sister-in-law. That is more like it. Now, stop the banner, and tell me the origin of this gold card. Lin Qingxue, losing interest in the playful exchanges, asked directly. This is a long story, Tang Long said, hesitating. He certainly could not disclose his connection with Lin Wei. If Lin Qingxue were to discover it, she might be furious enough to expel him from the Lin family. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Subsequently, a graceful figure quietly entered. Miss Lin, Mr. Dan, welcome. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the manager of this hotel, Lin Wei. With a smile, Lin Wei placed a bottle of Bordeaux vintage wine on the table. Lin Wei, so you are the owner here? Lin Wei and Lin Qingxue were acquainted. Long ago, when Lin Wei had come to Jianghai to forge her path, she had received assistance from Lin Qingxue. Now, with such a thriving business, she felt an innate gratitude towards Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue pulled Lin Wei down to sit, eagerly observing her. Sister Lin, you look absolutely stunning today. Lin Wei was clad in a fitting qipao, with a high slit at the waist, revealing a pair of exceptionally long, alluring legs that were slender and straight, devoid of any excess flesh, appearing remarkably proportionate. Paired with 7-inch crystal high heels, she exuded an irresistible allure. Chapter 95. The Man in the Portrait. Lin Wei. So you know him? Lin Qingxue expressed a hint of surprise. In a sense, yes. Mr. Tang's gambling skills are extraordinary. I was forced to concede. Lin Wei recounted the events that unfolded at the Rose nightclub, omitting the embarrassing incident where Tang Long had kept her warm at night, knowing full well that revealing it would surely incite Lin Qingxue's ire. Is that so? It seems my understanding of you is still quite limited, Lin Qingxue acknowledged, glancing at Tang Long with a hint of astonishment. My dear wife, we shall take our time to get to know each other better. Tang Long replied with a subtle smile, simultaneously exchanging a knowing glance with Lin Wei, who could not help but stifle a laugh at Tang Long's awkwardness. I have never seen this gentleman before. He certainly exudes an air of nobility. Must be an extraordinary individual, Lin Wei remarked, her gaze drifting to Tang Xiaofei seated beside Tang Long, her surprise evident. I am Tang Xiaofei. He stood, shaking Lin Wei's hand gently. The eldest son of the Tang family, one of the 4 young masters of the capital. Lin Wei's body jolted, taken aback. This Tang Xiao was indeed renowned, with countless rumors circulating about him daily online. However, on the flip side, his business acumen was equally remarkable, far surpassing ordinary expectations. Moreover, he had earned the nickname the Playful Prodigal. Tang Xiaofei had come to Jianghai not only for negotiations with the Longhai Group, but also to meet local beauties. A dual purpose that suited his preferences perfectly. Miss Lin, it is truly an honor to meet such an unparalleled beauty, Tang Xiaofei said, his eyes twinkling as he appraised Lin Wei, who reciprocated the scrutiny. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment before parting. Lin Wei laughed heartily and said, You flatter me. They say that Tang Xiao has encountered countless women, rarely paying attention to mere commoners. I never imagined that in your eyes, I could be considered a rare beauty as well. If that truly is the case, it would indeed be a great honor for me. Without a doubt, Miss Lin's beauty can only be described as the moon conceals its brightness and flowers feel ashamed of their beauty. Alas, compared to the women I have encountered before, you surpass them by leaps and bounds, Tang Xiaofei stated with utmost seriousness. Gidge, do not say that. Miss Lin is certainly not inferior to me. In fact, I find myself feeling somewhat ashamed in comparison. Lin Wei replied with a cheerful smile. Please take a seat, Miss Lin. Since you have brought the wine, do open it. Let us all partake a little. Matters of color and flavor can be discussed privately later, Tang Long said, taking the bottle of Lafite and swiftly tearing off the seal. Exposing the cork within, Lin Wei's face momentarily flushed with embarrassment as she smiled and said, Brother Tang, no need to rush. Allow me to fetch a corkscrew for you. No need for that. I prefer to open it with a bit of brute force. That is what it means to be a man, Tang Long declared, slapping the bottom of the bottle with his hand. With a resounding pop, the cork flew out like a bullet from a chamber, striking the ceiling with a heavy thud, startling everyone present. Those unaware might have thought someone had set off a large firecracker. Brother Tang, what a skillful technique. Lin Wei could not help but give a thumbs up, her eyes wide with amazement. This method of opening a bottle was truly unique and unheard of. Indeed, as long as one possesses enough strength, most corks can be removed. However, one must be mindful of technique and force. Too much power may shatter the bottle, potentially causing injury. Conversely, if the force is too gentle, it will yield no result, Tang Long briefly explained. Who would have thought that even the act of uncorking a bottle could possess such profound knowledge? I salute you, Brother Tang. Lin Wei raised her glass to clink with Tang Long's, downing her drink in one go. Afterward, she toasted each person at the table, smiling as she finally set her glass down. Miss Lin, please urge them to expedite the serving of the dishes. We are VIPs and should not be left waiting, Tang Long remarked, feeling somewhat hungry, as were the others who had been toiling throughout the night. Rest assured, Brother Tang, the dishes will be served momentarily. As she spoke, she made a phone call. Within a few minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor as a team of servers entered, systematically placing an array of dishes on the table. The spread was nothing short of impressive, with an abundance of dishes that tantalizingly appealed to the senses. Indeed, I underestimated you. This hotel must be thriving, Tang Long remarked as he sampled a piece of sea cucumber, relishing its delectable flavor, which instantly lifted his spirits. It's acceptable, thanks to your kindness. Lin Wei smiled gently, raising her glass to clink with Tang Long's again before finishing it in one gulp. A hint of sadness flickered in her eyes, but it vanished so quickly that it was barely perceptible to anyone else. Miss Lin, have you encountered some trouble? Tang Long's keen gaze caught the subtle shift in her demeanor, causing his brow to furrow slightly. It's nothing. Perhaps I just drank a bit too hastily, she replied, attempting to dismiss it. Indeed, there's no rush. Let us all drink slowly. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first, Lin Wei said before stepping out of the private room. She walked into another room where a woman clad in black sat on the sofa, the dim lighting casting shadows around her. Did you see clearly? Is he the man in the portrait? On the table before her lay an unfolded painting, astonishingly crafted entirely by hand with colored pencils. The artist's exquisite technique rendered the image so lifelike that one could hardly discern it from a photograph. Indeed, it is him, Lin Wei said in a low voice. It seems I was correct. This scoundrel has stolen my treasure, leaving me unable to report to my master. And even the antidote supply has been cut off. This time, I shall personally eliminate him. The woman in black raised her head, her eyes glinting with a fierce light, emanating an aura of chilling ferocity that enveloped her, radiating an endless intent to kill. Black Lightning, you are injured. You must refrain from seeking revenge. Why? Is it simply because I have yet to recover? The woman in black retorted, her crimson eyes blazing with intensity.